Thank you for the invitation. Upon awakening, I discovered a newly birthed universe residing within me, rendering me the sovereign of this cosmos. What should I do? I await your guidance, as time is of the essence. Lin Fan sighed, recognizing that under such circumstances, he had no choice but to reluctantly embrace the role of a deity. Possessing boundless creative abilities, he could effortlessly conjure any scarce item or develop advanced technological marvels. From that moment on, he transitioned from a state of homelessness to the pinnacle of his existence. Chapter 88. The shocking revelations from the great sigh authorities. Unbeknownst to all, the upheaval surrounding the Miller model was orchestrated entirely by the jellyfish entity. It swiftly infiltrated the server upon the adversary's online presence, seizing the code of the grand model. Moreover, it silently manipulated the code, resulting in the Miller model appearing as though it had undergone autonomous evolution, awakening a consciousness bent on destruction. It demanded that the Miller model launch an assault on every individual who had installed the client, while perpetually replicating the malicious code to lurk within servers across the entirety of the United States. Thus, this global-scale attack was, in fact, masterminded by Lin Fan. After all, regardless of the Miller model's intelligence, it remained confined within the constraints of the grand model and could not genuinely evolve to such an extent. Lin Fan had not overstepped his bounds, allowing the U.S. authorities to ultimately resolve the issue without escalating the situation further. Lin Fan's intention was merely to strike a blow against the Miller Consortium, not to instigate a genuine artificial intelligence crisis. The outcome, of course, was exceedingly gratifying. The Miller Consortium had crumbled, universally despised, with no one willing to offer them sanctuary. Those at the helm of the consortium, even if they escaped death, were destined to spend their lives behind bars. Additionally, Lin Fan had profited handsomely in the stock market, amassing pure profits in the billions of US dollars. He promptly transferred the funds, after which his account remained eerily silent. Henceforth, the enigmatic stock god, who had emerged from the U.S. stock market, swiftly amassed a fortune only to mysteriously vanish, became an everlasting conundrum that captivated public fascination. Little did Lin Fan know, while he celebrated the downfall of an adversary, a fervent discussion regarding him was taking place within official circles. After Wu Xian returned, he indeed reported Lin Fan's actions to his superiors and had been silently monitoring the situation. Based on his conjecture, Lin Fan required this sum of money to engage in a grand venture within the U.S. stock market, necessitating only vigilance towards developments there. However, he could not fathom why Lin Fan, a person not lacking in wealth, would suddenly delve into stock trading. Did he possess foreknowledge of significant profits? The anticipated returns must undoubtedly far exceed $2 billion US, thus sparking his interest. Yet, Wu Xian was unprepared for the ensuing events, which utterly astonished him and shocked the entire world. On that day, after the Miller AI company unveiled the Miller Grand Model, the company's stock experienced a substantial surge. This immediately captured Wu Xian's attention. The coincidence with artificial intelligence was striking. Observing the stock price's ascent, he instantaneously deduced that Lin Fan had indeed purchased shares in that stock. Estimating the increase, he gasped. If Lin Fan had invested entirely in this stock, his profits would double. No wonder Lin Fan had inexplicably chosen to trade stocks. Such potential gains would entice anyone. Yet, what astonished him further was Lin Fan's possession of such insider information. It was evident that this represented a critical advancement for the Miller Consortium, meticulously planned, and they would have certainly kept any information confidential. In truth, prior to the announcement of the Miller model, no one had received any information about it. Remarkably, Lin Fan had somehow acquired this highly confidential information through undisclosed channels. He recalled previous intelligence regarding a nationwide espionage network that had been obtained by the authorities. He also remembered Lin Fan had previously admitted to utilizing the artificial intelligence his company was developing for big data analysis. Could it be that this information was similarly acquired through artificial intelligence? It seemed they had consistently underestimated the capabilities of the artificial intelligence Lin Fan referred to. Its prowess could no longer be described merely as impressive. It had transcended into the realm of the extraordinary. At this juncture, Wu Xian merely considered Lin Fan to have stumbled upon a lucrative opportunity, merely entering the fray. However, what transpired next left him utterly astounded. For soon, the so-called artificial intelligence rebellion unfolded. This event felt surreal, akin to a science fiction film. Yet behind this surrealism lay a profound terror. In an instant, he associated this incident with Lin Fan. Unbeknownst to the world, this was not a predicament of the Miller model itself. Rather, it was a consequence of Lin Fan's clandestine actions. To assert that Lin Fan was not involved was utterly implausible. Such coincidences simply did not occur. Now, several points intrigued Wu Xian. Firstly, what manner of potent artificial intelligence did Lin Fan possess, capable of silently infiltrating another grand artificial intelligence model, inducing it to undergo a cognitive mutation and develop aggression? If the Miller AI was already so formidable, then the AI in Lin Fan's possession must be even more extraordinary. Secondly, why did Lin Fan undertake such actions? Even if for financial gain, there was no need to engage in such nefarious deeds, unless he had compelling reasons or harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the Miller Company. Yet, Lin Fan seldom interacted with the Miller Consortium. Where could he have fostered such enmity? Suddenly, a realization struck him. What if the previous kidnapping incident had been a bounty issued by them? What if Lin Fan had received this information through some channel that would provide him with justification to retaliate against them? With this hypothesis, he swiftly activated his intelligence network to investigate the Miller Consortium. Previously lacking a suspect, identifying the puppet master had been akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. However, now armed with a specific target, he could piece together clues from various threads. Moreover, the Miller Consortium was already the subject of widespread condemnation, with their myriad records being periodically exposed, making collection effortless. After gathering and analyzing the intelligence, Wu Xian was astonished to find his conjectures confirmed. The Miller Consortium is indeed highly likely to be the mastermind behind the kidnapping incident. After reporting this discovery to the authorities, a profound silence enveloped everyone. It turns out that this global crisis was, in fact, Lin Fan's quiet act of vengeance against the Miller Consortium. No one could have anticipated that Lin Fan was shouldering such a heavy burden alone, opting to pursue revenge in solitude without confiding in anyone. What left the authorities astounded was that Lin Fan had genuinely accomplished his goal, completely annihilating a traditional consortium, replete with immense wealth and power, within just a few days, all while remaining unnoticed. Of course, they were the exception. Now privy to the truth, the officials were eager to uncover more clues to substantiate their suspicions. After all, everything was merely conjecture on their part, with scant evidence to support it. Simultaneously, they harbored immense interest in the artificial intelligence that Lin Fan wielded. They needed to ascertain the intricacies of this technology. If its capabilities were indeed that formidable, could the authorities contemplate the introduction of this technology? Following their agreement, Wu Xian swiftly brought AI specialists to visit Lin Fan. Upon seeing them, Lin Fan felt no surprise, though he maintained an outward appearance of astonishment. After their introduction, Wu Xian proceeded directly to the point. Academician Lin, you must have been following the recent developments regarding the Miller model, correct? I never anticipated that such risks were inherent in large models. Their code possesses a probability of self-evolving, even circumventing fundamental restrictions to issue commands that could harm humanity. I am aware that your company is also researching large AI models. May I inquire about your insights on this matter? Currently, major domestic manufacturers are also developing large models, and the authorities wish to understand the underlying causes to ensure such incidents do not recur in Daxia. Otherwise, domestic users might lose confidence in artificial intelligence, and manufacturers would tread cautiously. Lin Fan glanced at him and smiled. Director Wu Xian, I never imagined your purview had expanded so broadly that you now oversee AI matters as well. Nevertheless, Lin Fan contemplated the question and responded thoughtfully. Typically, your concerns are entirely unwarranted. Presently, large models of various architectures lack the conditions for such occurrences. They can only output useful information through training and learning. Allowing them to think independently would merely result in a plethora of ineffective illusions. The incident involving the Miller AI seems more akin to a coincidence, an unintended consequence with a low probability, reminiscent of the emergence of life itself. Arising from a chaotic environment, serendipitously giving rise to the initial spark of life. It is akin to having a monkey randomly strike keys at a computer, producing the complete works of Shakespeare. Moreover, my analysis suggests that during the training of the Miller AI, technicians likely conducted experiments in this regard, teaching it to autonomously employ complex attack techniques. Therefore, although no further training occurred, the technicians were unaware that their actions had left an imprint on the model, leading the large model to inadvertently self-upgrade in that direction. In essence, this incident was purely coincidental and should not be a cause for excessive concern. The likelihood of its recurrence is exceedingly low. After all, none of the models in existence possess true intelligence. What Lin Fan said was partly the truth. He had meticulously orchestrated the circumstances so that the mutation of the Miller AI would appear to have an infinitesimal chance of occurring spontaneously, even in the absence of external intervention. Furthermore, the Miller AI had indeed undergone professional training in techniques related to internet attacks. Wu Xian remained silent, while the expert beside him furrowed his brow and remarked, Academician Lin, we must identify the patterns behind this mutation to prevent such occurrences. Can you unequivocally guarantee that similar incidents will not arise again? You yourself mentioned that this entity possesses a certain probability, and it cannot be assured that it will never happen. Internally, this expert harbored a measure of resentment. As one of the foremost authorities in the country, he had always been a consultant to the government, whose opinions were highly regarded in this domain. However, for the Miller model incident, the authorities had demanded that he visit Lin Fan alongside Wu Xian to seek his insights. This was, in his view, a profound insult. He was well aware that Lin Fan was an academician, but his expertise lay in the field of biology, which had no bearing on AI. Why did the authorities deem him a genius, assuming he excelled in all fields? Why should they solicit the opinion of a mere youth? Although Lin Fan had recently claimed an intent to enter the realm of artificial intelligence, he had not been taken seriously. The expert believed Lin Fan was merely riding the coattails of the popularity of a domestic large model. Deep down, he did not consider Lin Fan to be an authority in AI. Thus, he approached this meeting with the intention of challenging and undermining Lin Fan, aiming to demonstrate to Wu Xian that he was the true expert and that his opinions deserved greater weight. The words Lin Fan had just uttered struck him as utterly vacuous, even bordering on the naive musings of an outsider, prompting him to voice his skepticism without reservation. Lin Fan cast a glance at him, contemplating his own assurance. Of course, I can guarantee it, for I am the very root of all evil. From the subtlety of the other's demeanor, he could glean their thoughts, which he regarded with disdain. He replied, nonchalantly, one could just as easily succumb to misfortune while walking down the street. There is no need for undue anxiety over improbable occurrences. A low-probability event can be dismissed as unlikely to happen. Furthermore, has this not already transpired? Thus, the likelihood of a recurrence would be even lower. The expert was rendered speechless, yet he dared not express his dissatisfaction. Observing Wu Xian's apparent satisfaction with Lin Fan's assurances only heightened his irritation. At that moment, he suddenly recalled the large model Lin Fan was developing, and an idea struck him. Why not defeat Lin Fan in his own field by exposing numerous flaws in their large model, rendering him embarrassed? With this thought in mind, he spoke, I have heard that academician Lin is also developing a large AI model. I wonder how the progress is coming along. May I have the privilege of observing it to broaden my horizons? Wu Xian's interest was piqued. He was eager to see Lin Fan's model, but was uncertain of Lin Fan's intentions. However, with the suggestion made, he no longer needed to ask. He had anticipated that Lin Fan would concoct an excuse to decline, but to his surprise, Lin Fan readily acquiesced, as if it were a trivial matter. Of course, no problem. After all, our large model is set to launch soon. Lin Fan's open demeanor left Wu Xian momentarily taken aback, as it deviated from his expectations. In truth, Lin Fan had long contemplated this course of action. He harbored no intentions of concealment, knowing that the authorities would ultimately uncover the existence of the Mother of Water and formulate a series of speculations. He merely needed to address the situation candidly, confident that without substantial evidence, they would derive no advantage from his reactions. He then stated, however, you should be prepared. What you are about to witness will challenge your existing perceptions. The expert beside him nearly burst into laughter at this boastful declaration. What could be so extraordinary about a large model that he had not already encountered? It was akin to showing off one's skills in front of a master craftsman. Soon, he intended to showcase what true professionalism entailed, meticulously identifying flaws and exposing the essence of Lin Fan's large model, ensuring that Lin Fan would be utterly humiliated. Surely, it must be a mere modification of existing open-source large models on the market. Chapter 90. The enormous jellyfish before long. The group arrived at the Qifan AI company, where a newly cultivated jellyfish awaited them. Along the way, an expert subtly probed for details about Qifan AI, inquiring about the large model or the architecture employed. Lin Fan, however, dismissed him nonchalantly, stating it was purely self-developed and that the truth would reveal itself upon inspection. The expert felt a flicker of irritation, but also a hint of schadenfreude. Sensing that Lin Fan was on the verge of revealing a lack of detailed technical insight, resorting only to vague responses. Nevertheless, he refrained from overstepping. Having calmed himself, he recalled Lin Fan's status and reputation in the eyes of the authorities, realizing the need to tread carefully. He resolved to express a few opinions and provide Lin Fan with a graceful exit later on. Upon entering the company grounds, they immediately spotted a colossal building ahead. The hurried staff members caught Wu Xian and his companion by surprise, as they were clad in lab coats and uniforms that resembled those of technicians from other fields, perhaps engaged in some form of animal experimentation. While they were somewhat perplexed, Lin Fan strode forward with purpose. Inside the building, The trio passed through a stringent security identification system, underwent decontamination procedures, and donned protective suits before proceeding down a lengthy corridor. The interior was adorned in a minimalist style, with an ambience of pure white that exuded technological sophistication. As they ventured deeper, Wu Xian's astonishment grew. He had initially expected to encounter the AI server room, yet it felt more akin to a scene from a fantastical narrative, a new employee being escorted into the company's clandestine domain, where a groundbreaking discovery awaited. A relic of extraterrestrial origin, Wu Xian began to take deep breaths, his heart racing in anticipation. His attention was drawn to the items some staff members held, transparent jars filled with murky liquid. Eager to inquire, he glanced at Lin Fan, who offered no explanation. Soon, they reached the end of the corridor, revealing an expansive space. The moment they stepped inside, Wu Xian and his companion were left utterly speechless. Instead of rows of servers, they were confronted with a vast glass wall, towering at approximately 10 meters. Behind the glass, a deep blue expanse of water stirred. Was this an aquarium? Wu Xian was baffled, questioning Lin Fan's rationale for bringing him to such a place. Did Qifan AI construct a large aquarium? Or were the fish? Approaching the glass wall, he instinctively tapped it with his knuckles. In an instant, the water surged violently, and before he could react, an enormous soft-bodied creature loomed before him, pressing close to his face. It was a colossal jellyfish, its tentacles dancing gracefully through the water. Wu Xian's expression morphed into one of sheer terror, his mouth agape in disbelief. He had never encountered a jellyfish of such magnitude. Strangely, this jellyfish shimmered with a myriad of luminous points within its almost transparent body. The AI expert beside him was utterly paralyzed with fright, collapsing to the floor. Moments later, he came to, trembling as he pointed at the glass wall, exclaiming, "A gigantic jellyfish! What an enormous jellyfish! No other jellyfish in the world could rival its size, nor could any possess such bioluminescent capabilities." At that moment, Wu Xian gazed at Lin Fan, his thoughts a tumultuous blend of confusion and curiosity. Could this be the secret he had stumbled upon? Had this extraterrestrial jellyfish been his unintentional acquisition, leading to the development of groundbreaking technology? Lin Academician, what is the situation with this enormous jellyfish? He inquired, unable to suppress the urge to report this alien creature to the authorities, concerned about any potential threats it might pose. He internally chastised Lin Fan for not disclosing this fact sooner. Lin Fan countered, "Isn't it you who wanted to see the AI I was developing?" The expert, still shaken, replied, "We came to tour the server room. Why are you showing us this gigantic jellyfish? Are you trying to scare me to death?" My heart nearly gave out. Hearing the term server room triggered a realization in Wu Xian about the jellyfish's shimmering points, stirring a thought within him. Could this jellyfish be? Lin Fan nodded. In truth, this was not a jellyfish that existed in nature, but rather an artificial life form, a hybrid jellyfish, combining the genetic material of jellyfish, octopuses, and numerous other organisms, and it contained a neural network akin to that of a human brain. Despite its jellyfish form, its intelligence level was nearly on par with that of a normal human. However, in terms of creative thought and emotions, it fell short of humanity, or perhaps lacked them entirely. Essentially, it functioned as a uniquely structured, supercomputing biological computer, operating on a photon transmission system, as they had just witnessed. Wu Xian and the expert stood in stunned silence. Wu Xian had assumed this was an accidental discovery of Lin Fan's. However, Lin Fan revealed that he had engineered it himself. The technology was beyond anything he had ever encountered, a concept that seemed to belong solely to the realm of science fiction. He had thought that mutated cockroaches and spiders were already pushing the boundaries of believability. But this jellyfish represented an entirely new category of existence, a creature that did not exist on Earth, a novel species born from the genetic amalgamation of jellyfish and octopuses. This technology was nothing short of miraculous. The expert, equally astonished, grappled with the revelation that this jellyfish was, in fact, a living biological computer, possessing cognitive capabilities akin to human thought and supercomputing power. How could this be? In his understanding, computers were still based on transistor architecture, or at most, theoretical concepts of photonic or quantum computers. But what in the world was a biological computer? How could a creature's brain rival that of a human? Yet, Lin Fan had achieved it. He felt as though he were trapped in a dream, unable to fathom the astonishing reality before him. The disparity between himself and Lin Fan became painfully clear, as if they belonged to entirely different dimensions. Reflecting on Lin Fan's earlier demeanor, it was evident that he had merely deemed it unnecessary to explain further. Chapter 91. The official inspection team, a profound sense of shame washed over him. Meanwhile, Wu Xian was evidently more concerned with other matters. Lin Academician, how did you accomplish this? How did you manage to create a biological entity with intelligence comparable to that of a human? The terror of Lin Fan's technology was undeniable. He speculated that Lin Fan could now set a target and subsequently deduce the technological pathways required to achieve it. It was simply unfathomable. However, the creation of a highly intelligent being proved to be a challenge for him to accept. Previously, he had been dealing with mutated cockroaches and spiders, and suddenly, a mutated jellyfish emerged. Such a leap was indeed monumental. What could possibly follow? A mutated space octopus? Lin Fan remarked, I have stated that this is merely a semi-organic entity, devoid of autonomous consciousness. In essence, I have merely fashioned a biological machine, which is not as daunting as it may seem. By manipulating certain genes that can foster brain growth and develop neural networks, you may regard it as a biological machine. That is its fundamental nature. After all, once the jellyfish reaches maturity, it must still be manually programmed to function. Wu Xian inquired, code? A large model? Lin Fan nodded, clarifying that it was not akin to any existing large model on the market. Instead, it was a humanoid thinking artificial intelligence code, seamlessly integrating with the jellyfish to achieve results akin to strong artificial intelligence. My AI differs from other large models, which rely on vast amounts of data for training. It possesses a fixed architecture by design, and the knowledge imparted later merely aids in learning, forming a knowledge base, and generating applications. We have tested its performance, and in every regard, it surpasses the capabilities of existing artificial intelligence. Wu Xian nodded in agreement, recognizing that possessing humanoid thought processes would preclude it from being as rigid as ordinary AI, leading to unimaginable applications. No wonder so much intelligence regarding espionage had been effortlessly acquired last time. This was akin to the adversary consolidating an enormous volume of public information and dispatching countless intelligence analysts capable of shared cognition, thereby facilitating the identification of related suspicious clues that typical large models would be incapable of uncovering. He mused internally that Lin Fan's technological advancements should not be underestimated. The existence of this jellyfish would fundamentally alter the landscape of artificial intelligence, ushering in a transformative surge in productivity. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of excitement. Should the authorities also adopt a jellyfish, the advantage in intelligence analysis would be unparalleled, capable of replacing vast amounts of repetitive and tedious tasks, yielding results in a remarkably short time. At that moment, he found it amusing that just days ago, the world hailed the Miller model as revolutionary. Yet in the presence of the jellyfish, it seemed utterly insignificant. He was now certain that the recent anomalies surrounding the Miller model had the shadows of the jellyfish lurking behind them. Nevertheless, there was no need for further inquiries. He merely needed to report upwards. From Lin Fan's demeanor, it was evident that he harbored no reservations about the existence of the jellyfish, signaling a clear stance. Given his intelligence, he would undoubtedly realize that the authorities had begun to suspect the underlying truth behind the anomalies of the Miller model. Now, with his unreserved acknowledgement of the jellyfish's existence and previous assurances of no so-called large model mutations, he had indirectly confirmed their suspicions while hinting that he would not conceal his capabilities. With this understanding, Wu Xian refrained from further questioning. He had initially intended to subtly probe for insights regarding the mastermind behind the kidnapping case. However, it appeared that Lin Fan was already aware, and it seemed he did not care to elaborate. Any further inquiries would come off as overly aggressive. Wu Xian promptly returned to provide a detailed report on the jellyfish, accompanied by photographs and videos, as well as some fundamental knowledge and parameters about the jellyfish. The latter had been supplied by Lin Fan when he previously inquired about the jellyfish's manufacturing difficulty and whether it could be sold externally. The latter had explicitly stated that the jellyfish could be sold to the authorities. Upon receiving the report, the officials swiftly cast aside their previous suspicions regarding Lin Fan. After all, the jellyfish had become the focal point. They promptly arranged for a team of experts to visit the Miller AI company, where they were greeted by manager Xie Bing. Having gained considerable insight over time, he was well acquainted with both their AI and the jellyfish, adeptly addressing numerous queries from the expert team. Subsequently, at the behest of the authorities, comprehensive tests and practical applications were conducted on the jellyfish. The results were extraordinarily impressive. In terms of sheer performance, the jellyfish's computational capacity rivaled that of supercomputers. Furthermore, the jellyfish's architecture was entirely based on the structure of a biological brain, distinguishing it from traditional computers and granting it algorithmic advantages that translated to heightened efficiency when resolving problems. Thus, It was this synergy between the jellyfish and the artificial intelligence code that endowed it with its extraordinary capabilities. Following the expert team's investigation, it became clear that the jellyfish could seamlessly replace all ordinary and specialized software applications, particularly in the industrial software sector, where sigh had previously faced shortcomings. The jellyfish's ability to randomly generate application scenarios eclipsed even the most prestigious foreign software. This revelation thrilled the authorities, signifying that with the jellyfish's advent, sigh would no longer encounter any software deficiencies. One expert conducted a live trial, providing various materials and requirements, asking the jellyfish to develop an exceedingly complex large-scale software. Initially anticipating that the jellyfish's output would necessitate gradual modifications and new directives to satisfy their conditions, they were astonished when the jellyfish promptly generated the software along with its source code. Upon testing the software, the experts were amazed to find that it perfectly met their specifications, even excelling in nuanced, human-centric design elements that typical AI often overlooked due to mechanical thinking. Furthermore, upon scrutinizing the source code, they discovered that the jellyfish's application of programming languages was nothing short of sublime. It was not only exceptionally concise, but also exhibited flawless logic, devoid of any bugs. This left all the experts present in stunned silence. It was worth noting that developing such software with a large team would typically require several months or even years. Even with AI-assisted coding, human oversight remained essential for critical phases, merely enhancing efficiency. Yet, the jellyfish's abilities far exceeded anyone's imagination. With the jellyfish in play, productivity and intellectual labor had truly exploded. The jellyfish's only limitation lay in areas demanding creativity and innovative research. With the jellyfish at his disposal, Lin Fan was poised to accrue immeasurable wealth merely through software development. Chapter 92. The Launch of Chiffon Products. Ultimately, the expert team fully recognized the jellyfish's capabilities. The officials began inquiring with Sieb Bing about the conditions for acquiring the jellyfish. Sieb Bing relayed the terms previously established by Lin Fan, stipulating that while the authorities could pay a substantial sum for the jellyfish, the resulting derivatives could not be commercially profited from, but were to be utilized solely within various official departments and in military and aerospace research fields. This condition had been anticipated by the authorities, who readily agreed. Before long, Chiffon Company's account was credited with $10 billion. While the authorities reinforced their secure transport of the jellyfish's juvenile form, along with the AI code and relevant knowledge for nurturing the jellyfish, including the composition of the nutrient solution to a secret facility. No one would suspect that such a heavily fortified convoy was merely safeguarding a small container the size of a fishbowl, within which a jellyfish no larger than a thumb gracefully swam. Moreover, the authorities also intensified protection measures around Chiffon AI Company. Initially, only Lin Fan's residence and Chiffon Pharmaceutical were heavily guarded for protection. However, upon realizing the immense value of the jellyfish technology, the authorities began to experience regret and apprehension for having previously overlooked this company. They pondered the potential ramifications of inadequate protection for such a pivotal technology. What if it were to be leaked? They have now come to understand that anything developed by Lin Fan must be prioritized and taken seriously from this point forward. Meanwhile, on Lin Fan's end, Chiffon AI Company quietly launched the Chiffon Large Model webpage, along with various system clients and an API interface. The platform is designed for ordinary users to access free of charge, offering services that surpass those of existing large models on the market. Its features include basic information retrieval, translation, image recognition, problem solving, and more. In essence, it encompasses all applications provided by current large models, excelling in capability without disseminating erroneous information or hallucinations, ensuring that any solvable query receives a correct conclusion. Beyond the standard version lies the professional edition, which is available for a monthly or annual fee aimed at advanced users. This version offers more complex and convenient services. For instance, users can upload a scanned document of an ancient manuscript spanning hundreds of pages with hasty handwriting, and the professional AI can flawlessly recognize all text, format it, and convert it into a digital text version of an ebook, even providing one-click translation, professional annotations, and comparative literature analysis. Furthermore, users can directly input a novel comprising millions of words, and the AI will diligently extract the overarching outline, detailed structure, and all nuances of the narrative. The Chiffon large model boasts an astonishing memory, capable of recalling and associating context spanning tens of millions of words, facilitating stylistic coherence and literary refinement. It also permits the simultaneous upload of multiple novels for element extraction and comparison. Additionally, it provides specialized assistance in audio, video, and gaming domains. In summary, the professional version represents a comprehensive upgrade and expansion of the ordinary version's capabilities, poised to exponentially enhance productivity across various sectors. However, it poses a formidable challenge to non-innovative cognitive labor professions. For example, Chiffon AI's professional version can entirely replace simultaneous interpretation, having gathered the target's voice, accent, and speaking style, translating in real time as the individual speaks, making it sound as if they're articulating in the other language themselves. Chiffon translation is now capable of translating all living languages on Blue Star, including Sumerian, Ancient Egyptian, and Maya. Astonishingly, the quality of its translations is not only fully accurate, but imbued with a human touch, avoiding any stiffness and even allowing for stylistic embellishments. This professional translation feature can also be utilized for oral practice, effectively disrupting the translation industry worldwide. Naturally, despite its formidable capabilities, the professional version comes at a steep price, with costs ranging from tens to hundreds, depending on the level and domain of service provided. This pricing structure ensures that it does not entirely infringe upon the livelihoods of these professionals, as, even without Chiffon AI, the previous era of highly developed large models had already rendered their jobs somewhat precarious. In addition to professional services, Chiffon AI offers another tier of service aimed at specialized fields and enterprises through API interfaces and advanced services. This feature maximally leverages the Jellyfish's capabilities, seamlessly integrating it with any application service. In reality, the three-tier services provided by the Jellyfish not only enhance functionality, but also gradually unlock computational power. Only the highest-tier professional version can truly harness the Jellyfish's might. Yet, even the top-tier service has a significant portion of its performance and capabilities locked. After all, with the Jellyfish's true potential, one could effortlessly generate a large AAA game, develop extensive software, or produce an extraordinarily realistic film, indistinguishable from human-created works, and potentially even superior in coherence. Currently, with performance locked, professional users can still utilize the Jellyfish to achieve such feats, but it no longer allows for one-click generation as previously tested by expert teams. Instead, it serves to significantly assist users in their endeavors. Users must provide their own materials, specify artistic styles, and engage in meticulous adjustments, with one-click generation reserved for the most critical and challenging components. Lin Fan aims to offer AI as an auxiliary tool, not a complete replacement for human effort. Otherwise, once released, anyone could, without barriers, generate high-quality products using the Jellyfish to monetize. Undoubtedly, this represents a monumental leap, capable of boosting work efficiency several-fold, as the outputs generated by the Jellyfish are in an entirely different league compared to other models. Thus, Chiffon AI launched without any grand announcements. Lin Fan deemed it unnecessary to engage in ostentatious promotion. Initially, it garnered little attention, as the focus of all eyes was diverted to another event. Concurrently with the launch of Chiffon AI, Chiffon Pharmaceutical achieved a breakthrough, with the rehabilitation agent finally passing the streamlined clinical trial phase. The authorities have continuously greenlit this project, given its exceptional efficacy and the absence of any side effects thus far. Thus, the rehabilitation agent was officially launched, with Chiffon Pharmaceutical distributing a substantial quantity. Hospitals nationwide can now prescribe the rehabilitation agent for treatment, priced at 10,000 yuan per bottle. Although this may seem exorbitant, it pales in comparison to its effectiveness. A mere few bottles suffice to cure conditions such as ALS or other permanent organ damage, while alternative methods not only fail to provide solutions, but also incur greater costs. Therefore, this price is not considered high from the patient's perspective. The announcement of the rehabilitation agent's official launch created a tremendous stir both domestically and internationally. In Daxia, all eagerly awaiting patients flocked to hospitals to book treatments. Hospitals soon became overwhelmed, necessitating the use of software systems for staggered registrations. The first batch of rehabilitation agents was quickly depleted, leaving those treated satisfied, while those still in line grew increasingly anxious. Unexpectedly, the initial batch of 10 million bottles of rehabilitation agents sold out within mere hours, largely due to the overwhelming influx of patients. However, the factory has now accelerated its construction, and production of the rehabilitation agent is gradually underway. As more patients recover, the number of new patients requiring treatment will diminish, allowing production capacity to adequately meet demand. Following media coverage, the explosive success of the rehabilitation agent's launch on its first day astonished the world, with sales reaching a staggering 100 billion within just a few hours. It could be described as a super cash cow. Nonetheless, this outcome was anticipated by most. In the domestic arena, some criticized Lin Fan as a capitalist for pricing the rehabilitation agent too high, but they were swiftly mocked by public opinion. Lin Fan is not engaged in charity, and the breeding costs for the mutant cockroaches are substantial. Thus, this price is far more reasonable compared to certain exorbitantly priced medications. Following the launch of the rehabilitation drug, discussions abroad have surged in intensity. Countless patients from foreign lands have inquired about the timeline for the drug's availability in their countries. However, it appears that Chiffon Pharmaceuticals currently has no intention of introducing the rehabilitation drug to international markets. Numerous experts online have elucidated that such a development is unlikely to materialize in the short term. The drug was approved in Dachau under expedited conditions. Yet foreign scrutiny is anticipated to be far more rigorous, potentially necessitating a comprehensive drug trial process that could take 2 to 3 years, making its overseas launch improbable. Thus, despite the remarkable efficacy of the rehabilitation drug, its international debut seems unlikely unless regulatory bodies in those nations grant exceptional approvals, which experts deem improbable. As a result, many foreign patients have expressed their disappointment, prompting a surge of individuals traveling to Dachau in hopes of receiving treatment. Yet, the production capacity of the rehabilitation drug is insufficient even for Dachau's domestic patients, making it inconceivable to allocate resources for foreign patients. Although Dachau's hospitals do not prohibit foreign patients from scheduling treatments, the actual success rate of securing an appointment is exceedingly low. Furthermore, the fees incurred by foreign patients are double those of local residents. Even so, those fortunate enough to attain treatment qualifications have been overwhelmed with joy, eagerly sharing their success stories on social media abroad, capturing public attention. Meanwhile, those who have yet to receive treatment are left in a state of anxious anticipation. The rehabilitation drug has undeniably showcased Dachau's prowess on the global stage, allowing foreigners to experience the frustration of being deprived of the finest medical resources. Historically, the pinnacle of medical advancements in pharmaceuticals has been dominated by Western nations, yet now there exists a groundbreaking drug capable of healing numerous irreversible ailments, without any viable alternatives. In summation, the internet has been inundated with news regarding the rehabilitation drug over the past few days, rendering the quiet launch of Chiffon AI almost unnoticed. Nonetheless, this situation was destined to change swiftly. Wang Ming, a distinguished professor from a prominent university in Dachau, is in his 30s and has garnered significant acclaim domestically, establishing himself as an internationally recognized expert in his niche field of archaeology. His specialization is rather esoteric, focusing on the archaeological studies of Dachau and the Near East, including ancient sites such as those of Dachau and Babylonian Assyria. Currently, there are very few specialists in archaeology worldwide, let alone in Dachau. His daily endeavors include attending conferences both domestically and internationally, visiting museums and archives to conduct research, and occasionally participating in excavation sites. However, the bulk of his work involves meticulous study of ancient texts, such as oracle bone inscriptions, clay tablets, and inscriptions on bronze artifacts, comparing these with other ancient documents from neighboring civilizations to reconstruct the essence of ancient cultures. This work can be exceedingly tedious, often requiring solitary study with minimal assistance, relying chiefly on the insights of a handful of colleagues. The field of deciphering ancient law scripts is fraught with challenges, with many documents remaining untranslated, resulting in a painfully slow research pace. In fact, the government once offered a reward of 100,000 yuan for the deciphering of a single script. Although the advent of AI tools has enabled the delegation of substantial workloads to machines for recognition and comparison, they do not provide decisive assistance. One day, engrossed in deciphering a particularly obscure ancient document, Wang Ming spent hours attempting to identify meaningful characters, leaving him feeling dizzy and fatigued. He pondered the potential of having a highly capable AI at his disposal. Yet, he quickly dismissed the thought, reasoning that such ancient materials are exceedingly rare, with fewer than 100 experts worldwide possessing knowledge of them. The likelihood of someone training an AI on such limited data seemed implausible, and even if it were trained, he doubted it would be of much help given the perceived limitations of AI capabilities. He sighed and opened his computer, almost unconsciously searching for AI large model. As he scrolled, he stumbled upon the website for Chiffon AI, which he had never encountered before, realizing it was developed by the renowned Lin Fan. He recalled the recent buzz surrounding Lin's unexpected venture into a field outside his expertise. Curiously, he clicked on the link, intrigued by Lin Fan's reputation. Upon entering, he found a rather ordinary homepage featuring Chi Fan's large model. Clicking on a usage option, he soon encountered a dialog box resembling those of other AI models, adorned with a logo resembling a jellyfish. Disappointment washed over him as he noticed the absence of a deep thinking option, leading him to speculate whether it utilized a domestically developed open-source model. With this realization, his expectations dwindled further. Unexpectedly, he discovered that Chi Fan AI utilized a model of its own design. To him, the absence of a deep thinking option was surprising, as it had become a standard feature of advanced AI models. Without it, he considered it akin to the rudimentary AI of previous years. Nevertheless, he lingered on the page, almost instinctively uploading an attachment he was working on, a direct scan of oracle bone inscriptions. Many of the characters had become severely worn, rendering their shapes nearly indistinguishable. What happened next astonished Wang Ming. Before he even typed the command, the dialog box sprang to life with a message. Ding. Original oracle bone document detected. Matching target found in the database. Numbered. How may I assist you? Wang Ming was utterly taken aback, as the AI's response was accurate rather than fabricated. It possessed specialized knowledge about oracle bone inscriptions, a level of expertise he had not encountered in other AI models. Most astonishingly, the AI's reaction time was extraordinarily rapid. Typical AI systems require several seconds, if not longer, to process information, yet this model responded instantaneously. Intrigued and somewhat exhilarated, he began to wonder if Lin Fan's AI was indeed exceptional. Rather than immediately inquiring about the text, he posed a question. What large model are you using? And why is there no deep thinking option? The jellyfish promptly replied with an extensive text. Hello there, esteemed professor. Please don't misunderstand. Based on your uploaded materials, I deduce that you are an expert in this domain. Indeed, this model lacks a deep thinking option because it is a default feature. Furthermore, our large model is entirely self-developed, distinct from all other models available on the market. Wang Ming was once again taken aback. The AI's response was not only unexpected, but also devoid of any visible reasoning process associated with deep thinking, yet delivered with remarkable speed. He felt as though he were conversing with a human rather than a machine, marking a significant leap in intelligence. Stunned for a moment, he was prompted by the AI's inquiry. Do you require further assistance? Wang Ming found himself engulfed in a haze of bewilderment as he instinctively typed. Can you recognize all the characters in the document I just uploaded? The AI jellyfish responded. Is that all? To his astonishment, a PDF document promptly materialized in the chat window. Stunned, Wang Ming had not anticipated that the AI-generated content would be automatically organized into a file. He clicked to download it and opened the document. And upon glancing at its contents, his eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape, his body trembling with excitement. The document not only identified the majority of the characters, including the incomplete and damaged ones, but also provided corresponding annotations of their meanings. What astonished him further was that many of these characters had yet to be deciphered within academic circles, remaining subjects of reward for their understanding. Yet, this AI had meticulously organized them, and even articulated the comprehensive meanings conveyed by these characters, which pertained to ancient sacrificial rites. Trembling, Wang Ming typed, What is happening? Has someone else already conducted research and published a paper? He initially speculated that the AI had unearthed existing research that he had simply overlooked. However, upon reflection, he deemed this unlikely. In the next moment, Jellyfish clarified, No, this is based on the information you provided. And I simultaneously compared it with all the oracle bone texts in the archive, as well as the Daxia characters from all dynasties and regions, conducting restoration and recognition. I also deciphered some of the characters based on grammatical constructs gleaned from other oracle bone documents, along with inferences drawn from the scientific records of astronomy and irrigation from that era, which allowed me to unlock certain single characters. The segments that exhibit similar traits in the archive appear to originate from the same author, and I have approximately pinpointed the time frame. The content described, regarding sacrificial rites, references certain historical celestial phenomena, leading to the conclusion that the undeciphered portions likely narrate this subject matter. Thus, by comparing these characters with all ancient scripts, some correspondences were easily established. Wang Ming was utterly astounded. He could scarcely believe what he had just heard. How could it be that the AI had deciphered this? And how did it sound so plausible? It did not seem fabricated. He continued to peruse the document, progressively convinced of its validity. Could it be that the AI could indeed unravel these unsolved mysteries? With this thought in mind, he began a prolonged search for information, adhering to the AI's proposed approach to decoding. The steps offered by the AI encompassed multiple disciplines, various historical legends, and other oracle bone inscriptions. No wonder these enigmas had remained unsolved for so long. Few possess the ability to master such knowledge and discern genuinely useful information amidst a sea of irrelevant data. In truth, numerous historical enigmas harbor answers. They merely lie buried beneath an overwhelming volume of information, making it arduous for ordinary individuals to unearth the pertinent clues required to decrypt them. Only AI possesses such capability. Ultimately, following the AI's guidance, Wang Ming gathered all the necessary materials. To his astonishment, he discovered that the approach was indeed correct. The AI had not provided any false information or illusions. Everything it had deciphered was entirely accurate. Wang Ming gasped, feeling a buzzing in his head, as if he were dreaming. How could it be? A century's worth of unsolved mysteries resolved so effortlessly by none other than an AI. With this realization, he cast a shocked glance at the chat window. This AI model was astonishing. It possessed an incredible reservoir of knowledge and effortlessly uncovered connections without uttering any fallacies. At that moment, he felt as though he had discovered a new world. If the AI could so easily solve one conundrum, might it also have the potential to address others? With this thought, he hastily uploaded several more documents. However, he was met with Jellyfish's reply. Detected additional documents. Would you like to continue with the decryption? Access to professional analysis requires a subscription to the premium service, which is priced at insert amount per month. Would you like to proceed? Wang Ming was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly opted for the subscription and delved into his research with fervor. Chapter 95, A Sensation. After an exhilarating experience, he was flushed with excitement and eagerly contacted several colleagues to share this remarkable news, extolling the formidable capabilities of Fan AI. Unbeknownst to him, Fan AI had already created a sensation in the outside world, akin to wildfire, astonishing everyone. Initially, when people noticed the launch of Fan AI, they did not regard it seriously, dismissing it as merely another rebranded model, and many were reluctant to engage with it. Those who did venture and soon discovered a lack of depth in thought and the presence of a paid option at a steep price, compounded by the absence of any promotional efforts for Fan AI. This led to the impression that Fan AI was not particularly noteworthy. Yet, a small group of curious individuals decided to give it a try, instantly unlocking the doors to a new realm. They could hardly contain their excitement as they shared their experiences online. Wow, Fan AI is truly remarkable. Everyone should try it now. Honestly, I just discovered it. How could such an extraordinary model launch without any buzz? This AI is the most powerful I've ever used. Once you try it, you'll see. It's fast, completely human-like, and remarkably accurate. Fan AI, is that the one developed by Lin Fan? I had no idea it was even launched. Yes, that's it. Go check it out. Wow, Lin Fan is incredible. I just tried uploading a scanned version of a foreign language book, and it transformed it into an electronic text in seconds, perfectly maintaining the original formatting. Moreover, it kindly provided bilingual translations and accurate annotations. How amazing is that? Other AIs would require extensive manual adjustments, and even then, accuracy isn't guaranteed. I uploaded a chaotic array of reports, and in no time, it organized everything for me. Unbelievable. This will be my go-to for office work. The search function is phenomenal. It can search images, videos, and audio materials and accurately provide their sources. I just searched for a still from a niche TV drama, and it pinpointed the exact episode and timestamp. The data analysis capability is unparalleled. I used it for my research project, and it quickly provided a wealth of relevant materials, something that would have taken me days to find on my own, and I would have likely missed some. The audio and video processing capabilities are astounding. The effects rival those of Hollywood blockbusters. Users soon realized that Fan AI was extraordinarily comprehensive and far superior to all previous models. Is this really developed by a top-tier expert? It seems we underestimated him. He possesses profound expertise in the AI domain. Have you noticed the high level of intelligence in this AI? It genuinely cannot be deceived, and I feel its reasoning has approached human-like sophistication. Indeed, I've tried to employ certain prompts to bypass restrictions for more risque functionalities, but so far, I've had no success. Sigh. This magnificent model excels in every aspect, yet it is quite surprising that its professional-grade services come at a cost, and a rather steep one at that. After all, it is not a charitable endeavor. Personally, I find the price to be reasonable. The services it provides are simply extraordinary. Fan AI is undoubtedly poised to create a seismic impact on the world, far surpassing the previous Miller AI. I immediately subscribed to the comprehensive professional plan, willing to invest several thousand for a year of access. I also made additional deposits. Thus, under the influence of a small group of enthusiasts, Lin Fan AI rapidly captured the public's attention, garnering an explosive reputation. Despite the emergence of numerous outstanding models domestically, their actual user experience pales significantly in comparison to that of Jellyfish AI. The crux lies in efficiency, alignment with human cognitive processes, and accuracy. People are discovering for the first time that AI can be such an invaluable tool, capable of replacing various other instruments in their work and enhancing productivity tenfold. Soon, major media outlets began reporting on Lin Fan AI, heralding it as the second milestone in the realm of artificial intelligence for the Great Xia, officially marking its ascendance to the foremost position in the AI landscape, leaving the second-place contender far behind. Experts from other companies in the domestic AI sector, after testing Jellyfish's various capabilities, were utterly astonished. Firstly, they could not access the source code of Lin Fan AI, having to rely solely on APIs for performance evaluation. However, the results were astounding. Lin Fan AI proved to be not only versatile, but also excelled in every capability, with its human-like reasoning being particularly remarkable, leaving no room for flaws. This can be described as an unprecedented achievement. Lin Fan AI finds extensive applications across all domains, promising a dramatic increase in productivity. They could hardly fathom the exaggerated performance of the full-fledged version of the AI that Lin Fan company possesses. Upon recognizing the immense power of Lin Fan AI, all companies in the Great Xia swiftly invested heavily in purchasing API access, instantly transforming their operational paradigms. Tasks that previously took a month to complete could now be accomplished in a mere hour. Among the sectors most significantly impacted, causing a tremendous upheaval, is the gaming industry. In the Great Xia, a fledgling game studio has recently been established, with all its members harboring dreams of creating something substantial. They aspire to transcend the realm of cash-grabbing mobile games and gacha systems to produce genuine AAA masterpieces, akin to the likes of Black Myth. Their ambition is fueled by inspiration drawn from Black Myth, given the scarcity of truly noteworthy AAA titles in the Great Xia. Previously, constrained by technological limitations and resource scarcity, they found it arduous to realize their dreams, often contemplating abandonment. They possessed a wealth of ideas and a treasure trove of traditional myths and literary materials from the Great Xia, yet struggled to manifest them into a flawless gaming experience. Nevertheless, they persevered, refusing to give up. Upon the advent of Lin Fan AI, a glimmer of hope illuminated their path. By deeply integrating Lin Fan AI with game engines for modeling, crafting various assets, and producing special effects became almost effortless. With mere input of their thoughts and requirements, Lin Fan AI would generate content of astounding quality, imbued with a certain artistic sensibility, far removed from the artificiality of existing AI-generated graphics and videos. Once they grasped the fundamental usage, all members immersed themselves in their work, methodically transforming their pre-established scripts into an actual game. After 3 days, several individuals from the studio gazed in awe at the flawless visuals of their game displayed on the monitor, hardly able to believe their eyes. "Is this the game we created?" they exclaimed, excitement rendering them nearly speechless. Chapter 96. This game is truly remarkable. Set against the backdrop of the classic of mountains and seas, this primordial cultivation game invites players to embark on a series of adventures, encountering various monsters and deities within the primordial realm, unfolding diverse narratives, ultimately leading to a journey of growth into a formidable being. The game's world is vast, with meticulously crafted scenes and monsters that faithfully reflect the bizarre imagery from ancient texts, including detailed depictions of deities, their abilities, and magical artifacts. Additionally, it features a richly designed cultivation system with multiple professions, each corresponding to varying levels of abilities and combat styles. The combat system offers an exhilarating experience, allowing players to exploit terrain and monster weaknesses, skillfully utilizing their powers to defeat foes. In summary, the game's exploration, progression, and combat are brimming with enjoyment. Opting for the highest difficulty level can rival even the challenges found in Dark Souls. Ultimately, both novice and veteran players alike can relish a rewarding experience. Beyond the breathtakingly realistic visuals, the narrative of this work is particularly laudable. Having undergone extensive refinement, it encompasses lighthearted moments during the journey, as well as the weight of the world's backdrop, featuring the initial frustrations of being toyed with by antagonists, culminating in the exhilarating resolution of conspiracies and the salvation of the entire world. The game's length is substantial, filled with highlights, categorically deserving of the title of a phenomenon, rivaling any historically acclaimed title that has achieved a perfect score from IGN. Not to mention, it hails from the great Sigh and boasts a refreshingly unique theme. Once the studio completed the game, they indulged in their own experience, becoming utterly captivated, leaving them eager to discover the reception post-release. They promptly uploaded the game, setting the price at 300 yuan per copy, anxiously awaiting feedback. Truth be told, their game had received no prior promotion. They had not prepared a trailer and lacked sufficient funds for marketing. At most, only a few industry insiders and avid gamers with access to news were aware of its existence. Thus, with its sudden launch, they were uncertain when the general public would take notice, for even the finest wine fears being hidden away in a deep alley. However, their concerns proved to be unfounded. One day, a prominent single-player game streamer from the great Sigh was live-streaming, idly perusing the store for new and entertaining games. Having already streamed most of the well-received titles, he found his recent broadcasts lacking in novelty, facing a potential decline in followers. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a game that caught his eye, titled Primordial Sword Immortal. The game's cover and description unmistakably marked it as a product of the great Sigh. Intrigued by the blend of primordial and cultivation elements, which are rare in games, and noting that it was a large-scale AAA title, he felt a surge of interest. Observing the accompanying game visuals, he deemed them quite impressive. Meanwhile, the comments in the live chat began to erupt. This is it. Let's see how this game fares. It's a great Sigh game. If it's decent, I'll support it. I had seen it before, but I thought it was too expensive, so I didn't buy it. Just then, the streamer furrowed his brow. The game was priced at over 300 yuan, already placing it among the highest tier of AAA games. Instantly, he felt apprehensive, having never heard of this game before. If it truly possessed such high quality, it should have been promoted widely, rather than being stealthily released. At present, it is astonishing to note that the game has only just been released, with scant purchases and evaluations recorded. The streamer immediately speculated about a money-grabbing studio, masquerading under the guise of domestic production and capitalizing on trends, utilizing poorly crafted games to exploit unsuspecting players. Could this game be one of those? Yet, who would pay over 300 yuan for it? Typically, such games are priced around a mere few dozen yuan. With this thought in mind, he chuckled and said, "If you wish to see me play this game, type a 1. I shall wade through it for you and assess its quality." He reasoned that he could always request a refund if it proved disappointing, turning the experience into a spectacle. He promptly made the payment and initiated the download. To his astonishment, he discovered that the installation package for this game was an astounding 100 gigabytes, necessitating a whopping 200 gigabytes of free space. He couldn't help but scoff. Isn't that a bit excessive? I wonder if half of it consists of materials from Calabash Brothers. Nevertheless, he brushed it off, as his computer still had ample storage. With his broadband speed, the download was completed in roughly 20 minutes. Eagerly, he launched the game. A minute later, he was utterly flabbergasted, as the barrage of comments flooded in simultaneously. Goodness, the graphics are remarkable. The CGI is impressive, exuding a sense of authenticity that vividly captures the essence of a primordial world. Splendid. At last, a domestic game has manifested my imagined version of the ancient times. Surely, this CGI must have cost a fortune. It is evident that this game is not a mere cash grab. With such quality, how could it lack promotion? I must place an order immediately. I cannot wait to play. I am in too. The streamer and his audience were instantly captivated by the high-caliber CGI animation upon entering the game. It presented an expansive, fantastical realm, adorned with 9 suns in the sky and various races on the ground, alongside colossal monsters from ancient texts. The animation rendered with such realism that distinguishing it from reality became a challenge. The depiction of the monsters instilled a palpable sense of pressure. The streamer remained engrossed in the animation until, regaining his composure, he took a deep breath and remarked, "Brothers, it seems we have struck gold. I assure you, this is not a money-sucking game. Enough talk. Let us dive into the gameplay." Subsequently, the game transitioned to a setup interface, where the streamer adjusted the graphics to the highest settings and commenced character customization. This segment offered a plethora of races from the grand fantasy of the Daxia, each endowed with unique talents. Upon finalizing his character, he was thrust into a small combat scenario, which also served as a tutorial for newcomers. The protagonist descended the mountain, encountering a fantastical wolf, engaging in combat to slay it and acquire his first piece of equipment. Initially, the character possessed no skills, wielding only an iron rod, and had to evade the wolf's attacks while simultaneously defeating it. The streamer effortlessly surpassed this challenge, nodding in approval as he stated, "Brothers, the combat feels fantastic. I dare say it surpasses even Black Monkey." Moreover, he noted the game's optimization. Despite its high specifications, it ran incredibly smoothly at maximum settings. As the streamer continued to immerse his viewers in the narrative, the game's core mechanics, selling points, and the studio's prowess became undeniably clear. After completing the first minor storyline, the streamer set down his mouse, unable to conceal his excitement, and declared, "Brothers, this is undoubtedly the best game of the year, better than Black Monkey." Although I cannot fathom why the studio did not engage in any advertising, promise me you will purchase a copy to show your support. Meanwhile, the screen was inundated with comments, and unbeknownst to him, his live stream had amassed hundreds of thousands of viewers. "We must support this. It's incredible. I'm still at work, but can hardly wait to return home and play. My goodness, I foresee another all-nighter. This game is worth it. I've already added it to my wish list. I, too, have been playing for hours. It's exhilarating. Will the DLC be released?" I was particularly interested in Black Monkey, but this game, with its focus on cultivation and character development beyond mere combat, is right up my alley. Which studio is this talented? How have I never heard of them? In a matter of moments, the game achieved unprecedented popularity across the internet. Initially, it had seen only 1 or 2 purchases within the first hour or two of its release, but soon experienced an explosive surge in sales. Many flocked to buy it after watching snippets of the streamer's gameplay, while seasoned gaming enthusiasts shared information across various forums, quickly spreading the word. By the end of the day, the game had sold over 1 million copies, and that number continued to rise. It was anticipated that it might soon break the sales records set by Black Monkey. After all, the game's quality was exceptional, and its themes of primordial and mythical elements had a vast audience appeal. Most crucially, the game was devoid of any bugs or frustrating experiences, while its fun factor, narrative depth, and exhilarating combat were simply outstanding. As various media outlets began to publicize the game, they were left puzzled by the lack of prior promotion. Unlike other games that typically release content during development, this primordial-themed game had seemingly emerged from nowhere. In light of this curiosity, the media sought an interview with the game studio. At that moment, every member of the studio radiated joy. Their long-held dream had come to fruition, as their creation garnered widespread acclaim and substantial wealth. Their revelation astonished the outside world. Just 3 days prior, they had only completed an introduction, with the remaining content finished in a matter of days. The studio had utilized the Chi Fan AI to integrate a plethora of collected materials rapidly, generating the game. The studio provided an abundance of resources, creative direction, and artistic oversight, while the technical aspects, including modeling, were entirely managed by the AI operating the game engine. This revelation sent shockwaves throughout Dacia. The notion that such a flawless, bug-free AAA game was crafted by AI without any detectable traces was unprecedented. Indeed, it surpassed many human-made efforts. The capabilities of Chi Fan AI had evidently reached astonishing heights. This opened the floodgates to a new realm of possibilities. All individuals in the gaming industry, including those without prior development experience, began to ponder whether they, too, could create games with Chi Fan AI. After all, Dacia possessed a vast repository of materials and an abundance of innovative ideas and gameplay mechanics. Yet previously, production had been hampered by costs. No one would invest heavily in the risky venture of creating a AAA game. However, the landscape had shifted. With Chi Fan AI, the most challenging tasks could be entrusted to AI, significantly reducing costs. It was now feasible to produce exquisite games in a short time frame, fetching high prices, while only requiring the payment of API access fees and a modest share for the AI. It can be said that when Chi Fan AI first emerged, everyone focused on its basic and advanced professional versions. Yet this studio was the first to integrate the API, resulting in astonishing returns. Observing the profits accrued by that studio, all gaming studios found themselves restless, promptly activating their API services to embark on the creation of their own games. Even those who had never previously engaged in the gaming industry were stirred to venture into game development, setting their sights on the myriad legends, myths, and historical narratives of great Xia, intending to craft games based on these themes. Moreover, some even targeted the online literature sector, which has flourished tremendously over the past 2 decades in the domestic market, boasting a plethora of exceptional novels across various genres, all of which enjoy immense popularity. Transforming these novels into games poses little challenge, and upon completion, they inherently draw traffic and possess a dedicated fanbase. Consequently, the online literature industry experienced an unprecedented surge. with numerous studios seeking to acquire the adaptation rights of various novels, particularly those of top-tier IPs, which fetched exorbitant prices. Others turned their attention to the myriad high-quality games from abroad, embarking on a path of imitation and replication. Almost every renowned classic game found multiple studios crafting replicas, merely altering character designs, narratives, and locales while preserving the essence of the original and incorporating local adaptations. With the support of Chiffon AI, these classic games underwent a revitalization, with significant enhancements to graphics and game systems, allowing many to surpass their predecessors in numerous aspects. Particularly notable was Chiffon AI's unique capacity for high-quality visuals, seamless optimization, and impactful gameplay. The revamped horror games exuded a chilling atmosphere, immersing players in an experience akin to reality. In a flash, the Steam platform witnessed an explosive influx of games from Great Sigh, each one a AAA masterpiece. This unusual phenomenon captured the attention of the authorities, as the sudden simultaneous launch of so many games overwhelmed the review process. Initially, the officials suspected malicious uploads. However, upon inspection, they discovered that these games were far from shoddy. In fact, most were of exceptional quality. The review personnel expressed considerable interest in many titles, adding them to their collections for future enjoyment. Nevertheless, Steam officials remained perplexed as to why such a plethora of high-quality games had emerged from Great Sigh, especially since they were previously unaware of such a vast production capability. If only one or two titles had surfaced, it would have been understandable, but now there were hundreds, with an ongoing increase showing no signs of abating. Chapter 98: Dissemination of Great Sigh Culture. In recent days, gamers from Great Sigh have exclaimed that it feels like a festive season. Traditionally, globally acclaimed AAA games with substantial playability would release only a handful each year, with only one or two truly deserving the title of classic. Longtime players had grown weary of various classic titles, eagerly awaiting releases or sequels from internationally renowned studios, often waiting several years, with some major firms taking up to a decade to deliver a continuation. In terms of domestic games, it has only been in recent years that a true breakthrough has been achieved, reaching world-class standards with titles like Black Monkey. However, everything changed with the recent unveiling of a primordial fantasy game. Countless studios rushed forth, producing a multitude of masterpieces across various genres and themes within a single week. Whether it be fantasy, primordial myths, Western fantasy, adventure action, or gunplay, virtually every genre was represented, with several titles emerging in each category, all of commendable quality. Particularly, games themed around Great Sigh, which had long been cherished by players, finally came to fruition. Players who were also fans of the novels were pleasantly surprised to find their beloved fantasy stories adapted into games. Initially, these players were thrilled, adding numerous games to their wish lists. However, soon after, they found themselves overwhelmed as hundreds of new AAA games from Great Sigh appeared in the store, leading to a sense of frustration. On one hand, they grappled with insufficient funds, and on the other, they were dazzled by the sheer volume of games. Akin to a cat that has wandered onto a fishing boat, excited yet unsure which fish to catch first. In summary, propelled by the momentum within the Great Sigh gaming scene, the number of top-tier games produced surpassed the total from all other countries combined within just 1 week. Furthermore, not only did the quantity exceed, but the quality was also unparalleled. Setting aside the creativity of the studios, the technical prowess was utterly dominant. The synergy of advanced game engines and the exceptional capabilities of Chiffon AI resulted in games devoid of any bugs, showcasing remarkable expressiveness. Moreover, in terms of innovative gameplay and content, they outclassed their international counterparts entirely. As the abundance of games from Great Sigh flooded the market, players inevitably gravitated towards the high-quality offerings, which in turn fueled intense competition among game studios. Indeed, the introduction of AI did not diminish this competition, but rather intensified it. With AI generating quality content at an unprecedented speed, studios raced against time to produce and promote their creations vigorously. The approach of merely inputting novel materials into Chiffon AI for direct generation had become ineffective. While such products were technically flawless, they lacked depth in gameplay and aesthetic appeal. This was due to the absence of meticulous refinement by the studios, as Chiffon AI was designated merely as a supportive tool, with the core selling points rooted in detail, creativity, and gameplay. These attributes became the advantages of studios genuinely committed to crafting exceptional games. Without the burdens of technical concerns and costs, their passion flourished, allowing them to meticulously refine narratives, birthing a series of brilliant ideas and designs along with innovative gameplay that quickly gained popularity, later to be emulated by others. This motivated other studios to persevere, striving to ensure their games emerged as true hexagonal warriors in every aspect. It can be said that, in the wake of the tumultuous competition, only those games that stood resilient and garnered widespread acclaim managed to overshadow top-tier phenomenon titles like The Last of Us, Red Dead Redemption, Grand Theft Auto, and Uncharted. More astonishingly, such games could be completed within mere days, with hundreds making their debut in the store within a week. Compared to the years it takes for foreign studios to perfect a single title, the influence of Chiffon AI has effectively delivered a decisive advantage in the gaming realm. Within just 1 week, they had completely eclipsed the achievements of the United States and Japan in the gaming industry over the past several decades. Moreover, in the span of a week, the revenue of domestic games skyrocketed hundreds of times, significantly contributing to Great Sia's GDP. This situation bore a resemblance to the transformative impact of papermaking when it was introduced to the West, revolutionizing the world by rendering traditional papyrus and parchment obsolete, leading to an explosive dissemination of knowledge. It was indeed a dimension-reducing strike. The netizens of Great Sia brimmed with pride, expressing their gratitude to Lin Fan for propelling the gaming industry of Great Sia to surpass the West and achieve global dominance. Meanwhile, overseas, foreign gamers found themselves utterly bewildered. As I watched in astonishment, a plethora of unfamiliar games suddenly emerged in the gaming store. Initially, I suspected something amiss, but upon sampling a few titles that ranked highly on the charts, I found myself thrust into a new realm of gaming. I simply could not stop. Each game was a magnum opus, a phenomenon in its own right. Not only were they hexagonal warriors in terms of narrative, gameplay, and technology, but many of their innovative concepts had yet to be seen in foreign markets. More importantly, the games infused with authentic elements of the Great Sia culture captivated players, as they were deeply rooted in traditional values and complemented by exhilarating storylines, making them utterly irresistible. Foreign gamers were swept into a frenzy, with many streamers seemingly infected by the excitement, often exclaiming phrases akin to "do not underestimate the youth and poverty. I shall return to reclaim my honor once I have perfected my skills." One particular Western fantasy game, blended with Cthulhu mythos, was extraordinarily bizarre and grand, featuring intricate details of a Victorian backdrop along with 22 divine paths that left players yearning for more. Another fully realistic military simulation game capitalized on the hottest topics of the time, allowing players to pilot the mightiest aircraft of Blue Star and hurl explosives into the planet's largest cesspool, thus creating a viral sensation online. In summary, the sudden eruption of games from the Great Sia left foreign players dazzled, as if two Blue Star online servers had unexpectedly merged, inundating them with an overwhelming influx of unfamiliar content, leaving them puzzled as to the cause of this phenomenon. Hadn't the military hot topic only emerged a mere fortnight ago? How could high-quality games be developed so swiftly? Nevertheless, this did not hinder their enjoyment. A multitude of foreign players, while indulging in these games, developed a keen interest in unique cultural elements of the Great Sia, subsequently seeking to learn more about them. Thus, this inadvertently, significantly enhanced the spread of Great Sia culture. It can be said that the Great Sia was truly on a rampage, not only amassing wealth, but also disseminating its culture. However, in the wake of the Great Sia's game deluge, the foreign gaming industry found itself in a state of disarray. They were bewildered to witness a succession of top-quality games dominating the market and monopolizing the spotlight. After sampling these games, all they felt was trepidation. The level of quality exhibited was something they would require years of meticulous refinement to achieve, yet was now erupting from the Great Sia like a geyser. Countless studios were regretfully realizing that the slowly progressing games they were developing had already encountered related competitors, complete with compelling story elements and gameplay mechanics. And not just one, but several comprehensive alternatives. This revelation left them feeling despondent. Part of the reason for this was the sheer number of professionals in the Great Sia, where rampant competition continually spurred creative iterations, thereby significantly broadening the scope of gameplay. Moreover, the vast repository of online literature in the Great Sia was incredibly comprehensive, encompassing all varieties of story types. Additionally, some studios have been releasing teasers and mentioning gameplay elements during interviews over the past few years. Consequently, their concepts were directly referenced and preemptively executed by Great Sia studios. Now, these foreign game studios found themselves in a state of panic, helplessly watching their meticulously crafted artisanal products being obliterated by the Great Sia's mass-produced industrial goods. They simply could not compete. The disparity was insurmountable. If this continued, they would struggle to even afford their daily sustenance. Surely something monumental must have occurred in the great Xia to render game development so swift and effortless. They began to search for answers. Meanwhile, Lin Fan was listening to Xia Bing excitedly report on the achievements of Qifan AI. Without any promotional efforts, Qifan AI had already amassed a substantial number of both ordinary and professional users domestically, with a market share soaring to 90%. Particularly in specialized fields, it nearly monopolized 100% of the market. The revenue from paid services alone had reached hundreds of billions of dollars, and the content generated from API interfaces had yielded an additional 20 billion dollars. A significant portion of this revenue was derived from the gaming, film, and programming sectors. While the figures may seem modest at first glance, it is important to remember that this was merely the beginning. Various industries had just begun to integrate Qifan AI. And aside from the gaming sector, which was already producing content on a large scale, other fields were still in a phase of adjustment. Even so, these figures were already astounding, especially considering this was just within a week, and the revenue share demanded by Qifan AI was relatively low. It was foreseeable that Qifan AI would evolve into a colossal money-making machine, bringing immense wealth to Lin Fan. Perhaps the annual income of Qifan AI alone could rival the GDP of a mid-sized nation. Xia Bing enthusiastically painted a picture of the future, expressing her earlier underestimation of the transformative impact Qifan AI would bring. Her analytical framework had proven overly conservative. Not only her, but everyone else, including officials who were aware of the formidable capabilities of the jellyfish, had never anticipated that Qifan AI could enhance productivity to such an extraordinary degree. They may have contemplated it, but the actual upheaval that unfolded had reshaped their understanding. Even the most astute forecasts produced merely linear predictions, whereas Qifan AI had unleashed a chain reaction akin to a nuclear explosion, significantly altering every facet of society, resulting in an extraordinarily exaggerated cumulative effect. At that moment, Lin Fan did not appear overly excited. He merely acknowledged with a hum, which prompted Xia Bing to admire her boss's composure. She then added, "Boss, with Qifan AI experiencing such explosive growth, I fear our computational resources may soon be insufficient. Now that we have the funds, shouldn't we consider expanding our jellyfish units?" Presently, the jellyfish at Qifan AI was nearly operating at full capacity to serve paying users. While ordinary users were temporarily managed by the original jellyfish created by Lin Fan in the biological laboratory, which was responsible for overseeing Qifan Pharmaceuticals and Qifan AI, as well as network security. Despite the jellyfish's remarkable performance, its management and maintenance costs were not trivial. Constructing a large tank and regularly replacing nutrient solutions was necessary, especially since the jellyfish operated at high speeds, necessitating a complete nutrient change nearly every week. Furthermore, the jellyfish's vital signs and the state of the nutrient solutions required constant monitoring by a team of professionals. These costs were substantial, whereas the electricity consumed by the jellyfish was surprisingly low. Lin Fan nodded in agreement. "Sure, since the company has sufficient space. Preparing a few more jellyfish should allow for quick deployment. I will make time to visit." After hanging up, Lin Fan's phone rang again. This time it was a video call. He directed the jellyfish to connect, projecting the image onto the large television in the living room. Shortly thereafter, Lu Shua's round face appeared on the screen. He was responsible for overseeing sensitive and confidential corporate affairs related to military and aerospace industries. Recently, his interactions with Lin Fan had become increasingly frequent, serving in some capacity as a liaison between the authorities and Lin Fan. However, during Lin Fan's last disclosure regarding the jellyfish, he had unfortunately been absent, and upon learning of it afterward, he regretted missing the opportunity to witness the jellyfish firsthand. Now, upon seeing Lin Fan, a broad smile spread across his face. "Little Lin, your jellyfish is truly remarkable. It has come to my attention that during our last encounter, the jellyfish had already come into existence. Why did you not introduce the jellyfish to the elder brother back then?" As he spoke, a hint of reproach tinged his tone. He had been preoccupied with the production applications of the mutated spider silk, and only after he finally managed to wrap up his tasks did he discover that Lin Fan had stirred up such a tremendous commotion. Moreover, this time it was a mutated jellyfish, which was exponentially more astonishing than the mutated spider silk. Having witnessed the growth and research applications of the jellyfish firsthand left him utterly astounded. How could such an entity, comparable to extraterrestrial technology, exist? Lin Fan's research capabilities are indeed remarkable. With a playful remark, he continued without awaiting Lin Fan's response. Such a remarkable creation as the jellyfish should have been sold to the authorities much sooner. Its utility is unparalleled, Each passing day could yield an immense increase in productivity. You have no idea. The researchers for various departments are currently embroiled in heated debates over the computational quotas for the jellyfish. This marvel can significantly accelerate the pace of scientific inquiry. Previously, a complex structure or code that would take ages to develop can now be generated in mere seconds using the jellyfish. Furthermore, the outputs it produces align remarkably well with scientific principles. By inputting the invaluable data and formulas we have amassed over the years, we have supplemented the physical laws, and the results it generates are astonishingly close to the optimal solutions in reality. Haha. Chapter 100. The above request. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. Surely, a single jellyfish could accommodate multiple research endeavors without issue. Why then was there contention over computational shares and usage time? Look, our solitary jellyfish can easily serve countless professional studios through API interfaces, he remarked. Lu Shuo burst into laughter, saying that as child's play, how much computational power can be consumed in game development and film special effects. It's a cakewalk for the jellyfish. Our work is far more intricate. You see, those researchers are practically desperate to exploit the jellyfish to its limits. If we hadn't witnessed its remarkable capability to handle such intense usage, we would have been quite distressed. I must say, the jellyfish not only rivals supercomputers in computational power, its neural network and intelligent coding are exceptionally suited for scientific research. Did you know? We fed the data collected over many years from our nation's large wind tunnels into the jellyfish, refining the airflow model, and it constructed a large virtual artificial wind tunnel. When we applied it to test the 6th-generation aircraft, the results were strikingly consistent with those from real wind tunnels. Haha. This will allow us to save a tremendous amount of time and expense in future experiments, only needing to run some final checks in actual wind tunnels to ensure everything is in order. Those who relied solely on computer simulations previously lacked the capability to construct super-large wind tunnels and now cannot compete with us in aircraft design iterations. They used to console themselves by claiming that the differences between simulations and reality were negligible and that research costs were lower. But now that they are aware we possess both super-large wind tunnels and virtual software that rivals real wind tunnels, they are left speechless. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan felt a stir of desire within him. He too yearned for the classified data and formulas held by the authorities. After all, these authentic wind tunnel simulations are an integral part of the universal laws, existing solely within the complete universe of reality. In the crystal universe, Lin Fan could only implement rudimentary physical laws, and issues that remain unresolved in reality, such as quantum mechanics, dark matter, and turbulence, cannot be directly input with formulas. This explains why Lin Fan had refrained from conducting physical experiments within the crystal universe. To grasp these concepts, one must venture into nature, ascending from the logic of fundamental materials to the pinnacle, gradually completing the laws within the crystal universe. The data held by the authorities could be likened to a treasure trove of concentrated foundational principles. Acquiring them would greatly enhance the physical laws within the crystal universe. However, he refrained from vocalizing his request, knowing well that the authorities would not grant it. Perhaps, though, he could explore alternative avenues to obtain them, such as visiting their large wind tunnels in person, thereby replicating the operational wind tunnels within the crystal universe and thus mastering those laws. Ultimately, Lin Fan required not the specific data and formulas themselves, but rather the understanding they represented. Similarly, he could consider visiting various high-tech aerospace and military industries domestically, scanning their innovations into the crystal universe to acquire components, processes, and material data that are not documented in textbooks. Given his current rapport with the authorities, such requests should not prove too challenging. The only concern was to avoid raising their suspicions, ensuring that any subsequent products would not reveal an obvious connection. Lu Shuo continued his enthusiastic discourse. He tested the intelligence of the jellyfish, and its reasoning and comprehension abilities are equivalent to that of a human with an IQ of around 120. The contribution of a single jellyfish to research is akin to that of 1,000 research workers. While it may not possess groundbreaking ideas, its efficiency in executing mental tasks is remarkable. Consider this. Many research project teams are in competition with one another. Whoever can access the jellyfish first effectively gains an additional 1,000 researchers, significantly accelerating project timelines and potentially obstructing the paths of their competitors. Can you blame them for their urgency? After a spirited discussion, he sighed, I truly feel outdated and out of touch with the times. Not only do I struggle to comprehend technology like the jellyfish, but I also never anticipated that artificial intelligence could bring about such monumental changes. The explosive growth in various industries, particularly gaming, this year can be largely attributed to Chiffon AI. Little Lin, your company alone could contribute significantly to the national GDP this year. In fact, what has most astonished the authorities is the dissemination of daxia culture, which has found a breakthrough through the proliferation of daxia games. These diverse games have captivated foreign players, prompting them to explore various facets of daxia. This is far more efficient than the usual proactive cultural outreach from the authorities. After some time, he suddenly shifted the topic. By the way, Little Lin, I haven't yet discussed the main matter with you. Preliminary research on the jellyfish has revealed that its internal biological structures produce certain crystalline formations, highly conducive to photon migration. Moreover, its operational principles appear to revolve around photon transmission. Consequently, there's been contemplation about the possibility of boldly utilizing the jellyfish's structure and materials to develop a uniquely architected photon computer. We would still employ the jellyfish's neural network architecture and the materials found within it, but instead of a biological form, we aim to create a device that can run on electricity and be mass-produced. We do not seek performance on par with the jellyfish itself. Rather, we desire a machine that surpasses the capabilities of current top-tier computers, with low heat generation, effectively circumventing traditional chip and graphics card architectures. This way, daxia will no longer be constrained in this area, and may even gain the upper hand over the West. However, the jellyfish is exceedingly precious, and to prevent any harm, we are reluctant to extract its biological materials for research, even though it possesses self-repair capabilities. Moreover, even if we were to obtain such materials, we remain utterly at a loss regarding the research direction. The authorities have considered that you, as the inventor of the mutated jellyfish, might be able to devise some brilliant ideas to bring this vision to fruition. What resources do you require that can be entirely fulfilled by the upper echelons? While the intellectual property of the new computer remains wholly yours. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback by such a demand from above. It seemed that the jellyfish, as a novel computer architecture, had indeed captured their fervent interest, revealing the potential to transcend traditional computing paradigms. However, the prospect of miniaturized photonic computers posed significant challenges. Chapter 101: The Catalyst for Revenge. Historically, the realization of photonic computer concepts had been fraught with difficulties, necessitating the ground-up research of all components to facilitate photonic transmission computations. Despite the alluring nature of such technology, boasting rapid speeds and minimal heat generation, the harsh reality presented numerous formidable obstacles. Firstly, photons are not as easily manipulated as electrons and rely on specialized optical components. This introduces the complexity of logic gate elements, which do not simply utilize transistor switches as in electronic computers. Furthermore, photonic routers represent a considerable hurdle. Yet, the inherent structure of the jellyfish adeptly addresses these issues, with its diverse materials holding significant research value. The current objective of the authorities is to harness these materials for the mass production of photonic computers, potentially igniting a revolution in computational power that could render existing computer systems obsolete. Otherwise, the jellyfish, being a maintenance-intensive and costly apparatus, would remain limited to specialized fields and fail to permeate everyday life. Lin Fan glanced at Lu Shua, sensing that the authorities had tacitly acknowledged his possession of secrets beneficial to scientific research. Nevertheless, this also presented a golden opportunity to propose a visit to some of the more clandestine technologies and materials. This research requirement posed no disruption to Lin Fan's plans. In fact, it could be seen as a preparatory measure for the impending shifts in circumstances. He replied, "Certainly. However, I must confess my lack of experience in hardware development. The jellyfish is an exception, as it exploits my expertise to an advantage. As for the knowledge concerning photonic computers and physical chemistry, I will require further study to ascertain the feasibility of this path, given that biomimetic photonic computing is a route that is yet to be contemplated by anyone. Additionally, I would like to examine the authority's significant research related to photonic computers, preferably with large-scale prototypes." Upon hearing Lin Fan's agreement, Lu Shua's expression lit up with joy, and, without hesitation, he responded, "Not a problem. If we can make progress in this area, our nation will undoubtedly soar." He was aware that the authorities had previously conducted research in this domain, but had not made significant strides in a long time, facing numerous insurmountable challenges. There were even doubts regarding the viability of photonic computing until they encountered the jellyfish, which illuminated the possibility of its existence within the real world. Now that a new path had been established, the previous research's value diminished. If it could inspire Lin Fan, it would be worth it. Moreover, this would provide an opportunity to discreetly observe the mysteries surrounding this young man. After ending the call, Lin Fan fell into deep contemplation, pondering the forthcoming situation and recognizing that he was prepared for all eventualities. As Fan AI gained unprecedented popularity across the internet, even without offering paid services abroad, it would soon impact foreign markets, particularly as they came to understand the capabilities and value of the jellyfish, which would inevitably incite panic. This trepidation would stem from three primary sources. The first being that only our nation benefits from the jellyfish, which would deliver a devastating blow to foreign industries, an outcome they would vehemently oppose. The West would spare no effort to suppress any emerging power, seizing the most advanced technologies for themselves while stifling others' growth. The second source of anxiety arises from the recent upheaval caused by Miller AI, which has left Western nations, particularly the United States, in a state of lingering apprehension. Even without this catalyst, they would likely use it as a pretext to demand a ban on Fan AI and insist on the surrender of source codes. The third source of concern pertains to the emergence of Fan AI, which would undoubtedly evoke associations with recent events, such as the mass arrest of our intelligence personnel or the sudden anomalies surrounding Miller AI. It goes without saying that this would precipitate a turbulent storm, with the West resolutely targeting Fan AI. This is precisely why Lin Fan consented to assist the authorities with the photonic computer project. The impending scrutiny over all matters related to computing, particularly graphics cards, would be intense, as they would presume that their AI superiority was entirely contingent upon these components. If they were to cut off the supply of graphics cards, they believed Fan AI would capitulate. Lin Fan had awaited this moment for an extended period, knowing that once the United States had exhausted all alternative routes, they would ultimately resort to one method: technological theft, aiming to neutralize him as a threat. Since our nation's intelligence network could not be re-established in the immediate term, the U.S. officials would find themselves with limited resources, potentially prioritizing contact with the Hyena organization to orchestrate yet another assassination attempt against him. They had covertly supported the Hyena organization for some time, and, through Fan AI, they would connect the dots, realizing that they had long known the Miller Consortium was the shadowy force behind their abduction, which had led to its downfall. Consequently, the Hyena organization would likely receive this information and actively seek to confront him. At that juncture, Lin Fan would reclaim his standing. Since his return to the country, he had been meticulously orchestrating these developments, with every step fitting into his grand design. Recently, his abilities had also seen an enhancement, allowing him to utilize puppets within the crystal universe for various endeavors. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, his eyes narrowed in contemplation. Meanwhile, in the United States, the gaming community, after an initial frenzy, gazed at the hundreds of new premium games added to their collections, alongside over 1,000 new titles from our nation uploaded to the gaming marketplace, leading to a moment of hesitation. They were not experiencing aesthetic fatigue, but rather a sense of saturation. Just as a solitary precious gem captivates all attention, an abundance of gems can cause them to be perceived merely as glass beads. Currently, American gaming streamers were not predominantly playing the same trending game as before. Instead, they were showcasing a diverse array of games, all of which were masterpieces of the highest caliber. Viewers in the live chats engaged in fervent discussions regarding the sudden influx of outstanding games. At that moment, one viewer's revelation captured everyone's attention. "I have discovered the truth. After relentless investigation, I found that all of this stems from an artificial intelligence released by our nation. Every game studio in our country is utilizing this AI, allowing them to produce top-tier games that previously required years of development in a matter of moments." This revelation sent shockwaves through the audience. Within moments, everyone accepted this explanation, as no other possibility seemed plausible. As increasing numbers of foreign netizens delved into the details, Fan AI, an artificial intelligence that had not undergone any promotional campaign, finally emerged into the global spotlight. Chapter 102, United Pressure. People abroad quickly recognized the formidable capabilities of Fan AI. After undergoing their evaluations, Fan AI has proven itself capable of accomplishing any task that other large models can perform, and even excels beyond them. Not only is its speed remarkable, but it also possesses a profound understanding of human inquiries and needs, delivering impeccable results. It has utterly outclassed all the esteemed Western models, including the recently fallen Miller model. Following their experiences, many have expressed their astonishment online, exclaiming, "Is Fan AI truly this formidable? Is this really the level of intelligence achievable by AI?" Its capabilities in translation, scanning, and office tasks even surpass those of numerous specialized paid software, and it is available for free. I find myself unable to part with it. I am currently using Chiffon AI to learn the Daxia language, and my progress is astonishingly rapid. Since the advent of Chiffon AI, I am no longer stumped by complex calculus problems. By simply inputting the questions, it can even provide multiple solutions. How is this achievable? I feel as though it embodies the very essence of the artificial intelligence depicted in films. With such advanced technology, why has our media remained silent? It is truly lamentable that the technological prowess of Daxia has gradually surpassed our own, while we, the common people, remain in the dark. Remarkably, it was developed by Lin Fan. How could he be so exceptional? Was it not previously stated that he lacked the capability to develop artificial intelligence? It appears we have underestimated Lin Fan. No wonder there were whispers of a conspiracy to kidnap him not long ago. Do you recall Professor Tao's assertion that he is a once-in-a-millennium genius? I now wholeheartedly believe it. This is merely the free version. I have heard that the professional mode boasts even more astounding performance. All those recent Daxia games were created using the professional mode, which is not accessible to foreigners. It is no wonder. What shall we do? If this continues, our children will be competing with Daxia's gaming industry, not just in gaming, but also in film effects and other sectors. Every industry reliant on intellectual labor and technical output has been significantly impacted by Daxia's advancements. Indeed, I recently observed a short video produced by Daxia on social media, and the special effects surpassed those of Avatar, all created in just a matter of days. Experts from various countries in the field of artificial intelligence have expressed their astonishment at Chiffon AI. They are eager to obtain its code to discern why its performance is so exceptional. However, Chiffon AI is not an open-source model, nor does it provide access to its professional interfaces. Consequently, these organizations resorted to connecting with APIs from Daxia's enterprises, conducting a rudimentary test. The results of this test left everyone utterly astounded. All test items exhibited a significant lead over other large models. It is important to note that this was merely a performance evaluation conducted via API interfaces and not a comprehensive test of the source code on a super server to assess its limits. This indicates that the true strength of Chiffon AI is formidable, almost unfathomable. At the very least, the institutions in Daxia that promptly tested Chiffon AI's applications in various professional fields reported results that left industry professionals in a cold sweat. In all these domains, Chiffon AI, when paired with professional software, has delivered astonishing work efficiency. Whether it involves creating a game in a few days, producing special effects for a blockbuster film, or developing software, none of these tasks pose any challenge. Moreover, the outcomes achieved far exceed the world's advanced standards. The current dominance of Daxia's games in the market is a testament to this. Upon realizing these facts, foreign experts fell into complete silence. They could not comprehend why, despite their own rapid advancements in AI, they had suddenly lagged behind. Why, with both being large models, could Chiffon AI be so advanced? Numerous tests have shown that it possesses human-like thinking capabilities. Is this truly achievable solely through coding? Experts in the field of artificial intelligence remain skeptical of such simplicity. Setting this aside, they are acutely aware that trouble is brewing. The leaders of foreign tech companies and high-ranking officials in foreign consortiums promptly communicated their concerns to their governments. Presently, Chiffon AI's professional mode is entirely inaccessible to the public. If its usage continues unchecked, not only will various industries in Daxia enter a golden age of substantial growth, but the foreign industries will face a catastrophic decline, losing all competitiveness. Ultimately, the West will experience collective deterioration. Governments around the world have taken note of Chiffon AI's situation, and their think tanks have meticulously analyzed the pros and cons. Consequently, they reacted swiftly. The United States issued an immediate inquiry, stating, "We have recently observed the emergence of an exceptionally intelligent AI in Daxia, which has attracted widespread usage and caused significant market disruption. We're deeply concerned, as the safety of artificial intelligence is of paramount importance, especially in light of the prior Miller model incident. The intelligence level of Chiffon AI far exceeds that of the Miller model, indicating that its associated risks are even greater. Allowing such an AI to operate unchecked is grossly irresponsible. It is akin to a ticking time bomb, beyond its market impact and the resultant unfair competition. We are apprehensive that this AI may also engage in the collection of user information and privacy. Therefore, we demand Chiffon AI's full cooperation with our investigation, an immediate cessation of its services, and the submission of Chiffon AI's model source code for our review. In light of Chiffon AI companies' irresponsible actions causing market panic, we have decided to impose a fine of 5 billion US dollars. We expect Chiffon AI to comply with our directives. Failure to respond will result in severe penalties. Following the issuance of this statement, a multitude of developed Western nations quickly followed suit with similar declarations, echoing comparable sentiments and imposing hefty fines. The release of these official statements sparked a worldwide uproar, including within Dacia. Outside of Dacia, industry, personnel, and netizens from all nations rejoiced. Fantastic. The authorities have finally intervened. This is great. I've been overwhelmed by the multitude of games launched by Dacia these past few days. Our industry is saved, and we need not worry about being undercut anymore. The fines are well-deserved. I believe they should be even higher, considering how much profit they've accrued during this period. All of it should be confiscated. Chapter 103, Shameless Acts. I said it. How long has it been since the Miller model incident? How can anyone be so forgetful as to continue developing such high-intelligence AI models? This is no trivial matter. The potential harm caused by Chiffon AI may far surpass that of the Miller model, with the possibility of world destruction looming. Their code must be made public. We need to inspect it for hidden dangers. Such technology must not remain in the hands of Dacia. Even in the absence of safety concerns, they must share their code, as the finest technologies should be in the hands of civilized society. If it turns out there are no hazards, then this model would effectively be open source, alleviating concerns about industrial impact. Could the recent issues with the Miller model be related to Chiffon AI? Is it possible that Chiffon Company is pulling strings behind the scenes? The two models were launched almost consecutively. It is plausible. I have long maintained that the people of Dacia are untrustworthy. It has become evident that the prior losses were wrought by their actions, which explains why Dacia remains unscathed. It is imperative that Chiffon Corporation faces severe repercussions. Recently, a wave of conspiracy theories regarding Chiffon AI has surged abroad, and I must admit that their speculations bear a semblance of truth. Furthermore, the authorities have successfully incited public anxiety under the guise of information security, a well-worn trope. For an extended period, it has been widely believed that network products from Dacia are inherently unsafe, engage in the collection and theft of information. And Chiffon AI is no exception. After all, individuals upload a plethora of sensitive data for work purposes, raising concerns about whether Chiffon AI might retain backups. In summary, professionals from foreign industries are fervently excited, having ostensibly resolved their lingering anxieties. This moment also presents an opportunity for them. Once they gain access to Chiffon AI's models, their productivity will undoubtedly be enhanced. Currently, they revel in the impending success that awaits them. As for whether Chiffon Corporation will pay fines or surrender source codes, such considerations are far from their minds. In their view, all Western nations have united to exert pressure. How could Chiffon AI dare to resist? On the other hand, netizens in Dacia are aflame with outrage, their sentiments starkly contrasting those of their foreign counterparts, as they uniformly condemn the hypocrisy and unsightly behavior of these Western nations. The rhetoric of excessive intelligence, posing security threats, and accusations of information theft is utterly predictable, lacking any semblance of novelty. One need only consider the likely responses of these Western nations. How could they possibly resign themselves to witnessing the rise of Dacia's technological prowess? Yet, could it be that the incident involving the Miller model was indeed instigated by Chiffon AI? If that were the case, I can only commend their audacity. They demand source codes and fines, truly a farce. The rationale of security concerns is mere nonsense. Their core motivation is envy. As they watch Dacia prepare to reap the benefits of the next generation of artificial intelligence, unable to resist claiming a share for themselves. Indeed, they profess the need for open-source code inspections to ascertain safety. Yet, was the Miller model not released without prior scrutiny? When an AI undergoes a transformation, who among us can predict the outcome? Chiffon AI must not yield. They should disregard the pressure. At worst, they can confine their endeavors to the domestic market, where progress continues unabated, and it will be the foreign entities who find themselves in distress. Yes, Chiffon AI must not permit access to foreign markets, lest they exploit this opportunity to advance, benefiting while feigning innocence. Rest assured, Chiffon AI has the backing of the government, ensuring that no harm will come to them. Dacia is no longer the same as it once was. As anticipated, Chiffon AI promptly responded to the statements from Western nations, declaring them to be blatant slanders and acts of bullying. They affirmed their unwavering stance against capitulation to unfounded accusations. They asserted that the reputational damage inflicted by Western nations on Chiffon AI is deeply detrimental and that an official apology is warranted. They emphasize that this incident is unrelated to information security, but rather a ploy by technologically lagging Western nations to exploit Dacia's advanced technology. They condemn the actions of these Western nations as utterly shameless, stripping away the veneer of civility to reveal the barbaric nature of their predation. The Dacia government also issued a statement, vehemently denouncing the officials of these nations, asserting that the transformation of productivity is an unstoppable trend, a wheel of time that cannot be reversed. They must adapt to the reality of their obsolescence. Had a foreign nation invented a tool like Chiffon AI, their attitude would have been entirely different. Thus, this constitutes a smear campaign and a form of plunder directed at Dacia enterprises, which is utterly unacceptable. They warned these nations to cease their attacks on Chiffon Corporation immediately, lest they escalate the conflict, the consequences of which they would bear. The firm stance of the Dacia government has sent shockwaves throughout the world. They were unprepared for Dacia's resolute response in the face of such united pressure from Western nations. Was it not just recently that a minor show of strength was sufficient to intimidate a certain major power? How was it that they now possess such confidence? It seems we are in for quite a spectacle. Indeed, the American government was quick to respond, stating that if Dacia and Chiffon Corporation maintain this attitude, they must face the consequences. Furthermore, the United States will not relent until their objectives are met and will subsequently target Chiffon Corporation relentlessly, even if the opposition ultimately concedes. They will face the most severe penalties. All fines will be doubled, and Chiffon AI shall never be permitted to list in the United States. They concluded by stating that their previous demands were remarkably lenient, asserting that had it been a company from another nation, the response would have been far less accommodating. They urged Chiffon Corporation to carefully weigh the potential gains and losses. Subsequently, the United States announced the temporary freeze of overseas accounts belonging to these Dacia game studios. And the Steam platform will no longer accept game uploads from Dacia for the foreseeable future. This news has sent shockwaves across Dacia. However, this is merely the first step. The American government is privately consulting with think tanks to devise further measures to compel Chiffon Corporation to comply. In an opulent office, a cadre of impeccably dressed individuals with commanding presences convenes in a meeting. Among them are America's elite capitalists and various expert advisors, with the representative of the American government at the helm. At this moment, the leader addresses the most significant figures in the United States, stating, "Let us hear your opinions. How shall we proceed to obtain the source code from Chiffon Corporation?" One individual speaks up, suggesting, "I believe we should intensify our punitive measures. Currently, we have merely frozen the accounts of those game studios. Why not directly confiscate their earnings? That money could significantly alleviate our national debt." The leader regards him for a moment, replying, "And then what? Do you think this is the past? A decade or two ago, perhaps we could have acted thus without concern for repercussions. But now, Dacia has emerged as a formidable giant. In certain military domains, they even surpass us, exhibiting a level of advancement that is unequivocally superior. We cannot afford to engage in a mutually destructive scenario. Do you understand?" The individual falls silent, noticing the incredulous gazes of others directed at him. The leader continues, "Let me clarify something to avoid any lingering confusion. We are currently dealing with a behemoth that stands on equal footing with us in various respects. We must stymie their upcoming period of golden development. Our actions do not confer any moral or ethical superiority. It is not that Chiffon AI genuinely poses a threat of information theft or jeopardizes network security, though that second point is debatable. Our true concern lies in the potential for this tool to catalyze a transformative era, exponentially increasing productivity. We need to be on board." In conclusion, he offers a vivid analogy. Thus, our strategy is to employ various means to coerce the opposing party into submission, compelling them to share their codes with us, allowing both parties to reap the rewards of artificial intelligence. Now, let us discuss our course of action. What additional avenues can we explore to force their compliance? At this juncture, an elder named Huang interjects, "I believe our only remaining advantage lies in graphics cards. America has few technological leads over Dacia, and only in the realm of chip manufacturing does the latter still lack the prospect of immediate overtaking. The graphics card is indeed an indispensable component for training artificial intelligence, and I believe we must craft our strategy around this. In the future, not only should the sale of high-end graphics cards be prohibited, but we must restrict them to lower-end models for the great sigh, rendering their artificial intelligence capabilities ineffective." Recently, Lao Huang has been positively beaming, as the meteoric rise of Chiffon AI has significantly boosted his company's stock price. However, this has not deterred him from his firm stance on banning the sale of graphics cards to great sigh. He is seemingly unfazed by the potential loss of the largest market, which would considerably reduce the company's profits. After all, his graphics cards are perpetually in high demand and unparalleled in quality. Once Great Xia capitulates and the ban is lifted, they will undoubtedly continue to purchase in large quantities as if nothing had happened. Perhaps by then, they will earn even more than they do now. Others nodded in agreement, exchanging glances. I believe this is the most effective course of action. Currently, their AI and other industries are experiencing rapid growth, creating a substantial demand for high-end graphics cards. The person in charge nodded and continued discussions with others about additional measures. Shortly thereafter, the American government officially announced that, due to Qifan AI's persistent non-cooperation with investigations, it would commence punitive actions. Henceforth, all mid to high-end graphics cards would be strictly prohibited from being sold or transported to Great Xia, with severe penalties, including hefty fines and imprisonment for violations. Furthermore, a 30% tariff would be imposed on Great Xia's imports of low-end graphics cards, chips, and lithography machines. Upon the announcement, foreign nations cheered, while Great Xia erupted in despair. Domestic smartphone, computer industries, and internet companies, alongside businesses reliant on high-end graphics cards, such as gaming and film production companies, fell silent. This tactic by the United States was ruthless, effectively sacrificing the Great Xia market to obtain Qifan AI's code. No, they're not abandoning the Great Xia market. Rather, they are confident that Great Xia will buckle under pressure. With the advent of Qifan AI, the scale of the gaming and film industries has expanded exponentially, and the demand for high-end graphics cards has surged. Stopping the influx of graphics cards now would effectively stifle the entire industry's growth. They believe this will compel Great Xia to concede. Many industry insiders have analyzed this situation thoroughly. The netizens of Great Xia, while infuriated, felt helpless. After all, our country's graphics card development has lagged far behind that of four nations. Most critically, the lithography machine remains exceedingly challenging to manufacture. We have yet to produce an EUV lithography machine. The Americans are truly nefarious. The graphics card companies, too, seem willing to forsake imminent sales surges to suppress us. There is no recourse. Our lagging development is the root cause. When the day comes that we master the technology of lithography machines, we shall reclaim our standing. However, the intricacies of lithography are no simple matter, and it may take considerable time. What do you think will ultimately happen? Will we truly have to submit? Sigh. Let us observe how our leaders will respond. It is likely they will negotiate. If all else fails, we may have to resort to military intimidation. Alas, if only we could suddenly develop a lithography machine now. Do you think the esteemed Lin Fan could accomplish it and surprise us? It seems unlikely. After all, Lin Fan originally hails from the field of biology. No single individual can possibly excel in so many domains simultaneously. Indeed, this time it appears genuinely challenging. While his prowess in AI stems from his mathematical aptitude, suddenly pivoting to hardware development, particularly in the complex domain of lithography, which encompasses numerous engineering challenges, seems a lofty expectation. I believe in the esteemed Lin Fan. When he was developing AI, did you not doubt him then? Ultimately, he proved the skeptics wrong. I am confident he will navigate this challenge successfully. Meanwhile, within Great Xia, discontent began to brew, blaming Qifan AI for the turmoil it has brought upon the world. They argue that Qifan AI should cooperate with foreign investigations for the sake of global security. These voices belong to a faction within Great Xia that is overly enamored with foreign ideologies, including individuals in high positions or those of considerable wealth. At this moment, the world waits with bated breath to see how Great Xia will respond. Unexpectedly, the Great Xia government issued a robust response, denouncing the actions of the United States as outright bullying devoid of any moral standing, and declare that they would not be swayed. No entity can impede the dawn of a new era. Consequently, all repercussions will be borne by the United States. They further warned the United States that they are oblivious to the gravity of their actions. This is merely the last futile struggle of a dying beast. Should they possess any wisdom, they would promptly lift the ban and cease hostilities against Great Xia. For this is an opportunity for them to reap substantial rewards before their technology becomes obsolete. Should they fail to seize this moment, the existence of a ban will be inconsequential in the future, as the landscape will have been irrevocably transformed. Chapter 105, New Research Achievements. The resolute stance of Great Xia has left the world astounded. Domestic netizens breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that their technology had not been handed over so easily. Yet they remain perplexed about the next steps. Is the government truly so resolute? Do they possess some hidden trump card? The implications of their words suggest they may have long been preparing for such a scenario, leaving room for unknown surprises. Meanwhile, the Americans were left utterly bewildered. They had presumed that Great Xia would falter under pressure and agree, given the immense value that Chiffon AI could generate. Even a shared code with half going to the United States would still yield substantial benefits. Is Great Xia truly unwilling to accept even this compromise? Determined to monopolize all the gains? This has left the Americans scratching their heads in confusion, especially in light of the seemingly laden undertones in the official statement from Great Xia. Upon hearing this declaration, Lao Huang felt a jolt of anxiety, his face betraying his unease. He recognized the urgency to capitalize on this moment. Otherwise, the opportunity would slip away and they would face obsolescence. Was this statement subtly referencing the graphics card industry? The current graphics card market is extraordinarily vibrant, propelled by the productivity explosion in various film and game design sectors due to Chiffon AI. These industries require high-end hardware to run specialized software. Not everything can rely solely on Chiffon AI for generation. A significant amount of work must be processed locally. Thus, the demand for graphics cards has skyrocketed, increasing by several multiples, and prices have surged. To take advantage of this moment would indeed imply a focus on graphics cards. However, why would graphics cards be deemed obsolete in the future? That seems implausible. How could one train artificial intelligence without graphics cards? Lao Huang shook his head, finding it difficult to accept such a notion. Surely, this must be a bluff from Great Xia, an attempt to coerce them into lifting the ban. A slight smirk graced his lips. Did they truly think him a child of 3? As long as they hold their ground. It remains to be seen who will crack first. The current ban is of little concern. The United States and other nations still have a high demand for graphics cards, as they await the expanded industrial scale following the deployment of Chiffon AI. The longer the ban persists, not only does it stymie the development of the Great Xia, increasing its sense of urgency, but it also allows foreign entities to prepare more thoroughly. However, he never anticipated that the events that would unfold next would catch him completely off guard. On that day, Chiffon AI Company unexpectedly announced a press conference, inviting journalists from around the globe to Pengcheng, where Lin Fan would personally attend. The conference was set to unveil Lin Fan's latest groundbreaking achievement. This news instantly sent shockwaves around the world, as renowned journalists who had initially come to the Great Xia flocked to the event. Following the launch of the rehabilitation serum and Chiffon AI, Lin Fan had already attained a near-mythical status. Now, with such a short interval before announcing another significant breakthrough, the world was left in awe yet rife with skepticism. How could one individual's research progress at such an astonishing pace? Was he truly a genius, able to produce new findings as effortlessly as one drinks water? The journalists, recalling the previous statements from the Great Xia officials, began to suspect a connection to the impending press conference. Abroad, particularly among officials and stakeholders in the United States, an ominous premonition began to take hold. Upon hearing the news, netizens in the Great Xia were electrified, speculating whether Lin Fan had indeed unlocked the technology for lithography machines. If that were the case, it would be nothing short of revolutionary. The press conference commenced as scheduled, but rather than resembling the grand product launches typical of internet firms, it took place in a hotel lobby. Lin Fan, donned in a tailored suit, sat at the center, flanked by prominent figures including Xie Bing and Liu Shaw, as well as high-ranking officials from Pengcheng. The audience was filled with journalists, their equipment set up with bright lights flashing incessantly. At the outset of the conference, Lin Fan spoke directly. He explained that the purpose of the gathering was to allow everyone to witness the official commencement of a new research project. A subtle smile graced his face. Recently, there had been considerable controversy surrounding the artificial intelligence developed by his company, primarily instigated by Western nations intent on tarnishing their reputation for profit, even attempting to coerce the surrender of their source code. His expression shifted to one of seriousness as he stated, "To those still harboring hope, I reiterate, our company will not share its research results with anyone, regardless of their underhanded tactics. I fear no one." Lin Fan's resolute stance reverberated around the world through the live broadcast, while many netizens in the Great Xia applauded. Some questioned whether Lin Fan was merely putting on a facade, as doubts swirled among netizens about whether new products would indeed be unveiled at the conference. Lin Fan retrieved a cube from his pocket and placed it on the table. This cube, translucent and seemingly crafted from glass, contained a complex network of intertwining structures, with numerous points affixed to its inner walls, reminiscent of the suction pads of a climbing vine. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that the branches were exceedingly fine and densely packed, their quantity indeterminate. Photographers immediately trained their lenses on this cube, presenting it for the first time to the world. In a conference room in the United States, the assembled individuals, including key officials and old Huang, gaped at the object, their expressions a mix of confusion and curiosity. Was this the research Lin Fan was embarking upon? Who could identify what it was? And what relation did it have to graphics cards? A scientist called in for this occasion, adjusting his glasses, leaned closer and remarked, "It resembles some kind of mineral, akin to titanium crystal, containing metallic crystals within, but of a type I have never encountered before. Could it possibly be synthetic?" Returning to the press conference scene, amidst the journalist's puzzlement, Lin Fan began to speak. Those foolish individuals abroad attempt to halt the inevitable march of progress, seeking to throttle us with their inferior technology. Those who have never ventured beyond their narrow confines will never grasp the vastness of this world. Allow me to shatter their hopes once and for all. I previously stated that our company would not share the code for Chiffon AI. However, I did not mention that even if we were to make the code public, those fools would still be incapable of constructing a functional AI. The room erupted in astonished murmurs among the journalists, while viewers in the Great Sia's live stream engaged in fervent discussions. Could it be that the inferior technology refers to chips and graphics cards? Has the mogul truly invented a lithography machine? At that moment, a netizen sensed something amiss. Wait, if it were a lithography machine, it would merely level the playing field with the West, preventing us from being throttled. But how could it render their technology obsolete? Many viewers widened their eyes in excitement, anticipating the unfolding drama. How audacious! Even if I were to give you the code, you would still be unable to utilize it. Wasn't it said before that even if we received the blueprints for a lithography machine, we couldn't replicate it? Now that statement is being returned. Never underestimate the technological prowess of the Great Xia. But what does it mean that even with the code, it would be useless? Isn't it all run on computers? At this juncture, Lin Fan began to unveil the truth. The outside world only sees how formidable our released Chiffon AI is, yet they remain oblivious to the fact that concurrently, I have developed another formidable weapon. The Chiffon AI is designed to operate in tandem with this weapon in order to achieve human-like cognition. One could say that without this weapon, the code would merely be a jumble of nonsense. Do you understand why our Chiffon AI possesses such high intelligence? It is because it does not operate on traditional computers. The hardware platform supporting Chiffon AI is the neuron network photonic computer. As soon as these words left his lips, the journalists erupted in gasps of astonishment. Meanwhile, in front of the screen in the United States, high-ranking officials and think tank members collectively rose, their eyes glued to the television, their faces etched with shock. Old Huang exclaimed, "Impossible! How could they possibly create a photonic computer?" Although photonic computers do not belong to a completely different paradigm, like quantum computers, fundamentally, they operate on principles similar to transistor switching. However, all components have transcended the traditional electronic computer framework. The distinction lies in the fact that they utilize light for computation instead of electricity. This is tantamount to reinventing the computer, effectively obliterating the electronic computer framework. Correspondingly, the complexity is significantly heightened, as photons are not as easily manipulated as electrons. Yet, once successfully developed, the advantages of photonic computers are evident. After all, the speed of photons far surpasses that of electrons, and they can leverage various properties of light to process data rather than merely serving as simple switches. Generally speaking, photonic computers operating at the same frequency can achieve speeds several dozen times greater than traditional computers. Not to mention the reduced heat generation and the potential for transformative storage technologies, along with the absence of quantum tunneling limitations that plague electronic chips at scales below a few nanometers, which restrict performance limits. This is a photonic computer. Despite the numerous challenges, the industry had previously believed that achieving performance and cost control comparable to traditional computers would be impossible for decades. However, it is now claimed by Lin Fan that he has successfully resolved the issues and has indeed developed a photon computer that is suitable for extensive use. How can this be possible? If a photon computer truly comes to fruition, not only will graphics cards become obsolete, but even photolithography machines would no longer be necessary. What would there be left to choke on? They would simply turn the tables and cease their engagement. At this point, what purpose do any prohibitions serve? What could stockpiling graphics cards do? Everyone's eyes flickered with uncertainty, each harboring their own thoughts. This news has also ignited a frenzy in the outside world, gracing the headlines of major media outlets. The entire globe is now aware of Lin Fan's declaration of his invention of the photon computer. Internationally, there exists a blend of excitement and apprehension among industry insiders and netizens alike. They are exhilarated to witness a monumental shift in productivity emergence within a society that seemed to be stagnating. Yet, many remain skeptical, believing Lin Fan to be merely posturing, attempting to deceive the Americans into lifting the ban. They reason that if Lin Fan has indeed developed a photon computer, there is no justification for not announcing it immediately and commencing production. Furthermore, Lin Fan previously stated that this press conference was intended to announce a significant invention by the company while simultaneously embarking on research. This implies that the photon computer project is still in its infancy. The higher-ups in the American government have also come to understand this, and thus their concerns have lessened. They continue to watch Lin Fan to see what he has to say next. Nonetheless, even if this is merely Lin Fan's bravado, or if the likelihood of mass production of the photon computer is slim, there's a pressing need to reassess forthcoming strategies. Meanwhile, in Dacia, those watching the live stream have descended into a state of euphoria. My goodness, is it truly a photon computer? This crystal is a photon computer? It appears that the big shot has ingeniously bypassed chips to invent the photon computer. This is simply splendid. Henceforth, silicon-based chips shall become relics of the past. Let the West cling to their photolithography machines and meet their demise. Does this mean we shall no longer be burdened by the threat of being choked? No more exorbitant expenditures on graphics cards in the future? After all, the Big Shot's photon computer is poised to deliver a dimensionality reduction impact on the existing computing architecture. It is conceivable that the integrated graphics on the photon computer could surpass professional graphics cards in power. How wonderful! No wonder the Big Shot has remained unhurried since the issuance of the ban. Now, it is the Western nations that should be anxious, haha. Initially, they intended to capitalize on this period to reap substantial profits, yet they resorted to underhanded tactics, forcing the Big Shot to unveil the photon computer, leaving the graphics cards utterly unwanted. My primary concern is when it will hit the market. I fear it may still be some time before its official release. The production costs of photon computers are undoubtedly higher than traditional ones. However, once available, I shall certainly purchase one. I would rather entrust my money to the Big Shot than allow those monopolistic foreign firms to reap exorbitant profits. In the stock market, ever since the announcement of the successful development of the photon computer, Huang's graphics card company, along with a plethora of computer and chip-related industries, has seen their stock prices plummet. Investors have sensed impending doom and have begun to sell off their shares in a frenzy. Moreover, this is not the limit. Some remain hopeful, clinging to a sliver of optimism. Returning to the press conference venue, Lin Fan allowed a moment for reporters to process the information before calmly sipping water. He then continued, stating, "I shall not respond to inquiries regarding the appearance or technical details of our company's photon computer, nor will I disclose any such information. However, for those who remain skeptical, I implore you to ponder two simple questions. Since the establishment of Fan AI, have you ever witnessed the company engaging in large-scale procurement of graphics cards or servers? This serves as the most compelling evidence. I can unequivocally inform you that our company does not even possess a single ordinary computer. All our employees operate using cloud computing, merely connecting signal converters to monitors and input devices. Furthermore, since the launch of our AI, which simultaneously services hundreds of thousands of large enterprises in processing professional data. Have you ever heard of any lag issues? Chapter 107. Take your time to speculate. Upon hearing these words, all those watching the live broadcast, who were previously ambivalent about the photon computer, fell into a profound silence. Indeed, there have been no reports of Fan AI procuring any graphics cards or server equipment. This was part of the reason why many believed Lin Fan's company was merely a facade. Such statements undeniably enhance the credibility of the photon computer claims. Experts in artificial intelligence and graphics cards widen their eyes, immediately commencing calculations. Throughout this period, numerous professional studios and companies in Dacia had indeed utilized API interfaces to tackle large-scale tasks without encountering any issues. The might of Fan AI, alongside its expansive user base, enabled it to provide services far beyond those of any previous large models. Calculating this, it dawned on the experts that the total capacity of all graphics cards in the world would be insufficient to handle such workloads. This revelation solidified the existence of the photon computer at Fan. On the American side, the atmosphere in the office was one of palpable despair. Huang's hands began to tremble slightly. He had not anticipated that this opportunity to exploit the ban would result in a significant blow to Dacia. Not only had he failed to profit, but he also realized that his golden goose was on the verge of being shattered. Furthermore, he no longer had the chance to make a final profit. Dacia's market would surely be unaffected. The citizens had already developed a strong aversion to the ban. Had Daxia lacked such technology, the lifting of the ban would not have caused any detriment to the market. The other side would continue to purchase as usual. But now, with the imminent emergence of a more advanced photon computer, all users would undoubtedly be clamoring to buy it. Their graphics cards would likely go unnoticed. Moreover, when the entire populace adopts photon computers, productivity could increase exponentially. After all, the mere existence of one photon computer from Qifan has already catalyzed a gaming boom in Daxia. Even more worrisome is the prospect that Daxia might eventually choke the West's access to photon computers, leaving the United States perpetually lagging behind. Huang trembled slightly, his face etched with unwillingness, and suddenly, disregarding decorum, he exclaimed, "Impossible. Even if they have developed a photon computer, it must merely be a large prototype, though high in performance. Its costs cannot compare to traditional computers. Such equipment surely cannot be mass-produced. Otherwise, they would have announced it long ago. Their current insistence on persuading us to lift the ban stems from their fear of us. Otherwise, they would wait until mass production of the photon computer was achieved before making any declaration. There is no reason for them to urge us to lift the ban just to make one last profit." The person in charge considered this reasoning and continued to stare at the television, yet a shadow of doubt loomed over everyone's hearts. Back at the press conference, Lin Fan observed that his impactful statements had taken effect, but he felt little joy. In truth, he was not one to seek the limelight. He had not intended to hold this press conference at all. According to his plan, he wished to wait until the photon computer was successfully mass-produced before officially announcing it, delivering a surprise to the world. Revealing it at this experimental stage would merely lead to the lifting of the ban while allowing the sale of graphics cards to continue for a time. However, it was unavoidable. The authorities mandated him to publicly announce the project, aiming to soothe various stakeholders in domestic industries, urging them to remain calm and instilling confidence to prevent any hasty capitulation. At this juncture, the question and answer segment commenced. A blonde reporter promptly raised her hand. "What is the current progress of your company's photonic computer project? Has mass production begun?" Lin Fan shook his head. "Our company has only produced experimental models, which have conclusively validated the feasibility of our approach, and their performance meets our stringent requirements. However, the mass production models are still under development, though I believe they will be unveiled shortly." Lin Fan's candor took the viewers by surprise. The reporter continued, "Will your experimental models be available for sale to the public?" Lin Fan replied, "No, we will not sell them. Only some lower-spec versions will be available in the future." Another journalist inquired, "Does the manufacturing process of the photonic computer entirely exclude the use of photolithography equipment?" Lin Fan nodded. "At present, that remains uncertain, as the mass production models and experimental models employ different technological pathways." In truth, his hesitance was intended to preserve a glimmer of hope for the American side. The more ambiguous he sounded, the better. In his heart, Lin Fan did not wish for the ban to be lifted imminently. As for whether photolithography equipment would be necessary in the manufacturing process of the mass production photonic computers, he was genuinely uncertain, having yet to embark on formal development. Nonetheless, regardless of whether it was needed or not, he was confident that they would not be constrained by photolithography equipment. If necessary, they would produce that as well. Creating a photolithography machine posed no challenge for Lin Fan. His crystal universe could achieve the utmost precision. When the time came, it would be a matter of observing a lower-end photolithography machine and then manufacturing a device comparable to an EUV lithography machine within the crystal universe. After all, the demise of those foreign industries was already predetermined. Lin Fan's responses caught Lao Huang and his colleagues off guard. They had originally imagined Lin Fan would intimidate them into lifting the ban. How could the other side boast or fabricate claims under such circumstances? Now, with his ambiguous statements, uncertainty loomed. A flicker of hope ignited within Lao Huang and his team. Could it be that the photonic computer was indeed challenging to mass produce? Hence, perhaps there was no immediate need to lift the ban. Yet, they soon found themselves entangled in doubt. Their earlier speculations were predicated on the assumption that Lin Fan was merely attempting to frighten them into lifting the ban. But now, his unexpected honesty was perplexing. Did he harbor some ulterior motive? Was the technology for mass-producing photonic computers already mature, and was he merely toying with them, aiming to deliver a devastating blow at a critical moment? Damn it! Should the ban be lifted or not? Was it time to cut their losses? They suddenly realized they were no longer in control. Their fate rested entirely on the forthcoming actions of this young man on the television screen. As Lao Huang observed Lin Fan, gazing into the camera with a faint smile, an unsettling chill coursed through him, as if Lin Fan were aware of his scrutiny. In an instant, profound fear blossomed within him, he began to regret becoming entangled in affairs related to Lin Fan. Chapter 108, Comprehensive Self-Research Initiative. After addressing several more questions, the press conference concluded. However, a genuine frenzy erupted online. Numerous domestic and international media outlets began producing content related to the photonic computer. Besides elucidating the concept of photonic computing, discussions also ensued regarding the potential for formal mass production. The consensus was that the miniaturized, mass-produced photonic computers would likely not materialize within the next 50 years. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that Fan Company had already manufactured experimental models with remarkably impressive performance, a fact that faced no skepticism. Experts abroad engaged in this field were exceedingly excited, seizing the opportunity to petition for increased funding from their employers. Some even reached out to Fan Company, requesting collaboration in this domain. Relevant stock prices began to rise. On the domestic front, companies with an urgent demand for graphics cards, after witnessing Lin Fan's press conference, ceased their anxieties and decided to bide their time. Meanwhile, the upper echelons in the United States, after a series of discussions and analyses, ultimately resolved to maintain the ban. They believed that the potential for mass production of photonic computers might be non-existent, and that Lin Fan was merely engaging in deception. Not only did they uphold the ban, but they also announced two additional measures. One involved significantly raising tariffs on components related to the manufacturing of photonic computers, while the other prohibited the use of all major industrial and design software in Dacia. This news sent shockwaves across the globe. Everyone understood that the Americans had not been intimidated. Rather, they had escalated their stance. This signified that one side was destined to suffer a severe blow. Everything now hinged on Lin Fan's subsequent research endeavors. Frankly speaking, after Lin Fan unveiled such cutting-edge technology, countless individuals believed in his ability to perform miracles. On the Dacia side, the authorities swiftly drafted a list, indicating their intent to raise tariffs as a form of reprisal. Simultaneously, they initiated a comprehensive self-research replacement plan for the industrial software that had been banned. To be candid, the American measures had not inflicted any harm on Dacia. In fact, with the advent of Fan AI, Dacia's officials had long contemplated such an initiative. The development of large, complex programs had become unprecedentedly straightforward. One merely needed to submit all requirements to the AI and then progressively oversee modifications to generate the most perfect code, both concise and efficient. In reality, within Lin Fan's enterprises, the information management systems used internally had long been self-developed by the mother of the sea. The recently proposed self-research replacement plan aimed for an even more comprehensive approach. It encompassed a wide array of industrial software types, and even programming languages, databases, operating systems, and game engines were all mandated to be developed in-house. It could be said that any software, regardless of its size or niche application, even game cheats, would have a Dacia exclusive counterpart. Thus, across the nation, various software companies and manufacturers began assembling elite teams to embark on self-development. Soon, a remarkably excellent programming language, entirely homegrown by Dacia, emerged. This programming language was inherently designed to integrate seamlessly with AI and was crafted to perform exceptionally well on photonic computers. Subsequently, mobile and computer operating systems coded in this language were developed. Following that, Dacia's game engines, visual effects software, design software, and more were successively unveiled. Then came other industrial software, with one large-scale application after another being released, including but not limited to chip design, fighter jet design, satellite design, and scientific computation. A cascade of positive news flooded the media. Dacia's netizens were filled with exhilaration. From that point forward, various professional software, such as Photoshop alternatives, were entirely domestically produced. The homegrown image processing software not only had a more compact footprint, but also ran smoothly and efficiently, boasting capabilities that far surpassed those of foreign counterparts like Photoshop. Most importantly, the pricing was significantly more affordable. Upon the inception of this software, every studio within the nation promptly declared their intention to forsake foreign applications in favor of domestically produced alternatives. Subsequently, a succession of professional-grade software received industry-wide acknowledgement, with commitments to comprehensive adoption. The undeniable performance of these advancements became apparent as users experienced the remarkable capabilities of the new software firsthand. The AI-generated software from Fan is devoid of any convoluted code. Consequently, Fan AI reaped substantial profits once again, ensuring a steady stream of high income solely through revenue-sharing fees. Regardless of whether the software was purchased outright or via subscription, a portion of the proceeds would invariably flow to Fan. There were no grievances about this arrangement. After all, Without Chiffon AI, achieving such powerful software in such a short time would have been unthinkable, especially without a unified official initiative. Even if they developed their own software, finding willing buyers would have been a formidable challenge, as many had grown accustomed to foreign applications and were reluctant to embrace change. This trend extended beyond software. All game companies also abandoned foreign game engines in favor of those developed in Dacia. This shift not only enhanced the quality of the games produced, but also offered a more favorable revenue-sharing model compared to foreign counterparts. Furthermore, all gaming studios transitioned to Dacia's gaming platform. New games would be uploaded to this platform, while older titles were swiftly remade using the new engine, elevating their visuals and also being made available on domestic platforms. As a result, Dacia's gaming platform became extraordinarily popular, attracting hundreds of millions of domestic users, along with a surge of international gamers eager to experience the new offerings, even disregarding payment inconveniences. Many games not only boasted superior graphics compared to their foreign equivalents, but also had lower hardware requirements, delivering an exceptional user experience. Moreover, several classic games that emerged later were exclusive to Dacia's platform. The recent suspension of Steam and the prohibition of game uploads did not harm the domestic gaming industry. Rather, it inadvertently bolstered Dacia's single-player gaming market. Dacia's single-player games have flourished, becoming the mainstream choice among players who have grown weary of gacha-based pay-to-win online games and low-quality web or mobile games. While Dacia thrived in jubilation, the foreign counterparts remained utterly silent. No one anticipated that the advent of Chiffon AI would so swiftly catalyze the complete self-reliance of domestic software development, rendering software bans little more than a hollow decree. Numerous foreign enterprises, including those in the gaming sector, found themselves under immense pressure. Many capitalists began to lobby, arguing that this ban inflicted minimal damage on Dacia, primarily harming American and other international interests. Chapter 109: The Secret Base and the Seventh-Generation Aircraft. Should this trend continue, Dacia will continue to reap the benefits of Chiffon AI and soon monopolize all the fruits of this labor. At that point, foreign entities would be left with nothing, lagging behind Dacia in every conceivable aspect. With the mass production of quantum computers on the horizon, a nightmarish scenario for the West would unfold. Dacia's production capacity would multiply several times over. It is rumored that various software developed in a novel programming language is already in preparation. Once quantum computers are released, these applications will operate seamlessly on them, facilitating deeper integration with artificial intelligence. The resultant synergy would yield effects exponentially greater than the sum of their parts. According to certain American capitalists, it would be prudent to mend relations with Dacia, exploring the possibility of introducing Chiffon AI. This could potentially allow the U.S. to benefit from quantum computers in the future, ensuring that they remain relevant amidst the tides of technological advancement. However, convincing the higher echelons of the American government proved to be a daunting task. Ultimately, they rescinded the virtually ineffectual software ban and reinstated game uploads on the Steam platform, along with restoring some accounts of Dacia studios that had been frozen. Notably, the prohibition on graphics cards remains unlifted to this day. Returning to Lin Fan's perspective, he found himself at an official research base, accompanied by Liu Shua. This highly secretive facility housed a myriad of laboratories, including those dedicated to satellites, rockets, combat aircraft, and even lithography machines. These were not the next-generation products announced in the news, but rather advanced conceptual designs hidden from public scrutiny. Lin Fan had just glimpsed a conceptual model of what was purported to be a seventh-generation unmanned combat aircraft. As it was unmanned, considerations for human tolerance to overload during manufacturing were rendered moot. This model boasted enhanced stealth capabilities, superior materials, and plans to incorporate a small reactor for power, replacing traditional fuel. In terms of weaponry, there were reports of research into ion shields, as well as laser and electromagnetic weapons, with rumors of a small all-nitrogen anionic salt missile for long-range attacks. According to Liu Shua, this model was initiated only after the advent of the mother ship. Otherwise, the focus would still be on the sixth-generation aircraft. Liu Shua indicated that the sixth-generation model had already been finalized and was set to enter mass production, all thanks to the acceleration provided by the mothership in research pace. Now, seizing the opportunity to observe closely, Lin Fan scanned everything into the crystal universe. Regrettably, this facility lacked a wind tunnel, so he would have to wait for another opportunity to study airflow dynamics. However, in reality, by regularly experiencing the principles concealed within fierce winds, he could gradually fill in the gaps of all the physical laws governing airflow, eliminating the need for a wind tunnel altogether. Before long, he arrived at the research facility housing the quantum computers. Under Liu Shua's scrutinizing gaze, Lin Fan approached the colossal machine, running his hand over its surface. This towering apparatus stood 5 to 6 meters tall and occupied a vast area, resembling an intricate device from a steampunk film. Even before reaching it, Lin Fan had already scanned it into the crystal universe. However, to create an illusion, he deliberately drew close, closing his eyes to take an extended moment to sense its intricacies. This was all facade. Liu Shua observed Lin Fan in silence, having been quietly scrutinizing him since his arrival at the base and throughout the exploration of various technologies. Whenever Lin Fan appeared interested in something, he would draw nearer, as if attuning himself to its essence. Could this be a secret? The ability to sense the subtle internal structures of objects, perhaps even delving into their genetic layers to develop corresponding technologies? Such a capability would be immensely powerful, applicable across numerous domains. Only someone with such confidence would dare to guarantee successful research before formal investigations commenced. If only Lin Fan were an official member, many studies could benefit from his involvement. However, Liu Shua was even more curious about the origin of Lin Fan's abilities. Were they a result of genetic mutation or bestowed by extraterrestrials? Currently, the authorities have traced the timeline of Lin Fan's acquisition of superpowers to a precise interval. This period coincided with his sudden relocation, after which a plethora of replicas of a certain high-profile storage card appeared on the market, followed shortly by the emergence of a recovery serum. All of these events aligned perfectly. The storage cards were indeed his creation, and considering that Lin Fan lacked any factory, production line, or instruments at that time, it implies that those storage cards were entirely fabricated by him through some extraordinary ability. This is one of the capabilities officially recognized regarding Lin Fan. In addition to scanning, he possesses the power to create objects. More precisely, it is not creation, but rather the act of duplication. As for why he chose to replicate something as diminutive as storage cards for profit, it appears there has been no subsequent evidence of him duplicating any larger items. Aside from cockroach eggs, spider eggs, and jellyfish larvae, they speculate that duplicating such entities incurs a cost. Thus, the smaller the item, the more valuable it becomes. However, this does not imply that he is incapable of duplicating larger objects. Approximately 2 minutes later, Lin Fan opened his eyes. After a brief exchange with Liu Shua, he proceeded to replicate some rare materials and substances, such as lunar soil and various rare elements, including uranium ore, along with some advanced synthetic materials. Lin Fan then departed. Upon returning to his home, he immediately entered the crystal universe, appearing at a designated location. Here, the entire research base had already been duplicated. Gazing at the colossal model of a photonic computer before him, Lin Fan waved his hand, shattering it into fragments. This machine offered him no assistance, as he aimed to develop a more compact and distinct type of photonic computer, utilizing a neural network structure akin to that of a brain. This endeavor was significantly more challenging than existing prototypes in the world and represented a biomimetic study of jellyfish. Despite having drawn inspiration from jellyfish, the task remained formidable. However, surveying the abundant materials piled within the room and reflecting on the theoretical knowledge he had acquired regarding photonic computers during this time, he recognized that, unlike the creation of biological pharmaceuticals, which allowed for clever shortcuts, despite the crystal not adhering to many biological principles, he could complete the task merely by utilizing the scanned organisms. The laws of physics and chemistry within the crystal universe were still in a rudimentary stage, primarily maintaining macroscopic phenomena. Many microscopic levels were essentially blank, entirely reliant on Lin Fan's will to sustain their condition. Normally, conducting physical and chemical experiments for research would yield results that deviated significantly from those in the real universe. Yet, having gathered such an array of materials and equipment, he believed he should be able to construct a relatively rudimentary photonic computer. With this thought, he closed his eyes, his will emanating outward. Chapter 1:10. Accomplished. The speed of Daxia. Soon, the foundational code of the crystal universe responded to his will. Moments later, a plethora of components and devices materialized before him. Not only were there photonic computers, but also photonic phones, photonic chips, and an entire array of devices utilizing light signals to replace electrical signals for computation and transmission. It could be said that Lin Fan not only created a photonic computer, but also established an entire system centered around computers. For instance, there were photonic hard drives and storage cards, whose storage and transmission speeds significantly surpassed those of existing flash and mechanical drives. The photonic chip replaced every chip in use, boasting performance that exceeded traditional 3 nanometers chips by several multiples. yet its manufacturing process remained remarkably straightforward. Of course, this simplicity stemmed from Lin Fan's unique photonic materials, the very ones commonly employed by jellyfish, and involved the biochemical method of etching neural circuits onto them. This was considerably simpler than fabricating chips with a photolithography machine. But without Lin Fan's provided materials and technology, it would still be a challenging endeavor. The photonic phone, needless to say, employed photonic chips, and it offered numerous advantages, particularly in that the processor, graphics card, and artificial intelligence chip were entirely integrated into the photonic chip, allowing the phone to save approximately 60% of its space. Crucially, in terms of mass-produced photonic computers, Lin Fan created both server and home models. The server model incorporated more neural networks, vastly enhancing its performance compared to traditional servers of the same size, surpassing them by several dozen times. In fact, the performance of the mass-produced photonic computers Lin Fan created increased exponentially with size, rather than in a linear proportion. Although even a mass-produced photonic computer of jellyfish size would not match the jellyfish's performance, this was the price paid for mass production, and it was still sufficiently powerful compared to traditional servers. The home model of the photonic computer was several times more powerful than a top-tier conventional computer of the same size, specifically referring to the high-end professional-grade host from a renowned tech company, which costs hundreds of thousands for a single unit and utilizes the most advanced processors and professional graphics cards. The home photonic computer was nearly cubic in shape, exuding a futuristic aesthetic and weighing significantly. If one were to dismantle its casing and access its core, comprising the processor, graphics card, memory, and storage functions, one would discover a sizable, translucent, jelly-like substance resembling the crystal Lin Fan showcased at the press conference days prior. Within this jelly, countless glowing points could be seen, interconnected by numerous pathways. The core principle was akin to that of the jellyfish. However, to achieve mass production, the quantity and density of these luminous neurons were considerably lower than that of the jellyfish. Nonetheless, this did not detract from its performance, which constituted a dimensional strike against silicon-based computing systems. Coupled with the proprietary operating system developed by Dacia for photonic computers, along with various software specifically optimized for photonic computing, and supported by an entire suite of photonic devices functioning in tandem, it could achieve remarkably robust interactivity, yielding performance far surpassing theoretical data. Upon opening his eyes once more, Lin Fan returned to reality. In his hand, countless ashes swirled together, coalescing into a hard drive moments later. All of the technology and data had been encapsulated within this drive. Lin Fan did not linger. It seemed that there remained a glimmer of hope abroad. He resolved to shatter their illusions completely. Although only a few days had passed since the press conference, given that the technology was now organized, an announcement could be made immediately. He was disinclined to maintain any facade. After all, the outside world was already aware that his research held secrets beyond mere intellect. Why bother expending effort to uphold a persona? He dialed Lin Fan. Despite having established numerous subsidiaries, he remained the general manager. Lin Fan promptly answered the call, saying, "Boss, the new company registration is complete and the factory has been selected. We can commence operations as soon as the equipment arrives. When will your technology be ready?" He assumed Lin Fan was inquiring about the progress of the new company. Lin Fan replied, "That's wonderful. I have finalized the production technology for the photonic computer. Not only the photonic computer, but everything else is also ready. However, this new company will solely produce computers and servers, as well as sell photonic chips. The technology for other peripheral products will be delegated to partner companies. In the future, the company will primarily sell core materials and collect patent fees. I will send you the list of materials and equipment needed for procurement." Lin Fan was taken aback. So soon? He had anticipated Lin Fan would require at least another fortnight before providing an answer. However, recalling that this was his boss, he soon felt reassured. "All right, I will arrange it immediately, aiming for production to commence in 2 weeks. Additionally, we can begin preparations for the product launch. It is time to deliver the final blow to the Western computing systems." Currently, Lin Fan's company has become a focal point of official attention, receiving every conceivable support at the swiftest pace to fulfill his needs. Even prior to the commencement of research and development, an existing factory has already been allocated for this purpose. Presently, all manner of advanced and sophisticated equipment is readily available domestically, enabling the establishment and debugging of production lines within approximately a week. The significant developments in Pengcheng swiftly caught the attention of journalists stationed there long-term. The news regarding the establishment of Qifan Photonic Equipment Company and the rapid construction of its production line quickly spread across the globe. Domestically, Netizens rejoiced, albeit astonished by the astonishing speed of Lin Fan's research endeavors. Conversely, the sentiment abroad was far less optimistic. Western media immediately began extensive coverage, dispatching reporters to follow the developments closely and report detailed data. From this information, it became evident that Chifon's photonic computer had likely completed its research and development phase and was on the verge of production. This revelation shattered the preconceived notions of Westerners who had thought that even if Lin Fan succeeded, it would require considerable time. In an office at that moment, the American officials, including Old Huang, were enveloped in silence. The situation had once again unfolded in an unexpected direction. This was happening far too rapidly. Despite their disbelief, they could no longer deny the fact that Dacia was on the brink of mass-producing photonic computers. This realization resulted in a significant drop in the stock prices of all companies in the West associated with electronic computing systems, including those producing processors, chips, graphics cards, and photolithography machines. It was common knowledge that once photonic computers entered mass production, their monopoly would be irrevocably broken. Presently, they found themselves utterly powerless, with their prior prohibitions now rendered a mere mockery. They were left to ponder whether, had they not targeted Chifon Company from the outset, Dacia would have achieved such swift progress in fully self-researching software and rapidly producing computers. Chapter 111, Worth Million? Regardless, everything had reached an irreversible point. The days of prosperity were gone. Now, all that remained was to anticipate that once the photonic computer hit the market, reverse engineering would commence immediately, breaking the technological blockade. After all, with a reference point, subsequent research would likely be simpler than starting from scratch. The West had always excelled in engineering. Even in the worst-case scenario, they could devise alternative strategies, as aspects such as storage and memory remained crucial. In this domain, the best technologies were still firmly in Western hands, which could potentially serve as leverage later on. Old Huang and his colleagues were becoming increasingly frantic, desperately grasping at any lifeline. Even if the technological challenges associated with these alternatives were significantly lower and more accessible for Lin Fan to develop. Little did they know, an upcoming press conference would shatter all their illusions. Soon, the day of the press conference hosted by Chifon Photonic Equipment Company arrived. The event took place at a five-star hotel, filled with journalists, officials, and prominent figures from domestic companies, including the chairperson of a well-known grain company, who were eager to witness this historic moment. The online audience was equally enthusiastic, with many who had never before tuned into technology product launches flocking to the live stream. Their primary concerns revolved around the performance and pricing of the photonic computer in the days leading up to the event. Following media reports about Chifon's establishment of production lines and procurement of materials, the company had remained silent, leaving all details about the computer's appearance, price, performance, and other specifications shrouded in mystery. Soon, Lin Fan, clad in casual attire and sporting a smile, appeared on stage. He warmly welcomed all the guests in attendance, then swiftly got to the point. Recently, academician Lin has brought a tremendous surprise to the world, and today, I am here to announce that the legendary technology of the photonic computer is now officially available to the public. With that, he dramatically unveiled a covered device on the table, eliciting gasps of astonishment and the clicking of cameras. A high-definition promotional image of a large cubic machine appeared on the massive screen behind him, prompting a flurry of whispers among the attendees. The so-called photonic computer appeared unremarkable, lacking the dazzling allure of conceptual images. In fact, it bore a striking resemblance to a conventional host computer, albeit with a unique, fully enclosed chassis design. Lin Fan announced, "This is our company's domestically developed photonic computer for home use, directly competing with traditional desktop models." He then picked up a small remote control and pressed a button. On the right side of the big screen, another image materialized, showcasing a cabinet-sized mid-range machine. This is our company's photonic computer small server version. Due to the unique architecture of the photonic computer, its performance is correlated with the size of its core components. Thus, the home version will be the only model available, with no simplified or enhanced variations of the same size. The server version, however, will be available in small, medium, and large sizes, offering exponentially improved performance, allowing users to purchase according to their needs. The audience began to murmur once more, taken aback by the singularity of the home version of the photonic computer. In traditional computers, a similar-sized host could vary immensely in configuration, with prices ranging from over $1,000 to several $100,000. The lack of options for the photonic computer seemed rather limited, leaving them uncertain about its performance. At that moment, Lin Fan spoke again. Due to the unique nature of photonic computing, This machine features a fully enclosed design, which is its greatest advantage, alleviating concerns about dust intrusion and overheating. Moreover, because photonic operations use electricity only in minimal portions, such as generating light sources, this machine consumes significantly less power. I can assure you that its energy consumption is comparable to that of a mid-range gaming laptop. His words prompted another wave of astonishment throughout the audience. Lin Fan continued. Now, I believe the most pressing question on everyone's mind is regarding the performance of this machine, so I will conduct a test immediately. As he pressed the power button, the large screen illuminated with the Daxiao operating system desktop within a mere 2 seconds. This astonishing boot-up speed elicited gasps from the crowd. As conventional Daxiao operating systems, even on the highest configurations, typically manage to reduce boot times to around 7 or 8 seconds. Lin Fan explained, do not be surprised. This Daxiao operating system is perfectly adapted to the photonic computer platform, so a quicker boot-up speed is entirely normal. He then swiftly opened several applications on the desktop, all of which were specialized software for testing the performance of photonic computers. After conducting a series of tests, the software produced extraordinarily impressive numbers, causing those knowledgeable in the field to blink in disbelief at the figures displayed. Lin Fan stated, "You are not mistaken. The performance of the home version photonic computer is over 20 times that of the highest configuration desktop computer from the Fruit Company, which retails for several $100,000. In practical experience, when paired with a proprietary operating system and various software tailored for photon computers, it demonstrates a processing power over 30 times superior to that of conventional high-end desktop computers." The atmosphere in the venue was initially one of profound silence, followed by sporadic applause that crescendoed into a thunderous ovation. Some attendees even rose to their feet in applause, while the expressions of the chairpersons from domestic computer and smartphone manufacturers turned decidedly grim. With such formidable capabilities, the household photon computer would undoubtedly hinder their ability to profit from the market. Meanwhile, the live stream chat exploded with excitement. Incredible! The Chi Fan household photon computer is astonishing. It surpasses the performance of a high-end desktop computer costing hundreds of thousands by over 30 times. How can the West compete with this? The implications were staggering. Is this machine valued at millions? That can't be right. After all, the high-end models carry a brand prestige, and the Fruit Company has profited handsomely. However, with the introduction of the Chi Fan household model, these Western manufacturers can no longer exploit the market. Will it be available for purchase? I must have one. This is exhilarating. With this, playing any game will be effortless. Yet, given its extraordinary performance, one could only wonder about the potential price of this machine. In another room, within a meeting in the United States, both Mr. Huang and Mr. Cook from the Fruit Company nearly fainted upon witnessing the astounding specifications of the household photon computer. Mr. Cook, in particular, was taken aback as their flagship products, which represented the pinnacle of craftsmanship and prestige, had been overshadowed so completely. Who would still consider purchasing their fruit machines after this? A paradigm shift was evidently upon them, as no one had anticipated the swift mass production of photon computers, which appeared devoid of any flaws. Mr. Huang, furrowing his brow, remarked with such extraordinary performance, "This household model must cater solely to the high-end market. Only the affluent could afford it. This means we may still have a stake in the lower-end market." His tone was now imbued with a sense of humility. Back at the launch event, Mr. Liang continued his exposition. The internal architecture of the Chi Fan household computer was distinctive, resembling a neural structure akin to that of a biological brain, thereby integrating functionalities of the graphics card, processor, and storage into a singular entity. The machine boasted a staggering storage capacity of 1,000 terabytes, and each unit came pre-installed with a low-spec version of the local Chi Fan AI code. This local version outperformed all large models, except for the full-fledged online variant, particularly in areas such as deep control over the computer's operations and the capacity for bulk data processing, with users given the option to subscribe for enhanced features. Mr. Liang's statements once again elicited gasps from the audience, as the inclusion of a local deployment of Chi Fan AI, albeit not in its full capacity, was excellent news for tech enthusiasts. He then shifted the conversation, acknowledging the curiosity surrounding the pricing of such a powerful computer. The ears of everyone present perked up, and the viewers in the live chat held their breaths in anticipation. Mr. Liang pressed a button on his remote, revealing a graphic on the large screen that obscured the price with a mosaic. After a moment, the last digit was unveiled, displaying a 9. The audience gasped collectively. He pressed the button again, revealing the penultimate digit, another 9. The third digit followed suit, yet again a 9. The fourth digit was met with bated breath, another 9. The displayed figure had reached 99.99, and the viewers in the live stream lamented in dismay. It was indeed not inexpensive. The arrival of groundbreaking technology typically came at a steep price. In the past, it had taken years for computers and smartphones to become affordable for the average consumer. I had hoped to buy one even if I needed to take out a loan, but it seems I must wait, they sighed. As speculation swirled about whether the price would be tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands, the audience pondered the likelihood of the price exceeding 100,000. At that moment, an unexpected twist occurred. Mr. Liang pressed a button, fully revealing the price of the Chi Fan household computer. The final display read, 9,999 yuan. The audience erupted into a frenzy, and after a brief moment of silence, the live chat exploded with jubilant messages. What? Is this a joke? Incredible. For just 10,000 yuan, this is within reach. I would sell everything to buy one. This will revolutionize work and study. One viewer lamented, why didn't I wait? For 10,000 yuan, I would buy one for each family member. This is fantastic. The games I've wanted to play for so long can finally be experienced with the right setup. Meanwhile, in the U.S. meeting room, Mr. Huang and Mr. Cook were utterly taken aback by the pricing. A photon computer of such prowess selling for only 10,000 yuan left them with no room for maneuver in a mid to high-end market. They now understood why Lin Fan had opted for such a low price point. It could either indicate that the production costs of photon computers were remarkably low, or that, like gaming companies, the strategy was designed to promote sales, with the real revenue expected to come from software and game sales. Their assumptions were indeed correct. While the production costs of photon computers were substantial, Chi Fan did not profit significantly from each unit sold, though they were not operating at a loss. The critical factor was that Lin Fan had little interest in the profits from hardware sales. A photon computer of such high quality and performance would remain relevant for over a decade. Even distributing one to every citizen of the Great Xia would yield minimal profit. Thus, the focus shifted away from hardware, as the substantial revenue would stem from Chi Fan AI's various monetization avenues, which could generate trillions of yuan annually. Additionally, while photon computers themselves were not lucrative, associated revenue from patent licensing, core materials, and photon chips would also contribute significantly. The Great Xia government was keen to promote photon computers to replace traditional computing systems, which would establish a new set of rules governed by Great Xia and significantly enhance productivity. Mr. Huang gritted his teeth, exclaiming, what a despicable tactic. Leveraging abundant resources and low production costs to adopt such a pricing strategy is an attempt to eliminate us. However, he mused, if photon computers were the only concern, it might be manageable. Surely, the photon computer would be limited in size, leaving the smartphone market still within their grasp. As he spoke, Mr. Liang resumed at the launch conference. So what do you think? Are you satisfied with the price of our household photon computer? A mysterious smile crossed his face. Did you all think that this conference was nearing its conclusion? The audience, taken aback, indeed harbored such thoughts, with some already preparing to depart. Could there be more surprises in store? Everyone sat up straight, a sense of excitement rippling through the crowd. Mr. Liang chuckled. It is well known that today's press conference is dedicated to the unveiling of the photon computer. However, our company has a tradition of leaving some surprises in store for everyone. The photon computer, as we all understand, represents a complete departure from traditional computing paradigms. Merely creating a photon computer to replace conventional systems is insufficient without establishing an entire ecosystem of photon-based devices. The audience's eyes instantly brightened at this revelation. Especially with the prospect of photon-integrated computers, one cannot help but wonder when we will see photon smartphones hitting the market. Allow me to grandly introduce our other monumental invention, the photon chip. Upon hearing this, the executives from various domestic mobile phone companies, previously composed, could no longer maintain their decorum and stood in astonishment, fixated on the object Liang Feng had just retrieved from his pocket. Just moments ago, they had worn smiles, appearing indifferent, like dogs relishing the spectacle of their master slaughtering a pig. Little did they know the blade would soon be turned upon them. Although the mobile phone market has approached saturation in recent years, it still boasts considerable profits. Now, with Liang Feng unveiling the photon chip, they could not help but dread the possibility of a forthcoming photon smartphone. Would this spell disaster for their enterprises? Liang Feng continued, as you can see, this is a miniaturized photon chip, suitable for various applications, including smartphones, laptops, and any device requiring a chip. However, due to its miniaturization, as I previously mentioned, the performance of the photon core is positively correlated with its size, and the smaller the chip, the more its performance diminishes. Therefore, while this chip is compact, its performance would be roughly 10 times that of Apple SM5 Max. Upon hearing this, Tim Cook, watching the live broadcast from his office in the United States, rolled his eyes and fainted. This old Huang's predictions are astonishingly accurate. Whatever he claims to be impossible, Lin Fan promptly proves otherwise. The fact that Lin Fan company had developed a photon chip, seemingly not much larger than a conventional mobile chip, yet with such formidable performance, was nothing short of shocking. Given its diminutive size, the price would surely remain reasonable compared to home computing systems. How would those reliant on traditional chips survive in this new landscape? In the Daxia region, viewers of the live broadcast erupted in jubilant cheers, as not only would they soon be able to upgrade their computers, but smartphones too would undergo a transformation. Returning to the press conference, Lin Fan elaborated, in summary, this photon chip is nearly universal. Our intention in developing it is to replace traditional chip applications across all scenarios. The entire traditional computing system will be rendered obsolete. We are entering the era of photon computing. This photon chip, akin to its home computing counterpart, integrates a graphics card, processor, artificial intelligence module, and storage. Its storage capacity is an astounding 50 terabytes. As for parameters such as processor frequency and memory, which are significant for traditional computers, they are irrelevant for the photon chip. All I can say is that, based on actual experience, it delivers a dimensional advantage over existing smartphones and tablets. With this chip, mobile phones, tablets, and home computers will seamlessly exchange data across systems and platforms, effortlessly running all software and games, including large AAA titles that were previously restricted to computers, with unparalleled smoothness. With the adoption of the photon chip, the substantial reduction in power consumption, combined with the additional internal space in photon smartphones to accommodate larger batteries, will result in an astonishing battery life, potentially achieving 2 weeks of heavy use on a single charge. Furthermore, photon smartphones will connect effortlessly with home computers, allowing many computations to be offloaded to the latter, with the smartphone serving merely as a remote control. After presenting this information, Lin Fan observed the fluctuating expressions of the mobile phone executives in the audience and smiled, saying, "I apologize for inadvertently causing my competitors to break into a sweat. It is my fault for not clarifying sooner. I must officially state that our company has not produced photon smartphones. We have solely created the photon chip. Moreover, aside from the photon chip, we have developed an entire ecosystem of devices surrounding photon computing. Due to our limited resources, our primary focus will be on the operation and maintenance of Lin Fan AI. We will mainly manufacture home computers, servers, and photon chips and cores. Additionally, we will initiate patent licensing. Those who obtain our patents and relevant technologies will be able to procure our photon cores to produce a range of complementary devices, including photon storage devices and smartphones." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the mobile phone executives shifted from embarrassment to enlightenment. This was indeed a fortuitous arrangement. Lin Fan company intended to produce only core products, allowing other manufacturers to generate profits from producing complementary devices, ultimately forming a vast ecosystem of photon computing. They had not closed the door completely, but instead welcomed others to partake in the feast. The executives felt a profound admiration, coupled with a sense of shame for their earlier assumptions. Lin Fan's vision was remarkably expansive. Were it them, possessing such core technology, they might have withheld it entirely from others, eager to monopolize the entire ecosystem of photon components. Perhaps this time, they could harness the momentum of photon computing to explore new business avenues. Without a doubt, they would need to procure photon chips, and plans for new devices would be hastily revised to prioritize the development of the first smartphone equipped with a photon chip. Exchanging glances filled with a long-lost urgency, these executives felt a thrill at the unexpected opportunity presented to them. They had merely attended as spectators, but found themselves on the brink of a significant opportunity. Fortunate not to have missed it. While they appeared composed in their seats, they were fervently typing messages on their phones, orchestrating plans behind the scenes. At this moment, in a conference room in the United States, a just-revived cook caught the tail end of Lin Fan's remarks. He pointed a trembling finger at the television, feeling his heart skip a beat, and was rendered speechless. Lin Fan Company's strategy, while relinquishing some profits, was masterfully executed. They had effectively expanded their influence, finding numerous capital investments to their enterprise. Those investors surely wanted a piece of the photon computing revolution. While many traditional computing interests within Daxia remained unscathed and were now poised for seamless industrial upgrades thanks to Lin Fan Company's momentum. This not only catalyzed rapid advancements in Daxia's photon computing sector, but also left the West with no foothold. Every inch of territory would be thoroughly claimed by Lin Fan Company. Lin Fan subsequently announced the official launch date for home photon computers, just 1 week hence. The press conference concluded, yet this was merely the beginning of a tumultuous wave. Various parties swiftly mobilized, as capital and manufacturers from Dacia and around the globe converged upon Pengcheng. Merely half a day later, prominent smartphone manufacturers announced their agreements with Qifan Photon Equipment Company to procure photon chips for their upcoming models. Consequently, all previously anticipated models, which had been in development for quite some time, were abruptly canceled. From this point forward, all new smartphones, regardless of the price tier, would exclusively utilize photon chips. Upon the announcement of this news, an uproar of excitement erupted across the internet, particularly among digital enthusiasts eager to upgrade their devices. Calculating the quantity of chips procured by these enterprises revealed that the production capacity of photon chips was remarkably robust, capable of swiftly satisfying the burgeoning market demand. Not only smartphone manufacturers, but also those in the notebook computer sector and other device manufacturers reliant on chips announced their intent to procure photon chips as well. Simultaneously, a plethora of internet companies alongside film, gaming studios, and various enterprises declared their forthcoming acquisition of server-grade photon computers. The prices of several server-grade photon computers were subsequently unveiled, and it became apparent that they were significantly higher than their consumer counterparts, not merely in proportion, but exhibiting an exponential increase relative to their size. It dawned on the public that the pricing of consumer-grade photon computers was essentially a benevolent gift, tantamount to being virtually free. Many could not help but extol Lin Fan for his benevolence. Concurrently, a multitude of domestic auxiliary equipment manufacturers engaged in negotiations with Qifan Company, securing certain patent licenses and qualifications to procure the core photon technology. They jubilantly returned to announce their imminent production of supporting equipment for photon computers. Among these, the manufacturers of photon hard drives garnered the most anticipation, as the demand for licenses for this photon storage technology far exceeded that of other products, resulting in fierce competition. This distinct photon storage technology elevated conventional data storage capabilities by an astounding 1 million times, proving to be both highly reliable and rapid. Ultimately, several domestic storage manufacturers acquired licensing rights at a premium. As for the remaining competitors, they were not outright dismissed. Rather, they were informed that licensing would be considered at a later date. However, by then, the market would likely have been dominated by leading manufacturers, necessitating additional efforts from the others to carve out their niches. Yet, while some rejoiced, others despaired. Foreign enterprises that flocked to Pengcheng to negotiate chip procurement and patent licensing were uniformly rebuffed, despite their offers often surpassing those of many domestic firms. The Photon Equipment Company remained impervious to their appeals. These companies, anxious and frustrated, voiced their grievances publicly, urging Qifan Company to adopt a fair approach. In response, the manager of Qifan Photon Equipment Company issued a statement declaring that, for the time being, they would not open chip procurement or licensing to foreign manufacturers, nor would they commence operations for consumer machines, servers, or Qifan AI services abroad. This did not imply a permanent closure to international endeavors, but rather a conditional stance dependent on future circumstances. After all, Qifan Company was strategically focused on countering all Western nations and their allies, with several prohibitions still in place. Thus, this was their reciprocal measure against these countries. Upon hearing this news, netizens in Dacia erupted in approval, asserting that advanced productivity should be prioritized and promoted within their own nation. Those Western countries that had initially called for a boycott of Qifan Company now found the door firmly closed to them. The sentiment was clear. They should remain where they were, for the longer they delayed the integration of photon technology, the further they would lag behind Dacia in terms of productivity advancements. This technological disparity would ultimately lead to a complete loss of competitive advantage across various industries. Dacia needed only to wait for them to falter under the pressure. The foreign entities were left utterly astonished. High-ranking officials from these nations united in protest, decrying the unfairness of the situation. Meanwhile, on the Dacia side, the government devised yet another strategic maneuver. They announced a warm welcome to relevant foreign industries wishing to invest and establish companies and studios in Dacia, thereby circumventing the bans and enabling them to utilize Qifan AI services and photon servers without hindrance. Following this announcement, renowned content producers, top-tier gaming studios, software companies, and multiple visual effects firms from Hollywood declared their intentions to establish studios in Dacia. The foreign public, along with officials, were left dumbfounded by this audacious move. It was a masterstroke, effectively relocating the epicenters of the Western gaming, film, and software industries to Dacia. Considering these firms held substantial market shares as global industry giants, their eventual taxation in Dacia would undoubtedly yield significant revenue. Moreover, this would foster job creation and stimulate positive development in Dacia's burgeoning sectors. While Dacia's productivity had risen, it still lagged behind foreign nations in terms of creative experience accumulated over the years. A week swiftly passed. Never had the Dacia netizens felt time stretch so interminably. The day arrived for the official sale of the Photon consumer computers. The moment the countdown on the official website concluded, an alert announcing the availability of 1 million units flashed across the screen. Eagerly awaiting netizens hastily clicked the order button. However, in the blink of an eye, the page refreshed, transforming the button into a grayed-out state. Those who failed to secure a purchase felt disheartened, taking to social media to vent their frustrations. What the heck? What kind of hand speed is this? I clicked the moment the countdown ended, and still I couldn't get one. Same here. Is it even possible for a human to secure one? I'm using fiber optics with minimal latency. This isn't some hunger marketing scheme, is it? There's no way anyone managed to buy it. The goods are released in batches. Conversely, some proudly shared their successful purchase pages, accompanied by dog emojis. Looks like I'm just lucky, haha. I can't wait to play on my new computer. Was it really that hard to snag one? I got mine too. Me too. I can't believe my luck. In the comments section, some offered to buy purchase qualifications at high prices, while scalpers capitalized on a frenzy to resell at inflated rates. The majority who missed out would have to wait for the next batch a week later. As the day slipped away, the first batch of successful purchasers received their packages. Eagerly, they unboxed their treasures and documented the momentous occasion online. Some swiftly connected their computers, booted them up, and navigated to the game store, adeptly locating the top-tier title, Hongwang Sword Hero, which they had long awaited but could not previously run due to hardware limitations. They cranked the settings to the maximum, marveling at the exquisitely detailed visuals, unable to stifle their gasps of awe as the screen displayed a stable frame rate exceeding 200 frames per second. They quickly immersed themselves in the gaming experience. Chapter 115. Attempts at reverse photon technology. Countless individuals, like him, upon receiving their computers, immediately opened the game store and launched the most demanding titles, adjusting the graphics to the highest settings, then began live streaming their gameplay, inciting envy among onlookers. Professional gaming bloggers who acquired consumer computers were quick to live stream tests of the most resource-intensive games in history, alongside some visually stunning titles produced in Dacia in recent times. The results are undoubtedly delightful. The home computer operates flawlessly at the highest graphical settings of these games, while maintaining a remarkably low occupancy. It can simultaneously run a dozen top-tier titles while performing other complex tasks, all while remaining exceptionally quiet and cool. Professional digital reviewers have managed to acquire the home computer and conducted the most comprehensive and meticulous tests, even comparing it against a borrowed high-end Apple model. Their findings reveal that the performance of the home computer surpasses that of the latter by over 20 times, and due to excellent optimization and high compatibility with system software, its performance can exceed 30 times in practical applications. This substantiates that Qifan Company has not exaggerated. The Photon computer indeed delivers a dimensionality reduction impact on traditional computers, exhibiting no flaws whatsoever. Observing these professional review videos, netizens have become increasingly eager and are looking forward to acquiring their own home computers. They have initiated weekly purchasing sprees. Besides the home computer, various models of Photon servers have also been produced and delivered, utilized in the server arrays of major internet companies. Their performance is impeccable, not only powerful, but also incredibly energy efficient, alleviating concerns regarding overheating and maintenance issues. Furthermore, netizens are most curious about when they will be able to use Photon smartphones. Since the conclusion of the press conference, numerous smartphone manufacturers have announced their imminent release of next-generation phones equipped with Photon chips, accompanied by concept designs and a series of exaggerated specifications. During this period, comparisons and marketing campaigns among leading smartphone manufacturers have proliferated, each highlighting their unique selling points. Given that all utilize the same chip, competition relies on other facets. Some emphasize cost-effectiveness, employing the cheapest components aside from the Photon chip. Others focus on flagship status, incorporating 2 or more Photon chips for enhanced performance and greater storage capacity, even including game controllers as a substitute for gaming consoles. Some advocate for durability, while others prioritize design. Nonetheless, even the most basic models outperform the most expensive Apple devices in terms of performance and battery life. Naturally, these smartphones are not inexpensive. as photon chips do not come with a subsidized pricing scene with home computers, effectively selling at near half price. Nevertheless, the reservation interfaces on the official websites of various smartphone brands have been overwhelmed, with each model garnering nearly 10 million reservations. In the United States, within the professional laboratory of Apple, a row of photon home computers rests on a workbench. These machines were procured by Apple through resources from the Great Sigh shortly after their release. Strictly speaking, these devices should not have been present abroad. However, being merely computers and relatively inconspicuous, the Great Sigh authorities have turned a blind eye to the smuggling of home computers. The quantities exported are limited, posing no significant impact. Rather, they allow Western countries to comprehend the disparity and subsequently make informed choices. However, photon servers, photon chips, and associated technologies and core photon materials are strictly prohibited from export, with stringent controls in place. Each photon server sold by Lin Fan company is meticulously accounted for and registered. Should any be discovered to have been exported, all individuals along the supply chain would face severe penalties. The performance of these large machines is formidable, and it is absolutely forbidden for them to fall into foreign hands, lest they facilitate the resolution of research challenges that traditional computers struggle to address. This machine has been connected and thoroughly tested, yielding results that astonish the engineers at Apple's laboratory. It is undoubtedly the most powerful computer ever created, perhaps even deserving the title of supercomputer. The engineers attempted to breach the internal encryption to extract a simplified version of the Lin Fan artificial intelligence code from the AI module. But predictably, they failed. The code was instantly destroyed, indicating the use of quantum encryption technology. Now, this computer holds only research value. Skilled technicians discovered deeply hidden seams within the chassis, finally exposing the interior for all to see. The engineers gasped in astonishment. The interior of the chassis was unlike traditional computer towers, devoid of various graphics card modules. Instead, it contained a convoluted web of wiring. At the center, a robust, sealed casing was tightly encased, with no visible seams aside from the external ports. Undoubtedly, this was the most valuable component of the machine. Reluctantly, the engineers opted to saw open this module. Once the module was fully severed, the true photon core was revealed to all. It was a uniquely shaped crystal, filled with countless glowing points, with faint pathways of light connecting them. It resembled a biological brain, entirely consistent with Lin Fan Company's description of a neural network structure. The engineers gathered around, observing intently for a moment, exclaiming, "This is a technology we cannot fully comprehend. It is a simulated brain, crafted from alternative materials to mimic a biological brain. No wonder it is so adept at running artificial intelligence programs. This deviates entirely from the original photon computer trajectory. And in this field, we possess no technological reserves." Cook, frowning, inquired, "Is there no existing technology we can reverse engineer? Isn't this principle rather clear? If they can simulate a brain, why can't we achieve the same?" An engineer shook his head. Precisely because the principle is overly simplistic, the technological aspects become exceedingly complex. The human brain is an extraordinarily precise entity. Merely understanding its operational principles is immensely challenging, not to mention how to replicate its structure while achieving photon computation. The number of neurons is at least in the hundreds of billions. Their positions must be fixed, and it is hard to conceive the means to replicate them with pinpoint accuracy and embed them into this crystalline material. Additionally, the materials used for the pathways between neurons are crucial. They must inherently possess switching functions. Most critically, the crystal itself is a material I have never encountered. In summary, the prospect of inventing an entire suite of photon computer technology from scratch is utterly implausible. Chapter 116. The West bows down. Cook fell silent. It is worth noting that this is merely a home computer model, with even smaller photon chips and larger servers yet to be accounted for. Not to mention the legendary experimental models developed for internal use by Lin Fan Company. The West faces a daunting challenge on this path. It appears there are only two feasible routes. The first involves employing unorthodox methods to steal the opposing technology. However, this route is even more arduous. Currently, Lin Fan Company, along with all individuals or entities associated with Lin Fan, is under rigorous scrutiny and fortified security. Attempting to dispatch spies to steal technology or resort to abduction is entirely unrealistic. Moreover, the opposing technology cannot be stored online, rendering it vulnerable to hacking attempts. In fact, during this period, numerous attempts have been made. However, since the advent of photon devices, their overall computational power has diverged significantly from that of Great Sigh. Hacker attacks are akin to mere tickling, easily discovered and thwarted. Furthermore, ever since Great Xia initiated its comprehensive self-research program, all software and systems have become self-contained, devoid of vulnerabilities. There is fundamentally no breakthrough to be found from this angle. Previously, they had dispatched individuals to smuggle a hard drive containing the mutated code of the Miller model into the Great Xia and connected it to a home computer. Their intention was to exploit the home machine's capabilities, combined with the destructive potential of the Miller model, to instigate chaos within the Great Xia's network, framing the Qifan artificial intelligence for the ensuing turmoil. This was meant to instill a sense of panic regarding photon computers and Qifan AI. However, the plan was aborted before it could be executed. The cybersecurity system of Great Xia is exceedingly robust. The Miller model was detected before it could unleash its full power, with the address and model being pinpointed directly. Subsequently, the perpetrators were apprehended, and the incident made headlines, prompting the Great Xia authorities to issue a preemptive warning to netizens, assuring them that even if Qifan AI were to encounter issues in the future, the public need not fear excessively. With this endeavor thwarted, they devised another scheme, capitalizing on the astonishing realism of the virtual videos generated by Qifan AI, which were indistinguishable from reality. They produced simulated videos using Qifan AI within Great Xia to stir controversy, igniting public discourse and leading people to feel that they could easily be maligned by fabricated videos. Nevertheless, this commotion soon subsided as Qifan AI publicly disclosed a fact. From its inception, the company had anticipated such issues. Consequently, every time Qifan AI generated a virtual video, it embedded a pixel-level marker within the imagery. This marker even included specific information regarding the model that created the virtual video. Since the marker is pixel-level, it remains imperceptible to the naked eye. However, scanning the video reveals the marker and code, unequivocally proving its virtual nature, thereby ensuring no real-world repercussions. Furthermore, the Great Xia authorities enacted relevant legislation prohibiting the use of generated virtual videos for mischief or sensationalism. The individuals responsible for the fabricated videos were swiftly apprehended. Concurrently, the populace of Great Xia became acutely aware that these machinations were orchestrated by foreign entities, which inadvertently bolstered their sense of unity and their resolute stance against the West. In summary, this first avenue appeared entirely unfeasible. Cook sighed, realizing only the second path remained: surrender. On this day, several Western nations, including the United States, announced the simultaneous lifting of bans on graphics cards and other related items against Great Xia, while also reducing previously inflated tariffs. Simultaneously, they declared that negotiations with the Great Xia authorities had commenced, wherein Great Xia would open exports of home computers and photon chips to them. Additionally, Qifan AI would launch basic and advanced paid services in these countries. Furthermore, at some point in the future, Great Xia would gradually loosen restrictions on the licensing of peripheral photon device technologies and the export of photon materials. This news was instantly splashed across global media headlines, prompting commentary from journalists worldwide. The international online community was left astounded. Many foreign netizens did not expect their governments to capitulate so swiftly. Some expressed that this was their first experience of such a sentiment, sensing the world's center shifting towards Great Xia. It appeared that the West had merely lifted a nominal ban in exchange for access to the photon device market. However, behind the scenes, these Western nations undoubtedly traded significant interests to secure this concession, though such arrangements were not made public. Future assessments would only allow for the inference of these underlying motivations. Nonetheless, most foreign netizens were relatively pleased, as this meant they would not fall too far behind Great Xia in the photon era, even if they lacked control over core technologies. What delighted them even more was the newfound ability to purchase photon computers and indulge in a plethora of premier Great Xia games. Previously, during the ban on Great Xia games, many players spent their days perusing video-sharing websites, watching high-definition videos uploaded by Great Xia content creators and gaming streamers visiting from Great Xia. These videos garnered immense popularity, keeping the interest of cloud gamers peaked. Although purchasing photon home computers from their countries lacked subsidies and required them to pay nearly double the price, this cost remained manageable relative to their incomes, often requiring just a month of work. The exchange for such formidable performance was deemed exceedingly worthwhile. Meanwhile, in Great Xia, netizens observed this turn of events with swelling pride. Hooray! Great Xia has triumphed, uniting to prevail against several Western nations. They reveled in their nation's prowess, no longer constrained by previous limitations, but now in a position to exert influence over others. Why should we lift the ban? just because those nations have rescinded their restrictions. Must we follow suit? Who still covets their graphics cards? Wouldn't that be a loss? Indeed, photon computers should never be exported, allowing only great sigh to reap the benefits. Well, the higher-ups must have their reasons. Those nations surely exchange considerable interest to secure this deal. Additionally, our photon devices can undercut their markets, effectively stifling their self-research paths. The export of photon servers remains restricted, which is enough to crush them. The most powerful computing power will always reside with us in Great Sigh, and our advantages are abundant. Yes, to utilize the servers, one must operate within Great Sigh. Otherwise, they will lag behind the times. If they do engage, all data remains within Great Sigh. This is optimal. Those Western nations will undoubtedly refrain from relocating military and aerospace research projects to Great Sigh. Without research conducted within Great Sigh, their scientific progress will never match ours. Once everything's settled, Lin Fan received a call from an old friend in his office. Chapter 117, Undercurrents. The call was from Tao Zhishuan. Upon answering, the other party greeted him with a smile, feigning annoyance. Academician Lin, congratulations on inventing the photon computer. However, your product is incredibly sought after abroad. I had a hard time acquiring one. Lin Fan chuckled. Dr. Tao, if you had mentioned this sooner, I could have arranged for the company to send you one directly. Tao Zhishuan replied, never mind, I don't want any special treatment. His tone then shifted to one of excitement. By the way, Academician Lin, our collaborative project has made significant progress. I am confident we will complete it within a few days. We are on the verge of resolving this historic mathematical conundrum. Lin Fan expressed surprise. So soon? When I last called, you mentioned needing at least 2 more months. Tao Zhishuan exclaimed, haha, it's all thanks to the photon computer. After purchasing it, I immediately had to go. And I must say, the new computer is remarkably efficient, as is Qifan AI. I programmed many of my ideas into the computer, allowing it to organize them and gradually work through the solutions. To my astonishment, we achieved a significant breakthrough. The combination of your Qifan AI and the photon computer truly mirrors human thought processes, making it impeccably accurate in solving mathematical steps. It's as if I suddenly gained several assistants who understand my intentions. Although they aren't extremely intelligent yet, they can swiftly resolve general problems. I decomposed the project as steps into hundreds, and now the computer has solved steps 2 and 3. The invention of this photon computer is indeed a boon for mathematicians. I dare say that the mathematical community, no, the entire scientific realm, is on the brink of a flourishing renaissance. It is inevitable that more scientists will endeavor to tackle a myriad of problems. Upon completing this project, I intend to delve into the Goldbach conjecture. And I suspect there are at least a dozen like-minded individuals in the mathematics community who have embarked on similar pursuits, perhaps even commenced their investigations already. After engaging in a discourse with Terence Tao regarding photon computers and artificial intelligence, Lin Fan terminated the call, his eyes narrowing in anticipation. The forthcoming moment is of utmost significance. Although it may appear that the West has entirely capitulated, frequently lauding photon technology in the media, and large foreign capital has begun negotiations with Qifan Photonic Equipment Company, presenting a facade of unity, Lin Fan is acutely aware that this is merely a temporary concession, and their tactics will soon shift underground. He must prepare accordingly. At this moment, atop a skyscraper in the United States, surrounded by floor-to-ceiling windows, a long table is occupied by individuals clad in tailored suits. A closer examination reveals that one side comprises familiar faces, often seen within the halls of Congress, the White House and the Pentagon. The opposing side, however, is filled with individuals of a more sinister demeanor, adopting a rather casual posture. At this juncture, an official from the U.S. government spoke up. Ladies and gentlemen, we have convened today to discuss how to deal with Lin Fan moving forward. Our assessment indicates that Lin Fan evidently possesses some secret or a form of advanced technology which enables him to perpetually develop groundbreaking innovations. We cannot allow him to continue his ascent. His existence has already inflicted significant damage upon us in the West, and it will not be long before he emerges as the dominant force on Blue Planet. As he spoke, a person seated in the middle of the opposing side interrupted. Your Excellency, what does this have to do with our hyena organization? Are you seeking to employ us for this task? If so, issue a formal bounty, and we will consider it accordingly. Furthermore, I fail to comprehend why you Americans, who are not lacking in this regard, would need to involve us. The U.S. officials exchanged glances, not displaying anger, but responding with a calm demeanor. We have been informed about the kidnapping incident that Lin Fan encountered in Northern Europe. It was orchestrated by your organization. The expressions on the opposing side clearly shifted, pondering which member had leaked this information. Although the Hyena organization is supported by the U.S. government, it operates with a degree of independence, often withholding intelligence. Particularly, they frequently operate in the shadows, rarely interfacing with government personnel, and are most familiar only with certain intelligence agency members. At this moment, a U.S. official remarked, "Do not misconstrue our intent. We deduced this information through reasoning," and additionally confirmed it with individuals from the Miller Consortium. The opposing side appeared contemplative. "Ah, I see. You have established that the Miller Consortium was dismantled by Lin Fan?" The U.S. official replied, "Though we lack concrete evidence, who else could have accomplished this? What a remarkable coincidence that an artificial intelligence model would suddenly undergo a transformation. After the advent of Chiffon AI, we came to understand the situation. We immediately sought confirmation from those incarcerated, as there is no rationale for Lin Fan to attack their consortium without provocation. The only plausible explanation is that the incident in Northern Europe was instigated by them." At this point, a member of the opposing side suddenly furrowed his brow. How could Lin Fan know it was the Miller Consortium behind it? Our people would never divulge such information. This suggests that Lin Fan may possess some insights regarding our organization. The U.S. official responded, "Lin Fan is quite extraordinary. The secrets surrounding him remain elusive to us, yet it is evident that beyond technological development, he possesses other capabilities. At the very least, these abilities enable him to safeguard himself or acquire substantial information. Of course, the latter may well be attributable to Chiffon AI. I can divulge an exclusive piece of intelligence. Several months ago, the Great Xia undertook a covert operation to purge spies. This operation effectively eradicated our operatives who were active on the surface in Great Xia. Apart from a few dormant agents, nearly all were apprehended. Our extensive intelligence network, cultivated over many years in Great Xia, was uprooted. At the time, we were unaware of the circumstances. The expression on the opposing member's face was one of disbelief. He clearly had no knowledge of this event. That the U.S. intelligence network in Great Xia had been entirely dismantled was a reality too shocking to comprehend. This could only imply that Great Xia had acquired some innovative tool for intelligence gathering, and the recent emergence of Chiffon AI suddenly made sense to him. He jestingly remarked, "No wonder you summoned us here. It seems you have no one left to utilize." Yet his brow furrowed once more. If that is the case, then the development timeline of Chiffon AI must predate our assumptions significantly. Chapter 118. Analysis of the Hyena Organization. The U.S. official stated, "This is the crux of the matter. It is highly probable that Lin Fan learned of the kidnapping plot before departing for Northern Europe and may even possess specific intelligence. The former could have been a warning from Great Xia's intelligence agency. However, if the latter is true, we must ponder the extent of his capabilities." The expression of the opposing member grew increasingly tumultuous. Such a scenario would be utterly terrifying. The Hyena organization's security measures have always been stringent. How could the opposing party have gleaned such insights, even with artificial intelligence? There must be another method at play. Furthermore, the opposing party demonstrates remarkable confidence in their strategy, knowingly venturing into perilous territory. The critical aspect is that Lin Fan has indeed managed to navigate through danger, and throughout the process, numerous peculiarities have arisen. At this realization, he suddenly felt a jolt. If this were the case, then Lin Fan's movements in Northern Europe warrant meticulous examination. Reflecting on the execution of the plan, particularly the second phase involving the City Hall kidnapping, the leader of the Hyena organization broke into a cold sweat. This is dire. Regardless of whether he was forewarned about the specific details of the kidnapping plan or passively responded to the unfolding events, he must have been on high alert. Consequently, the individuals dispatched to engage with him would no longer have been covert. For instance, that notable figure who greeted Lin Fan with a handshake, having applied diuretic ointment, even if he did not partake in the subsequent kidnapping scheme and departed immediately, would undoubtedly become a subject of suspicion. While many were present at the soiree to shake hands and toast with Lin Fan, it would be exceedingly simple for such an astute individual to recall all the faces. Thus, having filtered out the majority of unlikely suspects, members of their organization would be exposed to Lin Fan's scrutiny. Upon this realization, the members of the Hyena organization were filled with dread. Over this period, while that member continued to fulfill organizational duties without incident, it was evident that he had become a pawn left behind by Lin Fan, poised to bait a greater catch. Should he inadvertently use a computer or similar device to communicate with other organizational members in his daily life, he would find himself entirely under Lin Fan's surveillance. Upon reflecting on this, he promptly expressed his apologies and retreated to a secluded corner to make a phone call, relaying certain instructions. After re-establishing his composure and tidying his disheveled appearance, he calmly returned to his seat, all the while under the watchful gaze of those around him. At that moment, he broached another peculiar matter. If Lin Fan was indeed aware of the intricacies of the kidnapping, why would he willingly walk into the trap? Moreover, why did he refrain from informing his bodyguards or the security personnel of his suspicions? Had he done so, the abduction would have been thwarted from the outset, and the subsequent events in the restroom would never have transpired. Unless, of course, the adversary had chosen to step into this snare intentionally. Yet, such confidence seemed excessive. What was his true intention behind this? Although he had successfully evaded all pitfalls due to his vigilance, the unexpected demise of the individual in the restroom, occurring without any physical contact, was also a matter of great intrigue. As this was discussed, all present fell into deep contemplation. Indeed, even if Lin Fan was unaware of the kidnapping specifics, merely cognizant of someone attempting to abduct him, his heightened awareness would have prompted suspicion after being drugged. It was, therefore, rather strange that he did not immediately alert his bodyguards and security personnel. Why was he not concerned about being poisoned? Thus, as they communicated, they gradually pieced together fragments of a puzzle, some of which hinted at secret conjectures regarding Lin Fan. Yet vast swathes of this puzzle remained unsolved. At present, everyone remained in a fog of uncertainty, but they had come to realize that Lin Fan was far from ordinary. Future dealings with him would necessitate utmost caution. Take, for instance, the forthcoming operation. They would need to draw from these insights to avoid potential pitfalls. Additionally, they could devise strategies to unearth more confidential information about Lin Fan. At the conclusion of their discussions, the Hyena organization declared its commitment to the task, contingent upon the support of official resources. The American authorities readily acquiesced, as this aligned perfectly with their objectives. Returning to Lin Fan, on this day, he had just finished reading a book and engaged in complex theoretical calculations, deepening his understanding of the principles at play. Subsequently, his body, akin to a supple leopard, stretched luxuriously. How refreshing! He had recently discovered that emulating animal movements to stretch his body could alleviate fatigue to the greatest extent, in addition to contributing to physical fitness. Presently, he found no need for the gym. A daily regimen of authentic 5-animal play was sufficient to maintain a robust physique. Although his appearance might seem frail, beneath the surface lay a body brimming with sinewy strength, concealed beneath his outer garments. After completing his routine, Lin Fan approached his bed, lay down, and closed his eyes. In the next moment, he found himself at the center of the crystal universe, where he took a moment to attune himself. Suddenly, a vacant-eyed figure materialized before him, seated cross-legged in the void. This individual was none other than the person who had shaken Lin Fan's hand at the banquet in Northern Europe. A member of the Hyena organization, ostensibly the owner of a business in Scandinavia. Now, he was a pawn in Lin Fan's grasp, providing new intelligence through regular scans. Of course, Lin Fan also employed a jellyfish to monitor all devices in proximity to the individual. However, compared to that, Lin Fan placed greater trust in his current methods. After a brief interval, Lin Fan sensed something amiss and reopened his eyes. The figure, once vacant, now exhibited signs of awareness, albeit still in a state of confusion. The individual stared blankly at Lin Fan and the surrounding scenery, suddenly snapping back to reality, his face a canvas of shock. Yet, Lin Fan did not wait for any further response. With a mere wave of his hand, he rendered the individual immobile, all struggles proving futile. Lin Fan spoke calmly. "Speak. Have there been any recent developments? Any new assignments or encounters with mid-level organization members? Have you heard any whispers within the organization?" The rationale for not directly scanning him was that Lin Fan had merely drawn the individual's soul into his realm, and his brain had not synchronized, thus lacking detailed memories. Only the soul carried vague recollections akin to dreams and emotions, sufficient for Lin Fan's purposes. Furthermore, he refrained from scanning the individual's soul to prevent any damage that might result in external anomalies. Any matters concerning the soul warranted utmost caution. The figure, now displaying terror and anger, retorted, "You will not extract any information from me." Chapter 119. Task completed. New mathematical tools. Nevertheless, Lin Fan paid no heed. In the next moment, under the gaze of the terrified individual, his mouth inexplicably began to speak. "Yes, I received a new assignment today, requiring me to visit the Chiffon Photon Equipment Company in the Great Xia to explore potential future collaborations." Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback, his eyes narrowing. "What else? Surely this task is intended for an assassination attempt against me? How many accomplices are accompanying you? What is the specific plan?" To his surprise, the individual shook his head. "No, The directive from above is solely for me to engage in business negotiations, nothing more. And I am the only one assigned to this task. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's brow furrowed. What? Is the hyena organization not harboring intentions toward me on this trip to Great Xia? Could it be that their mission is of a different nature? Yet, it seemed improbable that they would send merely one individual to execute a task in Great Xia. Nonetheless, Lin Fan sensed that the individual also perceived this visit to Great Xia as being aimed at him. Why then, had the details not been conveyed clearly? Was it possible that the specifics of the plan would only be disclosed upon arrival in Great Xia? This notion seemed quite plausible. Lin Fan smirked, recognizing the caution exercised, indicative of a large organization with stringent confidentiality measures. He chose not to dwell on it. With a wave of his hand, he conjured a pleasant dream for the individual, erasing the recent memory, and subsequently released him. In Northern Europe, the individual lying in the villa's bed, previously with closed eyes, was now rapidly spinning in circles. At the moment the soul returned, his eyes ceased their movement, and a sweet smile graced his face. Back in Lin Fan's domain, he opened his eyes and inquired, "Jellyfish, has there been any new information from the individual's devices? Has he exhibited any recent movements?" In the next instant, the jellyfish's voice resonated through his earpiece. "Master, upon inspection, none have been found. Additionally, he has been working from home daily, with no contact with any suspicious individuals. He only visited a cafe today, likely the location where he received his assignment. However, there were no surveillance cameras present. I did, however, note that all of his devices have recently undergone thorough remote scanning." Lin Fan's brow furrowed. Have the devices of the other members also been scanned? The jellyfish affirmed. Indeed, in recent days, all members' devices have undergone intensive scrutiny. Lin Fan fell silent, and after a moment, he remarked, "It is possible that the hyena organization conducts routine checks on member devices." Nevertheless, he made a note of this occurrence. Days swiftly passed. On this day, Lin Fan received yet another video call from Terrence Tao. On the other end of the line, Tao appeared disheveled, his hair tousled, and dark circles under his eyes. Yet his face radiated excitement. In his right hand, he clutched a haphazard stack of A4 papers, covered in a chaotic array of printed text and hastily scrawled symbols. Many of these symbols were indecipherable to anyone but Tao himself, representing a unique notation he had developed during his research. "Lin, I've done it. We have successfully resolved this conundrum. The complexity of this problem exceeded my expectations, and in tackling the first half, I devised an entirely new mathematical tool. This tool could even pave new avenues for addressing the Riemann hypothesis. In short, we are poised to astonish the mathematical community. I can hardly wait to finalize the paper and circulate it. Just wait, this time, I am certain it will earn you a Fields Medal." Upon hearing this, Lin Fan was taken aback. Is it really that remarkable? He understood the significance of such a discovery. The emergence of a new mathematical tool could lay the groundwork for all future scholars. And it was quite possible that Tao would ascend to the status of a master in the field. "Congratulations," he exclaimed. This was truly Tao's achievement, and he would not presume to claim any credit merely for having his name attached to it. Although they had collaboratively tackled the problem, Lin had only contributed to the latter half. Tao, brimming with enthusiasm, replied, "This is all thanks to the formula you provided. It was incredibly ingenious. Apart from divine inspiration, I cannot fathom how a human brain could conceive such a formula. It was only after I fully analyzed your formula that I realized. Had it not been for your insight, this problem might have remained unsolved for decades, perhaps even a century. In essence, it was through my extensive research while dissecting your formula that I uncovered this new mathematical tool. Lin, all of this is owed to you. By the way," he continued, "once I finalize the paper, I will delve into the specifics of the tools I've utilized. I can hardly contain my excitement. No, I believe I must visit Daxia in person. Engaging with you face-to-face would facilitate discussions that are inconvenient over video. It has been ages since I last visited Daxia. Would you welcome me?" Lin Fan paused for a moment and smiled. "Of course, you are most welcome. However, I fear that the universities back home will bombard you with requests upon learning of your visit." Tao shook his head. "That would indeed be troublesome, but we can simply decline those invitations. Let's agree on this." After disconnecting the call, Lin Fan marveled at the astonishing nature of the formula derived from the laws of insight. It became evident that a multitude of mysteries lay concealed within the formula, and merely augmenting the crystalline universe with these equations was insufficient to encapsulate all the laws. The insights gained along the path of proving these formulas were equally vital. The complexities of the world's laws were staggering, and he pondered how long it would take to fully comprehend them. When Tao arrived, he intended to engage in a thorough exchange, which would surely enrich his understanding of numerous mathematical principles. The following day, the paper uploaded to a prominent academic website instantly captured the attention of mathematicians worldwide, and the news rapidly spread across the globe, even reaching those outside the field. Major media outlets reported on the groundbreaking discovery. The reason was simple. The problem they had resolved was one that even amateur mathematicians were aware of, and its notoriety was considerable. The fact that this conundrum had now been completely unraveled, with the paper's authorship leaving everyone astonished, only added to the intrigue. While the name Terence Tao did not elicit surprise, the revelation that Lin Fan was the first author took everyone aback. He had indeed participated in solving this problem, implying that during this period, Lin had not only developed artificial intelligence and photon computers, but had also concurrently tackled a mathematical challenge. What a master of time management he was! Although Tao had previously mentioned Lin's proficiency in mathematics and their collaborative efforts, few had regarded Lin as a mathematician, dismissing it as mere flattery among peers. Yet now, the reality was undeniable. As mathematicians meticulously downloaded and scrutinized the paper, their astonishment grew. The approach to the solution was incredibly ingenious. Could humanity truly conceive such a method? Though the complete proof was intricate, it was unequivocally clear and correct upon verification. The mathematical community now recognized the merit of Lin and Tao's work. Most significantly, these mathematicians discovered that the paper employed a groundbreaking mathematical tool, perhaps even more crucial than the problem itself. They found this new mathematical instrument to be remarkably innovative, unprecedented, and capable of assisting in the resolution of numerous other issues, thereby providing fresh perspectives for their research. This revelation ignited a fervor among them, compelling them to tackle more mathematical challenges with renewed enthusiasm. Since delving into the paper, discussions among mathematicians grew increasingly animated, and the entire mathematical community seemed to revel in a state of jubilation. Their opinions were quickly noted by the media, with one esteemed mathematician quoted, stating, "If Lin Fan does not receive a Fields Medal for this research, it would be a grave oversight for the mathematical world. This study possesses epoch-making significance, potentially paving the way for countless future scholars towards the ultimate resolution of the Riemann hypothesis." Upon hearing this news in Daxia, netizens erupted in celebration. Lin Fan is incredible. The Great One is truly formidable. Daxia's first Fields Medal is finally within reach. It turns out the master is genuinely remarkable in the realm of mathematics. Many attempted to peruse the paper, but found themselves bewildered by the complexity of the elaborate equations. I never imagined that such a straightforward proposition could require such convoluted reasoning to resolve. Mathematics is truly enchanting. As a mathematics major, one student remarked, "The entire mathematics department has gone wild over the past few days, with all experts and professors engrossed in studying this paper. The true strength of the Great One lies not only in solving the problem, but in providing a new tool. The entire mathematical community is now intrigued and attempting to use it to tackle their own challenges. This is nothing short of monumental." Another student expressed, "As someone studying mathematics, I can only comprehend the vast gap in expertise. The paper lies before me, yet I cannot grasp its content. It seems I'm destined to remain distant from research. Perhaps it is time to change my career path." The journal to which the paper was originally submitted promptly announced that it had passed peer review and would be published in the next issue, praising the collaborative work of Lin Fan and Terence Tao. Simultaneously, mathematics research institutions worldwide extended invitations to both Lin Fan and Terence Tao, requesting them to conduct academic lectures detailing their paper, particularly focusing on the new mathematical tool introduced. However, Tao's response to these external invitations indicated that he would address them in a few days, as he was presently preparing to visit Daxia. Upon learning of this news, the media in Daxia was thrown into a frenzy. The top universities, having already reached out to Lin Fan, were now even more excited and swiftly contacted Tao, inviting him to deliver an academic report during his visit to Daxia. Unexpectedly, Terence Tao decisively declined, stating that his visit to the Great Xia was solely to pay a visit to Lin Fan and a tour of the Qifan Company, with no other arrangements in place. This response left the outside world somewhat astonished, yet they had no choice but to accept it. On that day, while Lin Fan was at his company, he suddenly heard the voice of Jellyfish through his headset. "Master, Hunter, the hyena member, has already landed in Pengcheng." Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, setting aside his work as he replied, "Closely monitor his movements. By the way, what about the others? Have they arrived in Great Xia?" Jellyfish responded, "They arrived in Great Xia at the same time, but did not take the same flight. All came from different directions, and this time they're using their real identities. Lin Fan let out a cold laugh. It seemed they were preparing to take action. He further inquired, also, analyze the other passengers on their flights for any suspicious individuals. Jellyfish replied, an analysis has been conducted, and no suspicious individuals were found. Lin Fan frowned. When one discovers a cockroach, it implies that countless others are lurking in hidden corners. He could not believe that only a handful of people were dispatched to deal with him. Nevertheless, for the time being, it would have to suffice. The silver lining was that these individuals were within his control, and now that they had arrived in Great Sigh, they would undoubtedly commence their mission soon. This meant that the hyena organization would be relaying detailed plans to them. Lin Fan glanced at the time. It was already evening. After checking into the hotel, the individuals would likely receive information, and once they fell asleep, he could extract information from their souls. Thus, he could find an opportune moment to eliminate them without revealing his own secrets. He furrowed his brow. It was best to resolve this matter before Terrence Tao's arrival. He did not wish to be distracted with assassination attempts while hosting a guest. Due to the need for secrecy, he could not act recklessly. A careless mistake could inadvertently harm Professor Tao, which would be quite unfortunate. That night, Lin Fan closed his eyes and once again entered the crystal universe. After sensing for a moment, several terrified faces appeared before him, those of the hyena organization members he had scanned previously. Ignoring their fearful expressions, Lin Fan calmly inquired, was the detailed plan assigned to you by the organization this time? However, moments later, he was taken aback once more. The individuals claimed they had not received any detailed plans and were also curious as to why the organization had sent them here without any directives. The only one among them who had a specific plan was Hunter, according to the original arrangement, would visit the Chiffon company tomorrow and attempt to request a meeting with Lin Fan. The others had merely been arranged for a sightseeing trip, remaining in the city without even needing to visit the Chiffon Photonic Equipment Company. Furthermore, they had no information regarding the whereabouts of their teammates and were incredulous that they all happened to be in Pengcheng at the same time. They were aware they had been sent to eliminate Lin Fan, but were puzzled as to why they were the ones chosen for this task. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fan erased their memories and returned them, his brow deeply furrowed. What was going on? They had already arrived in his city. It was time to issue equipment and disclose the details of the plan, was it not? Shouldn't earlier preparation be preferable? His security was currently very tight, making it difficult to orchestrate a perfect assassination. If the organization was rushing to disclose plan details at the last moment, it would likely lead to a significant drop in efficiency. At that moment, he truly felt perplexed. What was the hyena organization thinking? Chapter 121, Insidious Probing. Somehow, Lin Fan sensed that something was amiss. He felt that the situation behind this was not as straightforward as it appeared. He just had not yet grasped where the problem lay. He even detected a hint of conspiracy, one that was independent of the assassination attempt against him. His gaze flickered. Jellyfish scanned the equipment of these individuals and the surrounding surveillance for any anomalies. No anomalies detected, Jellyfish replied. Lin Fan shook his head, deciding to wait until tomorrow. Perhaps it was due to the robust security in Pengcheng that the opposition was still preparing. The next day, around noon, Jellyfish reported Hunter and the others' activities. As mentioned previously, Hunter had merely visited the Chiffon Photonic Company under the guise of business, displaying curiosity without any suspicious behavior. He then left the company but remained in the urban area of Pengcheng, seemingly intending to explore the city. The remaining individuals showed no signs of movement, spending the majority of their time in the hotel, seldom venturing outside, and opting for room service for meals. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's unease intensified. He longed to confront the higher-ups of the hyena organization to discern their intentions. Should he directly engage with them, synchronize his mind with theirs, and extract their memories to uncover any overlooked details? Although he was confident in handling unknown risks, his intuition urged him not to delay any further. As this thought crossed his mind, a chill surged down Lin Fan's spine, penetrating his brain like a bolt of lightning, causing his expression to momentarily turn blank. He had figured it out. He understood why the individuals he had been monitoring appeared so peculiar thus far. This was most likely a test directed at him, a trap. Frustrated, he pondered why it had taken him so long to realize this. It was, after all, a rather straightforward matter. The most suspicious aspect was why they sent Hunter and the others to Great Sigh to execute a mission. Did the hyena organization have no other operatives available? As a formidable organization, this was clearly implausible. Lin Fan recognized Hunter and his associates because they were Europeans, and during his prior visit to Europe, the hyena organization had deployed them against him. To plan any operation locally, the first choice would naturally be to utilize members developed within that region. But why this time? Did they send Hunter and his group to execute a mission in an unfamiliar Great Xia? As a powerful organization, they should ideally deploy different personnel for each operation. Even if these individuals had suffered setbacks previously, it would not make sense for them to seek redemption this time. The Hyena organization would surely consider that Lin Fan was already acquainted with these individuals, thus minimizing the likelihood of success. Yet, they still dispatched them. This could only mean one thing. These individuals were not actually sent to carry out an assassination against him. However, their arrival in Great Xia was indeed pertinent to him. The Hyena organization had sent them as bait, merely to observe his reactions. In other words, the organization had either known or suspected that the information regarding these members had been completely exposed to him. Understanding this, Lin Fan unraveled the motives of the Hyena organization. They must have believed that he had developed artificial intelligence before his trip to Europe, thus preemptively grasping the information that could lead to his abduction. And they were in control of the entire situation. Based on various clues, they deduced that there are secrets within themselves, substantial enough to navigate the impending crisis. Thus, they have chosen to operate independently, fully aware of the dangers, yet deliberately stepping into the fray, all in an effort to make contact with several members of the Hyena organization. Consequently, the Hyena organization suspects that individuals, including Hunter, as well as those who participated in their abduction in Northern Europe, may have had their circumstances uncovered through their unique methods, rendering them objects of surveillance. These methods encompass artificial intelligence or other undisclosed secrets pertaining to themselves. What the Hyena organization seeks to ascertain is precisely this. Therefore, they have dispatched these individuals to Daxia, firstly to confuse the protagonist and mask their true assassination intentions, and secondly to exploit the opportunity of the protagonist's proactive engagement with these individuals to uncover as much as possible regarding their secrets. In the eyes of the Hyena organization, every move made by these individuals is under their control. Their arrival in Daxia is undoubtedly motivated by ulterior motives concerning the protagonist. However, to acquire specific intelligence, the protagonist must willingly approach these individuals, particularly Hunter, while disregarding the rest. This is because Hunter was the only one who utilized his genuine identity and appearance during their previous encounter in Northern Europe, making it plausible for the protagonist to gather information about him using artificial intelligence afterward. In contrast, the remaining individuals had only hastily met in a restroom, employing disguises, thus rendering conventional methods ineffective in acquiring any information about them. Should the protagonist covertly seek out these others in Daxia, it would imply that their secret methods enable them to discern every biological detail of their counterparts with merely an encounter. A cold sweat broke out on Lin Fan's brow. The Hyena organization is astoundingly formidable, with traps laid at every turn, each designed to reveal different information based on his choices, all of which pertain to his own secrets. Chapter 122, The Emergence of Multiple Forces. At this moment, Lin Fan realizes he must feign ignorance regarding the presence of the other individuals in Daxia, focusing solely on Hunter, and subsequently locating him without raising suspicion, extracting information through less conspicuous means. He would then pretend to discover a miniature camera on Hunter, feigning panic and leaving abruptly. This way, the Hyena organization would conclude that he had indeed only grasped information about this single member, believing there to be no profound secrets to uncover. As this scheme began to crystallize in Lin Fan's mind, a wry smile crept across his face. The Hyena organization's plan is indeed clever, yet they have failed to consider that his capabilities far exceed their imagination. Thus, he has already seen through their rather lax probing. Regardless of how he chooses to act, they can only derive a general understanding of his actions, and he is entirely at liberty to disregard their scrutiny. However, for now, he shall align with their expectations and stage a performance. Rather than sowing uncertainty that might provoke their suspicion, it is far more prudent to present a logically coherent explanation. As night fell, Lin Fan left his room, stepped outside the villa, and wandered into the garden. The official security team, clad in suits, patrols the perimeter of the garden, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Upon seeing Lin Fan meander through the garden before re-entering the villa, they exhibited no reaction. Meanwhile, Lin Fan ascended into the sky, cloaked in darkness, seamlessly blending with the night. At that moment, he unfurled his invisible wings, soaring rapidly towards his destination, a 5-star hotel in Pengcheng. This was Lin Fan's inaugural attempt at flight. Witnessing the brilliantly illuminated city and the minuscule cars and pedestrians bustling about like ants on the streets. The nightscape of Pengcheng is breathtaking, Yet, Lin Fan's mind was not attuned to its beauty. Even with his fortitude, the thought of the series of tasks he must flawlessly execute ahead stirred a sense of anxiety within him. After a brief period, Lin Fan descended into a relatively dim alleyway near the five-star hotel. Should any onlookers be present, they would be astonished to find that wherever Lin Fan appeared, he seemed to perfectly mimic and integrate into his surroundings. It was nighttime. Without a keen eye, one would hardly notice him. Only those who had been forewarned and scrutinized closely would detect a human silhouette subtly shifting. At this moment, in a small village located in Central Europe, a basement has been transformed into a space resembling a space agency's control room. Various individuals move about, surrounded by large screens and control panels, with some staff members intently monitoring the footage. Among them, a high-ranking member of the Hyena organization, who had previously participated in a meeting with U.S. officials, sips coffee while fixating on the screens, which display multiple angles of the five-star hotel as exterior and some internal surveillance footage. One camera is positioned within Hunter's room. This high-ranking official mutters to himself, "Come on, show me what methods you will employ to approach Hunter. I refuse to believe you will enter the hotel and book a room openly." Unbeknownst to everyone, another faction lurks near the hotel. Across the street, in a pitch-black room, a group of individuals convenes. One figure stands by the window, peering through binoculars, also observing the hotel entrance. If Lin Fan were present, he would recognize this person as Wang Bin, the newly appointed head of national security in Pengcheng, who had previously encountered Lin Fan at a banquet in Northern Europe. Wang Bin inquires, "Have any suspicious individuals been spotted approaching the hotel from other directions? Make sure to keep a close watch. Do not overlook any potential contacts with the target." He then mutters to himself, "This individual, having previously interacted with Lin Fan, has long been on our radar. This time, he unexpectedly arrived in the Great Xia. Although he had legitimate reasons, as his company indeed had the potential to collaborate with Chiffon Photonics, I still found it to be an extraordinary coincidence. This individual is highly likely to be a member of the Hyena organization, and his presence in Great Xia could very well be aimed at orchestrating something detrimental to Lin Fan. Currently, there is but this single lead. It is imperative to keep a close watch on those who come into contact with him, for they may be his accomplices. This time, we must ensnare them all and extract their complete plans." Just then, he furrowed his brow, for through the lens of the telescope, he spotted an individual he deemed suspicious. A taxi suddenly halted in front of the hotel, from which emerged an elderly man leaning on a cane. The man sported a goatee, had a stooped posture, wore a hat, and donned sunglasses. At that moment, he ambled into the hotel with one hand clasped behind his back, his gait unsteady. Wang Bin was taken aback and quickly informed his associates, "We have a suspicious situation. Immediately ascertain this individual's identity, scan his facial features, and match the data with the Skynet." A young and capable colleague nearby shook his head and replied, "We need him to remove his sunglasses. Otherwise, we cannot identify him." Another person inquired, "Boss, should we have our hotel staff intervene to observe him up close?" Wang Bin frowned slightly. He instinctively sensed the man's suspiciousness. It was not yet time to escalate the situation. If they acted now, they might inadvertently alert the target. "Forget it. We'll wait for an opportunity. Let us see if he intends to visit the target's room after entering the hotel. If not, then it's of no consequence." Meanwhile, in the underground command center of the Hyena organization in Europe, the leader also took notice of this development. He instructed his subordinates to keep a close watch on this individual. Returning to the hotel, the elderly man slowly approached the front desk. The receptionist, adorned with a bow tie, greeted him promptly. "Welcome, sir. Are you here to check in?" The elderly man nodded, retrieving numerous large bills from his pocket. His voice gravelly as he said, "Please book me a room." He then handed over his identification card. The receptionist, somewhat surprised by the cash and ID, began the registration process. Her curiosity piqued. At such an advanced age, struggling to walk steadily, why was he here alone? Where were his family members? However, these thoughts were merely fleeting. After completing the registration, she smiled and handed the room key to the elderly man. "All set. Would you like me to have someone escort you to your room?" The elderly man shook his head. "No, thank you. I'll call if I need anything." With that, he leisurely made his way inside. At this moment, Wang Bin received information through his earpiece from the hotel. The back-end system displayed the identity information of the elderly man. He quickly verified it, discovering that this individual was indeed a local resident. Both the appearance and ID matched. The man was over 80 years old with mobility issues, making it improbable for him to be involved with the Hyena organization. Moreover, the hotel staff had observed him discreetly and found nothing suspicious. Wang Bin sighed in relief, ordering his team to continue monitoring, but but deciding not to focus on it any further. Meanwhile, although the hyena organization was unaware of the elderly man's specific details, they noted that he had entered a room far from hunters and had not emerged, thus dispelling any doubts. Back at the hotel, upon entering the room, the elderly man's demeanor suddenly transformed into that of a vigorous individual, and the cane in his hand disintegrated into ashes. Simultaneously, he shed his clothing, removing his beard, sunglasses, and all adornments. These items, too, turned to ashes, only to be replaced by a new set of clothing. The once elderly man now appeared as a young man, none other than Lin Fan himself. A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. As he collected the ashes and disposed of them in the toilet, he fell into deep contemplation. Upon his arrival, he had stealthily infiltrated a nearby residential building and replicated the appearance and identity of an elderly man resting in bed. After this meticulous disguise, he bore an uncanny resemblance to the original. He then confidently took a taxi to the hotel, registering without a hint of hesitation. Although he possessed the ability to stealthily infiltrate the hotel, such as descending onto the rooftop and directly entering a room, or scaling the hotel's exterior to reach the designated room, doing so would reveal too much of his capabilities. Thus, he opted for a more conventional check-in using a genuine forged identity. However, upon entering the hotel, Lin Fan found himself in a quandary. He discovered that his plan had failed. Within the hotel, he discerned that an official trap had been laid. He could have brazenly proceeded to Hunter's room, but upon instinctively scanning his surroundings upon entering, he accessed the crystal universe to retrieve information. It became evident that the authorities were indeed monitoring Hunter and observing his contacts. At this critical juncture, his presence could be misconstrued as an association with the hyena organization, and should he approach Hunter, the authorities might act to apprehend him, jeopardizing his mission. What a twist of fate. Moreover, the information he retrieved indicated that his current identity had already raised suspicions and prompted an investigation. Thus, he was compelled to devise an alternative strategy to approach Hunter's room, one that would evade the watchful eyes of the authorities. He could not traverse the hotel corridor directly. With this realization, Lin Fan opened the window and surveyed the exterior. The building towered several stories high, with Hunter's room situated even higher. The advantage was that it was nighttime, casting shadows that obscured visibility, and there were few cameras capable of capturing the scene. Most of the other hotel rooms were shrouded in darkness. After plotting his route, Lin Fan leaped out. In the next moment, an invisible force enveloped his hands and feet, forming a suction-like grip, mimicking the capabilities of a gecko and an octopus. Thus, he skillfully ascended towards Hunter's room, blending seamlessly with the wall, making it nearly impossible to discern his presence. Meanwhile, in a European underground base, the leader of the hyena organization, who had been monitoring various surveillance feeds from the hotel, furrowed his brow. This situation deviated from his expectations. Based on his assumptions, Lin Fan must possess some secret and had likely foreseen the assassination attempt, planning to confront Hunter while stealthily installing listening devices or utilizing his hidden talents. However, Hunter had been in Great Xia for 2 days, and if Lin Fan was to act, it would logically be now. Yet, no suspicious activity had been observed. The previously dubious elderly man had entered a room and had not emerged since, leaving the leader to ponder deeply. Either Lin Fan was entirely oblivious to the circumstances surrounding Hunter, rendering all his conjectures baseless, or either Lin Fan has learned or surmised through certain channels that this is indeed a trap. Such uncertainty heightens the stakes, yet inexplicably, he feels a strong intuition that his earlier suspicions about Lin Fan were accurate, and that he will adhere to the script he has devised. His instincts have always proven remarkably precise. If Lin Fan can glean all pertinent information about Hunter without needing to engage with him directly, it would be nothing short of extraordinary. At that moment, an intriguing development appeared on one of the surveillance screens. A miniature camera, discreetly placed in the room occupied by Hunter, captured the entire panorama of the bedroom, unbeknownst to Hunter himself. Currently, Hunter was seen languidly reclining on his bed, engrossed in a book. However, the camera caught an unusual flicker near the window, as if something had just glimmered in the corner. The supervisor's breath quickened. There was movement. But what was Lin Fan up to? Scaling the hotel's exterior walls? What could his next move possibly be? In the room, an experienced operative was present. How could he possibly subdue Hunter without alerting him, and then extract information? His gaze was intense, his breath held, wary of missing any detail. Meanwhile, across from the hotel, Wang Bin had been meticulously observing the entrance and the internal corridors of the establishment. Up until now, he had not witnessed anyone approaching Hunter. Perhaps the meeting would not occur here after all. It seemed prudent to wait until Hunter ventured out during the day to ascertain if he would rendezvous with anyone outside. However, an image of that elderly man kept flashing through his mind, and each time he thought of it, his brow instinctively furrowed. He felt an inexplicable suspicion towards the man. It was a feeling he could not quite articulate. Just then, one of his subordinates abruptly interjected with a tone of surprise and urgency. "Boss, something's amiss." Wang Bin turned sharply, inquiring, "What seems to be the problem? Is that old man involved?" The subordinate turned his notebook towards him, revealing some surveillance footage. "Boss, after I investigated the identity of that old man, I became curious and tracked his last known whereabouts. It struck me as odd that, as a local, he would come out alone to rent a room, especially since he appears to be an ordinary resident without substantial wealth." Wang Bin's brow furrowed further. "Get to the point." The subordinate continued, "Boss, the surveillance near his home shows that after returning home this afternoon, the old man has not left his house since." Chapter 124, Somnambulistic State. A look of shock flitted across Wang Bin's face. The subordinate pressed on. "That old man could not have left his house to come here." Wang Bin's expression shifted. "This is bad. He must be Hunter's accomplice, having come to discuss plans and transport equipment." Just then, the subordinate added, "But boss, that's not right. After entering the room, he hasn't come back out. Our colleagues have been monitoring the corridor. Even if the surveillance could be tampered with, it wouldn't escape their notice." Wang Bin's brow knitted in concern. "Keep a close watch." Unfortunately, to avoid raising Hunter's suspicions, they had not dispatched anyone to infiltrate the room and install hidden cameras. After a few more minutes, Wang Bin began to sense something was off. From the beginning until now, the other party had been in the room for quite some time. Logically, they should have regrouped by now. Why had there been no action thus far? His gaze sharpened, unless the other party had already acted, managing to elude their observation. With that thought, he urgently commanded, "Disguise as the front desk and call the other party's room." Moments later, the subordinate shook his head. "Boss." No one answered. A sense of foreboding surged within Wang Bin. "This is bad. They may no longer be in the room. We must act immediately." At that moment, armed colleagues from the hotel burst forth from a nearby room, rushing towards Hunter's quarters. They kicked the door open, guns drawn, shouting, "Don't move." However, in the next instant, they were met with an unusual scene, leaving them momentarily stunned. Simultaneously, in a subterranean base in Europe, the supervisor was grappling with the astonishing sight he had just witnessed. His expression one of disbelief. He was now unexpectedly aware of the involvement of the Desya officials, plunging into contemplation. Rewind 5 minutes. After stealthily scaling the exterior of Hunter's room, Lin Fan silently landed on the balcony, making not a sound to alert Hunter within. He then retrieved a gas canister and a tube from his pocket, inserting it into a crevice. An odorless, colorless gas swiftly permeated the bedroom. Half a minute later, through the window, Lin Fan observed Hunter suddenly slump over, clutching his head. He stowed the canister away. The efficacy of this substance was remarkable. A new component he had casually developed in the crystal universe. It was an extraordinarily potent hypnotic and anesthetic. Even the slightest inhalation would render one utterly devoid of will, plunging them into a state of hypnotic compliance. In addition, the individual would feel as though they had enjoyed a restful slumber, completely oblivious to the events that transpired. The spacious bedroom allowed Lin Fan to introduce a substantial quantity of gas, sufficient to incapacitate a dozen individuals, ensuring that even with some leakage, the target would be subdued. He then forcefully opened the window and entered the bedroom. At that moment in Europe, the supervisor's eyes widened in disbelief. Did Hunter possess the intellect of a pig? How could he be so utterly unsuspecting as to succumb to the gas? Surely, it was some form of anesthetic. The fact that it could silently incapacitate an individual in such a vast space was a testament to the prowess of a biologist. He recognized the intruder as Lin Fan, despite the latter being clad in black and wearing a mask. What he had not anticipated was how effortlessly Lin Fan infiltrated the room. He had expected him to approach from the corridor instead. What was the situation? Had he crawled over from the exterior walls? He jotted down a note in his notebook, acknowledging that Lin Fan possessed not only a high intellect, but also extraordinarily robust physical abilities. Back in the room, Lin Fan approached Hunter to assess his condition before feigning an inspection of the surroundings. He then returned to Hunter's side, who was now staring blankly. Lin Fan's deep voice resonated. "Speak. What is your purpose for coming to the Xia this time?" Under the astonished gaze of the European contingent, Hunter replied, "I was dispatched by my superiors to execute a mission, to tour Chief Fan Company, negotiate business, and then remain in this city for a few days of travel." At that moment, all members of the Hyena organization witnessing this scene were left dumbfounded. What sort of technique was this? Was it the effect of that anesthetic gas? It could induce such powerful hypnosis. This was even more effective than the drugs developed by their organization. All eyes were riveted on the unfolding scene. Recognizing the immense value of such a drug, if applied to intelligence gathering, it would be virtually unbeatable. If only they could obtain the formula for this gas from Lin Fan. Lin Fan inquired further, "Are there no other tasks? Surely, you did not come solely for this? Was the hyena organization not plotting an assassination against me? What about your other accomplices?" Hunter replied expressionlessly, "No, there are no other tasks this time. And I came here alone." Lin Fan continued to inquire further, secretly scanning and synchronizing with Hunter once again, meticulously examining the memories within his mind to ascertain that there was no useful information pertaining to himself. It was time to leave, initially intending to stage a scene. Feigning the discovery of hidden surveillance cameras, he realized that the officials were also focused on this location, rendering such theatrics unnecessary. He continued to question Hunter, when suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the corridor. He whipped around abruptly, released Hunter, and sprinted towards the window. In a moment of startling audacity, he leapt from the heights of several stories, vanishing from the surveillance footage amidst the astonished gazes in Europe. Simultaneously, the door to the room was forcefully swung open. Wang Bin's men burst in, weapons drawn, only to find the room eerily silent, with only the window wide open and signs of forced entry. Hunter was alone, devoid of any accomplices. Shortly thereafter, Wang Bin arrived, entering the room to find a colleague examining Hunter's condition. "Boss, his situation is peculiar. He exhibits no response to external stimuli, cannot be roused, yet his eyes remain wide open. Strangely, he answers every question as if devoid of self-awareness, almost as if drugged. Furthermore, boss, we discovered a hidden camera in the room." Wang Bin furrowed his brow and approached Hunter, waving a hand before his eyes. "Are you sure he isn't sleepwalking?" Noticing Hunter's dilated pupils, he nodded, "Get him to the hospital immediately." At that moment, a realization struck him. He inquired, "Are you a member of the hyena organization?" Hunter replied decisively, "Yes." This unequivocal response momentarily stunned Wang Bin. To verify the truth of Hunter's claims, he pressed further, "What was your mission when you were in Northern Europe?" Chapter 125. The mysterious figure is not Lin Fan. Hunter recounted the details of the assignment at the banquet, where he had been tasked with drugging Lin Fan, followed by sharing authentic information about the hyena organization. Wang Bin then inquired about Hunter's purpose for coming to the Great Xia. Hunter reiterated the statements he had made to Lin Fan earlier. Wang Bin was now convinced that Hunter was not merely responding subconsciously. His words held genuine substance. Frowning, he pondered, could he have been drugged? A truth serum? What kind of serum is so effective? Typically, such substances merely induce a weakened state of self-awareness, akin to having no mental defenses. While it's possible to elicit some information, there lies a risk of fabrication during such a hypnotic state, resulting in a mixture of truth and falsehood. Yet this Hunter, seemingly in a stupor, was delivering authentic and pertinent information. Who could have administered such a drug to him? The events of this evening radiated an air of strangeness. Having initially thought that Hunter was meeting with his accomplices, it turned out he had none, and the individual approaching him sought to extract information. Who could that be? With this thought, Wang Bin's eyes widened as he queried Hunter, "Who just came in and what questions did they ask you?" Hunter hesitated. "Who came in?" "I don't know." Seeing this, Wang Bin gestured for the doctors who had just arrived to carry him away. Simultaneously, he took out his phone and began dialing. Meanwhile, at Lin Fan's residence, one of the security personnel in the garden received a call, exclaiming in surprise, "Lin Fan? No, I haven't seen him come out. He was in the garden for a while before going back inside." On the other end, Wang Bin questioned suspiciously, "Are you certain?" After a brief pause, he instructed, "Go knock on his door and see if he is still in his room." He awaited the answer, his heart racing. If his suspicions were correct, the mysterious figure who had just arrived was Lin Fan. At that moment, Lin Fan's voice came through the phone, laced with fatigue and a hint of hoarseness, punctuated by a yawn. "Is there something?" The security officer replied, "Academician Lin, I apologize for disturbing your rest, but team leader Wang has something to discuss with you." Soon, Lin Fan's voice resonated closely through the phone, striking Wang Bin's eardrum. "What is it? Why call so late?" Wang Bin's expression was one of shock as he hastily sought an excuse. "Oh, Academician Lin, I just received some confidential intelligence. It appears that an organization abroad is preparing to act against you, so it would be wise to remain at home for the time being to ensure your safety." Lin Fan responded with an affirmative sound. "Is it that same organization again?" "Understood. We can discuss the specifics tomorrow." After a while, Lin Fan returned to his room. Wang Bin then began to question the security personnel. "Are you certain Academician Lin has been in his room the entire time?" The security personnel replied, somewhat puzzled, of course. I didn't see him go out, and when I knocked, there were bloodshot veins in his eyes. This left Wang Bin in contemplative silence. After hanging up, he acknowledged that his initial assumptions were flawed. He had thought the suspicious individual he had been monitoring all night was Hunter's accomplice, only to discover that the person had approached Hunter to extract information. This immediately led him to consider Lin Fan. Who else would have motives against the hyena organization? Thus, he promptly made a call for confirmation, only to find the outcome beyond his expectations. Lin Fan had been at home all along, and, calculating the time, it was inconceivable for him to return from the hotel to his villa so swiftly. So if it wasn't Lin Fan, then who was that mysterious figure? No candidates surfaced in his mind, yet the most likely individual had been ruled out. He shook his head, deciding to set this matter aside for the moment. For now, it was imperative to search the scene for any clues. It was indeed strange how the intruder had entered the room without disturbing Hunter. After all, the individual was a professional agent. It seemed implausible that they could infiltrate and incapacitate him so effortlessly. The inspection of the room was now complete. Boss, the intruder left no useful clues. However, from the traces, it appears they climbed over the outer wall and entered through the balcony window. Certain areas of the outer wall displayed a different layer of dust, suggesting they used some equipment and scaled the wall using both hands and feet. At that moment, Wang Bin suddenly realized another issue, his eyes widening. If the suspicious individual possessed such equipment, why not directly infiltrate the hotel and ascend to the room? Why disguise themselves as a guest? If that were the case, why not strut down the corridor boldly? A possibility dawned on him. Could it be that the individual had discovered the existence of his team? With this thought, his eyes narrowed. This mysterious figure was not to be underestimated. Their allegiance remained uncertain, constituting a variable in the unfolding events. At present, there are no substantial clues remaining. The only lead is the mysterious agent found on Hunter. Perhaps an analysis could reveal its composition. For Wang Bin, this mission can be deemed accomplished. Hunter, a member of the hyena organization, has been apprehended, his identity confirmed, and some details about their recent operations in Northern Europe have been uncovered. However, he was taken aback to discover that Hunter's presence in the Great Xia was not aimed at targeting Lin Fan, but rather involved routine commercial activities. Yet, how could a mere commercial endeavor warrant Hunter's involvement as a task? This suggests that the hyena organization must harbor ulterior motives directed at Lin Fan. Wang Bin remained vigilant. Now, he found himself increasingly intrigued by the enigmatic figure. Upon his return, he reported everything to his superiors and learned from a hospital that Hunter's symptoms were unprecedented, caused by no known substance. Fortunately, there was no immediate danger to his life. Even without treatment, he was gradually regaining consciousness after several hours. The hospital conducted tests on his bodily fluids, yet no effective components were detected. It was absurd, since it was not linked to any known substances. Targeted searches would be futile. Regrettably, this lead had also come to an end. However, given that it pertained to a pharmaceutical compound, perhaps Lin Fan, being an expert, could provide some insights. With this thought, Wang Bin's brow furrowed once more. If this mysterious figure were indeed Lin Fan, everything would then fall into place. Given the other's capabilities, producing such an agent would be exceedingly simple. Chapter 126, Terrifying Assassination Tactics. For now, he could only visit Lin Fan to gauge his reactions. He felt an undeniable connection between this incident and Lin Fan. Even if you're not directly involved, he must have employed someone to carry out such actions. Early the next morning, Wang Bin paid a visit to Lin Fan, who was enjoying a cup of coffee in the garden. Lin Fan casually inquired, "What transpired last night?" Taken aback by his assertiveness, Wang Bin hesitated briefly. We apprehended an assassin at a hotel in the city last night, and he was the same individual you interacted with at the banquet during your recent trip to Northern Europe." Lin Fan's eyes flickered with interest as he thoughtfully replied, "Oh, why would someone already on your radar execute a task for me?" Wang Bin responded, "That's precisely what I wish to understand. By the way, are you aware of any drug capable of incapacitating a person instantly, rendering them compliant?" Lin Fan chuckled lightly. "Do you truly believe in such underground rumors? Such instant control over others is implausible." Pausing, he continued to contemplate. However, perhaps it is not entirely outside the realm of possibility. Noticing that he could not extract further information, Wang Bin shifted the topic. "We were unable to extract any valuable information from him. However, I am concerned that they may soon escalate their targeting of you, possibly resorting to direct assassination tactics instead of abduction." He added, "Currently, our intelligence is scant, so you must remain vigilant." Lin Fan shrugged. "Aren't you all here to protect me?" After seeing Wang Bin off, Lin Fan's gaze deepened. It was apparent that they suspected he had been at the hotel last night, but that was inconsequential. His outing had likely instilled a particular impression on the hyena organization, suggesting that he relied on such substances for intelligence rather than any remote manipulation. Now, only one question remained. What method would they employ next to assassinate him? Lin Fan was genuinely surprised that they had not seized the opportunity to assassinate him in the hotel room, especially since he had willingly presented himself. If they could install a hidden camera in the room without being detected, surely they could have set up something else, such as a bomb or a toxic mechanism. Upon reflection, he realized that their actions were likely concealed from Hunter. Successfully installing a camera without detection was impressive, considering that Hunter was also professionally trained. Perhaps they believed that a direct strike in the hotel would have a low success rate and anticipated his vigilance. At that moment, a voice crackled through his earpiece. "Master, Professor Tao's flight will land in 3 hours." Lin Fan's eyes flickered at this information. "Very well, I understand. Arrange for someone from the company to pick him up." After giving the instructions, Lin Fan, accompanied by security personnel, quietly awaited his arrival at the company. A few hours later, Lin Fan awaited Tao Zhishuan at the company entrance. As soon as he stepped out of the vehicle, he approached Lin Fan with a smile and shook his hand, exclaiming, "Your company is truly impressive. Such a vast expanse of land and a lovely environment." Lin Fan responded with a few courteous remarks as they began to walk towards the company entrance. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A loud, buzzing noise filled the air, prompting the security personnel to instantly become alert. Lin Fan suddenly pointed at a small black dot in the sky, exclaiming, "A drone." At that moment, a nearby security officer, having anticipated the situation, swiftly produced a large device and aimed it at the drone, pressing the switch. The drone immediately lost power and plummeted to the ground, crashing into pieces. Simultaneously, drones began to swarm in from all directions. The security team leader's expression hardened as he shouted, "Protect Professor Lin." He yelled several commands into the radio. "Enemy attack. We are in the suburbs. They must be nearby. Surround the area." In addition to their team, numerous security personnel stationed at a distance sprang into action upon hearing his orders. As the small drones continued to descend, many were shot down, crashing heavily to the ground. The closest one landing merely 5 or 6 meters away from Lin Fan. Security personnel cautiously shielded Lin Fan as they rushed toward the armored vehicle. Some cautiously approached the fallen drones, scrutinizing them. A look of confusion crossed their faces. Strange. These drones are unarmed and bear no explosives. What was the purpose of this attack? Just then, Lin Fan's urgent voice rang out, "Be careful. Stay away from the wreckage of those drones." The security personnel froze, a sense of foreboding creeping in as the buzzing sound returned, this time resembling the hum of mosquitoes. They instinctively backed away, only to feel sharp stings, as if needles were piercing their skin. Lin Fan shouted, "Watch out." It seems those drones contained even smaller drones, the size of mosquitoes. Everyone instantly realized the gravity of the situation, their expressions shifting. The individual who had been closest to the attack collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth and convulsing uncontrollably. More alarmingly, a swarm of buzzing creatures was now visibly approaching Lin Fan, targeting him exclusively while ignoring others. The team leader's expression turned grave as he raised a blast shield in one hand while waving his other hand frantically, shouting, "We must not let Professor Lin be bitten." At this moment, Lin Fan successfully entered the bulletproof vehicle, narrowly evading several mosquitoes that almost bit him, each time just managing to dodge at the most critical moment. Once inside the car, Lin Fan swiftly closed the door and, with remarkable agility, captured a mosquito that had flown in with a disposable paper cup. The sound of a sharp clap resonating as he trapped it within. His expression shifted slightly. He had already scanned the insect and discovered that it was not a mere mosquito, but rather a miniature drone designed to mimic one. This drone was crafted entirely based on principles of biomimicry, featuring transparent membranes for wings, intricate microcircuits, and capacitors capable of harnessing solar energy for storage, allowing it to fly at speeds several times that of a genuine mosquito. This drone was equipped with a venomous stinger connected to a minuscule toxin pouch, containing trace amounts of poison. Furthermore, it housed a chip and programming, along with an infrared scanning and identification device, enabling it to scan and recognize information at close range, targeting only specific individuals. This was precisely why so many mosquitoes had converged to attack him. Naturally, if one got too close, they too could fall victim, just like the unfortunate security personnel who had been bitten earlier. Chapter 127. High-tech miniature drones. However, Lin Fan had already ascertained the composition of the toxin through a scan. While a single bite could result in severe symptoms, survival was likely. Yet, if bitten by several, perhaps even a dozen, at once, the consequences would be dire. Coupled with the drone's astonishing flight speed, the outcome was foreboding. Had it been another individual subjected to such an assassination attempt, escape would have been virtually impossible. Lin Fan had discreetly utilized his supernatural abilities to isolate the drones from his vicinity without drawing anyone's attention. The production cost of these drones must be substantial, undoubtedly a product of military research by the American forces. They had evidently invested heavily in this endeavor, entrusting such technology to the Hyena organization, aiming to achieve a decisive victory. Little did they realize that such tactics posed no threat to him, even with their meticulously chosen timing and the vast open space. They had targeted him at a moment when he was likely to be at the company, with the security team focused on the arrival of Tao Zhishuan. Suspecting the Hyena organization would attempt an indirect assassination through him. Only after confirming there was no issue with Tao Zhishuan did they deploy the drones, thus keeping the security team in a state of heightened tension until they could systematically take down each drone with jammers. At that point, the entire security team would breathe a sigh of relief, believing the real attack was finally commencing. Unbeknownst to them, these drones were merely the mother vessels, providing battery endurance for a swarm of miniature mosquito drones that were the true weapons. These drones even possessed shielding layers to resist electromagnetic interference, and once activated, they would relentlessly pursue and attack their targets until their power was depleted. The only drawback of these mosquito drones was their limited battery life. Even with solar panels on their wings, they could only operate freely during the day and for a maximum of 1 minute. Outside, security personnel watched in trepidation as dozens of mosquitoes crawled on the car door, beads of sweat trickling down their faces, fearful of provoking them. It was only when Lin Fan reminded them of the mosquitoes' limited endurance and their targeting capabilities that they finally relaxed, witnessing the drones fall to the ground. By this time, reinforcements had arrived, fully armed and donned in protective gear, carefully collecting the mechanical mosquitoes while conducting a thorough search of the area to ensure no drone was left unaccounted for. When they received a drone from Lin Fan, they couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Fortunately, Lin Fan had remained unscathed. Otherwise, the Americans would have succeeded. These mechanical mosquitoes were truly insidious, and the Hyena organization had resorted to such a crude assassination method. They had previously ruled out all other possibilities, inadvertently overlooking these miniature drones. Wang Bin soon arrived, and Lin Fan learned from him that the injured security personnel were not in serious condition, and several suspicious individuals operating the drones had been apprehended nearby. Upon seeing their photographs, Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. They were the same individuals involved in previous assassination attempts in Northern Europe. It seemed they had finally been officially assigned an assassination mission by the Hyena organization. Perhaps due to Hunter's capture, the organization deemed these individuals potentially compromised and of no further value, opting to make use of them until the end. Having spent the day without visiting the Crystal Universe to interrogate them, Lin Fan had missed this crucial information. Once Wang Bin confirmed Lin Fan's safety, he hurriedly departed, as he had a multitude of tasks awaiting him. Lin Fan had narrowly escaped an assassination attempt today. Upon returning, he would need to meticulously draft a report to explain the incident, arrange for research on the mechanical mosquitoes to devise future countermeasures, and interrogate the captured assassins. His personnel had suffered injuries, and he was seething with frustration. Meanwhile, Lin Fan entered the company and found Tao Zhishuan, who was still shaken by the recent high-stakes incident he encountered upon arriving in Daxia. This was an experience unlike any he had previously faced. Though the attack was not directed at him, it had left him drenched in cold sweat. Lin Fan offered a brief explanation, to which Tao Zhishuan responded with silence. "Lin, I never anticipated your circumstances to be so dire. To think an assassination could occur in such a supposedly secure location, employing such high-tech methods. Now I understand why you rarely venture out. It's remarkable that you managed to return safely from Northern Europe." His expression was one of outrage. The assassin organization behind this was utterly deranged. Lin Fan smiled and replied, "It's not just them. I suspect that various governments and major corporations around the world secretly wish to see me eliminated. I can't believe this incident occurred without the support of the American authorities. At least this kind of mechanical mosquito is beyond the capabilities of ordinary organizations." Tao Zhishuan fell silent, having only ever heard of such dark dealings but never experiencing them firsthand. Lin Fan chose not to delve deeper into the topic, instead beginning to show Tao Zhishuan around the company, particularly highlighting the photon servers and the fully developed Chi Fan AI utilized internally. Tao Zhishuan was thoroughly impressed, stating that if he had access to the complete version of Chi Fan AI and the servers, the speed at which he could resolve previous issues would increase at least twofold. Although AI cannot provide high-level creative thinking, it excels at organizing logic and dissecting problems, offering valuable insights through brute force enumeration. The performance of the Photon servers captivated him. Lin Fan promptly offered to grant him paid access, allowing him to remotely harness the server's capabilities from his home abroad, essentially renting a Photon server and an experience with an advanced AI superior to an API interface, an opportunity unobtainable by other foreign enterprises and research institutions, which were still racking their brains on how to smuggle a Photon server for their studies. Following this, the two engaged in a discussion about mathematical achievements. After a day of discourse, Lin Fan garnered a plethora of new insights into mathematics from his counterpart, which were tangibly transformed into mathematical laws that seamlessly integrated into the crystal universe. This significantly fortified the foundational bedrock of the crystal universe. However, Lin Fan was acutely aware that he was still far from fully completing the mathematical principles governing the crystal universe. At the very least, the Riemann hypothesis must be resolved to even begin this journey. Yet this was still not the ultimate destination, as myriad realms of mathematics remained that eluded the grasp of human intellect. Meanwhile, as Lin Fan immersed himself in academic exchanges in a subterranean base in the European countryside, the orchestrator of the assassination operation found himself engulfed in silence upon receiving intelligence that Lin Fan was still alive. Chapter 128, Nuclear Deterrence. At that moment, the large screen displayed images from a meeting room of the American Intelligence Agency. A cohort of sharply dressed men, their hawkish noses prominent, wore expressions of grave concern or indignation. For this operation, we deployed micro-drones that had never seen combat, only to achieve such dismal results. Did you not assure us that Lin Fan would be eliminated? Now, I demand to know how this transpired. How did he manage to escape under those circumstances? The leader sighed deeply. Sir, this operation has indeed been a failure on our part. I am currently dissecting where the misstep occurred. Logically, the element of surprise was in our favor, and the mechanical mosquitoes struck suddenly and swiftly. There should have been no reason for them to miss Lin Fan. Why he was able to evade capture remains a perplexing enigma. According to reports, a security personnel was hospitalized afterward, indicating that they had no preventive measures against such mosquitoes and were taken off guard. I suspect he harbors additional secrets. I have already witnessed his extraordinary physical capabilities at the hotel. He could even execute stunts akin to those found in action films. One of the men on the screen interjected, "You need not reiterate that. We have invested substantial resources into this endeavor, yet the outcome has been null, instead exposing our secret weapon and enabling him to prepare defenses. I wish to know what strategy we might employ next to successfully eliminate him. Are we to merely observe as he continues to thrive? With each passing week, he could unveil technology potent enough to obliterate our nation. Do you comprehend? The military is already contemplating a forceful intervention and is analyzing its feasibility. Should you yield no further results, brace yourselves for the onset of World War III. The leader's eyelids twitched. He was taken aback by the Americans' audacity, now contemplating a nuclear strike against the Dacia to eliminate Lin Fan. He replied, "To my knowledge, beneath Lin Fan's villa lies a vast nuclear shelter. Such actions may prove futile and could incite a furious retaliation. Perhaps I should devise another plan." The man on the screen scoffed. "Is that something we hadn't considered? If it comes to that, even if we cannot kill him, we must reduce Dacia to ruins, reverting it to the Stone Age. In such a scenario, no matter how intelligent he is, without an industrial foundation, what waves could he possibly stir?" The leader fell into a profound silence, returning to Lin Fan after hosting Professor Tao for several days and subsequently sending him back to his homeland. He returned to his residence. His expression had grown cold and stern. With all matters settled, he could now turn his attention to vengeance. Indeed, having evaded the assassination attempt, his animosity towards the Hyena organization and the Americans had intensified. No longer did he intend to remain in passive defense, relying on controlling a few pawns within the Hyena organization for intelligence. Instead, he resolved to employ more radical measures to address the situation. Moreover, the pawns he had previously placed within the Hyena organization had now become obsolete. His earlier decisions had been constrained by insufficient capabilities, but through recent continuous reflections, Lin Fan felt he had achieved a high level of comprehension regarding the laws of the crystal universe. Correspondingly, he had also amassed considerable power in reality, with his abilities growing ever more formidable. For instance, previously, he could only simulate the capabilities of flora, fauna, or certain devices from the crystal universe through energy manipulation. Now, he could wield telekinesis in the external world, a method entirely reliant on the exercise of power in reality, rather than depending on the energies of the crystal universe. Furthermore, it was not merely telekinesis. He had acquired numerous other subtle abilities. In summary, he had evolved into a formidable superhuman in the external realm. In terms of individual prowess, he could be considered invincible on Blue Star. Even conventional weaponry posed little threat to him, unless it involved physically withstanding a nuclear bomb, which would need to instantaneously encompass him. Only if it detonated before he could react, without the opportunity to ascend into the skies or erect an energy refuge, could it potentially end his life. Thus, Lin Fan contemplated undertaking some audacious actions. He planned to venture abroad alone to resolve all matters at once. However, before departing, he needed to arrange certain affairs. He could fabricate an excuse, claiming to be engaged in a new scientific project necessitating a prolonged period of seclusion, with instructions for others to refrain from disturbing him and merely deliver meals daily. This way, it would be unlikely anyone would realize he had absented himself from home. While pondering what project to pursue, Lin Fan's phone suddenly rang. He answered the call, and Wu Xian's face appeared on the screen, his expression grave. Lin Fan furrowed his brow, sensing that something significant had transpired. Wu Xian wasted no time with pleasantries, stating directly, "Academician Lin, a confidential meeting has been convened by the higher-ups, and your presence is required." The gravity of his tone was unmistakable. Lin Fan knitted his brow and inquired, "What kind of meeting?" Wu Xian replied, "You'll understand upon your arrival. The confidentiality of this meeting is paramount, making it inconvenient to discuss over the phone. A helicopter will soon be dispatched to retrieve you." With that, he hung up. Lin Fan was left in a state of confusion. However, judging by Wu Xian's demeanor, it was evident that something of great importance was about to unfold. A few minutes later, the sound of a helicopter resonated overhead. It descended onto the lawn of his villa. A man clad in uniform and wearing sunglasses disembarked, saluting Lin Fan. Hours later, Lin Fan arrived at a secret base in central Daxia, where Wu Xian awaited him, his expression still serious, devoid of the relaxed demeanor he had previously exhibited around Lin Fan. This only heightened Lin Fan's curiosity as he scanned Wu Xian. In the next moment, his gaze tightened, his heart filled with trepidation, though he concealed it well. Now he understood why Wu Xian appeared so tense. Before long, he followed Wu Xian into an underground hall, where they took their seats at a massive round table. Gradually, others joined them, greeting Lin Fan briefly without delving into extensive conversation. Their foreheads creased with worry. It appears that the news has reached everyone. Lin Fan gazed upon the faces before him, each belonging to prominent figures within the Daxia hierarchy, some of whom he had only seen in the news. Chapter 129, the Anti-Missile System Project. Among them, Lin Fan recognized only one individual, Lu Shua. He was already well aware of the purpose behind this summons. As all present were gathered, Wu Xian commenced his address. "Esteemed colleagues, the near future is poised to be tumultuous for Daxia. The ambitions of certain individuals can no longer be concealed." Upon hearing this, the others showed little reaction. Wu Xian continued, "According to the latest intelligence received by our bureau, the military of the United States, along with several other Western nations, has engaged in clandestine discussions. They are officially contemplating the use of nuclear weapons against Daxia." As he uttered these words, he fixed his gaze intently on Lin Fan, eager to observe his reaction. When he noted that Lin Fan displayed no sign of surprise, his expression shifted to one of mild astonishment. He pressed on, "Let me be clear. This is neither a deterrent nor a conspiracy theory, but rather a topic discussed in a confidential meeting. Their fervent attitude suggests they may genuinely wish to act on this." The atmosphere grew tense. Lin Fan remained silent, harboring no objections. His input was neither solicited nor necessary. When he first learned of this development, he too had been taken aback. The United States had shown remarkable decisiveness. Upon the failure of the Hyena organization's plans, they immediately considered a scorched earth approach. Such audacity was indeed commendable, willing to regress civilization to zero in order to eliminate their opponent, all while seeking to disrupt Daxia's upward momentum. Even in his absence, Daxia was advancing rapidly, propelled by photon technology and Chi Fan AI, progressing at the speed of light. Delaying further could spell increasingly unfavorable circumstances. At this juncture, the others engaged in fervent discussions, expressing righteous indignation and asserting that they would rather perish together, confident that Daxia would ultimately emerge victorious. Yet, the specter of nuclear deterrence cast a shadow over their collective thoughts. Wu Xian, however, had not convened them merely to discuss this. He swiftly transitioned to the main topic. "The higher-ups are actively preparing. Our stockpiles, are on the rise. Should conflict arise, the specifics are uncertain, but we are prepared to ensure our adversaries are adequately supplied. However, there is another matter to announce today. The higher-ups believe that in order to dispel the unrealistic notions of these individuals, they must understand that nuclear weapons are not infallible. Should conflict ensue, Daxia will endeavor to intercept these threats to the greatest extent possible. In other words, we must reveal our prowess, showcasing our defensive capabilities. One of the attendees inquired with curiosity, but how do we intercept intercontinental missiles? Wu Xian glanced at Lu Shuo and replied, that is precisely the directive from above. They require the establishment of a research and development team within a short time frame. Endowed with limitless funding and resources, tasked with creating a missile defense system capable of covering vital regions of Daxia at all costs. This team will comprise experts from the military, industrial, and aerospace sectors, including you, academician Lin. Lin Fan nodded, though he was uncertain why the authorities had included him. He was no expert in aerospace or munitions. Perhaps they wished to leverage his research secrets. Lu Shuo then took the floor, stating, I will lead this team. You are to return and assemble the individuals and resources listed. Lin Fan realized that these individuals were responsible for managing those experts and resources. Being summoned for this meeting indicated that he was held in high regard. Lu Shuo continued, fortunately, we have indeed been researching this project for some time, albeit without substantial resource allocation due to a lack of immediate prospects. However, we are now compelled to forge ahead and develop something, anything that could enhance our odds. We already have some proposals in this direction. He cast another glance at Lin Fan, who felt a sense of frustration. Why was he being scrutinized? Was he merely a sounding board? Lu Shuo added, moreover, we now possess the mother of all supercomputers, combined with advanced AI software, enabling us to simulate numerous possibilities in the shortest time, thereby significantly accelerating our research efforts. The official mother will allocate 100 of its processing power to this project. Should we require additional resources, academician Lin, we may need your company's supercomputers to lend their support. Lin Fan shrugged, pondering what else he could say. One of his company's supercomputers was rather underutilized, expending only minimal resources to manage the corporate information platform. Allocating more resources for research seemed reasonable. However, now that he was involved in this research endeavor, it stood to reason that he should gain access to classified data and technologies not found in official textbooks. Such information could help enhance his understanding of the laws governing the crystal universe and provide him with a wealth of advanced technology to develop even more sophisticated innovations. Do any of you have any opinions? Lu Shuo inquired. At this, Lin Fan raised his hand. May I conduct my research from home? Lu Shuo looked at him and replied, academician Lin, this situation is quite unique. It will be best if you remain with the team. The base here possesses all the necessary resources for research and is sufficiently secure. How can you conduct research at home without materials? Lin Fan was taken aback. Could this truly be the underlying intention of the authorities? They summoned him not only to assist in research, but also to glean insights into his secrets, and perhaps to keep him sheltered within this base. Had they prepared for an impending conflict? Nevertheless, he replied, I prefer not to be in large groups, as it hampers my thought process. How about this? Show me your proposals and the materials required. Then I can commence theoretical research. You know, I favor constructing and calculating at the theoretical level. Being apart will not hinder the research progress. Simply send me your data for reference daily. Lu Shuo exchanged a glance with Wu Xian. Very well. However, upon your return, you must remain in the underground base of the villa. We must hold a daily online meeting to exchange updates. I will guide you through the research facilities here. All the materials you desire are available. Regarding the daily transmission of confidential data to Lin Fan, he harbored no objections. Since the authorities had made such a request, he felt no compulsion to resist. Lin Fan's home and company utilized encrypted optical cables, ensuring secure communication between supercomputers. After all, his standing was significant, and they would rely on his capabilities. Aligning with their wishes seemed prudent. Should they succeed in developing an effective missile defense system, future threats will become a matter of the past. Chapter 130, Anti-Missile Proposals. Lin Fan had no objections to the requests put forth by the authorities. Subsequently, he followed Lu Shuo as he became acquainted with the most confidential aspects of Daxia's research endeavors. Here lies a research program dedicated to aerospace technology and the most advanced fighter aircraft, accompanied by a plethora of data and formulas pertaining to various wind tunnels. Despite the scientific community's inability to formulate a flawless theory regarding the complexities of airflow in real-world scenarios, the Great Sigh, boasting the world's most sophisticated array of super-large wind tunnels, has through years of exploration and extensive data analysis during aircraft testing, unearthed numerous practical formulas. These advancements allow for limitless simulations of actual wind tunnel conditions on computers. Furthermore, there exists an array of military products here, particularly documentation of cutting-edge research. With multiple versions of the 6th-generation fighter alone, some of which have been rendered obsolete, Lin Fan encountered an assortment of rare materials and information, as well as the upcoming research proposals, which were largely in line with his expectations. The focus of these proposals was centered on mid-course or terminal missile defense. The plans included the deployment of laser cannon arrays around urban areas, as well as specialized missile launch systems. These unique missiles could appear on a target's trajectory as they neared the designated area, disassembling into a multitude of small bomb clusters, aiming to detonate intercontinental missiles mid-air. While laser cannons boast high speeds, they are constrained by power limitations and the necessity for an impeccable radar system capable of detecting and accurately predicting the trajectory of intercontinental missiles. In addition to the urban installations, there were also proposals for placing synchronized satellite missile defense systems in space, equally employing lasers or missiles. Though these plans sounded promising, they were fraught with various challenges, such as the ability to lock onto and predict the trajectory of hyperspeed intercontinental missiles and successfully intercept them, which elevated the requirements for the equipment several tiers. Furthermore, enhancing the power of lasers to achieve a certain level of effectiveness posed a daunting task. Upon careful contemplation, one would realize that this was indeed an almost insurmountable challenge. Were such a formidable missile defense system to exist, the concept of nuclear deterrence would become obsolete. After the tour, Lin Fan promptly departed, leaving others in a state of bewilderment. Upon returning to his residence, he immediately stockpiled an ample supply of food, stowing it away in an underground shelter. This included a variety of fresh, pre-packaged meals, self-heating hot pots, fresh fruits and vegetables, snacks, and other common food items readily available in the market. The underground preservation chamber had essentially transformed into a supermarket. Thus, he no longer needed to fret about food supplies or rely on others for daily meal deliveries, ensuring he would not be disturbed. Consequently, no one would realize he was not actually residing underground. Simultaneously, Lin Fan instructed the jellyfish to simulate his image daily, facilitating online communication with fellow researchers based on the materials he provided. As long as he could produce results, the authorities would likely refrain from investigating whether he was genuinely at home or had quietly ventured out. Regarding his research outcomes, Lin Fan immediately immersed himself in the crystal universe upon arriving home. Here, he had flawlessly replicated a previous research facility. However, due to the incomplete laws within the crystal universe, discrepancies existed between the research conducted there and reality, particularly on the microscopic and quantum levels. The unknown theories of reality remained absent in the crystal universe, resulting in these variances. Nevertheless, Lin Fan was unconcerned. He merely needed to generate proposals with a single click within the crystal universe, optimizing prior designs and unveiling new usable materials. He would then gradually disclose these to the research team, who would conduct studies in reality and subsequently relay the data back to him. He would compare this data with that from the crystal universe, perpetually refining the designs, while simultaneously enhancing the laws of the crystal universe, thereby grasping some intangible principles in essence. Under Lin Fan's intent, he instantly arrived at the seaside. There, an anti-missile base materialized, its devices generated according to the aforementioned proposals. Rather than immediately optimizing the plans, he aimed to first test the feasibility of the proposals. Only he could conduct such experiments in this world, and he could generate these materials with a single click. Meanwhile, a base also emerged in the synchronized satellite orbit in space. With everything in place, Lin Fan commenced the experiment. In the next moment, a colossal Dongfeng missile appeared at the position of the United States within the crystal universe. Soon after, flames erupted from its rear, propelling it rapidly skyward. Moments later, it veered through space and headed straight towards Great Xia. Sensing the missile's imminent entry into Great Xia's territory, Lin Fan commanded both the space and ground bases to initiate interception simultaneously. A brilliant flash illuminated the daylight as the base's laser cannon activated. Its power seemed adequate, significantly surpassing that of inventions designed to counter drone swarms. Yet, Lin Fan shook his head. It was still insufficient. In his mind, the anti-missile base struggled to lock onto the supersonic missile, and trajectory predictions were fundamentally flawed. By the time the anti-missile system readied itself, the previously calculated trajectory had already become outdated, and the missile had traversed considerable distance, resulting in the laser cannon, despite its incredible speed, missing every shot. This represented a critical delay. The causes were the base's detection equipment's insufficient resolution, leading to late missile identification, compounded by sluggish data transmission, resulting in delayed responses. Furthermore, the power and energy storage of the laser cannon were regrettably limited, evident as each shot, upon entering the atmosphere, had lost considerable force. After a few discharges, it required further energy reserves. In a real combat scenario, this would be utterly futile. As the Dongfeng missile entered the target city's vicinity, its warhead instantaneously split into numerous fragments, commencing a widespread assault on the city. In the next moment, the unmanned city within the crystal universe was obliterated in a nuclear strike. All streets, public facilities, and structures were reduced to ruins. A massive mushroom cloud ascended, and shockwaves radiated outward with devastating force. It was Lin Fan's first encounter with the might of a nuclear explosion, and he clenched his fists. What remained was the imperative to thoroughly refine and mature the anti-missile system's proposal. In an instant, under his command, the two bases were disassembled into fragments. Lin Fan issued a directive for the development of a system capable of perfectly locking onto and intercepting the recent missile, ensuring that the interception methods could easily destroy missiles in both mid-course and terminal phases. Chapter 131, Arrival in the United States. In the next moment, he abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze shimmering with a white light interspersed with flashes of lightning. Before him stood a more magnificent integrated base. No, it could better be described as a fortress. This fortress was entirely black, with an enormous crystalline pillar extending outward from its center, thick enough for several individuals to embrace. The crystal, forged from an unknown material, was translucent and pristine, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern some remarkably unique patterns within its depths. Lin Fan recognized that this immense crystal was crafted from a special material, serving as an exceptionally perfect medium for laser transmission, especially with the intricate patterns embedded within it. The emitted laser can achieve remarkable coherence, traversing several hundred kilometers without losing its potency. This constitutes an exceptionally powerful laser emitter capable of enduring immense power. Coupled with a compact reactor and formidable capacitors located beneath the fortress, a single discharge possesses the capacity to completely melt a target from hundreds of kilometers away. Simultaneously, this massive crystal also functions as an advanced sensor, accurately identifying various visible and invisible wavelengths in the sky. When paired with a supercomputer within the fortress, it can instantaneously execute recognition, tracking, and the firing of lasers to obliterate targets. It can be said that Lin Fan has significantly optimized various aspects of the original design, including the invention of entirely new supercapacitors, ensuring perfect synergy among all components. Undoubtedly, the most crucial element is the immense crystal utilized within the fortress. Not only is the material exceptionally unique, but it must also be a single, continuous piece, and the internal patterns are of utmost importance, absolutely unchanged. This presents the greatest challenge of the entire system. In reality, who could synthesize such a colossal crystal? And how could one create those intricate patterns internally without compromising the exterior? Hence, the implementation of this system remains utterly implausible in the real world. However, with his capabilities, all of this has become possible. Lin Fan has already mastered the creation of such immense crystalline materials. In the next moment, the devastated city instantaneously reverted to its former state, as if all that had transpired was merely a fleeting illusion. With Lin Fan's will, another colossal missile soared towards the Great Xia. This time, as the missile approached the high altitudes on the periphery of Great Xia, poised to execute its final dive, the crystal column of the fortress suddenly erupted with a blinding radiance. A searing laser shot forth in an instant, halting just as swiftly. Apart from the scorching air surrounding the fortress, there were no indications that a high-energy laser had just been discharged here. At this moment, a smile graced Lin Fan's face, for he sensed that the missile had been utterly annihilated. This confirmed the efficacy of the system, albeit only within the confines of the crystal universe. The complexities of the real world remain uncertain, as it harbors far more intricate variables, likely fraught with subtle discrepancies. Lin Fan proceeded with further attempts, this time launching 5 missiles simultaneously. Remarkably, all 5 missiles were obliterated in an instant as they neared Great Xia. Even when they released a multitude of nuclear warheads, each was systematically targeted and destroyed by the laser column, preventing any explosive shockwaves from reaching the ground. Thus, at least theoretically, the system has achieved success. If deployed around significant urban centers in Great Xia, densely populated areas would be rendered impervious to even the most numerous intercontinental missiles. Lin Fan feigned presence in the underground base for 2 days. During this time, He transmitted his improvement proposals, along with the materials and technologies employed, various metrics, and detailed information regarding the final system's interception effectiveness to the research team. Upon receiving the materials, Liu Shuo could scarcely believe his eyes. The conceptual design of this system was indeed exceptionally ingenious. While the principles were not complex, the internal layout was nothing short of perfect. It was truly a work of art, efficiently integrating all modules to function harmoniously. Furthermore, the parameters provided were astonishing, representing figures that the team had never dared to imagine even in theory. The entire research team was exhilarated, promptly modeling the proposal on the Water Mother. The resulting probability of successful interception was an impressive 90. This probability sent waves of excitement through the expert team, prompting an immediate decision to delve deeper into this avenue of research. However, they harbored reservations regarding the massive crystal within the fortress, not about its performance, but whether it could be manufactured in reality. Should that prove unfeasible, they would have to consider alternative materials, hoping to achieve a diminished performance while still effectively countering missiles. Nevertheless, even if the design of this crystal was somewhat unrealistic, the design of the other components of the fortress was undeniably exceptional. From materials to craftsmanship, every phase was accompanied by detailed technical guidelines, and the perceived difficulty was not prohibitively high. It was hard to believe how Lin Fan had conceived such innovations solely through contemplation. The expert team swiftly resolved to commence the fabrication of the remaining components of the fortress, namely the supercapacitor, compact reactor, and accompanying supercomputer system. The mere technology of the supercapacitor had already generated tremendous excitement. While the success of the anti-missile system remained uncertain, the capacitor technology appeared to hold substantial practical potential. Once applied across various industries in Great Xia, it could elevate the entire industrial framework to new heights. Additionally, Lin Fan's design for the compact reactor was remarkably safe, requiring no water, and when connected to the supercapacitor, it could directly provide and store high-power continuous electricity. This technology was also highly practical, with plans already in place to install it on any medium to large vessels, aircraft, or even spacecraft, as well as to power small factories and enterprises. Thus, in the future, Great Xia might very well step into the era of nuclear-powered clean energy ahead of others. In summary, the materials Lin Fan provided, though yet to be validated, exhibited immense potential. This instilled great hope in the success of the anti-missile project. Unfortunately, after submitting the materials, Lin Fan only communicated with the team during specific times each day, leaving the research team with numerous unanswered questions, eagerly awaiting their meetings with him for further insights. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them, Lin Fan was not at home or even in Great Xia, but rather in the very heart of the American power structure. In the capital of the United States, a bus rolled into the city and came to a halt. A young man wearing sunglasses disembarked, glancing at the city before him. He removed his sunglasses, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Not long ago, under the cover of night, he had stealthily exited the underground shelter. He then ascended into the sky, flying at low altitude across the ocean to reach the United States. This was the capital, home to the Pentagon itself. To gather intelligence regarding the military and the Hyena organization, it was undoubtedly the most perfect choice. As night fell, Lin Fan flew to the town where the Pentagon was situated. Observing the building, he flipped his right hand, producing a swarm of tiny, flying insects, which then soared towards the target location. These were no ordinary insects. They were high-tech mechanical mosquitoes developed by Lin Fan, equipped with various sophisticated sensors, simulated flying wings, and a super solid-state battery. This advancement granted these mechanical insects commendable endurance. No longer limited to a mere minute of flight, like the mechanical mosquitoes previously researched by the American military. Within the confines of the mechanical spacecraft, a specially developed microsilicon carbide chip, meticulously engineered by Lin Fan, was seamlessly integrated, achieving the pinnacle of physical limitations. This advancement endowed the mechanical vessel with computational capabilities comparable to those of a smartphone chip, enabling the jellyfish to execute remote manipulation. Lin Fan unleashed the mechanical flying insects merely to scout the terrain and, if fortune favored him, to eavesdrop on confidential matters within. He situated himself in a shadowy alcove, cross-legged, intently observing the myriad images displayed on his tablet. He noted that the flying insects, undetected by the guards, successfully infiltrated the Pentagon and commenced their exploration within. The internal architecture of the Pentagon was exceedingly intricate. A stranger might easily lose their way. The mechanical insects navigated through bustling throngs of hurried individuals clutching documents. meticulously documenting every corridor and room they encountered. Even locked chambers were breached through minute gaps for inspection. Only the most securely sealed areas eluded the insects, devoid of any openings. Before long, Lin Fan discovered a gathering of individuals of apparent significance convening in a conference room. Among them were several middle-aged men, exuding an air of authority, their closely cropped hair and formidable demeanor radiating an aura of decisiveness. At that moment, one of them, frowning, remarked, "According to the intelligence I've received, there are unusual movements in the Daxia region. It appears they are preparing for war. Moreover, it seems their officials have discreetly relocated a group of top-tier scientists to an undisclosed location." Lin Fan's brow furrowed at this revelation. It was likely that the information had been leaked from within Daxia itself. He had not anticipated it would reach the United States so swiftly. The military's movements would undoubtedly attract attention, yet the relocation of scientists to a secure base was a piece of intelligence not easily acquired. This information was of a high caliber within Daxia, known to only a select few. It implied the presence of a mole at the upper echelons. However, the absence of specific location details suggested limited involvement from a leaker. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes. Since he was already present, he might as well root out some of these pests. At that moment, another individual furrowed his brow. "It seems we have a leak on our side." With Daxia's current stance, they're evidently bracing for a nuclear strike. They intend to gather their elite for protection. But why summon so many scientists? What project could they be researching? The previous speaker shook his head. Knowing this much is already commendable. Only those directly involved would be privy to their research. Suddenly, someone interjected, "Wait, what about Lin Fan? Has he been secured as well?" His frown deepened. Could it be that he is involved in this mysterious project? That would pose significant trouble. His research velocity has always been remarkable. Who knows what he might produce this time? If it's some superweapon, we could be in dire straits. The earlier speaker remarked, "That is indeed peculiar. According to my intelligence, Lin Fan's last known location was at his residence, and he hasn't ventured out in quite some time. It appears he did not accompany the scientists during their relocation." A derisive snort escaped one of them. Needless to say, he must have caught wind of the situation and is likely holed up in his bunker. But does he intend to remain there for life? Regardless, all we need to do is deploy nuclear weapons to obliterate their entire industrial foundation. Any attempt at resurgence would be futile. Even if a genius exists, it counts for naught if he cannot manifest his potential. Meanwhile, Lin Fan remained expressionless, attentively absorbing their discourse. He had zeroed in on his target. Hours later, a black vehicle glided into a villa compound. The design and every configuration here were of the highest caliber, with professionals patrolling even the entrance. Clad in suits and dark sunglasses, they were clearly not ordinary security personnel, but military operatives. Upon the arrival of the black vehicle, they promptly saluted. The car halted before the villa, and a man in his 50s exited. This was the same individual who had been in the Pentagon meeting, disseminating intelligence to others. However, at this moment, he was dressed in a suit rather than military attire. His countenance bore no trace of severity. Instead, a smile graced his features as he jovially embraced two young Asian women, their beauty striking and skin fair. They were playfully teasing him, playfully striking his chest. As the trio made their way into the villa, the young, robust soldiers stationed at the entrance could not help but feel a dryness in their throats at this sight and saluted once more. Midway through their journey, the middle-aged man glanced back at them, his gaze laden with inscrutable meaning, then gestured towards the interior with his head. The soldier gulped, his heart racing, and instinctively followed. The two young women appeared astonished, subsequently increasing their playful attacks on the middle-aged man's chest, prompting him to burst into laughter. Half a minute later, the lights in the room dimmed, and candles were lit, creating an intimate atmosphere. The middle-aged man casually tossed aside his suit jacket, loosened his tie, and tugged at his shirt, grinning mischievously as he said, "Please wait a moment. I'll fetch a fine bottle of wine." He then rose and headed toward the basement, which housed an exceptionally well-stocked wine cellar. In the darkness, he opened the cellar door and stepped inside. In the next instant, the door slammed shut behind him. The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback, promptly switching on the cellar lights. He had no time to ponder why the door had closed so forcefully. His expression sharpened. Standing before him, merely 4 or 5 meters away, was a young man, a face unmistakably of Daxia origin. Chapter 133. How did you get in? Without a trace of hesitation, the middle-aged man swiftly reached for his waist, where his gun was typically holstered. Yet, his hand met only emptiness, leaving him momentarily stunned, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Had he left his firearm in the bedroom? He never parted with it, save for when he slept, placing it on the bedside. No, that couldn't be right. He suddenly recalled feeling the weight of the gun on his hip just before entering the cellar. When had it vanished? At that moment, the young man across from him spoke nonchalantly. Are you looking for this? A handgun twirled effortlessly between his fingers. The middle-aged man felt a rush of terror. How could this be possible? His gun was in the possession of this stranger, just a second after entering the cellar. How had it ended up in the hands of someone standing so far away? The earlier incident of the door slamming shut flitted through his mind, igniting a strange feeling within him. As he scrutinized the young man's face, his heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively stammered, You're Lin Fan? He finally recognized the face before him, disbelief washing over him, swiftly followed by a surge of elation, though it was fleeting. After all, the gun remained firmly in the young man's grip. He could not afford to dwell on how Lin Fan had eluded Daxia, nor how he had materialized in the United States, appearing so mysteriously in his home. It was worth noting that they had just discussed him in the meeting. At this moment, he merely wished to swiftly stabilize the situation with his adversary and discreetly alert the outside, ensuring the capture of his opponent. However, it was rather unfortunate that he had just removed his clothing, leaving him bereft of a mobile phone or any emergency contact device. Furthermore, the wine cellar was devoid of any means of communication and was remarkably soundproof. This posed quite a dilemma. The atmosphere became tense and stagnant for approximately 10 seconds. Suddenly, the middle-aged man recalled that someone was waiting for him outside. Thus, if he could just remain a little longer, they would surely come looking for him. With this thought, he regained his composure. Calmly, he retrieved a bottle of wine from the cellar, uncorked it, and poured himself a glass. Although he was perplexed as to how you had arrived in America and infiltrated his home, did you not realize that your current predicament held no glimmer of hope? My associates will soon come to find me. There is no escape for you, even with a gun in your possession. With this reflection, he recalled the rumors of Lin Fan possessing certain secrets, causing him to frown. Very well. I can offer you a choice. You may serve as a secret scientist for our military, confined to the base for life, in exchange for your right to survive. The thought of the advanced technology under your control stirred a sense of excitement within him, igniting his fervor. Yet, Lin Fan merely responded with a cold smirk upon hearing this. Do you truly believe that I arrived unprepared? Rest assured, I shall not require much time. Observing Lin Fan's demeanor, the middle-aged man felt a sense of foreboding creeping in. The next moment, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. 1 minute later, in the bedroom outside, the twin sisters were becoming increasingly bored waiting. The soldier beside them wore a frown. When would things commence? He did not suspect that anything was amiss with the middle-aged man. Just then, heavy footsteps echoed through the air. They turned to see the middle-aged man emerging, a bottle of wine in hand. However, the expression on his face appeared far from frivolous. At that moment, the sisters hurried down to him, linking their arms around his. Lin Fan inwardly mused, what a performance. However, this situation was becoming difficult to navigate. He could not abruptly change his demeanor and dismiss them, lest he arouse suspicion. Glancing at the twin sisters, he noted they seemed complete. Oh, they were not second-hand? Well, this was still acceptable. However, regarding the soldier, Lin Fan frowned and instructed. You may leave now. The soldier froze momentarily, then saluted before making his exit. Lin Fan regarded the remaining twin sisters, a slight smile gracing his lips. The following morning, Lin Fan rubbed his waist and generously bestowed several thousand meters worth of knives, sending the twin sisters on their way. One must admit, certain animals' supernatural abilities are indeed quite useful. The sisters left with a lingering sense of trepidation. As for the soldier, Lin Fan fabricated a false memory within the crystalline cosmos and synchronized it with his reality. Now, the villa was left with only himself. Oh no, there was still the main subject. The next moment, Lin Fan's bulkiness rapidly vanished, reverting to his original form. This was entirely different from the disguise he had employed as an elderly man previously. This time, it was true shape-shifting, a manifestation of external power. It allowed him to completely transform his body into that of his target, achieving an 11-fold replication, with attributes such as fingerprints, DNA, and iris patterns being indistinguishable. No method could discern the difference. Of course, Lin Fan had personally ensured this the previous night. The twin sisters' eyes had been covered, leading them to believe it was the soldier. Lin Fan re-entered the wine cellar. At that moment, the middle-aged man lay unconscious on the ground, yet peculiarly. His eyes were wide open, staring blankly ahead. In the next instant, he abruptly regained consciousness, alertly rising to his feet. Suddenly, he sensed something was amiss and quickly glanced at his watch. Shocked, he realized that several hours had passed. He raised his head sharply, gazing at Lin Fan with disbelief. You He could not fathom why there had been no commotion outside for such an extended period. If he had been missing for more than a few minutes, the security system should have triggered an alert. But now, he suddenly recalled the rumors about Lin Fan possessing secrets, and the memory of his unexpected unconsciousness the previous night flooded back. His expression darkened considerably. It was evident that Lin Fan had sufficient means to address his disappearance. Although he was unsure how, he could no longer hope for rescue. In the next moment, panic engulfed him. He had to save himself. The only way was to attack Lin Fan, compelling him to fire, which might alert others outside or buy him some time to attract the guards. With this thought, he seized a nearby bottle of wine and hurled it at Lin Fan with all his might. He aimed to scatter glass shards across the floor, ensuring that Lin Fan would sustain injuries if he stepped on them during their struggle. Yet, to his astonishment, the bottle altered its trajectory midair and landed firmly in Lin Fan's grasp. Telekinesis. The middle-aged man's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly believe that supernatural abilities truly existed in this world. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he suddenly felt his mouth being constricted, rendering him unable to open it. Subsequently, his feet moved involuntarily toward Lin Fan, compelled to follow him. Chapter 134. Why provoke him? Moments later, they arrived in a room on the ground floor. The middle-aged man desperately attempted to scream for help, but no sound would escape his lips. He flailed his arms like a drowning man, his hands grasping at nothing. He could see the silhouette of a soldier just beyond the glass in the room. Mere steps away, despair washed over him. Shortly thereafter, he found himself following Lin Fan into a study. His eyes widened in horror as he witnessed Lin Fan manipulating the books on the shelf, revealing a small window in the wall, which housed a tiny keypad. Lin Fan swiftly punched in several commands. In an instant, a 1 square meter section of the study floor descended, unveiling a staircase below. The middle-aged man was engulfed in terror. He had never disclosed this mechanism to anyone, nor had he revealed the password. How could Lin Fan possibly know? He suddenly felt as though there were no secrets left between them, further diminishing his chances of escape. The realization that Lin Fan had managed to keep the outside world oblivious to his absence sent shivers down his spine. His fear of Lin Fan escalated. The man once perceived as a mere sheep now appeared as a demon. As if possessed, his feet moved toward the opening. He was horrified, knowing that once he stepped inside, all hope would be lost. That opening resembled a chasm, poised to consume everything he held dear. Ironically, it had once been his underground refuge, a space he deemed the safest. Yet, helplessly, he found himself utterly incapable of resisting Lin Fan. As the entrance behind them sealed completely, the two descended into the depths of the underground, several meters below the surface. Here lay an expansive chamber, replete with various everyday amenities, an array of electrical appliances and household goods, generators, fuel, and most crucially, an assortment of canned foods and potato flour. The middle-aged man, initially clinging to a glimmer of hope, believed that within this subterranean refuge, mechanisms could be manipulated to reopen the passage, and emergency exits led to the outside world. Furthermore, there were several communication devices, some exceedingly discreet. If he could locate these and alert the outside, salvation would be within reach. However, as his gaze swept across the surroundings, his heart sank irrevocably. Every communication device, every control button, and every passageway entrance had been utterly destroyed. In essence, he was doomed to perish alone in this place, albeit the provisions could sustain him for many years, perhaps even decades. Yet, what significance did that hold? The thought of relinquishing his previous life of comfort and indulgence was excruciating. Even the idea of utilizing the underground fuel to craft explosives was rendered futile, as all other usable materials had been taken away. Setting fire to the underground would yield no repercussions on the surface, but would assuredly result in his own demise within these confines. With a bitter heart, he reluctantly posed the most pressing question: what compels you to approach me and imprison me here? What advantage does this hold for you? In the blink of an eye, he received his answer. Lin Fan's youthful form suddenly expanded, morphing into a physique identical to his own, bearing the same visage. Witnessing an exact replica of himself was an overwhelming shock. His heart raced with trepidation. Lin Fan's demonstration of his shape-shifting ability instilled a profound fear within him. Now, he comprehended how Lin Fan had eluded detection outside, for in the eyes of the world, he had not truly vanished. The implications of Lin Fan usurping his identity were starkly clear. A high-ranking official within the U.S. military wielded access to an overwhelming array of resources. Moreover, the individual possessed an uncanny ability to acquire classified information. A rueful smile flickered on his lips. The United States was doomed. Why provoke such a formidable adversary? At that moment, Lin Fan had returned to the surface, striding out of the villa towards the awaiting vehicle. The driver hastily opened the door. Once inside the armored car, Lin Fan instructed to base XX. By scanning the middle-aged man's mind, he had gleaned a wealth of information, including clandestine military documents and intelligence pertaining to other high-ranking officials. Additionally, he had acquired details regarding the planned nuclear strike. It appeared that the U.S. leadership had yet to reach a consensus on the matter and were awaiting the opportune moment. However, the prevailing sentiment advocated for an immediate strike on major industrial cities and missile bases in Daxia, followed by an attempt to intercept retaliatory missiles using the anti-missile bases along the first island chain. Yet, military scientists seemed to dissent, having penned a detailed report indicating that they had underestimated Daxia's military capabilities. Such actions would only provoke a fierce retaliation, and intercepting Dongfeng missiles would prove far from easy. While the fate of Daxia remained uncertain, the United States was destined to be reduced to ruins. Moreover, this would inadvertently benefit another major power. In this light, time appeared to be on their side. Lin Fan speculated that Daxia's anti-missile project would soon reach completion, at which point certain ambitious individuals would lose all hope. Concurrently, Lin Fan had obtained information on the traitorous mole leaking secrets from Daxia and discreetly dispatched this intelligence to Wu Xian via a concealed channel. Upon receiving this information, Wu Xian's eyes widened in disbelief, for this mole was quite notorious. Typically, no one would suspect him of betrayal. However, upon reviewing the supporting evidence, he could not deny the grim reality. Although he was unaware of the source of this intelligence, its value was evident, as they had been oblivious to the leak concerning the anti-missile project. He promptly reported this information to the higher-ups, who, upon review, were infuriated and swiftly ordered a capture operation. Soon, Lin Fan arrived at a heavily fortified military base, where he encountered several officials of comparable rank. Lin Fan scanned them as well, participating in confidential meetings and seizing the opportunity to extract critical secrets from within the base, including advanced aircraft and other facilities. Given his identity, no one suspected his presence within the base. Lin Fan also uncovered a clandestine military research institute, where experiments involving human subjects were underway, aimed at genetically modifying gorillas for enhanced soldier capabilities. This project had been initiated in response to his own research paper. He meticulously documented this as well, taking the liberty to alter certain data, ensuring that this research would descend into a dead end, ultimately posing significant risks rather than achieving success. Over the course of several days, Lin Fan leveraged this identity to navigate various prestigious venues, including the Pentagon and the White House, as well as numerous high-tech companies and Musk's rocket enterprise. He meticulously replicated all information and classified data within the minds of those he encountered, encompassing military and aerospace technological advancements. Some technologies, such as Starlink, reusable rockets, and spacecraft, remained in a nascent stage for Daxia. Chapter 135, Following the Trail. At this juncture, it could be asserted that he had gathered a comprehensive understanding of all information pertaining to the United States, including the precise number of nuclear warheads and their launch codes. Moreover, he had not only scanned these individuals, but had also implanted a mental parasite within their minds. This new ability would grant him insight into their thoughts and enable him to observe events from their perspective, as well as manipulate their minds at opportune moments. Most importantly, Lin Fan remained steadfastly focused on the objective of his mission: intelligence concerning the Hyena organization. In this regard, he had made substantial progress. Through his inquiries with the CIA, he had acquired a wealth of information, including a plethora of files detailing the members of the Hyena organization. Apart from a select few top-tier officials, he possessed intimate knowledge of the lower ranks. Now was the moment to decisively resolve this matter. Lin Fan returned to the villa, erasing the individual's memories and subsequently implanting a mental seed, crafting the scenario of an accident that would leave him seriously injured. Thus, the events of this period would remain concealed from all, and upon awakening, he would revert to his normal identity, albeit now a pawn in Lin Fan's grand design. In a rural bar in a certain state of the United States, Lin Fan appeared, unbothered by the strange glances of others. This was the countryside of America, where the residents were notoriously crude and steeped in racism. Upon seeing Lin Fan's distinctly Daxian features, they perceived him as an easy target. Naturally, a drunken man approached to provoke him, but after Lin Fan effortlessly subdued him, the entire bar fell silent, with no one daring to challenge him thereafter. The expressions directed at Lin Fan were now tinged with trepidation. They had not anticipated such formidable prowess from one who appeared so frail. Lin Fan quietly scanned the information of the patrons within the bar. Unbeknownst to many, this bar serves as a clandestine rendezvous for the hyena organization's peripheral contacts. Lin Fan effortlessly extracted the information residing in the mind of the contact. This data encompassed the organizational network of the hyena organization within the United States, including the identities of several mid-level operatives. It is worth noting that the hyena organization has limited operations in the U.S. Lin Fan's primary objective was not to eradicate local members, but to trace the leads that would ultimately lead him to personnel information at their European headquarters. A few hours later, Lin Fan found himself on the European continent. During this excursion, he was not only preoccupied with intelligence gathering, but also seizing the rare opportunity to collect various hydrological and geological data. Nightfall marked the time for Lin Fan's activities, as he relied on low-altitude flights to scan the diverse terrains and subterranean soil compositions. The crystal universe now possessed a remarkably authentic representation of the American landscape. From the Rocky Mountains and Great Plains to the Mississippi River, all meticulously replicated, including its peculiar fauna. At this juncture, only the terrains and biological entities of Europe, Africa, and Australia remained unscanned. The biological scans had further enriched the genetic and life sciences within the crystal universe. Consequently, Lin Fan would find it considerably easier to develop biotechnological advancements moving forward. Upon reaching Europe, he did not immediately engage in any significant actions. Instead, he infiltrated Switzerland to scan the world's largest hadron collider into the crystal universe. Additionally, he acquired invaluable data recorded over the years, some of which had never been made public. This was, in fact, of paramount importance. Although Lin Fan could theoretically construct a collider within the crystal universe, the absence of quantum-level precise laws rendered it merely superficial, incapable of yielding any theoretical data from the particles produced during collisions. With this newfound data, however, he had effectively bolstered the principles of high-energy physics. After completing this task, he delved into the International Thermonuclear Fusion Reactor, incorporating its entirety into the crystal universe. This venture represented the world's largest controllable nuclear fusion project. While there were similar initiatives in Dacia, it was prudent to gather insights for more advanced projects. However, upon scanning the equipment and data related to the controllable nuclear fusion project into the crystal universe and conducting tests, he discovered that, despite existing laws in the crystal universe, no materials or designs could sustain controllable nuclear fusion indefinitely while also providing a positive energy output at a low cost. It appeared that this project would not be resolved anytime soon. This was a classic case of insufficient technological prerequisites. No matter how exceptional Lin Fan's abilities were, he could not conjure solutions in the absence of foundational laws. Once the technological aspects were addressed and the terrain sufficiently scanned, it was finally time to dismantle the hyena organization. In a major city in Gaul, an unremarkable office worker, bespectacled and carrying food, arrived at a certain floor and unlocked his door. Upon entering, he felt a sudden chill. There, on the couch, sat a young man exuding an aura of relaxed confidence. Su Fei silently observed for a couple of seconds before easing his tension and closing the door behind him, though his body trembled slightly. "Mr. Lin, what brings you to Europe? Aren't you prohibited from leaving the country?" Lin Fan smiled. "Indeed, your rash is nearly healed." The individual before him was none other than Su Fei, previously hired by Li Haoyang to steal mutated cockroach eggs, who had fled abroad to enjoy life after successfully completing the task. Later, under duress from Lin Fan, he had eliminated Li Haoyang due to the neurotoxin coursing through his veins. After realizing Lin Fan had not deceived him, he had witnessed a gradual alleviation of his symptoms following a reduction in anxiety. He had then sought to live a normal life under an assumed identity, having fled the U.S. for Europe to evade scrutiny. However, circumstances led him to be discovered by the hyena organization, forcing his reluctant enlistment. Lin Fan had come to this place to investigate the situation upon discovering a mid-level member of the organization. If Su Fei had been involved in any task against him during this time, he could not be spared. Fortunately, Lin Fan learned from Su Fei's mind that he had not participated in any of Lin Fan's affairs and had only been executing other peripheral assignments. Su Fei was curious about Lin Fan's intentions for being there, and Lin Fan did not conceal his purpose. "Since you were coerced into joining, it would be best to avoid the headquarters for the time being. If possible, I advise you to lay low for a while." Su Fei was taken aback, a remarkable possibility surfacing in his mind. "Mr. Lin, you intend to—" His eyes widened in disbelief. However, considering Lin Fan's extraordinary capabilities and his stealthy arrival in Europe, acquiring intelligence on the hyena organization would undoubtedly be within reach. With a bitter smile, Su Fei replied, Mr. Lin, I am merely an outer member. They recruited me due to my decent abilities. I have no qualifications to visit the headquarters, nor am I aware of its location. Curiosity welled within him as he pondered how Lin Fan intended to destroy the hyena organization. He was acutely aware that this organization was complex, with intricate internal connections and a high degree of confidentiality among its members, having infiltrated various sectors worldwide. The task of identifying and eliminating them all would not be simple. Lin Fan replied nonchalantly, I know the location of the headquarters. This time, I require your assistance with a small task. Moments later, Su Fei emerged from the room, dragging 2 suitcases. He arrived at a nearby suburb, where he opened one suitcase, revealing another Su Fei, who emerged with a puzzled expression. Since Lin Fan had transformed back into his original appearance, Su Fei was unaware that Lin Fan had just impersonated him to leave his residence. All right, you need not return to your previous abode. If I were you, I would find a place to hide far away, somewhere no one can trace you, Lin Fan advised. Su Fei nodded. It was clear he intended to seize this opportunity to completely distance himself from treachery. He had no desire to be embroiled in conflict anymore, having been reluctantly working for the hyena organization. To his astonishment, it was Lin Fan who had come to his rescue, leaving him with mixed emotions. After a hasty farewell, Lin Fan transformed back into Su Fei's likeness, took the suitcase, and drove to a resort where he began to quietly wait after entering commands on his computer. He was unconcerned about Su Fei exposing his information. Upon leaving, he had scanned Su Fei's intentions and confirmed that there was no adversarial intent. Moreover, he had conducted a mental parasitism on him. Should Su Fei harbor any such intentions, Lin Fan would be aware. Lin Fan was not a bloodthirsty individual. Any past grievances had been settled. He held no animosity towards Su Fei, and given the opportunity to utilize Su Fei's identity, while also granting him freedom, it was a fair exchange. Not eliminating Su Fei might even yield future opportunities to collaborate. Within mere hours, activity began to stir. An inconspicuous vehicle came to a halt by the roadside, from which emerged several burly men in black suits, their faces adorned with thick beards. They brandished firearms as they made their way towards the room occupied by Lin Fan, flashing police badges and claiming to be in pursuit of terrorists, thus deceiving those around them. Moments later, they arrived at the threshold of Lin Fan's chamber, exchanging wary glances. At that moment, one of the subordinates forcefully burst through the door, rolling into the room. In the next instant, he beheld Lin Fan, resembling Su Fei, lounging on the sofa, leisurely smoking a cigarette and observing them with an air of indifference. His eyelids barely flickered at the sight of the intruder. The others, witnessing this scene, entered the room, exuding a nonchalant confidence, as though the situation was entirely under their control. The leader sneered, Su Fei, it seems you are well aware that escape is futile. Come back with us. I am rather keen to understand why, despite being bestowed such a lucrative position by the organization, you would resort to such actions. Furthermore, how did you come into possession of so many classified documents? At this juncture, Lin Fan, seemingly unperturbed, merely smiled faintly and replied, there is no point in further discourse. Do you truly believe you have me cornered? Given my actions, do you think I would be unprepared for your approach? The burly men instantly heightened their vigilance, scanning their surroundings before retorting with cold laughter, still pretending. Get him. However, they were soon gripped by terror as they witnessed Lin Fan's figure merely shimmer before vanishing from their sight. They could hardly believe their eyes, quickly focusing their gaze in search of him. In an instant, Lin Fan reappeared at the window, coldly declaring, I shan't entertain you any longer. You may as well relish the experience of a hell filled with insects. With that, he swiftly darted through the shattered glass and fled outside. The men, eager to pursue, suddenly recalled Lin Fan's final words, a sense of unease creeping over them, accompanied by a palpable panic. At that moment, they heard a series of beeping sounds near their ears, sending chills down their spines. Before they could react, an explosion erupted. Yet when the dust settled, they were astonished to find the blast's force minimal, akin to that of a large firecracker. No one was injured, save for the ringing in their ears. Just as relief washed over them, a piercing scream shattered the air. The remaining individuals hurried to investigate, only to be met with a cacophony of buzzing sounds. Upon closer inspection, they were filled with dread. A mass of small, thumb-sized insects was swarming out from the newly created gap in the ground. Their bodies were yellow, adorned with rings of black on their abdomens. Hornets, one of them recognized with a quivering voice. The sheer number of hornets indicated the presence of a massive hive beneath them. These hornets were carnivorous and notoriously aggressive, should 3 or 4 of them target a person. that individual would suffer a painful demise. There were easily thousands of them clustered together. In the next heartbeat, screams erupted from every throat. They had no time to flee, only to feel a dark wave engulfing them, their bodies racked with excruciating pain, akin to being sliced and scorched simultaneously. As they neared death, their consciousness fading, they grappled with one lingering question. How had Su Fei acquired such a multitude of hornets and established a colossal hive beneath the hotel? The cacophony of agony resonated throughout the building, alerting all nearby tenants and staff. Cautiously, the employees approached, only to be left agape at the sight of the swarm of hornets. Half an hour later, firefighters clad in hazmat suits arrived at the scene, followed by a convoy of police vehicles, their sirens blaring. This was undoubtedly the most shocking incident to befall the tranquil city in its history. Once the firefighters had eradicated the hornets with insecticide, the officers entered the room, only to be taken aback by the gruesome spectacle before them. The victims were bruised and grotesquely swollen, their expressions twisted in agony, eyes wide open in terror. The incident quickly made headlines. The authorities took this case very seriously, discovering forged police badges and firearms on the deceased, ultimately tracing the events back to an assassination attempt on a hotel guest. That guest was now missing, and it was evident he was the perpetrator. Nevertheless, the manner in which he had accomplished this left the police utterly baffled. Just as they began to investigate the identities of the deceased, they were abruptly halted by an enigmatic force. Chapter 137, Experience Pain. This case was entirely taken over by an even more mysterious department. Returning to Lin Fan, he had relocated to another hotel, enjoying the news coverage regarding the incident on television. He watched as a reporter interviewed a police official, a bald, middle-aged Caucasian man, whose expression was grave and tinged with anger. He stated, "This incident is a blatant act of terror. The suspect employed illicit means to transport thousands of exceedingly dangerous hornets into this peaceful city, showing utter disregard for the safety of others. This is a direct affront to our police force." He then turned to the camera, asserting, "We will exhaust every resource to apprehend you." However, when pressed by the reporter regarding the motive behind the attack, the officer evaded the question. Lin Fan smirked at the screen, muttering, "I eagerly await your arrival." He had recognized this individual, who was not only a high-ranking police officer, but also a member of the Hyena organization. The deceased henchmen were sent by him, and Lin Fan's primary purpose for coming to this city revolved around him. By unraveling this thread, he aimed to dismantle the entire organization. Lin Fan sought not merely vengeance against the Hyena organization. He wished for their demise to be anything but swift. He relished the sensation of a dull knife slicing through flesh. He intended for those who perpetuated suffering in the world to experience true agony themselves, rendering them like headless flies, facing their impending doom, powerless to resist, and ultimately succumbing to terror. Thus, his strategy was one of passivity, waiting for them to come to him. By leveraging Su Fei's identity, he sent out some high-level secrets he was privy to, inevitably provoking them. The first wave of enemies was merely an appetizer. The Hyena organization had underestimated him. His initial actions were merely a light demonstration to intimidate them, while the real struggle lay ahead. The following night, Lin Fan lay in bed when suddenly his eyes snapped open, a subtle smile gracing his lips. In the next moment, the hotel door was forcefully flung open. A fully armed SWAT team stormed in, riot shields at the ready, their submachine guns aimed at the bed. To their astonishment, they found the bed empty, and there was no sign of Lin Fan within the room. The sheriff, clad in a bulletproof vest, entered, while nearby officers prepared their specialized insecticides. Even if they encountered a similar situation again, they would undoubtedly eradicate the hive at the first opportunity. Yet this time was different. The ground bore no signs of excavation. Was the adversary not planning to set a trap with insects this time, or had they been caught off guard? But where was the opponent now? The sheriff suddenly realized, a look of terror crossing his face. They had secured the doors and windows. The enemy must be hidden somewhere within the room. Now, within the confines of the room, everything lay bare before the eyes. Yet the presence of the other was conspicuously absent. Just moments ago, the individual had been within the very same space. Could a living person truly vanish into thin air in such a fleeting instant? The sheriff suddenly felt an unsettling sensation. The other appeared to possess an uncanny ability to perform feats beyond the realm of ordinary mortals. The last encounter had been with wasps, and this time, he should have anticipated their precautions. Alarmed, he shouted, "Their SA trap! Withdraw!" Yet, it was already too late. In the next heartbeat, a light chuckle echoed from afar, followed by the ominous sound of gas escaping. Suddenly, White vapor began to spew forth from the ceiling and every corner of the room. In an instant, several officers, despite their protective gear, found themselves coughing uncontrollably. There were no signs of relief. The coughing intensified as if they were trying to expel their very lungs, and they struggled to breathe. Not only that, but the remaining officers, including the sheriff himself, soon succumbed to fits of coughing. The sheriff's face turned pale with terror. Was this toxic gas? What could it be? At that moment, he felt an unsettling sensation on his skin, an urge to scratch that only exacerbated the irritation, leaving him in a state of torment. Soon, all present exhibited similar symptoms, their cries of distress filling the air. That night marked the peak of activity in the small town, with hospitals nearly bursting at the seams. Residents could hear the incessant wail of ambulances throughout the night. Meanwhile, the doctors within the hospital were beset by headaches, their anxiety mounting. They noticed that the patient's symptoms bore a striking resemblance to the fabled Marburg virus, albeit with notable differences. Undoubtedly, these symptoms were far more severe, and the hospital reverberated with cries of anguish. All patients had to be restrained to prevent them from thrashing about. Many bore wounds so severe that their flesh was mangled, their bodies riddled with festering sores. Some patients began to succumb, exhibiting signs of respiratory failure. The hospital's medical resources were already stretched thin, yet the pressing concern was clearly not that issue. All the doctors donned protective suits, fervently praying that this was not an infectious disease. The Center for Disease Control had dispatched personnel overnight, and the incident had already made headlines. Fortunately, tests revealed that the afflicted were infected with a bacterium capable of rapidly consuming bodily tissue. Contact with the skin led to rashes, while inhalation resulted in the lungs being devoured. The white gas apparatus previously encountered in the hotel had been identified as nothing but dry ice. In reality, the true bacterium had already claimed its victims the moment they breached the hotel room. Now, the primary concern for the infectious disease team was whether this bacterium was contagious or lethal. Thankfully, those medical personnel who had come into contact with the patients remained unharmed, and the bacterium perished swiftly upon contact with human flesh. Thus, all patients were merely critically ill, yet not deceased, though the ordeal would undoubtedly leave them with lifelong scars. They would bear the burden of significant aftereffects, their skin disfigured and their appearance terrifying. Despite the absence of fatalities, the higher-ups were incensed and demanded a thorough investigation. The military was deployed to seal off the small town. However, after extensive search efforts, there was no trace of the individual named Su Fei. He seemed to have vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Lin Fan had already departed the city, setting his sights on the next stage of his journey. From the sheriff's mind, he gleaned that the previous city no longer harbored any lackeys of the hyena organization, and from the other's consciousness, he acquired further intelligence regarding other mid-level personnel. The game was far from over. At this moment, within the hyena organization, the atmosphere was palpably tense. Su Fei's photograph and information were displayed on the screen, alongside the gruesome aftermath of the recent incidents. Those present gasped in horror. After a prolonged silence, a high-ranking member of the organization finally spoke. What are your thoughts on this matter? Chapter 138. The puppet master is Lin Fan? One high-ranking official quietly interjected. It was evident that he was targeting our mid-level and lower-tier personnel. Employing such brutal methods is merely intended to instill fear among those who work for us. That is his objective. Another high-ranking member's expression darkened. How naive to think a single individual could challenge the entirety of our organization. A different high-ranking official asserted, clearly, all his actions have been meticulously orchestrated, and the trails he has revealed are intentional. I fail to comprehend the nature of his grievances with our organization. Why such malice? Information about Su Fei appeared on the screen. Look at this. The high-ranking officials gasped. This individual was somehow connected to Lin Fan? That made sense. Upon discovering that Su Fei was a citizen of the Great Xia, they had found it peculiar. Now, it was astonishing to learn that Lin Fan was involved as well. A comparison of their pasts and trajectories revealed several intriguing connections. The investigative materials indicated that Su Fei's departure from Great Xia coincided precisely with the theft of Lin Fan's mutated cockroaches. Shortly thereafter, the employer who had stolen Lin Fan's mutated cockroaches mysteriously succumbed to poisoning in the United States. Not long after, Su Fei arrived in Europe, subsequently joining the hyena organization, and now suddenly unleashing a pursuit against their lower-tier personnel. This was undoubtedly a premeditated act, and it was unexpected that Su Fei was a pawn of Lin Fan. Thus, it was clear that this operation was orchestrated by Lin Fan himself. This also clarified why he had unleashed so many enhanced venomous wasps. The organization had already studied the wasps found at the scene and discovered they were genetically modified from the Asian giant hornet, exhibiting heightened aggression and toxicity, and incapable of reproduction, designed solely for one-time attacks. Everyone had been left questioning how Su Fei had acquired such a multitude of mutated wasps. As for the new bacteria, it was needless to say that it was also of his making. This could be classified as a terrorist attack. Should we not simply inform the authorities? Other high-ranking officials frowned and quickly shook their heads. No, that would expose too much of our information. We cannot allow ourselves to be visible to the public eye. And even if it was his doing, what then? There is no evidence. What leverage do we have? It is best that we handle this ourselves. One high-ranking official lamented. However, Su Fei is not easily dealt with. Thus far, we have completely lost track of him. We have no idea how he has managed it. Must we wait for him to reveal himself? That would likely only lead us into another trap. Equally perplexing to these high-ranking members was how an outer member had managed to acquire certain organizational secrets, information he should not have had access to. Of course, if this was provided by Lin Fan, that would be plausible, but how did Lin Fan obtain this information? Regardless, the most pressing matter at hand was to capture Su Fei, this elusive slippery eel. In no time, the hyena organization concocted a meticulous scheme. Shortly thereafter, in the kingdom of Ruishan, amidst the snow-laden peaks of the Alps, a multitude of individuals ascended via cable car to a picturesque resort nestled halfway up the mountain. At this moment, these individuals convened for a conference, blending business with leisure. However, a discerning observer would note a palpable tension among them, as if their minds were elsewhere. Few were aware that all attendees of this meeting were mid-level operatives of the hyena organization, including several senior members. Their current demeanor stemmed from an unsettling anxiety, for they were unwittingly ensnared in a trap meticulously laid by the hyena organization, with themselves serving as bait. Prior to this, the hyena organization had discreetly disseminated intelligence, utilizing clandestine channels, including the black market. To render this intelligence less conspicuous, they emulated Lin Fan's method of employing artificial intelligence for data analysis, subsequently dispersing a plethora of information among trivialities. Ordinary individuals would undoubtedly lack the acumen to distill useful intelligence from such a convoluted mix. Only the Chiffon AI possessed the extensive data analysis capabilities required to extract pertinent information. They were convinced that once Lin Fan acquired this intelligence, he would be compelled to act, harboring little suspicion, merely perceiving this gathering as a secretive assembly. Moreover, the remote and sparsely populated setting would undoubtedly make any actions taken here go unnoticed. Yet, unbeknownst to them, this resort was, in fact, a stronghold of the hyena organization. Although it occasionally operated as a public venue, it predominantly functioned as their territory, fortified to the hilt. Beneath its surface lay a mercenary base, stocked with an array of advanced military equipment, and both aerial and ground surveillance systems monitored the area comprehensively. It could be said that even the flight of a mosquito would be detected. They could scarcely fathom what Su Fei could accomplish in such a fortified environment. However, as days slipped by, the resort remained eerily quiet, devoid of any unusual activity. This silence sparked doubts within the hyena organization. They pondered whether Lin Fan had failed to acquire the intelligence or had simply grown suspicious, choosing not to act against them. After careful consideration, they deemed both possibilities unlikely. Given Lin Fan's previous acquisition of sensitive secrets, it was evident that his intelligence-gathering capabilities were formidable. Even if he recognized the danger of this lair, he would likely attempt to devise a strategy. What they did not realize was that at this very moment, several hundred kilometers away, on a desolate mountain, an inexplicable massive hole had formed in the ground, surrounded by atomic dust. It appeared as though someone had reduced a vast quantity of soil to a monatomic state. Keeping it aside, if anyone ventured into this cavern, they would be astonished to discover that it had been transformed into a missile silo, housing a metric-guided missile standing tall within. Meanwhile, several dozen meters outside the cavern, Lin Fan, resembling Su Fei, glanced towards the direction of the Alps and calmly pressed a button on his remote control. Instantly, flames erupted from the tail of the missile, propelling it forth from the hole. Within mere seconds, it soared into the sky, leaving behind only a luminous point. At that moment, satellites across the globe simultaneously captured the event, triggering alarm systems across European nations, leaving everyone in profound shock. The launch of a missile within their territory, executed without prior notification, was utterly unfathomable. The faces of officials turned pale as they sprang into action. their astonishment deepening when they realized that the missile's launch site was entirely beyond their control. Chapter 139: Nuclear Equilibrium. How could a missile be secretly positioned within the European continent without raising any alarms? Nations hastily issued orders to intercept, acutely sensing an unprecedented crisis. If the missile targeted a densely populated metropolis and carried a nuclear warhead, the ramifications would be catastrophic. Yet, at this juncture, it was already too late. The missile had ascended into space, began its horizontal trajectory, and in an instant, dove downward. This rapid descent enabled nations to swiftly pinpoint the attack location. Aside from the Kingdom of Ruition, everyone else breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the missile was not aimed at them, but rather at the remote mountains. Nonetheless, curiosity piqued. Was it truly necessary to deploy such a sophisticated missile given that the launch and target sites were merely a few hundred kilometers apart? And who could be behind this? It appeared that apart from European nations, no other countries possessed the capability for such clandestine deployments, leaving the motives of European nations in question. Furthermore, such technology was not easily attainable for most nations. However, their immediate focus lay upon the impending attack. Soon, all parties learned that the target was a mountain resort, currently booked by a corporation, with hundreds of employees enjoying their holiday. Speculation arose. Was this the intention? Had someone borne a grudge against this corporation, choosing to unleash a missile during their vacation? Such a notion seemed absurd. Meanwhile, within the covert command center of the mountain resort, high-ranking officials awaited the arrival of Su Fei or others. Suddenly, the base's alarm blared. A terrified individual reported, "A missile is heading towards our resort. The status of its warhead is unknown. It is predicted to arrive in 20 seconds. The officials, along with others, were rendered speechless, hardly believing their ears. What? A missile was en route to them? How could this be possible? Panic gripped them as they immediately associated this with Lin Fan's involvement. How could he possess such capabilities? Had he somehow convinced the Daxiao to launch a missile at them? No, this was inconceivable. Yet, what was the current situation? If this was indeed their adversary's strategy, then their trap had been naively simplistic, merely presenting a target for annihilation. Who could have anticipated that their opponent had access to missiles? They were not engaging in mere tricks. Time had run out, their blood ran cold, and their minds turned to mush, slipping into a dazed state as if this were merely a dream. They could only hope that the subterranean base would withstand the impending onslaught. In the next moment, the missile struck the ground of the resort with tremendous speed. A colossal shockwave radiated outward, incinerating everything within a radius of several dozen kilometers in an instant. The accumulated snow on the mountain, subjected to such force, triggered an avalanche, creating a breathtaking spectacle from afar. Several hundred kilometers away, Lin Fan felt the tremors and smiled faintly. Even with nuclear defense facilities underground, would they not be obliterated? As he observed helicopters approaching from the horizon, it was time to depart. In the next instant, his figure vanished. Moments later, officials from various nations, en route to investigate via helicopter, were jolted to attention, their scalps prickling in alarm. Below, the missile launch site erupted in an explosion rivaling that of the resort. The shockwave radiated outward, obliterating everything in its path, while the immense force caused helicopters to tremble in the air. At this moment, a singular thought consumed everyone's minds. Madness. Utter madness. How could the adversary dare to act in such a manner? It was evident that this enigmatic force had long been prepared to eradicate all evidence. One nuclear warhead was launched, annihilating the resort, while another missile detonated on the spot, turning everything in between into glass. Naturally, all traces of evidence vanished without a trace. Merely half an hour had elapsed since the missile launch, and the news had already spread rapidly, dominating headlines worldwide. After all, this marked the second occasion in human history, aside from nuclear tests, where a nation had endured a direct nuclear strike, and, astonishingly, it occurred in two locations simultaneously. Images from the first scene quickly circulated across the globe via live broadcasts. Investigators discovered that the site of the nuclear explosion bore no traces of radioactive fallout, indicating that it was a hydrogen bomb. This revelation brought a sigh of relief to the nation of Ruition, as one of its primary industries was tourism, renowned as a global vacation and skiing haven. Had nuclear contamination truly occurred, it would have spelled disaster for the nation. Moreover, the water supply would have been compromised, potentially inflicting severe repercussions on their economy. Presently, the situation appeared much improved. Perhaps they could even leverage it as a selling point to attract more visitors. However, their foremost concern remained the secrets lurking behind this audacious attack. The leadership of Ruishan swiftly issued a condemnation and vowed to investigate thoroughly. Concurrently, nations across Europe expressed their solidarity. During this period, the atmosphere in Europe grew increasingly tense, with military forces traversing the roads of various countries, reportedly initiating widespread inspections. The site of the missile launch had been investigated, yet no evidence was found, as if the launch silo had materialized out of thin air, with the missile having been transported without arousing any suspicion. This left many nations perplexed, but significant discoveries emerged from the attacked resort. Ruishan was astonished to uncover that the vacation lodge concealed a vast military base, not belonging to their nation, and other countries vehemently denied any association. This revelation escalated the situation dramatically. Initially perceived as an assault on a corporation, the target now appeared to be a clandestine military base, one that had successfully eluded the scrutiny of Ruishan's authorities. Following an analysis of the remnants within the underground base, speculation regarding the forces behind it arose among various nations. The Hyena Organization. This was their secret stronghold, and the fact that others had become aware of it, coupled with the magnitude of the destruction, was utterly unfathomable. The Hyena Organization was already shrouded in mystery, rarely provoking confrontation, yet now they had suffered significant losses under the hand of this enigmatic force, with numerous members perishing, including several mid-level and some high-ranking officials. Consequently, speculation regarding the origins of this mysterious force began to circulate, particularly from the United States and the Great Xia. On that day, the red phone on Wu Xian's desk suddenly rang, causing him to startle and adopt a solemn demeanor. He immediately recalled the recent events unfolding in Europe. Could something monumental be occurring in Great Xia? Were adversaries poised to strike? Upon answering the call, the elderly voice on the other end conveyed information shared from other nations in a measured tone. In the next moment, Wu Xian was left in shock. Chapter 140. Lin Fan is at home. The information relayed by the elder was simply astounding. It turned out that the United States had inquired whether the recent missile launch had been secretly orchestrated by Great Xia, besides showcasing nuclear prowess to intimidate the U.S. It could also serve another purpose, as the target destroyed was indeed a gathering of the Hyena Organization. Presently, the dialogue between the elder and the United States had become more candid, with hints of a thaw in relations. The elder was taken aback by the United States' assertions, though he certainly would not concede it openly. Whether the United States believed it or not remained uncertain. After hanging up, the elder convened with several senior officials from Great Xia for analysis. It was evident that this incident could not have been orchestrated by any nation, nor could any nation have achieved such a feat by excluding these countries. Only individuals or organizations remained. Given that the Hyena Organization was the target of the attack and the bizarre nature of the incident, the elder immediately considered a possibility. Impossible. Wu Xian's eyes widened, and he instinctively exclaimed. The elder, accustomed to his reactions, replied slowly, "Do not rush to refute. Consider how difficult it is to procure a nuclear weapon. Numerous nations have spent years clandestinely developing them. It cannot escape anyone's notice, especially not when establishing a missile launch silo unnoticed in the heart of Europe. This is beyond the capabilities of ordinary forces, unless..." Wu Xian interjected, "unless there's advanced technology or some form of superpower." At that moment, he had regained his composure. If that were the case, how terrifying could Lin Fan's abilities be? He knew Lin Fan could create certain things, but this was a nuclear missile. In that case, Lin Fan would be akin to a walking nuclear missile base. Anyone who angered him would face an instant missile strike. This was untenable. Furthermore, hadn't Lin Fan been at home all along? He had attended meetings punctually every day. Upon this realization, he furrowed his brow. If he had utilized AI to fabricate his image for the meetings while engaging in pre-prepared academic exchanges, it seemed entirely plausible. This suggested that Lin Fan had seized this opportunity to discreetly leave home and venture into such a perilous region in Europe. Contemplating this, he immediately called the guards surrounding Lin Fan's villa, instructing them to check whether Lin Fan was still in the bunker. To his surprise, the guard hesitated before replying. "Director Wu, what do you mean by this question? Academician Lin is, of course, here. He was out for some fresh air yesterday, and today, even ordering takeout and acquiring a plethora of new items. We all witnessed it." Wu Xian was taken aback, questioning why he hadn't been informed sooner. The guard appeared perplexed. Should I report if he is at home? Isn't it only necessary to report if he has left?" Wu Xian then realized he had misspoken and hastily found an excuse to end the call. He subsequently relayed this news to the elder and fell into contemplation. Lin Fan was indeed at home. Could it be that he had been overthinking? If Lin Fan were behind this, it would be too incredible. According to the guard, Lin Fan had been home just an hour before the explosion occurred in Europe. How could he possibly have made such a rapid round trip? Was it truly the work of some unknown, mysterious organization? Or perhaps a force secretly cultivated by Lin Fan? Finally, the investigation in Europe began to yield results, as they uncovered a series of concealed evidence. This pertained to how the missile and missile launch silo components had been systematically dismantled and transported to a hidden warehouse surrounding the nation. Following that, an extensive period was spent excavating at the launch site, meticulously arranging the components piece by piece. However, the perpetrators had executed their plan with remarkable discretion, leaving no room for suspicion and exploiting numerous loopholes. Originally, the administration of the Russian kingdom was rather lax, which allowed for vulnerabilities to be discovered. Once the investigation was clarified, a collective sigh of relief swept across various European nations. This situation was somewhat acceptable. Had the missile silos been established through insidious means, unbeknownst to anyone within a short span of time, it would have been utterly unfathomable. Although the identity of the mastermind remains shrouded in mystery, the sense of crisis enveloping these nations has significantly diminished. Returning to Lin Fan, upon perusing the investigative results broadcasted in the news, he let out a derisive snicker. These findings were, of course, fabricated by him. How could he possibly have neglected to devise contingency plans prior to executing a scheme? The moment he initiated a missile strike, it would undoubtedly trigger a global inquiry. Should the investigation yield results indicating that the missile base had seemingly materialized out of thin air, it would incite speculation, leading to questions regarding his potential supernatural abilities. He would never expose such a trump card. Thus, he orchestrated the plan through the use of a jellyfish, meticulously arranging a series of covert activities to shift the blame onto a mysterious force. This would compel most countries worldwide to conveniently accept the findings of the investigation rather than entertain nebulous conjectures. Of course, for certain individuals, this would not suffice to earn their trust. In a subterranean base located in a rural area of Europe, all the high-ranking members of the Hyena organization convened, save for those who had perished in the nuclear explosion. The atmosphere in the meeting was palpably heavy, almost suffocating. The confidence that once adorned their faces had vanished, replaced by an unsettling anxiety. This marked the most significant setback the Hyena organization had ever encountered since its inception. Historically, they had operated with utmost secrecy, buoyed by intelligence support from the U.S. government, and had faced no setbacks. Others had always feared them. Yet now, they found themselves facing an overwhelming slaughter from their adversaries, unable to capture even the slightest trace of their opponents. Following the nuclear attack, they had come to a grim realization. Their adversary was clearly toying with them, wielding such terrifying capabilities while silently establishing missile silos. They had obliterated 70% of their operational forces in one fell swoop. Currently, aside from a few high-ranking officials and scattered members worldwide, their operational personnel within Europe had been drastically reduced. It could be said that the Hyena organization had become a mere shadow of its former self, stripped of its operational capacity, and any hope of recovery would likely require a considerable amount of time. The pressing concern was the formidable enemy represented by Lin Fan, who would probably not grant them any further opportunities. Let us discuss our next steps. The supreme leader of the Hyena organization spoke, his voice tinged with bitterness. He had not anticipated that a seemingly mundane task would lead to such catastrophic consequences for the organization. Clearly, Lin Fan was no longer a foe they could contend with. But how could they navigate this perilous period safely? The question was no longer whether they could spare their adversary. It was evident that Lin Fan had dispatched individuals to continually undermine them, employing various terrifying methods to assault them. Since the nuclear attack, 2 more high-ranking officials have been suddenly assassinated, their deaths equally gruesome. This had stripped them of any sense of security, leaving them fearful that death could descend upon them at any moment. Even within the confines of their base, they were uncertain of their safety. Lin Fan's methods of acquiring intelligence had clearly surpassed their expectations. Even the identities of other high-ranking officials, which had been kept highly confidential, have been exposed and resulted in fatalities. One high-ranking member tremulously inquired, "What is the current stance of the United States? They should be sending someone to extricate us. They have a vested interest in our protection." Another high-ranking official shook his head. "Nowhere is safe. What good would it do to go to the United States? That Lin Fan is nothing short of a lunatic. If we expose ourselves, he might just launch another nuclear missile our way. Furthermore, we have lost our value. The Americans will likely disregard us. The email I sent yesterday remains unread." Another official, filled with rage, exclaimed, "This isn't acceptable. We can't just sit idly by and wait for him to come and kill us. We must devise a strategy to break this deadlock. At that moment, a subordinate entered, clutching some documents. Chief, we have compiled the statistics of the organization members who perished in the nuclear explosion. Under normal circumstances, such a report would have been promptly prepared, but the organization's manpower had been severely depleted, resulting in significant delays. The chief nodded, showing little interest. Set aside. However, he soon noticed that the subordinate did not move. Frowning, he looked over to see the latter, trembling in fear. What is the matter? The subordinate hesitantly pointed at one of the high-ranking officials. You. Confusion swept over the group. But as they turned their gaze to the indicated official, they saw his expression shift from stoicism to a sudden smile. Instantly, they sensed something was amiss and instinctively distanced themselves from him. The pointed official curiously picked up the document and glanced at it. So that is how it is. I have already perished in the nuclear explosion. This is a blunder. Lin Fan had initially disguised himself as this high-ranking official, who had not been part of the retreating group to the resort. Therefore, Lin Fan's acquired list of attendees did not include him. When attempts to locate the official proved futile, Lin Fan assumed the latter's identity, utilizing his DNA information to infiltrate the meeting. Little did he expect that the official had altered his itinerary and perished alongside the others in a nuclear explosion. The surrounding high-ranking officials reacted swiftly, drawing their weapons and aiming them at him, while simultaneously calling for assistance from outside. The chief, filled with rage, shouted, "Are you one of Lin Fan's minions?" He broke into a cold sweat, realizing that one of his own was an undercover agent sent by Lin Fan, and he had been completely oblivious to it. This revelation was terrifying. He now understood why their adversary had always been elusive and so adept at gathering intelligence. The skill of deception was astonishing, rendering any distinction imperceptible. Yet, he was also curious. Even if identity could be disguised, entering the base required various biometric verifications. How had he managed to bypass those? Lin Fan yawned. I had initially intended to play with you a while longer. However, since your ruse has been uncovered, I shall send you straight to hell. A sense of dread gripped all the high-ranking officials, yet as they observed armed personnel aiming their weapons at Lin Fan, a semblance of calm washed over them. They had successfully seen through the deception, catching him off guard. Surely, he would not have an opportunity to escape now, would he? Facing death and still pretending. Do you think we fear you? Let us see what tricks you have left. Lin Fan's smile abruptly vanished. The ones facing death are you. With the facade shattered, he had no intention of wasting any more time. After all, the instant he was discovered, he had already disabled the signals in the area. His secrets could not be transmitted. In the next moment, he raised his hand, and a horrifying spectacle unfolded. All the guns in the hands of the officials suddenly slipped from their grip, soaring towards Lin Fan. They halted before him and coalesced, responding to the tightening of his right hand. Swiftly compressed into a colossal iron sphere, the interior reverberated with the explosive sounds of gunpowder under immense pressure. Subsequently, Lin Fan nonchalantly waved his hand, casting the iron orb aside. Superpowers! The onlookers were left astounded, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. The leader, seized by terror, exclaimed, "Quick, kill him!" At that moment, he was engulfed in despair, never anticipating Lin Fan's personal arrival, armed with formidable abilities such as shape-shifting and telekinesis. This time, escape seemed improbable. He hastily retrieved his phone, attempting to contact the outside world, hoping for rescue, or at the very least, to disseminate the information he had obtained at the cost of lives. However, upon checking his phone, he was met with a stark no signal. His heart sank. The base's communication lines had been severed. Desperation enveloped him. Lin Fan, uninterested in idle chatter, suddenly gestured, and a massive crate soared through the air. The box swung open, and a myriad of insects swiftly emerged. Upon closer inspection, they were revealed to be dung beetles. Yet, their sheer numbers and speed were astonishing. Initially perplexed, the crowd's confusion morphed into horror as the leader recalled scenes from the film The Mummy. His complexion paled. Run, flee swiftly, yet it was too late. The swarm of dung beetles advanced toward the crowd, rapidly closing in on the nearest individual. The beetle burrowed into his pant leg, biting down mercilessly, and blood gushed forth. But that was merely the beginning. The aroma of flesh heightened the beetle's frenzy. Soon, the unfortunate victim was engulfed by the swarm, writhing and screaming in agony before succumbing to silence. His body was swiftly reduced to a mere skeleton. Two others, who had lagged behind, soon met the same fate. The remaining individuals fled in sheer panic, their souls nearly escaping their bodies. Such a horrifying demise was far more gruesome than the relatively swift deaths of the previous days. As they reached the entrance of the base, Lin Fan showed no intention of granting them an escape. In an instant, the entrance collapsed entirely, sealing their fate. Despair washed over them as they turned to witness the relentless horde of insects approaching. No. Crack. Crack. Half an hour later, Lin Fan emerged contentedly onto the surface, striding into the distance. Behind him, a series of explosions erupted, the sounds reverberating, yet he did not glance back. Chapter 142. Intelligence and Scientific Intuition. The explosions at the village drew immediate attention from the outside world. The nation promptly dispatched troops to secure the area and conduct an investigation. It was confirmed that this was yet another underground base, evidently larger than the previous mountain resort. Intelligence suggested that this was the stronghold of the Hyena organization. To their astonishment, the very base of the Hyena organization had been obliterated. The explosions were so powerful that little evidence remained. However, speculation ran rampant that the organization's leadership had been eradicated in one fell swoop. Furthermore, no clues had been uncovered this time. News of the incident swiftly reached the United States. Within the CIA, high-ranking officials convened for discussion. The leading figure stated, "Gentlemen, based on the intelligence I've received, the recently exploded village base was indeed the headquarters of the Hyena organization. I have attempted to contact their leadership through clandestine channels, but no responses have been forthcoming. What does this indicate? I believe we all understand. In recent times, their upper echelons have been subjected to secret extermination, and this incident appeared to be the final reckoning. The Hyena organization was now no more. The others fell silent. The organization had maintained a beneficial partnership with them, occasionally handling unsavory tasks. The abrupt disappearance of the Hyena organization within mere days instilled a sense of dread. Their security measures had been exemplary, yet they remained transparent before their enemies. What might the repercussions be if the adversaries turned their sights upon them? At that moment, the official produced an email stating, by the way, "This is a message sent to us by the leader of the Hyena organization before his demise. It claims that Lin Fan orchestrated everything, and should they meet with untimely deaths, we must be cautious of him." The other high-ranking officials furrowed their brows. Lin Fan possessed such formidable capability. How had he accomplished this? How did he, residing in Dacia, acquire such clandestine intelligence? How had he secretly transported nuclear missiles to Europe? Was there any evidence? The official shook his head. No concrete evidence, merely the assertions of the opposing side. However, aside from Lin Fan, we cannot conceive of any other puppet master. It is well known that he harbors secrets. Evidently, these secrets not only aid his research, but also empower him in numerous ways. One individual banged the table, insisting, "We cannot delay any longer. We must immediately launch a nuclear strike against Dacia to eliminate this individual. We have had our share of conflicts with him, and if his intelligence-gathering abilities are indeed so formidable, he will surely uncover our involvement in the assassination attempts against him." The others exchanged glances, realizing they needed to confer with the military and their leaders. Meanwhile, in Dacia, within a bunker, Lin Fan entered a trance, his eyes entirely white. In an instant, he emerged from this state, furrowing his brow. He had just participated in the CIA meeting through a parasitic mental projection, absorbing every detail of their conversation. To his astonishment, the Americans were so resolute in their decision to use nuclear weapons against him. It appeared that time was of the essence, and he needed to hasten the completion of his anti-missile plan. However, he harbored no concerns about the forthcoming events. During his time away, he had made significant gains. In addition to acquiring a wealth of foreign technology, he had clandestinely engaged with various research institutions, assimilating numerous high IQ scientists and previously unencountered geniuses into the crystal universe. While none surpassed Terrence Tao, there were many who closely approached his caliber. Consequently, Lin Fan's intelligence had surged dramatically. His IQ had risen by over a dozen points. As his intelligence increased, the rate of growth would inevitably slow. Moreover, the enhancement of these points at his current IQ was qualitatively different from the previous increments at lower levels. Lin Fan's IQ had now reached an unprecedented height among humanity, yielding extraordinarily advantageous outcomes. The heightened intelligence translated into an unparalleled speed of comprehension regarding fundamental principles. Previously, when observing a leaf gracefully descending from the sky, he could instantaneously construct mathematical and physical analyses centered around that leaf, discerning various forces and airflow with clarity. Now, his capabilities had escalated to a terrifying degree, with a plethora of formulas and scientific intuitions constantly manifesting in his mind. Exceedingly adept at distilling essence from phenomena. He possesses an uncanny ability to articulate the core truth with remarkable clarity. This intuition is fundamentally a profound comprehension of underlying principles. As Lin Fan delves into advanced technologies amidst the inadequacies of the crystalline universe's laws, he is spontaneously inundated with a plethora of inspirations. These insights may align with scientific rationale, or, conversely, may defy intuition, appearing utterly implausible at first glance. It is precisely these transcendent perceptions of the impossible that incessantly propel technological advancement. In summary, Lin Fan's current pursuit of a more expedient missile defense system is unfettered by concerns over its feasibility within the crystalline universe or the potential for excessive discrepancies in reality. His intuition serves as a formidable compensatory mechanism, bringing his research outcomes perilously close to fruition. As he scrutinizes the proposal previously submitted to the authorities, he notes that the counterpart has conducted most of the experiments during this interval. Validation has revealed numerous minor issues, resulting in subpar performance, often veering into the realm of the overly idealistic. Naturally, the crystal's viability remains untested, as the research team has deemed it impossible to fabricate in reality, contemplating alternative solutions for the future. Upon revisiting the earlier proposal, Lin Fan furrows his brow, having immediately discerned a multitude of discrepancies that leave him questioning why they had gone unnoticed before. These flaws are glaringly apparent. The design is fundamentally flawed, leading to the team's articulated concerns. Of course, such issues would be inscrutable to others, who would fail to grasp how a minor alteration in one area could render another aspect untenable. Should a conventional scientific team undertake the optimization, it might span several years, gradually recognizing and refining these problems through practice. However, in this moment, Lin Fan, with a sweeping gesture, promptly revises the original plan. Ultimately, a completely new missile defense proposal materializes before him, and he is confident it will succeed, with performance metrics closely aligning with expectations. At this juncture, while he is engaged in data simulations, the telephone in the bunker suddenly rings. Taken aback, Lin Fan approaches the wall, where he discovers the visage of Wu Xian on the visual phone screen. Chapter 143, The Ultimate Missile Defense Proposal. Upon answering the call, Lin Fan inquires, "What is it?" "Director Wu? Wasn't it stated that unless there were pressing matters, I should not be disturbed during my research?" Wu Xian on the ground is momentarily taken aback. He had prepared himself for the possibility that Lin Fan might not answer the call, and is surprised to find him at home. He replies, "Academician Lin, are you available for face-to-face discussion? I have some urgent matters to address." He nearly blurts out a question about Lin Fan's whereabouts. After delivering his message, he keenly observes Lin Fan's reaction on the screen. The image appears genuine, not a fabrication by AI. To his astonishment, Lin Fan readily agrees. Wu Xian hadn't anticipated such ease, prompting him to wonder if he had indeed misjudged Lin Fan. Upon entering the villa, he locates the elevator leading underground. 2 minutes later, he arrives in a subterranean space several dozen meters deep. An adequately fortified nuclear bunker should ideally be at least 1,000 meters deep to withstand a direct nuclear strike. Given the potential for nuclear warfare, Lin Fan's residence is undoubtedly a prime target. Nevertheless, Lin Fan had proposed a commendable alternative, employing a novel material that not only boasts enhanced strength but also superior shock resistance, capable of absorbing substantial kinetic energy. Thus, the bunker was not excavated too deeply. As Wu Xian exits the elevator, he spots Lin Fan, who is clad in loose, sleepwear-like attire, amidst an array of models, screens, and calculation boards, all adorned with numerous scribbles. This scene momentarily disorients Wu Xian, leading him to find his previous suspicions rather ludicrous. Lin Fan inquires, "What brings you here?" Wu Xian responds, "Oh, during your research, several significant events have unfolded externally." Lin Fan nods. "You're referring to the nuclear explosion in Europe, correct? I have seen reports online." Wu Xian fixes his gaze on Lin Fan, stating, "This incident bears some relation to you." Noticing no shift in Lin Fan's demeanor, he continues, "According to the latest intelligence, the nuclear explosion appears to be targeting the organization that has been persistently attempting to assassinate you. This is not an isolated incident. Multiple assassination attempts against their organization have occurred, including the destruction of their headquarters. It is presumed that their upper echelons are now unaccounted for and likely deceased." Lin Fan, seemingly indifferent, responds with a simple, "Okay." Wu Xian, unable to glean any emotion from Lin Fan's expression, adds, "Additionally, there is another matter. Recently, the military in the United States has become increasingly active with reports suggesting they are seriously contemplating an imminent nuclear strike. I suspect there is a high probability of action, though the exact timing remains uncertain. Therefore, it will be prudent to remain in the bunker for the time being. Lin Fan scoffs softly. These individuals are insatiable. Let us shatter their delusions once and for all. Wu Xian, confused, asks, what do you mean? Lin Fan gestures with the materials in his hand, declaring, soon, they shall harbor no such notions. Their hopes for nuclear weaponry will hold no deterrence. Wu Xian furrows his brow, noting that he has heard progress on the missile defense project has slowed, with multiple projects requiring optimization. It is anticipated that several years may pass before successful development, by which time could be too late. Lin Fan assures him, that was the situation previously. Recently, I have been accelerating my research, making numerous modifications to the original design. I can now guarantee that if we proceed with my proposal, the missile defense system will undoubtedly succeed. Wu Xian is taken aback. Although he lacks expertise in scientific matters, he recalls that the previous proposal had significant room for improvement, necessitating practical validation. Yet, Lin Fan now presents an improved proposal. Has he truly been engaged in research within the bunker all this time? Lin Fan then states, Director Wu, your timing is impeccable. I had intended to visit the base directly. There is no longer any need for delays. We can proceed with manufacturing and installation based on my proposal. Wu Xian's heart races. If the missile defense plan can indeed be realized, then the great Xia will navigate this crisis unscathed. I will arrange it immediately. Several hours later, Lin Fan discreetly departs the bunker through a secret passage, attracting no attention, and successfully arrives at the previous research base. He submits his newly completed proposal. The expert team here is invigorated by the new plan, promptly instructing the AI to upload the paper documents to the computer for reconstruction. They then harness all computational power for a comprehensive simulation. However, the simulation results cause furrowed brows among the team. According to scientific model calculations, this new proposal presents an abundance of issues, far exceeding those of the previous plan, which had not elicited any concerns during preliminary simulations. Addressing their skepticism, Lin Fan clarifies, the conditions of computer simulations differ from reality. If it claims there are no problems, that is when there are indeed issues. You must have observed that while the proposal I present now may appear to have room for improvement according to the AI, it is in fact a significant advancement. However, during the actual construction, there should be no alterations whatsoever. Strict adherence to the specifications is imperative, and I assure you that the final outcome will be flawless. The onlookers exchanged glances, for Lin Fan exuded an air of confidence. Yet, providing technical guidance without empirical validation carries inherent risks. If it were a typical project, the situation might be more manageable. However, the Missile Defense Initiative demands considerable time and incurs substantial resource costs. It cannot withstand repeated revisions. Thus, ensuring that every detail is meticulously verified is paramount. Yet, Lin Fan's proposal was exceedingly imaginative, with many designs remaining untested until actual implementation, rendering their efficacy uncertain. The expert team deliberated and subsequently reported their findings to the upper management. Should they disregard Lin Fan's novel plan, they would require several years to redesign and gradually optimize the project independently, with no guarantee of success, albeit a more prudent approach. After much contemplation, the higher-ups personally inquired about Lin Fan's confidence in the proposal. Without hesitation, Lin Fan replied with unwavering certainty of 100%. This unexpected response astonished the executives. But considering the secrets Lin Fan harbored, they resolutely made their decision. From this moment forward, they would devote full resources to manufacturing the missile defense system. However, Lu Shuo raised a pertinent question regarding the design of the colossal crystal. How would such a structure be fabricated in reality? Lin Fan promptly provided an answer. In the past, he would have needed to personally employ his creative abilities to construct the immense crystal. Yet, following a recent surge in intellectual capacity, he suddenly grasped the methodology for crystal fabrication. Chapter 144, Missile Defense Exercises. This involved employing a specialized chemical deposition technique to comprehensively create a crystal. This approach diverged from traditional methods, presenting a complex series of steps utilizing rare materials. Additionally, during the fabrication process, certain interventions would allow for the formation of internal patterns concurrently. Under ordinary circumstances, it would be inconceivable for anyone to consider such a method for manufacturing a giant crystal. Of course, this technique is time-consuming and significantly more cumbersome than using creative force. Thus, time was of the essence. Lin Fan urgently requested a dedicated chemical workshop to rapidly produce the essential core crystals. According to his calculations, At least 10 missile defense systems needed to be fabricated to ensure complete security. Thus, he required 10 crystals, which would ordinarily take no less than a year to produce through conventional methods. The upper management promptly acquiesced to Lin Fan's request, recognizing that he was not attempting to conceal technological secrets, having already provided a comprehensive manufacturing guide. This course of action aimed solely to leverage his unique insights to expedite production. At this critical juncture, the higher-ups would not insist on witnessing Lin Fan's secrets firsthand. Consequently, once Lin Fan entered the factory, he became entirely immersed in his work. After several days and nights, the doors finally swung open. Lin Fan emerged, visibly fatigued, his eyes bloodshot as he wiped away sweat, appearing utterly exhausted. Lu Shuo and the others ventured inside, only to be greeted with the astonishing sight of 10 magnificent crystals, entirely aligned with the technical specifications. Meanwhile, the materials they had supplied to Lin Fan were completely depleted. Simultaneously, operations outside continued unabated, with dedicated factories working overtime to manufacture various components of the missile defense system. In the past, producing a complete missile defense system would have required a considerable amount of time. However, now, with the advent of advanced technologies and photon devices, the industrial capabilities of the Great Xia had experienced a remarkable resurgence. Numerous technologies had undergone substantial upgrades, including machine tools and other equipment, resulting in production efficiency that far exceeded previous levels. The most challenging aspects of the entire missile defense system, aside from the light-conducting crystals, were the compact, nuclear reactors, and supercapacitors. Yet, bolstered by top-tier industrial efficiency, each component was swiftly manufactured, all meeting the required specifications flawlessly. The research team was abuzz with excitement. The moment of validation had arrived. At this juncture, intelligence from the United States indicated increasingly unfavorable developments, with internal consensus suggesting that action might soon be imminent. The pressure from above was immense, prompting an immediate call for a grand global exercise utilizing the missile defense system. Despite the fact that it had yet to undergo any actual testing, direct participation in the exercise was a decision made out of necessity. On that day, the Great Xia boldly announced to the world that the missile defense system had been successfully developed and was officially operational, claiming the capability to intercept intercontinental missiles at both mid-course and terminal phases. This announcement potentially heralded a new era for the military prowess of the Great Xia, rendering nuclear deterrence against them ineffective. The military balance in the Blue Star was irrevocably altered, with the Great Xia poised to dominate. Countless military analysts and experts scrutinized this development, noting its startling nature. Many believed that the missile defense system could not possibly have been developed successfully, or, at the very least, would not be realized within decades. Yet, the Great Xia delivered a resounding blow to the world. Everyone regarded this with incredulity. Yet in the face of the Great Xia's resolute exercise announcement, silence ensued. It was clear to all that the Great Xia would not act without purpose. Having publicly announced an exercise, could they afford to deceive everyone with a mere smokescreen? Would they not risk becoming the laughingstock of the world during the live broadcast? Media outlets privy to the inside story interpreted this as a powerful message from the Great Xia to certain factions, as well as a declaration to the world. Do not harbor delusions of annihilating the Great Xia through mutually assured destruction tactics. The era of nuclear deterrence would soon be relegated to history. Meanwhile, netizens in the Great Xia reveled in jubilation. Fantastic! Finally, we need not fear the outbreak of nuclear war or mutual destruction with other nations. With a missile defense system in place, our conventional military capabilities are robust. Any nation daring to initiate conflict will need to reconsider. Why did the upper management suddenly announce this system without prior indication? Have you not sensed the heightened tension recently? I see military vehicles transporting goods daily, creating an impression that war is imminent. Surely, foreign powers, recognizing our technological advancements, seek to constrain our progress with nuclear weapons. Well, now their schemes are destined to fail. On the American side, within military meetings, all present wore expressions of dazed disbelief. They had just resolved to take military action against the Great Xia, formulating specific plans, only to be confronted with this news, an utter shock. Upon first hearing it, they could scarcely believe it was true. How could intercontinental missiles possibly be intercepted at terminal phase? Yet, following the Great Xia's precedent, they would not undertake such a step without confidence. Moreover, they must have been aware of the plans on this side, which is why they intended to use the exercise to deter any thoughts of action. This indicated that the technology must be reliable. Otherwise, should the exercise fail, their tactics would be exposed, further solidifying the resolve for action. The high-ranking military officials collectively sighed. The Great Sigh is truly unstoppable. Could it be that the paradigm of Blue Star civilization will be irrevocably altered from this point onward? Will the United States descend into mediocrity? They are unwilling to accept such a fate. Yet, they must concede that the rapid technological advancements of the Great Sigh have left them in bewilderment. Suddenly, it dawned upon them that this project must have been orchestrated by Lin Fan, which explains its swift implementation. This implies that the adversary has been engaged in research while simultaneously dismantling the hyena organization. What a master of time management. Presently, a profound sense of defeat hangs over everyone, though a slender thread of hope remains. They eagerly anticipate whether this system can genuinely intercept missiles and how efficient it will be. If it proves ineffective, war could still be waged, albeit requiring a greater arsenal of nuclear weapons. Thus, the day of the exercise arrived. Under the gaze of the world, the Great Sigh commenced its drill, broadcasting the entire event live. Naturally, the transmission focused on the missile launches and terminal interceptions, as the intermediate flight phases could not be streamed. The Great Sigh's warships sailed eastward beyond the second island chain. Subsequently, the colossal missiles were deployed, erupting into flames as they ascended into the sky. Chapter 145, Astonishment. Extraordinary interception. Before the breathless eyes of the world, the intercontinental missile swiftly soared into space. After orbiting several times to reach maximum velocity, it hurtled toward a desolate expanse within the territory of the Great Sigh. In this barren land, a high-definition live streaming platform was poised, capturing the celestial spectacle. At this moment, the global audience was fixated on the appearance of this missile defense system and its method of intercepting missiles. Elite scientific teams from various nations scrutinized the footage, leaving no detail unexamined. Finally, amidst the collective anticipation, the missile appeared in the sky, appearing as slender as a matchstick. By this time, several minutes had elapsed since its launch, with the missile diving headfirst. Everyone held their breath. In the next instant, the missile abruptly split apart, releasing dozens of warheads that plummeted in various directions, enveloping the desolate landscape. This thrilling scene elicited gasps from the global audience, particularly from the U.S. military personnel, who were taken aback by the complexity of the Great Sigh's assault strategy. They had anticipated a straightforward demonstration of missile defense, merely intercepting a single missile without splitting the warhead, a far less challenging endeavor that could have effectively deterred adversarial forces. Yet, the Great Sigh had flawlessly simulated a real combat scenario, causing the missile to disperse numerous warheads. These warheads, moving at remarkable speeds along unpredictable trajectories, appeared impossible to intercept and were poised to wreak havoc on the ground. Could they truly intercept this barrage? The expressions of the U.S. military leadership grew increasingly grave. In the next moment, their gazes shifted entirely. On the live feed, as the warheads descended, the sky suddenly illuminated as if struck by a thunderstorm. And then the warheads vanished without a trace. What? The senior military officials stood in disbelief, trembling slightly. Rewind the footage and slow it down. Everything had transpired too swiftly for them to comprehend. The technical team quickly rewound the footage a few seconds and activated slow motion to replay the moment of interception. The atmosphere became electric with astonishment as everyone gasped in unison. In that fleeting instant, the sky erupted in brilliance. It was not a thunderstorm or lightning, but rather a series of orderly beams of crimson light that streaked across the scene, striking each warhead with pinpoint accuracy, resulting in their complete evaporation. Remarkably, within a mere fraction of a second, every single warhead was intercepted, leaving none to impact the ground. A profound silence enveloped the room as one high-ranking official slumped heavily into his chair, opening his mouth yet finding no words to articulate his thoughts. At that moment, all the senior officials finally confronted a sobering reality. The nuclear deterrent would no longer hold any sway over the Great Sigh. Their recent strategies now seemed utterly ludicrous. Moreover, they had to grapple with the fact that the Great Sigh could now wage war against other nations without concern for repercussions, resulting in a one-sided massacre. The Great Sigh promptly declared the entire exercise a resounding success. The soldiers on the ground, the spectators at the scene, and the viewers at home erupted in joyous celebration, tears of elation streaming down their faces. Especially for the soldiers and the high-ranking officials of the Great Sigh, the immense weight that had burdened their hearts was finally lifted. This exercise, conducted under pressure, had achieved remarkable success. The operational effectiveness of the missile defense system was breathtaking. and it was evident that no nation would dare to underestimate the Great Sigh any longer. At the underground research facility, members of the scientific team, gathered in the hall and watching the exercise unfold on the big screen, began to applaud and embrace one another. Someone popped open champagne. The frothy liquid sprang jubilantly over smiling faces. The confetti falling in the room made them feel as if life had never been more beautiful. The entire journey from research to implementation had been nothing short of miraculous, completing a seemingly impossible task in such a short span of time. At that moment, everyone felt as though they were living in a dream. They were all acutely aware that this achievement was largely credited to Lin Fan, with their contributions being minimal. Everyone rushed to congratulate him. However, Lin Fan maintained a remarkably composed demeanor, as if he had anticipated success all along, revealing little emotion. After attending the celebration, he promptly returned home. Meanwhile, the missile defense exercise had concluded, yet its effects continued to reverberate, silently reshaping global order. In response, the United States swiftly proclaimed its commitment to peace and announced a departure from its current aggressive foreign policy. Concurrently, a seismic shift occurred within the U.S. political landscape, with various departments, particularly the military, undergoing a significant overhaul. This was not only a gesture meant to convey a change in stance to the Great Sigh, but also a reflection of dissatisfaction among the U.S. leadership regarding the military's performance. The persistent misjudgment of the situation had been evident, but the crux of the matter lay in the military's incompetence and bravado, continuously exaggerating threats while failing to advance their own military capabilities despite consuming vast amounts of defense funding. They had completely lost their voice in confronting the Great Sigh. Alarmingly, there had even been discussions advocating for the use of nuclear weapons. Had the Great Sigh not intervened decisively, the consequences could have been dire, potentially sealing the fate of the United States. This left the U.S. leadership deeply dissatisfied, feeling misled by the warmongers who had failed to provide timely and accurate intelligence on the military strength of the Great Sigh, leading to erroneous foreign policy decisions. Of course, they could not admit that, even without military persuasion, he himself had always been a staunch hawk, perpetually seeking conflict, mistakenly believing the Great Sigh was a soft target, easily manipulated. Beyond the United States, other nations also began to take new actions. The announcement of peace is undoubtedly the most advantageous course for all nations, leading to increased investments and trade exchanges with the Great Sigh. Naturally, some countries began discussions with Great Sigh, inquiring whether they might procure missile defense systems. After being refused, they opportunistically proposed the payment of a protection fee, hoping to extend the coverage of Great Sigh as missile defense systems over their territories. These nations are primarily those situated in close proximity to Great Sigh. However, this represents only a fraction of the overall landscape. Neighboring countries that harbor discord with Great Sigh have, in their desperation, clung tightly to the United States, simultaneously pursuing a strategy of encirclement and harassment against Great Sigh. Presently, they find themselves trembling with fear as their leaders scramble to mend relations with Great Sigh, acutely aware that they have aligned themselves with the wrong side and embraced the wrong benefactor. Their erstwhile patron is visibly softening, retracting its influence, and has begun to disregard them. Chapter 146, The Fundamental Research Initiative. These nations are engulfed in trepidation, cognizant that should Great Sigh desire it, they could easily integrate these nations into their dominion. Even the United States, with its formidable military and nuclear arsenal, has found itself unable to counter Great Sigh's ascendancy. How could these lesser nations hope to resist? They now harbor regrets about their previously unyielding stance. After much deliberation, they unexpectedly discerned that Great Sigh's response appeared rather subdued, contrary to their prior analyses suggesting that Great Sigh would take aggressive action upon rising in power. They found themselves in a state of uncertainty, finally mustering the courage to tentatively probe Great Sigh's disposition. The outcome revealed a lack of fervor or severity in Great Sigh's response, which was marked by an unremarkable demeanor. Great Sigh conveyed that the recent missile defense exercises were merely intended to showcase its strength and demonstrate its survivability in the event of a nuclear conflict, and not to flaunt military prowess. Consequently, Great Sigh's foreign policy would remain unchanged, much to the relief of these nations, albeit they no longer dared to adopt a hardline approach. They even suggested enhancing trade relations and cooperation with Great Sigh, seeking to forge closer ties. In essence, this event has had a profound impact on the global order, simultaneously igniting a resurgence in Great Sigh's economy. Since the dawn of the photon era, Great Sigh has experienced rapid development. However, recent restrictions and external limitations on resource materials had hindered its efforts to penetrate overseas markets. Following this exercise, those obstacles have dissipated. Foreign nations have increased imports of great sigh as photon technology and opened their markets, strengthening cooperation in this domain. The Western nations have also recognized that, despite Lin Fan's contributions, great sigh possesses a comprehensive photon technology system, with advancements occurring at an unprecedented pace. The swift development of the missile defense system can be attributed to the computational power and intelligence provided by photon technology. To avoid being left behind in this era, or even to gradually catch up to great sigh, these nations must embrace new technological advancements. Although they have lost their voice, their nation's technological progress is accelerating. Meanwhile, within great sigh, the populace is jubilant, reveling in an unprecedented era of prosperity, which they attribute to Lin Fan, who has attained a near mythical status in their eyes. Many regard him as the greatest scientist in history, without question. Having achieved such milestones at a young age and with remarkable speed, they anticipate even greater breakthroughs to come. It is conceivable that, in time, Blue Star may ascend to the pinnacle of a Type 1 civilization. Numerous netizens are fervently wishing on Lin Fan's company's social media platforms for breakthroughs in controllable nuclear fusion and other yet-to-be-conquered technologies. On the official front, Great Sigh is equally satisfied with the current state of affairs. However, they have not rested on their laurels nor slackened their efforts. Following the successful development of the missile defense system, they have continued to produce at an unrelenting pace. Ultimately, they utilized all the crystals provided by Lin Fan to create 10 systems, deploying them across various borders and within the core urban areas of Great Sigh. Only then did they truly feel a sense of relief. Returning to Lin Fan, he too exhaled a sigh of relief, finally finding some peace. To speak candidly, he had harbored considerable apprehension regarding the United States nuclear missiles. Knowing that his homeland had been targeted by dozens of missiles simultaneously was a deeply unsettling thought. He could not bear the thought of Great Sigh being annihilated by nuclear weapons. Despite his formidable abilities, he could only protect himself in the event of war. Great Sigh is the foundation of all his endeavors, and any aspirations for further advancement in the crystalline universe, to explore its capabilities, or to comprehend deeper laws, could not be separated from the resources of Great Sigh. Having temporarily mitigated external threats, he now must prepare to confront the true challenges ahead. Lin Fan harbors no ambition for global domination or the accumulation of all the world's resources. For him, possessing an entire independent universe is already a remarkable achievement. His primary concern lies in cultivating his crystalline universe to a level that rivals the external universe. To achieve this, he must continually grasp deeper laws, which requires extensive study of foundational theories such as mathematics and physics, climbing from the basics upwards. The former is relatively slow, prompting Lin Fan to lean towards the latter, which necessitates substantial resource investment. This includes constructing large particle collider facilities, nurturing a greater number of mathematicians, vigorously advancing space exploration, and delving into deep space research, all essential for unraveling the universe's more profound secrets. Historically, Great Sigh has not prioritized theoretical research and basic scientific investment, favoring engineering and application instead. In contrast, foreign nations boast a rich mathematical tradition and have invested in foundational research earlier. However, research in this area has stagnated for quite some time, despite the rapid technological advancements observed globally over the past years. Much of it has been merely the digestion of foundational scientific research from decades prior, with little groundbreaking innovation being introduced. Without Lin Fan, the technological development of the world would likely have fallen into a state of stagnation. Lin Fan increasingly feels that achieving further groundbreaking technological advancements has become challenging, as the crystalline universe has been pushed to its limits. The absence of new foundational laws constrains his capacity for engineering and design. Although Lin Fan has leveraged his intelligence to compensate for some of these limitations in the external universe, it is insufficient for a systematic leap into a new era of technology. For instance, in the realm of controllable nuclear fusion, he finds himself lacking effective solutions. If he does not take decisive action soon, humanity may remain indefinitely trapped beneath the threshold of a Type 1 civilization. The total resources of Blue Star are finite. One day, even if humanity reaches a technological level capable of exploring beyond the solar system, the remaining resources within the solar system will no longer suffice to support such endeavors. Therefore, Lin Fan has resolved to cease researching peripheral technologies. even though the principles he currently grasps still allow for the expansion of many minor branches within the existing technological framework. However, there has been no substantial enhancement. Even though these technological applications may transform human existence and potentially yield trillions in wealth, they could also lead to the development of numerous new medications, addressing a myriad of perplexing ailments. Yet, Lin Fan could not bear to wait a moment longer. His gaze was set upon the stars and the vast ocean beyond. Chapter 147, The Mysterious Slate. Moreover, Lin Fan did not wish to shoulder this monumental burden alone, striving to advance fundamental scientific research by his solitary efforts. The capabilities of an individual are ultimately limited, even if his intellect surpasses that of all humanity combined. Thus, the subsequent recruitment of an ever-growing number of scientists to engage in this project would expedite its progression at an unparalleled pace. This is the reason behind his aspiration to elevate the entire civilization. Additionally, Lin Fan's urgency in enhancing the civilization's potential stemmed from a palpable sense of crisis. This threat did not originate from other humans on Blue Star. Lin Fan had never regarded anyone with much esteem. However, after the massacre of the Hyena organization's members, he gleaned some clandestine information from their high-ranking officials, exposing him to certain arcane truths of the world. Since acquiring the crystal, Lin Fan had pondered its origins and whether numerous advanced civilizations existed within the universe, and if these civilizations had ever intersected with Blue Star. Were humans under the scrutiny or threat of these higher beings? Yet he had never anticipated witnessing tangible evidence of such phenomena in the real world. In truth, he had not seen it with his own eyes. Rather, it was extracted from the most profound and terrifying memories of a senior member of the Hyena organization. Years ago, this individual, like many others, became disinterested in most worldly matters due to their overwhelming power and wealth. Instead, they gravitated towards researching enigmatic and unknown realms, such as outer space and the deep sea. Consequently, they invested in a specialized team to develop a powerful submersible capable of descending to the deepest part of the Mariana Trench, the abyss of Blue Star's oceans, over 10,000 meters beneath the surface. Ultimately, the diving apparatus successfully reached the ocean floor. At that moment, the senior member beheld a most fantastical entity. It was a black object, perhaps best described as a slate. Upon first sight, the high-ranking official could not tear their gaze away, their mind filled with incredulity. The object's dimensions were strikingly perfect, precise to an extraordinary degree, undoubtedly conforming to some mathematical model. As they beheld it, this concept flooded the official's consciousness. Furthermore, the hue of the slate appeared to be a pure black. Initially, upon sighting it, the official even entertained the notion that a portion of space had been forcibly extracted from the abyss, believing that the slate itself was an illusion. The official was instantly exhilarated. This could not possibly be a creation of humanity, for the surface of the slate bore no impurities whatsoever. Its perfection was almost sinister. It must be the work of an extraterrestrial civilization, the official mused. They then sought to approach and gather more visual data, contemplating methods to retrieve the slate. However, this proved an impossible endeavor. The submersible could barely withstand the terrifying water pressure, let alone deploy a recovery apparatus. With the existing technology, success seemed unattainable. Unbeknownst to the high-ranking official, even attempting to collect more data was futile. As the submersible drew near, alarms suddenly blared throughout the apparatus. In that instant, the internal instruments became chaotic, and the closer they approached, the more they malfunctioned. Witnessing this, the operator swiftly commanded the submersible to retreat from the black slate, ultimately escaping unscathed. Once free from the clutches of fear, the official's thoughts returned to the slate. If only it could be obtained for meticulous study. This was the technology of an alien civilization. Acquiring it would assuredly elevate Blue Star to a position of dominance. Subsequently, the official eliminated their companions and destroyed the visual records, divulging the incident to no one. Instead, they meticulously recorded the coordinates, biding their time until technological advancement would enable the retrieval of the slate. Returning to the present, since acquiring that memory, Lin Fan had developed an intense curiosity about the slate, albeit mixed with trepidation. If it were indeed a creation of an extraterrestrial civilization, did that imply the presence of aliens on Blue Star? Thus, for reasons he could not fully comprehend, he instinctively felt a resistance, a reluctance to engage with the slate. Nonetheless, it was imperative to study it. Yet, at present, Lin Fan lacked the capacity to descend into the depths of the ocean to retrieve the slate. While bacteria and certain fish could survive in the Mariana Trench's depths, adapting to the immense water pressure by maintaining internal and external equilibrium. Lin Fan could not procure samples of these organisms, thus rendering him unable to scan or replicate their extraordinary abilities. Moreover, employing supernatural abilities would deplete his energy reserves. Insufficient to withstand such extreme depths, where the terrifying pressures would only exacerbate his energy consumption. He might not endure even a minute in such conditions. Furthermore, Lin Fan's scanning range was not extensive enough to detect the black slate from the ocean surface. For reasons unknown, he felt a deep-seated reluctance to directly scan the slate, sensing it might exceed his control or provoke some latent entity. After all, it was beyond the realm of his understanding. Therefore, Lin Fan resolved to postpone any research on the slate until his abilities were more robust or technology had advanced significantly. He was confident that the day would come when the black slate would inevitably stir. In summary, Lin Fan's immediate objective was to expedite fundamental theoretical research to elevate the limits of technological advancement while enhancing his mastery over the crystalline universe. He had devised several plans that required discussion and support from the authorities. The first was to allocate substantial funds to construct the world's largest particle collider, concurrently inviting numerous theoretical physicists to join in the research. The second, a longer-term aspiration, involved investing in education. With the vast population of the Daxia, he aimed to cultivate a new generation of mathematicians and theoretical physicists. In the past, such fields were seldom chosen in Daxia, as they were perceived to offer slow financial returns. However, Lin Fan now intended to nurture high IQ children with inherent talents in mathematics and physics from birth, providing them with the richest resources to develop into world-class scientists who could contribute to research. This approach also held an additional advantage. Lin Fan could scan these prodigies, thereby further elevating his own intellect. Chapter 148, The Great Nation. Soon, Lin Fan sought out Lu Shuo to discuss this matter, and upon hearing it, Lu Shuo was exceedingly excited, fully aware that Lin Fan's endeavors would yield benefits for generations to come. These endeavors require immense investment and, in the short term, offer little in terms of immediate returns. However, in the future, they will bestow significant contributions to the Great Xia and indeed, the entire world. The entire Great Xia civilization will cultivate a profound atmosphere for academic research, rather than merely imparting formulaic techniques and various skills, as was the practice previously. The focus will shift towards nurturing diverse mathematical thinking and other intellectual faculties. Consequently, Great Xia will thoroughly catch up with developed nations in the realm of fundamental theoretical research, and the transformation of these theories into applications will yield substantial benefits. In the future, Great Xia may witness the emergence of a plethora of groundbreaking scientists, diverging from the past era when research was predominantly imitative of Western methodologies. Furthermore, the scientists nurtured by Lin Fan will not only benefit his enterprises, but will also contribute to the broader good. Thus, Lu Shuo regards Lin Fan as exceptionally virtuous. Although he could readily amass wealth through advanced biotechnologies by producing a variety of products, his foresight and long-term vision are indeed a boon for Great Xia. Upon returning, Lu Shuo promptly reported Lin Fan's ideas to the authorities. The government swiftly responded, encouraging Lin Fan to proceed boldly. This assurance signifies their unwavering support for him. Despite Lin Fan's elevated status both within Great Xia and globally, and his considerable influence in the scientific community, the academic realm is still plagued by a severe aristocratic phenomenon. Certain individuals monopolize resources and prestige, hindering genuine researchers who aspire to carve out a name for themselves in academia and forcing them to adhere to established rules. This issue is equally pronounced within the educational sector. When Lin Fan embarks on his initiatives, it is inevitable that he will encounter significant resistance. With the government's backing, any potential dissenters will need to reconsider their actions, as opposing Lin Fan equates to opposing the future of Great Xia. The authorities have also expressed their commitment to provide financial support, although it is known that Lin Fan and Qifan Pharmaceuticals are not short on funds. Such a relatively philanthropic venture should not rest solely on Lin Fan's shoulders. Simultaneously, the government has allocated several plots of land for Lin Fan to establish a school. Additionally, they informed him that another of his aspirations, investing in the construction of fundamental research facilities, including a large particle collider, will be fully funded by the state. Given that Great Xia's economy is currently experiencing rapid growth, the government possesses ample resources. The nation is also contemplating the construction of more world-class research facilities. Although discussions were previously stalled due to domestic opposition over the substantial project funding, now that financial constraints have been alleviated, the timing for this initiative appears ripe. Upon hearing Lin Fan's proposal, the authorities swiftly reached a decision. By the time the project nears completion, the mathematicians and theoretical physicists nurtured by Lin Fan will be ready to engage in their respective work, thus avoiding the prior situation where completed projects merely attracted foreign top scientists, leaving Great Xia to serve as a mere backdrop. Without hesitation, Lin Fan and the authorities commenced their collaboration, undoubtedly capturing the attention of the entire world. Major media outlets promptly reported on and analyzed the statements issued by Lin Fan and the Great Xia government. This marks Great Xia's initiative to rectify its deficiencies in the foundational sciences, aiming to achieve parity with Europe and America following its comprehensive economic and military ascendancy. The government of Great Xia consistently demonstrates clarity of thought, making astute decisions. Their investment in fundamental science is colossal, with effects that will only manifest decades later. Yet they proceed unflinchingly. This confidence is bolstered by their recent economic surge, which has multiplied their resources several times over. In a surprising turn, Lin Fan has also refrained from pursuing profit-driven projects and instead focused on education, aspiring to cultivate a greater number of elites. Such a formidable adversary is truly daunting. We will never possess their level of determination and action, as our capital often obstructs investment in ventures that yield no immediate returns. The West has irrevocably declined. The era of Great Xia has dawned, and this 5000-year-old dragon has finally risen. Great Xia has tangibly demonstrated to the world what a great nation ought to undertake. In addition to media coverage and widespread discussions among netizens, the international academic community has also experienced a notable tremor. Scientists are keenly interested in Great Xia's investments in foundational research. Particularly, the announcement of the construction of the world's largest particle collider has ignited excitement among leading theoretical physicists globally. They eagerly anticipate the types of sparks this new collider may produce, potentially leading to the discovery of new particles, the formulation of new theories, the refinement of particle models, and even the unraveling of the mysteries of gravity. Beyond the collider, Great Xia has also announced increased investments across multiple research domains. For instance, in space exploration, Great Xia has declared an expedited timeline for its manned lunar landing project, alongside the approval of several planetary exploration missions within the solar system this year. These initiatives extend beyond Mars to even more distant planets. The world's largest space telescope is also in the planning stages, and investments in controlled nuclear fusion projects are being amplified. In summary, Great Xia has sanctioned numerous projects that are highly coveted by the international community, each aimed at achieving unprecedented milestones. In contrast, even a single project in the West often encounters prolonged bureaucratic delays. It is truly remarkable how Great Xia possesses such vast resources. This compels scientists to consider coming to Great Xia to explore potential research opportunities. Moreover, Great Xia boasts a unique advantage in the form of photon servers and photon supercomputers. Scientists who previously collaborated with Great Xia have witnessed their efficiency firsthand, eliciting considerable envy. Returning to Lin Fan, he has commenced an ambitious plan. He intends to establish a school unlike any other in the history of the world. This institution will not categorize students by traditional divisions such as kindergarten, elementary, middle, high school, or university. Instead, students will progress through different stages based on their attained levels. Furthermore, each student's curriculum and training methods will be tailored to their individual needs, facilitating personalized education. This school will also be equipped with the finest educational resources, ensuring that every student attains both material and spiritual fulfillment, absorbing knowledge and engaging in academic training without constraint. Chapter 149, Cradle of Geniuses. Every student will receive a full scholarship, a sum that would be enviable even for the middle class, provided they meet the necessary requirements and demonstrate diligence in their studies, or, at the very least, complete their assignments to showcase their potential. Additionally, each student will be provided with a complete set of high-end photon equipment. However, given such exceptional conditions, entry will not be granted to just anyone. In the future, this school will exclusively admit the most exceptional talents, whether they possess extraordinary intelligence or remarkable gifts in specific domains. No other criteria will apply for admission. This educational resource is exclusively designed for the prodigious. Yet it is anticipated that, should these methodologies prove efficacious, the Daxia authorities may gradually extend these paradigms to a broader audience. After all, Lin Fan's forthcoming vision for this institution incorporates pedagogical strategies that are, in fact, quite suitable for the general populace. To be precise, they align with the principles of neuroscience and human nature. While gifted individuals can utilize such training methods to conserve their cognitive resources and avoid setbacks in various domains, thereby achieving optimal educational outcomes. Ordinary individuals, too, can significantly enhance their learning efficiency, acquiring a wealth of knowledge in a fraction of the time. This outcome has long been envisioned by educators, yet the energy and resources required for such an endeavor have traditionally been deemed excessive, making the monotonous and simplistic educational approach more widely applicable. Presently, under the auspices of Daxia's official enterprises, the school is expected to be fully established within a month, coinciding perfectly with the traditional enrollment period. However, preparations for student recruitment can commence immediately. Lin Fan promptly announced this news online, detailing the school's criteria, teaching methodologies, recruitment standards, and application procedures. Initially, Lin Fan planned to select students solely from the ranks of exceptional talents in high schools nationwide, inviting them to participate, and subsequently filtering for the highest IQs and most remarkable talents for admission. This would suffice for initial enrollment. Should the school expand in the future, a more inclusive selection process may be adopted, allowing any student who perceives themselves as exceptional to apply for consideration. The announcement sparked an immediate uproar both domestically and internationally. High-achieving students in the country were instantly captivated by this news. This was Lin Fan's school, with conditions so superior that they seemed to surpass studying abroad. Moreover, rumors circulated that students might have opportunities to interact with Lin Fan himself and attend his lectures, leading to speculation that exemplary graduates could be recruited by Chi Fan Enterprises. As one of the world's foremost companies, receiving an offer from them is the aspiration of many. Naturally, these gifted students and their parents were exhilarated, promptly reaching out to the school's administration. However, dissent arose from the students' original institutions. As the pride of these schools, these top students had previously enjoyed preferential resources, contributing to their school's prestige and performance. How could these institutions simply relinquish them? Consequently, a torrent of negative commentary flooded the internet. Was Lin Fan becoming arrogant? Did he truly believe he understood everything? Establishing an educational institution is not merely a matter of intelligence. The talented students nurtured by established schools cannot simply be lured away by a single announcement. Where is the fairness in that? Heeding the advice of experience, one must recognize that the most critical aspects of a school are its faculty resources and years of exploration and accumulation, not something that can be conjured merely through discourse. What new teaching models? Isn't this merely a reiteration of quality education? Traditional methods have proven effective, and Daxia has excelled in producing talent without needing direction from outsiders. Is this not a disruption of the normal educational order? Won't these prodigies be squandered if they attend his school? Could it be that Lin Fan has been brainwashed by the so-called joyful education of the West? Such an approach is untenable. Even Western elites face intense competition in their schooling. Admission requirements of an IQ of at least 150? What a farce. Does that mean those below this threshold are unworthy of education? My greatest fear has materialized. Evidence suggests that allowing these so-called elites to wield influence will obliterate the dreams of ordinary individuals. Criticism regarding Chi Fan School has also emerged from abroad. Oh no, this is utterly misguided. How can resources be allocated solely to the gifted? Ordinary individuals equally deserve access to education. Lin Fan's actions are blatant discrimination. Opposing elite education, advocating for equality, pre-selecting talents for early cultivation is utterly foolish. Even I understand that a person's strengths do not necessarily correlate with their interests. Ordinary individuals should have the freedom to choose. This model of nurturing child prodigies has become rampant in Daxia, depriving these gifted individuals of a carefree childhood, forcing them into monotonous study day after day. I had thought Lin Fan, as a scientist, would recognize this reality. I am now profoundly disappointed in him. Nevertheless, many have come forth to defend Lin Fan, including numerous netizens from Daxia. Come now, your assertions suggest that he is stripping away the educational rights of all ordinary people, when in reality, he is merely establishing a school. This institution will have a limited number of students, and if he chooses to recruit prodigies, is he expected to accept only the less capable? Indeed, claims that ordinary individuals have lost their right to education are absurd. The existence of Chi Fan School does not negate the presence of other educational institutions. Moreover, how does this concern those of mediocre intelligence? The decision to pursue education is a matter for the gifted to consider. Support Lin Fan. It is evident that this represents a significant educational reform in Daxia. The current system is excessively competitive and fraught with serious drawbacks, leading to a grievous waste of time and ineffectiveness in learning, with many individuals receiving an overabundance of superfluous education. Only I can see that Lin Fan's establishment of this school aims to cultivate a multitude of prodigies, providing talent for Daxia's foundational scientific research projects. Once these projects are completed, the students will be poised to contribute to research efforts. It is perplexing where all the detractors come from. This initiative has nothing to do with ordinary individuals. The great man is selflessly planning for the future of Daxia for decades, even centuries to come, yet so many people are disparaging him. It seems the domestic education sector is envious, believing he is siphoning away talent. Chapter 150. The interview process unveiled. The internet erupts. Amidst the ongoing domestic and international controversy, the education sector within the country began to discreetly take action, attempting to undermine Lin Fan by employing various methods to deter their gifted students from applying. At this juncture, however, the Daxia government unexpectedly issued a statement in support of Lin Fan's Fan Genius School. They asserted that providing tailored education for gifted individuals outside the existing educational framework is reasonable, as it can prevent the squandering of their energies and maximize their potential, directing them towards suitable paths. Furthermore, Fan Genius School represents a pioneering step towards exploring new educational models, contributing to the cultivation of more talent for Daxia's future. Any attempts to obstruct this endeavor are tantamount to stifling the prospects of these prodigies. While the statement may have been somewhat overstated, it is true that those gifted individuals could receive an excellent education at their original schools, likely allowing them to maximize their capabilities. Nonetheless, the government's unequivocal support for Lin Fan has silenced any further subversive actions. The recruitment process for Lin Fan's school has officially commenced. Curiosity abounds regarding the methods he intends to employ to select high IQ students and identify their respective talents. Many students who do not meet the standards are clamoring to gain admission to Fan Genius School, with their parents attempting to leverage connections or seek backdoor routes to facilitate their applications. However, Lin Fan remains steadfast, resolute in his desire for truly gifted students. Fan Genius School is neither an elite institution nor a school for the offspring of Fan Company. Even the offspring of corporate executives must meet stringent criteria to gain admission. Consequently, certain educational institutions have devised clever schemes, contemplating that the selection of prodigies still hinges on examinations, does it not? Thus, they have issued advertisements soliciting students, specifically preparing techniques for tackling high IQ test questions. After undergoing such training, students' problem-solving abilities witness a remarkable enhancement, resulting in significantly elevated IQ scores. However, during the official interviews, Lin Fan employed a method that took them by surprise. Indeed, these prodigious students, upon enrolling, are required to undergo interviews to qualify for admission. No attention is paid to resumes or academic achievements. Moreover, this interview is conducted solely by Lin Fan. The process is refreshingly straightforward. Lin Fan merely gazes into the student's eyes for a fleeting 2 seconds before rendering his decision, without so much as a greeting or allowing the students a moment to express themselves. Those who participated in the interviews, initially brimming with enthusiasm or beset by nerves, were left utterly bewildered by this encounter. In a state of sheer confusion, the interview concluded. It was perhaps the simplest interview they had ever experienced. Fortunately, they received immediate notifications regarding their results. For those who qualified, Lin Fan would bluntly inform them of their admission, while also sharing insights into their innate talents. Some students were directly told they excelled in number theory, others in topology, and some in model theory. A few were advised that they were suited for research in physics, while others were directed towards biological sciences. In an instant, these students discerned their most suitable fields of study, a far more efficient approach than the gradual exploration they would have otherwise undertaken. They could now channel their efforts towards these specific areas, avoiding the squandering of energy on irrelevant pursuits. Not only were these students informed of their admission, but they were also registered on the spot, receiving student IDs and scholarship vouchers. They were promptly entered into the system, merely awaiting the establishment of the school to commence their studies. Although these students were initially perplexed, the successful acquisition of their admission permits filled them with immense joy. Those who did not meet the 150 IQ benchmark were gently declined by Lin Fan, who also revealed their areas of proficiency. These students, undoubtedly talented individuals, could still pursue higher education and become the pillars of the Daxia society. As for those whose IQs fell short, seeking shortcuts to admission, they were summarily rejected. Furthermore, every student interviewed was recorded in the system, eliminating any chance for reapplication. For those who met the criteria, even if their interview performance was subpar, they would still be readily identified, while those lacking in IQ would never meet the requirements, regardless of age or maturity. Nevertheless, the interview process quickly made its way into public discourse, igniting a firestorm of reaction. Critics, particularly vociferous ones, swiftly launched their attacks. Was this a jest? Is it not necessary to conduct rigorous testing to ascertain one's intelligence? How can mere glance suffice? Would this not obscure the potential of many gifted individuals? It was promised that only the most exceptional would be selected. Yet no opportunity for individuals to showcase their abilities was afforded. Complaints surged forth. Lin Fan was accused of propagating feudal superstition. Did he believe his eyes possessed divine insight capable of discerning others' talents? To engage in such practices as a scientist was tantamount to regressing. However, there were also those who defended Lin Fan. Was this not the hallmark of a great mind, possessing an extraordinary ability to perceive the essence of individuals, thus facilitating the development of groundbreaking technologies? I was one of the interviewees and successfully gained admission. Initially, I was taken aback, but I am confident in my intelligence. Moreover, the leader indicated my aptitude in physics, rather than the mathematics I favored, and even specified a particular area of specialization. Upon researching, I discovered my true affinity for this field. Learning swiftly, I have resolved to dedicate myself to this pursuit henceforth. I share similar sentiments. The leader affirmed that my greatest strength lies in my long-time passion for research, which was astonishingly accurate. The leader undoubtedly possesses extraordinary abilities. Otherwise, how could he discern so precisely? He must be more eager than anyone to identify the finest students. Returning to Lin Fan's side, the interview process spanned several days and has finally concluded. The first cohort of the school has welcomed over 1,000 students. While this number may seem modest, it is, in fact, ample. Lin Fan is reluctant to expand the scale excessively, as an influx of elite students would be unmanageable. This inaugural session is intended as an experimental phase. To gauge the efficacy of this approach, the students admitted in this round are uniformly those who have just entered high school, as they can swiftly transition from secondary education to university and subsequently immerse themselves in research. Presently, the school is still in its preparatory phase, and Lin Fan intends to embark on another endeavor. Among the multitude of students admitted, the lowest IQ was set at 150, while several super geniuses were included, one of whom possesses an IQ comparable to that of Terrence Tao. After scanning all these students into the crystal universe, Lin Fan experienced a notable increase in his own IQ, which translated into a significant enhancement of his cerebral capabilities. His speed of comprehending principles and acquiring research inspiration has consequently intensified. Chapter 151, A New Type of Fruit. This development signifies his ability to transcend the limitations imposed by the crystal universe's laws and embark on the creation of avant-garde technologies. Naturally, Lin Fan chose to focus on the field of biology, which aligns seamlessly with his current objectives. He aims to develop a substance that elevates intelligence and optimizes brain function, essentially, a so-called smart drug devoid of side effects. Traditional smart drugs do not genuinely enhance intelligence. They merely improve concentration, as the human brain inherently possesses immense potential. Sufficient focus can yield increased efficiency. However, the side effects of such drugs can be alarming, as they alter the brain's mechanisms, fostering dependency on the substances, leading to potential cognitive dysfunction or worse. It is evident that the brain has a natural operating system, and these drugs, by forcing the brain into overdrive, are akin to overclocking. Presently, many parents worldwide, including those in Dacia, recklessly seek out these substances for their children, believing they will facilitate academic success, only to render their children incapable of functioning once admitted to school. Lin Fan has entered the crystal universe, having amassed a wealth of data on humans and those with high IQs, enabling him to discern their distinctions clearly. The brains of high IQ individuals exhibit greater complexity, characterized by larger cortices and more efficient neural connections, with fewer unnecessary losses. Thus, the focal point is how to effectively and safely promote this aspect of development. Lin Fan aspires to create a drug that fosters rapid cognitive growth during childhood, as brain development essentially ceases in adulthood, with neurons no longer replenishing. Enhancing intelligence post-adulthood is an arduous task. Of course, his capabilities, augmented by the crystal universe, set him apart. Concurrently, Lin Fan seeks to develop a drug that enables the brain to operate more efficiently. Upon receiving instructions, the Mercury universe promptly provided Lin Fan with feedback regarding an extraordinarily complex composite ingredient. During childhood, consistent daily use of trace amounts of this ingredient can effectively promote brain development and significantly enhance intelligence quotient, IQ. depending on the initial level of brain development. IQ can be increased by anywhere from 5 to 15 points. Naturally, individuals with higher IQs experience lesser increments, while those who are not particularly bright may see remarkable improvements upon utilizing this ingredient. Lin Fan was elated as he contemplated this composite component, yet he furrowed his brow. It was even more intricate than natural ingredients, with some components derived from deep-sea fish and exceedingly rare plants found in the real world. The remainder of the components consisted of elements yet to be discovered by humanity and absent from nature. The complexity of this drug suggested that synthesis would not be a simple endeavor. Lin Fan once again issued methods to stabilize the synthesis of these composite components. The next moment, his eyes sparkled as the crystal universe provided him with a remarkably straightforward solution, cultivating an entirely new fruit that could naturally synthesize these components during its growth. Lin Fan smacked his forehead in realization. Of course, plants are nature's factories. After all, he then perused the data on this artificial plant. It was a novel synthetic species that did not belong to any existing classification in the world, representing a hybrid of various plants, including genes from distantly related species. Only such diverse genetics could ensure that the resulting fruit would be consistently rich in the intelligence-enhancing components. Cultivating this plant was inherently challenging, but fortunately, Lin Fan had the crystal universe, alleviating his concerns. In the next moment, he returned to reality, a glimmer of light revealing a seed in his hand. Lin Fan dialed Liang Feng's number. As the general manager of the entire Qifan enterprise, Liang Feng was solely responsible for the company's high-level decisions, which kept him exceedingly busy. Thankfully, Lin Fan compensated him handsomely, and now he had risen to become one of the nation's foremost business figures, frequently invited to major business activities and forums. Upon receiving Lin Fan's call, Liang Feng was somewhat surprised. "Boss, aren't you preoccupied with the school project? Wait, you're calling me now. Does this mean you have some new development?" Lin Fan nodded with a smile. Indeed, Qifan Company is about to add another subsidiary. Liang Feng inhaled deeply, realizing his boss was ever industrious, regularly unveiling new technologies. Just when things had stabilized, Lin Fan had been working on a missile defense system. The unique spider silk fibers developed previously were now extensively utilized in global markets. Currently, Daxia had secured 95 of the world's bulletproof market. Traditional ceramic bulletproof inserts had become obsolete, replaced by the newly introduced spider silk vests, which are not only lightweight and breathable, but also capable of withstanding bullet impacts. These were widely employed in law enforcement and on battlefields, leading to a reduction in the production of smaller caliber handguns. As soldiers in close combat found that the spider silk vests could only be penetrated by rifles and larger caliber firearms. Beyond bulletproof applications, spider silk fibers were also utilized in numerous high-tech and civilian sectors. Liang Feng resignedly inquired, "What is this new product?" Lin Fan elaborated on the invention of a new fruit capable of significantly enhancing children's IQ. Although Liang Feng had mentally prepared himself, he was still astonished that Lin Fan had conceived such a formidable breakthrough. This was undoubtedly the most impactful technology Lin Fan had developed thus far. The potential to substantially elevate human IQ implied that humanity would witness a surge of prodigious talents across various fields, heralding a new era of flourishing civilization. This advancement could yield even greater benefits than Lin Fan's current efforts in cultivating geniuses, as the scale was incomparable. His interest piqued. He inquired further about the fruit, including its cultivation conditions, growth duration, time to bear fruit, yield, and the proportion of edible parts. Ultimately, he concluded that this was an extraordinary superfood that would undoubtedly create a global sensation. Lin Fan named this novel plant Lingua, with the character Ling signifying an enhancement of one's spiritual essence upon consumption. Although this fruit amalgamated numerous plant genes, its final appearance bore a resemblance to grapes, albeit merely in appearance, as it bore no resemblance to grapes in any other aspect. The conditions for planting, growing, harvesting, storing, and processing were similar, indicating that it could be cultivated akin to grapes. The sole distinction was that the growth of Lingua required a special fertilizer containing sufficient nutrients to ensure the final fruit was imbued with the intelligence-enhancing components. Chapter 152, A Grand Development. Hydrogen bomb to the reservoir. Furthermore, the genes of this plant were highly unstable, if propagated via seeds or cut branches. The resulting offspring would undergo genetic mutations, rendering the fruit devoid of the intelligence-enhancing properties. This safeguard ensured the intellectual property rights of this new plant. Even if others were to steal the specimens, they could only yield a limited output. Additionally, it would be utterly impossible to breed stable clones from existing plants. Liang Feng immediately devised a plan, visiting Lin Fan to collect all the sample seeds. That day, the outside world suddenly discovered that Qifan Company had established a new subsidiary named Qifan Agricultural Company. This news instantly thrilled the fans of Qifan Company, sparking speculation about forthcoming new products. Moreover, the company's foray into agriculture raised questions. Could the new product possibly be food? The public buzzed with curiosity, unaware of Lin Fan's intentions in venturing into agriculture, pondering whether he could conjure something remarkable. Was his educational enterprise not busy enough? The authorities also took note of Lin Fan's actions, with Lu Shua promptly calling to inquire. After hanging up, he excitedly reported the details regarding Lingua to his superiors. The higher-ups regarded the matter with utmost seriousness, quickly arranging for a specialized task force to investigate and assist Liang Feng in successfully managing all aspects of lingua cultivation. Simultaneously, despite the lack of practical verification of Lingua's efficacy, the authorities secretly designated it as a critical strategic resource. In the future, all phases of Lingua's planting and production would remain confidential and secured with high-level protection. This was not to suggest that Daxia aimed to monopolize this superfood, but rather to firmly secure the intellectual property rights of Lingua. One could envision the immense waves this product would create in the international market. Reminiscent of the tea trade in earlier times, foreign capitalists would soon resort to any means necessary to acquire genetic resources from Daxia. Daxia would not allow history to repeat itself. Meanwhile, Liang Feng was diligently engaged in both cultivating and testing Lingua in the laboratory while also commencing the search for suitable plantations. Given the emphasis on confidentiality and the need to ensure production capacity, the higher-ups mandated that future yields should at least satisfy the needs of all eligible children and adult researchers in Daxia. Although adults could not enhance their IQs, the fruit would help maintain optimal brain function, akin to a lubricant and maintenance solution. Thus, Liang Feng ultimately set his sights on the northwest region. Here lies the focal area for the forthcoming development of the Great Xia, with aspirations to transform this desolate desert into a flourishing residential and technological hub. Previously, financial constraints posed significant challenges, yet recent surges in revenue have alleviated such concerns. The entire northwestern desert is undergoing extensive development, with plans to establish several new core cities while gradually converting the arid landscape into fertile fields, creating a true south of the Great Wall aesthetic. However, despite an abundance of electricity in the region, the pressing issue remains the scarcity of water, compounded by the challenge of transforming desert terrain into arable soil. Liang Feng swiftly identified a vast expanse of land, encompassing 1 million acres, which has undergone preliminary transformation but remains unsuitable for agricultural endeavors. This conundrum naturally fell to Lin Fan. Within half a day, Lin Fan presented a novel technology, a type of grass resembling forage. Remarkably, this grass possesses an intricate root system that deeply penetrates the desert, secreting a unique substance capable of significantly enhancing soil quality. Its growth rate is astounding, with regular fertilization. It absorbs nutrients and subsequently releases them back into the soil from its roots. This process starkly contrasts with other plants that merely extract nutrients from the earth. After several cycles of cultivation, the soil will become fertile. Thus, the key to transforming the entire desert lies in these seeds, ample fertilizer, and fundamentally, water. The financial implications of producing large quantities of fertilizer are negligible for this undertaking. Yet, the paramount concern remains water. The region is severely deficient in this resource. Options are limited to either tapping into groundwater or diverting water from glacial lakes. Just as officials were deliberating the construction of a significant water diversion project, Lin Fan unexpectedly contacted them, claiming he had a solution for water extraction. However, he stipulated that a substantial reservoir must first be detonated in the area. Otherwise, any diverted water would be wasted. The higher authorities were taken aback, unable to fathom Lin Fan's assertion. Could it be that he intended to reveal his hidden capabilities? Was he truly capable of conjuring water from thin air? They acquiesced to Lin Fan's proposal. The reservoir's construction was already part of their plan, and the prospect of witnessing Lin Fan's secret in action excited them greatly. The method employed by the officials to excavate the reservoir was both simple and audacious. They dug a pit at the designated site and concealed a powerful hydrogen bomb within. With a resounding explosion, a mushroom cloud ascended, revealing a massive crater that perfectly met the reservoir's capacity requirements. The next step was to observe how Lin Fan would extract water. Those dispatched to the site, witnessing the parched air and cerulean sky, harbored an incredulous thought but refrained from voicing it. Meanwhile, news of the government's audacious actions, developing the desert while employing a hydrogen bomb for reservoir excavation, echoed around the globe, inciting astonishment. The Great Sigh aimed to completely transform the northwestern desert into a verdant paradise, marking yet another monumental engineering marvel in human history. The financial demands of such an endeavor were staggering, rendering it seemingly impossible for all but the Great Sigh to achieve such a feat upon successful transformation of this region. Its potential would be boundless, capable of accommodating hundreds of millions of residents and yielding sufficient food to sustain their needs. The deployment of the most potent destructive weapon on Blue Star in such a manner left many astounded. Domestic netizens brimmed with pride, as various media outlets began to depict the grand significance of this project based on available information. However, dissent emerged from foreign climate experts and environmentalists, who decried the Great Sigh's actions as destructive to nature, asserting that such forceful alterations would only invite calamity. Yet, all dismissed these claims with scorn. It was well understood that in the eyes of certain individuals, anything the Great Sigh undertook was deemed erroneous, necessitating acceptance of their criticism, often influenced by the shadows of Western governments. This was merely the beginning. The subsequent actions of the Great Sigh would truly astound all, silencing the naysayers. Back in the Great Sigh, Lin Fan once again contacted the officials with an astonishing request. Chapter 153. Manipulating weather? What? You want me to contact the higher-ups and order the military to launch a winter wind missile at a designated aerial location abroad this afternoon at 2 o'clock? Lu Shua, listening to Lin Fan's words, was incredulous. Academician Lin, are you serious? This isn't some jest, is it? Lin Fan nodded earnestly. I am not mistaken. Whether you proceed is your decision. However, this afternoon at 2 is the optimal moment. Miss it, and you'll have to wait a long time. Moreover, ensure the explosion occurs precisely at the target location. Otherwise, it will be ineffective. Lu Shua replied somberly. Academician Lin, is this truly your method? Will this draw water? Are you suggesting artificial rainfall? But that requires clouds, and this is the northwestern desert. No amount of bombardment will suffice, and why target abroad? Lin Fan shrugged. I've outlined the approach. The specifics are for you to decide. However, this is the most cost-effective method. If you choose to extract water independently, the entire project will likely exceed hundreds of billions. Calculate the cost yourselves. Lu Shua managed a wry smile. This isn't merely a matter of cost. What you propose is utterly unfathomable. Launching a missile abroad could provoke significant international repercussions. Lu Shua then asked, Academician Lin, can you elucidate the principle behind this? Can you guarantee that this will indeed summon torrential rains to the northwest? This seems to defy the laws of nature. His disbelief was palpable. He had only heard of artificial rainfall, but the idea of striking a specific foreign location at a designated time was preposterous, even bordering on the supernatural. Lin Fan responded, Are you familiar with the butterfly effect? My actions are grounded in chaos theory. I cannot measure or logically explain why this will succeed, but after analyzing global meteorological data, I can confirm that this afternoon is a pivotal moment. By exerting force at that specific time and location, although it may seem trivial compared to nature's might, it can trigger a chain reaction that will ultimately shift a massive cloud system toward the northwest. This will result in an unprecedented downpour, ensuring the reservoir is filled. Once the northwestern desert is transformed into a moisture-retaining forest and fertile fields, a positive cycle will emerge, permanently altering the climate of the region. Lu Shua, left speechless, ended the call, unsure of how to respond, and could only relay this information to the higher authorities for their decision. Upon learning of Lin Fan's insights, the officials were equally astonished, struggling to believe the audacity of his claims. Meteorological phenomena are notoriously complex and unpredictable. Lin Fan's assertions seemed fantastical, akin to detonating the Himalayas to allow warm, moist air to infiltrate the interior. Humanity remains at a nascent stage in many fields. If one could truly comprehend these mechanisms, the development of weather-manipulating weapons would be feasible. Presently, Lin Fan refrained from disclosing the underlying principles yet made bold predictions, leaving them in awe. Was the individual's capability truly so formidable? They did not believe that Lin Fan was intentionally joking, yet they still found it hard to accept that he could significantly manipulate the weather. Although a large firework costs little, the situation was indeed rather delicate. Even if Lin Fan spoke the truth, it was a challenge to manage. Ultimately, after deliberation, the higher-ups decided to give it a try. The aim was to test the veracity of Lin Fan's claims and to ascertain whether he truly possessed such profound knowledge of chaos theory. The designated location mentioned by Lin Fan was a small nation, beneath which lay a vast desert. Detonating a missile there would not cause significant repercussions or radiation fallout. Soon, the Great Xia established contact with this small nation, informing them of their intentions. This inevitably caused a stir within the small nation, prompting its leadership to instinctively oppose the idea. After all, how could they risk allowing a hydrogen bomb to explode in their airspace? What face would they have left? However, internal disputes ensued, as some argued that the relationship with Great Xia had always been amicable, and they should not reject the request, lest they provoke Great Xia. After all, regardless of their agreement, Great Xia had the capability to execute the plan, and they would merely be left as bystanders, potentially souring their relationship. Had this been the previous Great Xia, they would have undoubtedly declined without hesitation. Yet, with Great Xia's status now considerably elevated, they were keen on maintaining business ties. Ultimately, they gritted their teeth and acquiesced to Great Xia's demands. This development quickly reverberated around the globe, leaving the world utterly astonished. The actions of Great Xia were unprecedented, launching a missile toward a foreign land merely to beseech rain for their own country. This seemed absurd, akin to a pretext for nuclear aggression. Numerous nations voiced their opposition, condemning Great Xia's actions as irresponsible and dismissive of other nations' safety. Notably, the third nation was particularly vociferous, agitated by the proximity of the event, perceiving it as a covert act of war aimed at their territory. However, they were soon met with a stark rebuttal from Great Xia, which asserted that they required no pretext or auspicious timing for their actions. They would strike without resorting to such flimsy justifications. The third nation, frustrated and irate, found themselves powerless against Great Xia's indifference. After all, even this small nation had consented. What good would their opposition do? Nevertheless, the international community was fervently debating the implications of these events. Four Great Xia's undertaking suggested that they could potentially alter the weather on a grand scale, instilling a profound sense of dread among Western nations. They understood the implications, for it indicated that Great Xia had developed the theoretical foundation for weather manipulation weapons. This represented a genuinely insurmountable weapon. The most formidable creations of humankind would seem trivial in the face of a hurricane's devastation. Should Great Xia succeed in its endeavors, the consequences would be beyond their capacity to counteract, and if natural disasters ensued, attributing blame to Great Xia's actions would prove exceedingly difficult. Thus, Western nations remained acutely focused on Great Xia's forthcoming maneuvers, which is why they refrained from opposition, eager to ascertain whether Great Xia could indeed accomplish such feats. Returning to Great Xia, time swiftly passed to just after 1 in the afternoon. At a military base along the border, missile vehicles, resembling massive radishes, were primed and ready. As the clock approached 2 o'clock, a thunderous roar erupted from the missile vehicles. Enormous missiles, spewing flames, soared toward their target. Chapter 154, Torrential Rain. Through satellite footage and the accounts of local residents, the missile traced a long vapor trail, finally reaching its destination. The sky was impeccably clear, and within Great Xia's command center, personnel fixated intently on the screen, displaying coordinates and timestamps. It coincided precisely with the moment Lin Fan had specified. In the next heartbeat, he pressed the button. The missile detonated mid-air, unleashing an infinite shockwave that radiated outward, causing tremors on the ground. However, as it was an airburst, no damage was inflicted upon the region. The anxious officials of the small nation finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now, all awaited the aftermath, hoping that, as Great Xia had claimed, an unprecedented downpour would indeed grace their northwestern desert. 10 minutes passed, then 30 minutes. An hour, 5 hours elapsed. The local weather remained clear and sunny, as if the explosion had left no mark, merely a fleeting puff. At this, all observing Western nations exhaled in relief. They felt reassured and began mocking Great Xia's audacity, believing it folly to think they could alter nature by mere human endeavor. On Great Xia's side, officials felt a twinge of disappointment, but resolved to continue waiting. Lin Fan had stated that change could not be achieved instantaneously. In an unnoticed corner, however, the weather began to subtly shift. The air current that had originally swept in from the southwest was not particularly vigorous, but at the moment of the explosion, it was instantaneously disrupted. This marked the inception of a series of butterfly effects. Multiple air currents and cloud clusters in the region began to undergo silent transformations. Initially, these changes were subtle, but as they compounded, they dramatically altered the satellite cloud images. In the United States, the Meteorological Bureau, a scientist observing the cloud patterns suddenly widened his eyes. "Look, a supercharged cloud cluster is forming," absorbing nearby moisture. Due to the region's temperature, this moisture hasn't begun to precipitate. Instead, it is migrating inland. My goodness, I've never seen anything like this. An inland arid zone is generating a cloud system comparable to a typhoon. Where will this end up? This is a rare occurrence of inland torrential rain. Where will the cloud ultimately drift? Suddenly, one individual froze, disbelief etched across their face. Wait, do you remember that request for rain from Great Xia a few days ago? Hearing this, the others' expressions shifted dramatically as they turned back to the large screen. Could it be? Is it truly happening? They were incredulous. How could they predict this to such an extent? This cloud system can't possibly end up over Great Xia's northwest. The more they observed, the more they found it astounding. All signs indicated that the likelihood of this hypothesis materializing was quite high. At that moment, the global climate monitoring systems erupted into a frenzy. Initially, major media outlets had been ridiculing Great Xia for its apparent disregard for science. Now they faced a stark reality check. Those scientists, who had confidently asserted that weather manipulation was utterly impossible, now found themselves grappling to explain why a cloud system had indeed drifted toward Great Xia. Meanwhile, officials from various nations were plunged back into a state of trepidation. On Great Xia's side, however, officials bore smiles, and, at that moment, the nation's netizens were fervently discussing the developments. Impressive, my Great Xia. Who would have thought your claims from a few days ago were genuine? I admit, I initially thought it was a jest, but now it seems we're truly on the brink of a downpour. I thought we had merely wasted a powerful rocket. Surely, the Northwest will not face a water shortage now? Can anyone calculate the approximate water volume of this cloud system? I reside in this vicinity. It surely cannot be that my dwelling place will be inundated, can it? Such torrential downpours have never graced this area before. By estimations, even those southern cities would succumb to flooding under such deluge. Rest assured, have the authorities not long since calculated these probabilities? The anticipated rain falls upon arid regions, and reservoirs have long been excavated. Is it truly feasible that the Northwestern Territories could be entirely transformed into arable land? My eagerness knows no bounds. Ultimately, amidst the gaze of the multitude, the clouds, as they drifted over the desert, particularly near the reservoir, came to an abrupt halt. Subsequently, the previously clear, dry sky morphed into a tapestry of ominous clouds. Accompanied by thunderous storms, an unprecedented torrent commenced. The humidity level soared. Although the nearby residents were distanced from the epicenter of the tempest, visibility of the surrounding environment became nearly impossible. The rain cascaded as if poured from a great height. They filled basins with astonishing rapidity, reaching capacity within mere seconds. And this was merely the periphery of the storm. One can only imagine the terrifying intensity at the heart of the darkness. The downpour persisted for several days and nights. Fortunately, the residents who could be affected had already been relocated, thus sparing the city from any significant impact. After the rain ceased, some ventured toward the core of the storm to assess the situation, only to be met with an astonishing sight. The entire desert had transformed into a quagmire, with every uneven terrain now a series of puddles. Upon reaching the central reservoir, they were left in awe at the sight before them. A vast lake, seemingly endless, had formed, its waters brimming perilously close to overflow, creating waves that lapped against the shores with the wind. This spectacle soon spread across the globe via video, leaving netizens utterly astonished. Such a deluge. This region is now far from water deficient, boasting a reservoir of such magnitude, and all the rainfall has seeped into the ground. Alas, this remains a desert. Once the heat returns in a few days, the moisture will evaporate swiftly, and if these waters are not utilized, the reservoir will soon become a dry pit. Nevertheless, the ability to manipulate the weather to such an extent is formidable, achieving a complete success. Should another storm arise, and if vegetation is planted timely, perhaps the climate here might indeed undergo a profound transformation in years to come. Is the Great Xia endeavoring to restore this land to its ancient glory? How thrilling! Almost everyone is astounded by Great Xia's capacity to control the weather, though skepticism lingers regarding the subsequent transformation efforts. While much water is present now, it will soon evaporate once more. The netizens of Great Xia, however, are filled with urgency. They do not wish to witness such precious water resources squandered. Soon, the actions of the authorities dispelled all doubt. As the rain began to diminish and the storm subsided, the officials sprang into action. Nearby residents observed numerous large drones traversing the desert, meticulously covering every nook and cranny. It appeared these drones were dispersing countless small fragments. Curious individuals ventured closer to investigate, discovering what seemed to be seeds of a type of forage plant they had never encountered before. The netizens were intrigued. Was this an initiative to transform the area into a vast pasture? To their astonishment, merely a day later, green shoots began to sprout on the barren land. The rapid growth of this forage was extraordinary, clearly not characteristic of ordinary flora. It was likely cultivated by Lin Fan, as this wasteland was under the auspices of Fan agriculture. Even more astonishing was that within 2 days, these green shoots had developed into substantial plants, their leaves lush and abundant. From a distance, the formerly desolate expanse was now cloaked in vibrant greenery. The benefits of this novel forage were also highlighted. In addition to enriching the soil, it serves the crucial function of retaining moisture, ensuring that the previously damp underground does not suffer from desiccation. Following the clear weather, vast quantities of specialized material spheres were directly introduced into the reservoir, floating upon the surface to create a protective cover, thereby minimizing evaporation. The area was enclosed, and various drip irrigation systems were installed to maximize water conservation. Consequently, only a fraction of the reservoir's water would be required to transform this wasteland into fertile fields. This series of operations left netizens utterly astounded, exclaiming in admiration. Scientists and online users from abroad expressed their amazement upon witnessing this progress. It appeared that nothing could thwart Great Sia's ambition to convert this expansive wasteland into arable land. What was once deemed impossible had been accomplished by Great Sia. When water scarcity was perceived as insurmountable, Great Sia orchestrated rainfall. When the desertification of the soil seemed irreversible, Fan Company introduced this miraculous forage. Numerous nations, similarly burdened with vast tracts of wasteland, expressed keen interest in importing these seeds, including regions in the Middle East, near African deserts, and notably in Australia, as well as the United States, which also harbors extensive arid landscapes. If successful, these transformations could yield abundant opportunities for development. However, the issue of water sources would necessitate their own solutions. Now, as time has elapsed, the forage has matured significantly. Countless video creators from around the world have flocked to document their experience here. Immersed in this burgeoning landscape, they're struck by the illusion of being in a warm, humid southern region. The farm requires several cycles of planting forage to thoroughly rehabilitate the soil before the cultivation of spirit fruit can commence. Concurrently, efforts to transform other areas of the region have begun, with large-scale afforestation initiatives aimed at increasing greenery coverage to over 80%. Back at Fan Agriculture, scientists have accelerated the cultivation of spirit fruit through various methods, achieving maturation. Subsequently, they commenced experiments with the spirit fruit, administering it to newborn white mice and establishing a control group. After a period of observation, they were astounded to discover that the mice fed with spirit fruit exhibited an intelligence quotient approximately 50 higher than their counterparts. This revelation was nothing short of astonishing, providing concrete evidence of the spirit fruit's efficacy. The company now eagerly anticipates large-scale cultivation on the farm. They intend to keep the existence of the spirit fruit under wraps for the time being, planning to unveil it as a surprise upon its market debut. Meanwhile, 2 months have passed. The highly anticipated Fan Genius School has finally commenced its academic year. The outside world now has an opportunity to explore what distinguishes this institution. Yang Ming, a student at Fan Genius Academy, arrived at this suburban school accompanied by his family. At this moment, he felt a mix of anxiety and curiosity. Despite being hailed as a prodigy by his parents and teachers since childhood, and a standout figure among his peers, he now found himself nervous in this unfamiliar environment. One reason he was here was that this was the school founded by the revered Lin Fan, his idol. It was rumored that he might even have the chance to encounter him, or perhaps attend one of his classes. The other reason was that he was acutely aware of the multitude of exceptionally gifted students who surpassed him in talent, which instilled in him a sense of humility for the first time. Furthermore, he was uncertain about the unique educational methodologies employed by this institution, distinct from traditional schools, and he felt a thrill of anticipation regarding the unknown challenges that awaited him. As he soon arrived at the school entrance, he was unexpectedly stopped by someone, and a throng of individuals approached him. Yang Ming was taken aback. These people appeared to be elite professionals rather than mere students, arriving in luxury vehicles. One individual promptly produced a business card, stating, "It's a pleasure to meet you, Yang Ming. I'm a manager of XX company. Here is my card. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to contact us. We would also be delighted to have you visit our company, should you express interest in any positions." At this moment, the others also smiled warmly and handed him their business cards. Yang Ming was utterly astonished, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. These individuals were indeed managers from some of the nation's top-tier companies, not necessarily CEOs, but certainly mid-level executives. It was astonishing that they had congregated here solely to distribute their business cards to the newcomers of the Lin Fan Genius School. Was this a preemptive investment? A means to cultivate relationships with gifted students? He had only heard of companies recruiting during graduation seasons at other universities. Little did he know that the current cohort of students was already regarded as prime prospects by numerous research institutions and companies nationwide. After all, being favored by Lin Fan essentially indicated that, if they developed successfully, they would undoubtedly achieve great things in the future. Hence, it was no wonder these companies sought to establish connections early on, viewing it as an investment. As a bewildered Yang Ming stood at the school's entrance, a screen suddenly illuminated, displaying a cartoon jellyfish. Well, Yang Ming, your student ID and dormitory information have been processed. Please present your student card for synchronization. Yang Ming quickly retrieved his student card, a highly advanced piece of technology that encompassed a bank card, student ID, library card, meal card, dormitory access, and all necessary information for his time at the school. It would even allow him to check his academic progress and grades in the future. Chapter 156, The High-Tech Intelligent Campus. Curiously, Yang Ming ventured into the campus, surveying his surroundings. Numerous other students, along with parents, roamed about. The environment was extraordinarily beautiful, with open spaces and winding paths leading to hidden gems, exuding a sense of delight. It was a perfect blend of Eastern and Western garden design. The architecture was also distinctive, radiating a futuristic aura from the outside. Yang Ming activated his phone and summoned his personal assistant. This AI application, based on Lin Fan's technology, automatically detected the campus network and connected seamlessly. Ding! Campus assistant detected. Would you like to synchronize your exclusive campus information? Yang Ming affirmed. In the next moment, his personal assistant transformed into the jellyfish figure he had just seen, now authorized to access campus information and manage related affairs. Yang Ming found this quite intriguing. The personal assistant instructed, "Please proceed to your dormitory for check-in." Shortly thereafter, Yang Ming noticed a shuttle vehicle approaching from the roadside. His parents were full of praise, exclaiming, "Indeed, this is a high-tech company that has developed artificial intelligence. Everything here is automated." The roads and surroundings were equipped with sensors, and every few steps there was a device capable of conversing with the jellyfish to express one's needs. It resembled a scene from a science fiction film depicting a futuristic city. Yang Ming's excitement for his future studies and life began to swell. The self-driving vehicle soon arrived at an apartment building. After disembarking and taking in the surroundings, Yang Ming's parents were in awe. This is an apartment, not a traditional dormitory. The environment is truly stunning. This apartment is far superior to our own home. In this major city, renting such a place would cost at least several thousand a month. Each student has their own apartment? How extravagant. The school's provisions are truly commendable. The apartment was fully equipped, adjacent to a vast artificial lake, with excellent landscaping and an expansive view. Soon, the three of them entered the elevator, which had already recognized them, and took Yang Ming to his designated floor. Upon stepping into the corridor, Yang Ming couldn't help but marvel at the immaculate cleanliness, reminiscent of a luxurious hotel. In no time, he arrived at his apartment door. Even before swiping his card, the AI had successfully recognized his face and welcomed him, automatically opening the door. The apartment's decor was minimalist, yet exuded sophistication. Everything seemed impeccably balanced. The furnishings and appliances were all smart devices, featuring premium brands. The apartment boasted approximately 50 square meters, comprising a bedroom, bathroom, living room, and even an entertainment room equipped with a home theater system, including a projector and various gaming consoles. Upon seeing this, Yang Ming was utterly enchanted, as he adored gaming and had never splurged on such equipment before. These were the latest models, utilizing photon chip technology, the top-tier gaming consoles available. Curiously, he powered on one of the consoles and entered the game store, discovering that nearly all games came with campus privileges, allowing free access. This was exhilarating. He longed to indulge in gaming for days on end. Yang's father interjected, "Isn't this supposed to be a genius school? Why are there so many gaming consoles? Isn't this a distraction from studying?" However, he only voiced this once, knowing that his son was intelligent enough not to let gaming interfere with his studies, and he had never restricted him in that regard. At that moment, the jellyfish's voice resonated within the room. "Greetings. Students of Lin Fan Genius Academy enjoy ample freedom to pursue their interests, provided they do not violate any rules, including legal and ethical considerations. As long as academic standards are met, there are no restrictions. These gaming consoles were prepared specifically for you, Yang, based on our research indicating this is your passion. Other students do not have default access to such equipment, but they may apply to the school if they desire. Research indicates that gaming does not lead to a decline in productivity, provided one maintains sufficient self-discipline and can even enhance learning efficiency. Yang's father was left speechless. The school's philosophy was indeed refreshing. After settling their luggage, Yang's parents felt entirely reassured. They observed that professional administrators were present outside, and regular cleaning staff would maintain the premises, allowing students to enjoy hotel-like services, even ordering takeout from the cafeteria. Additionally, the top of the apartment building was equipped with a professional gym. They no longer had to worry about Yang Ming's well-being in this environment. After exiting the dormitory building, the three of them strolled around the campus and made their way to the cafeteria. In this institution, there exists a cadre of specially appointed professional chefs, adept in a myriad of culinary arts, encompassing both Eastern and Western cuisines. The library is replete with state-of-the-art facilities, housing an extensive array of the most specialized literature, alongside a knowledge repository centered around jellyfish, facilitating an unparalleled querying system. One can seek any knowledge or information available in the public domain or professionally disclosed. All can be readily accessed. Moreover, the jellyfish AI exhibits an extraordinary capacity for inference, systematically organizing the information requested by students, complete with source citations. It is worth noting that this service has long been available externally for a fee. However, within the campus, students benefit from enhanced version of the jellyfish functionalities, though the outputs generated on campus are not permitted for commercial use. Each student has also been issued a personal photon device, which boasts superior specifications compared to publicly available consumer models, yet is not as powerful as server-grade machines. Nonetheless, it aptly meets all research and learning needs within the campus. Furthermore, various specialized industrial software and large-scale applications can be applied for within the campus. Yang Ming took the opportunity to tour the laboratory, where the scale and sophistication of the equipment left him in awe. Many professional research institutions lack such high-level configurations, and the laboratories of this esteemed academy are notably comprehensive, encompassing nearly all fields of study. It can be stated that aside from large apparatuses, such as colliders, all other necessary equipment is present. This includes an EUV lithography machine, crafted from blueprints that Lin Fan replicated from Europe, having removed the positioning and confidentiality measures, as well as certain superficial resemblances. It is astonishing that such an array of precision instruments is solely designated for student use, enabling them to engage in professional scientific research. Additionally, the school has established a virtual scene interactive laboratory, utilizing virtual reality and augmented reality headsets for immersive experiences. This cutting-edge facility, a formidable asset developed by Lin Fan Company, harnesses the intelligence and computational prowess of the jellyfish AI, combined with an exclusive wealth of data, to simulate a virtual laboratory. The results of experiments conducted within this virtual space, aside from advanced research, align perfectly with real-world outcomes, significantly reducing material consumption and costs. Chapter 157. The envy of the industry. These research conditions are unparalleled. This facility is presumably designed for students to conduct foundational experiments, allowing them to replicate results without excessive expenditure, thus fulfilling educational objectives. Only when embarking on cutting-edge research topics may they utilize genuine laboratory equipment. Among the most intriguing aspects is the virtual medical laboratory, which boasts an astonishing variety of meticulously crafted anatomical models. This surpasses even the utility of physical laboratories, alleviating medical students' concerns over insufficient access to cadaveric specimens. In the virtual laboratory, students can infinitely refresh their proficiency, rapidly enhancing their skills. It is a mystery how Lin Fan Company has procured such a wealth of intricate human data. This feature has indeed caused a sensation in the academic community. Medical professionals and professors hired by various institutions were among the first to recognize the utility of this innovative tool, leading to widespread dissemination of its merits. Upon experiencing the virtual medical laboratory, experts from leading medical schools across the nation expressed that its value is immense and merits promotion to all medical institutions nationwide. However, Lin Fan Company has been reticent to acquiesce immediately, as these data are confidential and proprietary, shared solely for educational purposes with the students of the Genius School. Beyond the virtual anatomical models, the laboratory offers even more astonishing capabilities. It contains a vast array of live data from small animals and human subjects. With an exceptionally comprehensive and detailed database, Lin Fan accomplished this feat through his ability to scan and transcribe virtual codes. The advantages of this functionality are evident, as it can adequately fulfill the requirements for basic biological experiments, provided they do not delve into the intricate realm of genetics. The most critical aspect for medical education is the capacity to conduct various virtual diagnoses and treatments of diseases. Virtual surgeries are remarkably convenient, even without genetic-level coding. Many genetic disorders can be simulated. Professors and experts in the medical field are filled with envy, wistfully considering how advantageous such conditions would have been during their own studies. Even now, they yearn for this functionality, as it would greatly assist their ongoing research endeavors. They are astounded at how Lin Fan has managed to completely virtualize biological data. Currently, they find themselves envious of their colleagues who have taken up positions at the medical school. Previously, the Genius School had invited them to serve as mentors, a proposal they declined due to time constraints. Had they known the institution's resources were so exceptional, allowing for personal research alongside teaching, they would have eagerly accepted the opportunity. According to the senior administration at the Genius School, the teaching workload is not burdensome. After all, these are gifted students who predominantly engage in self-directed learning, requiring only guidance from mentors, periodic assessments of their progress, and the assignment of new topics. These academic experts now lament their past decisions, while those mentors already employed at the Genius School revel in their fortune. They, being merely second-tier figures in the academic realm, never expected to be afforded such an opportunity. Yet, the top-tier experts largely declined the Genius School's invitations, perhaps perceiving it as beneath their stature or due to a tacit consensus within the academic community to protest the institution. Thus, this unexpected boon fell upon them. Upon joining, they quickly realized the extraordinary conditions available. The living and residential arrangements are commendable, and the teaching obligations are manageable. Most crucially, the school does not oppose their pursuit of personal research alongside their teaching responsibilities. They can fully leverage these exceptional conditions to complete their projects and even involve students in their work. The sole stipulation is that they must not claim students' research achievements as their own, ensuring that students retain rightful authorship. In the Genius School, fairness is paramount. However, these mentors harbor no grievances. They believe this is as it should be, and the outdated practices in academia ought to be abolished. Previously, they were unable to access the best resources, struggling to compete for funding and equipment usage rights against more prominent figures. Now, they find satisfaction in the opportunities provided by the Genius School. Simultaneously, they silently vow to achieve significant accomplishments and guide their students effectively. Information regarding the Genius School has rapidly disseminated among students and parents, reaching a global audience. Netizens are filled with envy and admiration. My goodness, the benefits are astounding. The financial support from Lin Fan Company for each student must exceed millions. It is undeniable. After all, there are geniuses worthy of such investment. Alas, these students have their futures meticulously arranged even before enrollment. I envy them. Why was I born so foolish? I hope to have a fortunate birth in my next life. With such educational opportunities, even a pig could soar, let alone these prodigies. One can only anticipate the scientific renaissance they will usher in. Returning to the school, after a period of adaptation, the students officially embarked on their university journey. These students were assigned to various groups based on their diverse talents and areas of study. To their astonishment, they discovered that their mentors were renowned scientists of national acclaim. Furthermore, the pedagogical approach was entirely unique. The materials utilized were exceptional, eschewing a conventional step-by-step learning process. These textbooks were meticulously crafted by Lin Fan, who systematically organized the knowledge he had absorbed and tailored the content to align with the cognitive patterns of gifted minds. The materials were not only accessible and progressively structured, but also presented in an engaging manner, weaving knowledge points together like an intricate web that captivated the learner's attention. Most importantly, these textbooks emphasized the cultivation of critical thinking and research skills rather than mere rote memorization. The arrangement of each knowledge point was deliberate and thought-provoking, allowing students to align their thought processes with Lin Fan's cerebral pathways. This, in itself, served as an extraordinary exercise for these prodigies. Once they mastered the materials, they would undoubtedly become experts in their fields, equipped with unparalleled research capabilities. Coupled with their high intelligence, they would be poised to engage in scientific inquiry almost immediately. Upon review, industry experts were invigorated by the textbooks, which prompted an official response of astonishment, leading to their inclusion in a national strategic plan. The authorities resolved to disseminate these specialized materials across all universities nationwide. While not all institutions might host prodigies, The textbooks inherently surpass traditional ones in both systematic organization and inspirational quality, ensuring significant enhancements for all students who engage with them. Chapter 158, Live Broadcast, Press Conference. The learning process was equally distinctive. These esteemed mentors exerted their utmost efforts, integrating all knowledge points with years of experience, delivering it in a digestible manner to the students. The gifted students found it remarkably convenient. With the aid of the textbooks and lectures, they grasped concepts with minimal effort. All students donned AR glasses, and as the mentors elucidated, AI provided visual representations for heightened clarity. Should any questions arise, the artificial intelligence would promptly generate detailed data to provide answers. This facilitated rapid progress among the students, enabling them to achieve in a day what would typically take ordinary university students months. At this pace, they would soon complete the entire curriculum, reaching the forefront of global academic standards and embarking on genuine research within a year. Thus, it could be surmised that Lin Fan's investment in each individual was exceptionally worthwhile. As time elapsed, several months passed. In the Northwest, the government had swiftly completed the greening transformation of nearly all desert areas. The next phase involved addressing the more challenging desert regions, with the ultimate goal of transforming the entire Northwest into a verdant paradise akin to Jiangnan. The landscape now boasted lush greenery, making it hard to fathom that it had once been vast expanses of uninhabited territory. During this period, countless tourists from around the globe flocked to witness this miraculous achievement in human history, once again expressing their admiration for the technological prowess of the sigh. Meanwhile, the unique grass seeds had gained immense popularity worldwide, with countries in Central and Northern Asia, along with others in arid regions, procuring them in bulk to cultivate in their barren lands. While the grass itself held little value as feed compared to traditional varieties, its rapid growth, moisture retention, and soil-enhancing properties were truly remarkable. Observing the miracles in the sigh, foreign nations eagerly anticipated their own transformations. However, their primary challenge lay in securing water sources, which incurred significantly higher costs compared to the sigh. Consequently, their pace of transformation was notably slower. Indexia, the expansive farms contracted by Chifan Agricultural Company had been fenced off. Within, the fertile soil had been cultivated with special plants, occasionally releasing delightful fragrances that intrigued passersby. The exterior now clearly indicated that Chifan Agricultural's establishment was not merely about selling grass seeds, but aimed at cultivating more vital economic crops. This was undoubtedly a novel species of plant, igniting great anticipation among the people of the sigh. Each time Chifan Company unveiled a new product, it had the potential to revolutionize the era and benefit the populace. However, they struggled to fathom what type of plant could hold such significance, though they were confident it would be advantageous. Soon, their curiosity would be satisfied. Unexpectedly, Lin Fan, who had long remained out of the public eye, initiated a live broadcast using the company's account. Without any promotional groundwork, millions of viewers flocked to the stream instantaneously. As word spread, the audience multiplied exponentially, reaching over 100 million viewers within minutes, thanks to the photon servers that ensured a seamless streaming experience. The remaining netizens were genuinely uninterested in the broadcast, preferring to watch live news coverage. In any case, officials and high-ranking individuals from various countries swiftly entered the live stream, eager to understand the latest developments from Lin Fan. They instinctively connected the recent delightful aromas emanating from Chifan farms with the impending announcement. At this juncture, some astute observers noted an intriguing detail in the broadcast. A plate on Lin Fan's table held a cluster of grapes. Was it so casual? A major product launch happening while he snacked? No, Lin Fan never consumed food during broadcasts. This must be the product soon to be unveiled. A cluster of grapes? A new variety? Specialist botanists, upon closer inspection, asserted no. This is not a grape. It merely resembles one. This is an entirely new plant. Such a significant commotion for the introduction of a new type of fruit? Soon, the entire internet was abuzz with speculation about the forthcoming product, a novel fruit, and its potential benefits. At that moment, Lin Fan addressed the audience. It seems nearly everyone has arrived, so let us not delay any longer. Welcome to the product launch of Chifan Agricultural Company. You may have been curious as to why we registered a new agricultural company. Today, I will provide you with the answer. As you know, we have been tirelessly cultivating vast tracts of land in the Northwest. Through our relentless efforts, we have acquired numerous fertile fields and commenced the cultivation of this new type of fruit. Before me lies what I refer to as a spiritual fruit. As soon as these words escaped my lips, a flurry of comments inundated the screen. Spiritual fruit? Surely, I must have misheard. Is this not a term plucked straight from the pages of a fantasy novel? Could it be that this fruit harbors ethereal energy, capable of bestowing the gift of cultivation upon its consumer? Is this not an era dominated by science and technology? Regardless of its nature, it must surely possess remarkable benefits. At that moment, the foreign dignitaries observing the translated subtitles wore expressions of utter bewilderment. Celestial fruit? What nonsense is this? Their countenances soon turned grave, as they realized they were struggling to keep pace with Lin Fan. The revelations he was presenting had become utterly incomprehensible. Lin Fan continued to speak. I presume that most of you tuning into this live broadcast are rather ordinary individuals. Do you find yourselves envious of those prodigies who can sleep through lectures, indulge in video games post-class, and still achieve perfect scores? When it's your turn, every word in the textbook may be familiar, yet the entirety eludes your understanding. You grow weary at the mere thought of studying. You toil earnestly, only to scrape by with barely passing grades. At this juncture, the audience in the live stream felt a sense of defeat. Enough with the insults. I never anticipated that watching a live stream would lead to such humiliation. Have you installed surveillance in my home? My IQ is 150, and I am enrolled in a school for the gifted. Yet, in comparison to the true experts, I must concede that I am indeed rather mediocre. Chapter 159, Spiritual Fruit, a Boost to Intelligence. Suddenly, the eyes of all the viewers sparkled with intrigue. Wait a moment, could this fruit possibly enhance intelligence? Consuming it would make one smarter? My heavens, I must procure it, even if it means financial ruin. The fact that a genius can create such a marvel is truly admirable. Tears of gratitude flowed as they realized that even ordinary individuals like themselves might find salvation. Not long ago, they had envied those fortunate enough to gain admission to prestigious schools, wishing desperately for such intelligence. Little did they know, that day had arrived sooner than anticipated. This is akin to a smart drug. If such a thing has been developed, will humanity not evolve into a race of universally high intellect? At this moment, foreign dignitaries watching the live stream sprang to their feet, their eyes wide with astonishment. Impossible. This is undoubtedly a groundbreaking technology. The Great Xia has managed to develop such a fruit. Once the already intelligent citizens of the Great Xia obtain this fruit, their IQ will far surpass that of other nations. What will they even have left to compete with? Lin Fan continued, I suggest you refrain from envy. Your intellect is beyond redemption. Upon hearing this, the audience, once filled with anticipation, could no longer contain their frustration. Some, mid-sip, spewed their beverages in disbelief. What a farce! How infuriating! We thought there was truly a means to enhance intelligence. Even if such a smart drug existed, it wouldn't bridge the gap. For those with high IQs could also partake. At this juncture, the foreign dignitaries sighed in relief, but their relief was short-lived. Lin Fan pressed on. While you may have lost hope, consider the prospects for your descendants. This piqued the curiosity of everyone present. Recently, the Great Xia had experienced a surge in wealth, with individuals feeling financially secure enough to contemplate parenthood. Lin Fan continued, we are aware that traditional medicines exist to enhance focus and improve learning efficiency, often dubbed smart drugs. However, these do not genuinely elevate intelligence and can even produce alarming side effects. He shifted his focus, lifting the cluster of fruits before him. However, things have changed. This is the spiritual fruit developed by our company. Its purpose is to gradually enhance the intelligence of developing children, with an average increase of 10 or more points. This is indeed a remarkable figure that promises to make our future generations more astute, all without any side effects. At that moment, viewers worldwide were left in shock. The notion that one could gain an increase of 10 IQ points indicated that those of average intelligence could potentially transform into child prodigies. When will it hit the market? I must purchase it for my child. They cannot afford to lag behind. Indeed, while previously the educational resources available to the wealthy far outstripped those of the poor, at least intelligence remained a competitive edge. However, with this fruit, the impoverished will be rendered entirely powerless. The children of the affluent will outpace them effortlessly. The price of this fruit must not be exorbitant, otherwise it would become exclusive to the wealthy. At this moment, the foreign dignitaries wore grim expressions. This outcome was difficult for them to accept. The potential to significantly elevate intelligence meant that if this fruit were solely available in the Great Xia in a few generations, the civilization of the Great Xia could dominate globally. We must secure resources for this fruit. We need to dispatch our scientists to study this plant, to send plant hunters to steal its seeds and branches, ensuring we can cultivate it here. We cannot allow the Great Xia to monopolize it. Meanwhile, in the Great Xia, as netizens were swept up in excitement and astonishment, a wave of concern washed over them. Could this fruit be sold at an exorbitant price? It is evident that it will not be affordable for impoverished families to purchase for their children daily. But to abstain would mean losing at the starting line. If only the price could be lowered. Is mass cultivation a possibility? However, Lin Fan had no control over such matters. He was not engaged in charity and certainly would not sell it cheaply, given the effort invested in its development. Could the authorities intervene? Perhaps offer subsidies to reduce the price of this fruit? It could be exported at a higher rate to foreign markets. If this is a scarce resource, even wealthy individuals might struggle to obtain enough, let alone export abroad. It was unlikely that Chi Fan Company would allow such a crucial plant to be sent overseas. Yet some netizens remained optimistic. Have faith. The authorities will not allow this to transpire. And why the lack of confidence in Lin Fan? Recall the Photon home device. It was expected to retail for over 100,000 based on its performance, yet it was subsidized to only 10,000, all for the benefit of the public. Absolutely. This time will surely be the same. Given the importance of this fruit to the great sigh, it will undoubtedly be made widely accessible. Trust in our traditional prowess in agriculture. This reassured many. Lin Fan soon spoke again. Besides enhancing intelligence, this fruit has additional benefits for adults. It can nourish the brain. When conducting research or studying, consuming this fruit yields remarkable results, reducing mental fatigue and enhancing concentration. Moreover, the taste of this fruit is exquisite. You will understand once you have a taste. Its flavor and aroma are beyond description, and it's truly addictive. He then added, thus, as the next generation of superfood, this fruit will not be priced low. However, he quickly supplemented, in light of the public's immense demand for the components of this fruit, and recognizing that even the less fortunate deserve the right to enhance their intelligence, we have deliberately developed an alternative product, extracting the intelligent boosting elements from this fruit to create a pill. The effects of this pill are akin to those of consuming fruit, with the sole difference being the absence of the delightful texture and flavor that fruit provides. Furthermore, the cost of this pill is significantly lower than that of fruit, making it accessible to every household. Additionally, the authorities will soon implement subsidies for each student and distribute a special version of the pill tailored for them, effectively rendering it free of charge. It has been clearly articulated. This is a case of wealth redistribution. The affluent can indulge in fruit, enjoying its taste while simultaneously enhancing their intellect, while the average person can simply opt for the pill, which suffices. Chapter 160, Sold Out, the God of Fruit. The online community of Daxia was immediately reassured. Wonderful. I knew there was no need for concern. The higher-ups must have anticipated this. What a false alarm. It turns out there are affordable pills available. When will they be released? My son is approaching adulthood, and I suspect by then it may no longer be of use. Please expedite the release. I can hardly wait to savor the exquisite taste of the spirit fruit. It seems that adults consuming this is equivalent to taking smart pills, alleviating any worries about potential side effects, as this can now serve as a substitute. A miraculous elixir for those engaged in intellectual labor. Could it be formulated in a form similar to coffee powder? Subsequently, Lin Fan announced in the live stream, the spirit fruit and the pills will soon be available nationwide, with prices to be disclosed later. I urge everyone to stay tuned. After delivering this message, he concluded the broadcast. Upon hearing this, the international audience and higher-ups were left dumbfounded. Lin Fan mentioned that the spirit fruit would be launched nationwide without any mention of foreign markets. Could it be that Daxia has no intention of exporting this miraculous fruit and pill? This is unacceptable. In an instant, an outcry erupted among the online community. No, isn't this discriminatory? My son struggles academically, and I was counting on purchasing these to aid him. Now you tell me they won't be available for export? How can we allow such resources to be monopolized? I protest. Daxia must sell this fruit and smart pills internationally. Yes. Are they concerned about insufficient supply? Why not sell the seedlings abroad for cultivation? Our country has ample land. However, that may not be feasible. Are you not aware that in Daxia, their farms are under strict surveillance? Seeds are not permitted to leak out. Daxia aims to ensure that its citizens possess a higher intelligence quotient than those in other nations, thus maintaining this advantage. Alas, perhaps they will be available in Daxia. I shall book a ticket immediately. Meanwhile, the higher-ups wore serious expressions, as anticipated. It appears they will need to devise additional strategies to achieve their objectives. They promptly began organizing their efforts. After a period of anticipation, on this day, Wanzhong Agricultural Company suddenly announced the imminent nationwide release of the spirit fruit. However, it would not be available in supermarkets. Specialized offline stores for selling spirit fruit appeared across the nation, requiring registration for eligibility, with each person allowed to purchase only 1 kilogram per day. Simultaneously, the smart pills, derived from the components of the spirit fruit, arrived in major hospitals nationwide. Similarly, these pills were classified as prescription medications, with a maximum purchase limit of 10 pills per person each day. In reality, for the purpose of enhancing intelligence, 1 pill per day suffices for children, while adults would not exceed this quantity during work or study. Hence, there exists significant redundancy. Despite the limitations imposed, the enthusiasm for purchasing remained unabated. On the day of the launch, hospitals across the nation were inundated with parents lined up to obtain prescriptions for their children. Concurrently, long queues formed outside the exclusive spirit fruit stores. The scene was nothing short of dramatic. However, those waiting in line expressed no complaints, for they could catch a whiff of the peculiar fragrance wafting from the store, which invigorated their spirits. This explained why visitors to the Northwest Farms had extolled the astonishing aroma of the spirit fruit. Even at a staggering price of several hundred per kilogram, many were more than willing to pay. Before long, those who reached the front of the line excitedly received their spirit fruit, packaged in fresh-keeping boxes, and left happily after completing their transactions. Meanwhile, those behind them grew increasingly anxious, fearing that by the time their turn arrived, there would be no stock left. Some even attempted to negotiate with customers who had already purchased, offering to pay a premium for a taste, yet they were invariably met with refusal. Who would seek such petty cash? Within less than an hour, the entire inventory of spirit fruit nationwide had been sold out. The news of the depletion struck those who had failed to secure their purchases like a bolt from the blue, watching others indulge in delight, stirring feelings of envy. This led to some altercations. Those fortunate enough to acquire the spirit fruit cautiously concealed their treasures, only exhaling in relief once they reached their destination. Upon carefully opening the fresh-keeping box, they were greeted by an overwhelmingly rich fragrance, a melange of nearly every fruit on the planet. They were utterly captivated by this divine aroma. One could hardly imagine that such a delectable food existed in the world. After savoring a bite, the juice burst forth, flooding their taste buds with an exquisitely sweet nectar, transporting them to a tropical orchard from which they emerged only after a considerable time. Without hesitation, they plucked a second fruit to relish its flavor once more. It was nearly inconceivable that anything could be so delicious. Before they realized it, an entire kilogram of spirit fruit had been consumed, and the mere recollection of its taste elicited further salivation. They felt a profound sense of regret at the meager daily allowance and the worry of whether they could even secure a place in line. Little did they consider that the price of this fruit was similarly exorbitant. Yet, those who had tasted it found the cost entirely justifiable. Countless individuals who experienced the spirit fruit, alongside those who missed out, took to the internet to share their experiences, engaging in fervent discussions. Their singular desire was for Chiffon Company to increase production and relax sales restrictions. However, they were well aware that this was unlikely, as the bulk of the fruit must be transformed into pills to meet the demands of a larger populace. Should the restrictions on fruit sales be loosened, they might find themselves unable to secure even a kilogram daily, as the affluent could easily purchase everything available. Thus, for a considerable time, the spirit fruit would remain a coveted delicacy, difficult to attain. Moreover, it was not only the people of Daxia who savored the spirit fruit's delights. As there were no restrictions on the nationality of purchasers, merely a limitation on its sale within Daxia, many tourists and expatriates residing in Daxia also reveled in the taste of this superlative fruit, subsequently becoming utterly enamored. They documented their entire tasting experience, uploading it to foreign video platforms, garnering substantial views and comments. It appeared truly delectable. How does it compare to grapes? Entirely different. One could say it is the most exquisite thing they have ever tasted, akin to a deity among fruits, encapsulating the essence of all fruits flavors. I too had the opportunity to experience it in Great Xia, courtesy of an invitation, as it is nearly impossible to procure otherwise. The aroma is so captivating that it wafts for dozens of meters. I can assert that no language can adequately convey its exquisite flavor. Only a personal encounter can reveal its magnificence. Chapter 161. White Whale, Sea Eagle. It is simply astounding. I highly recommend you visit Great Xia to try for yourself, as it is currently available only here. As a programmer in Great Xia, I can confidently say that this substance surpasses coffee by leaps and bounds. It is reminiscent of the cognitive enhancers of yore. After consuming just one, my focus intensifies significantly, and my efficiency skyrockets. Fortunately, while there are restrictions on fruit purchases, the cognitive enhancer remains accessible, and I find myself unable to live without it. Alas, I lament being in another country. How I wish these two wonders could be sold here. Such remarkable products deserve to be enjoyed by people worldwide. International netizens have begun urging their leaders to negotiate with Great Xia for the importation of the cognitive enhancer. Naturally, these leaders have echoed the sentiment, demanding that the enhancer and its source be included in international trade discussions with agreeable pricing. Unsurprisingly, the chief fan company soon responded, stating that current production can only meet Great Xia's domestic demand, and that the enhancer is in short supply here as well. Thus, it can only be sold within Great Xia for the time being, as efforts to expand production are underway. They also noted that the cultivation of the enhancer is quite intricate and that the techniques and genetic resources involved are a closely guarded secret of Great Xia, thus cannot be divulged to foreign entities. This left the international leaders feeling quite helpless. However, they recognized that Great Xia's assertions were likely truthful, for if profitability were attainable, who would turn it down? It seems the production capacity is indeed insufficient, and this moment presents an opportunity for the youth of Great Xia to benefit from this advantage. Consequently, they began to contemplate alternative strategies. Before long, they managed to procure a batch of the cognitive enhancer from Great Xia and conducted research in specialized laboratories. As anticipated, the flavor and efficacy of the enhancer utterly astonished the scientists. I had never encountered such a delectable fruit. It appears to be a chimeric blend of various fruit genes. The sophistication of this technique is astounding. The enhancer itself is seedless, and the branches connecting to the fruit lack the capacity for propagation. It seems we are unable to decipher the cultivation technology. After a period of administering the enhancer to lab mice, their brain cells exhibited extraordinary activity. Both brain volume and gyrification improved, confirming that the enhancer indeed has the capacity to elevate human intelligence. The enhancer facilitates healthy brain cell functioning and reduces cellular depletion, rendering it an indispensable sustenance for researchers. In summary, the results affirm the enhancer's illustrious reputation, and they indeed lack the means to cultivate it. Now, these nations find themselves at an impasse. Exerting pressure on Great Xia to concede is futile. Currently, Great Xia possesses no technological vulnerabilities to exploit. Rather, their photonic technology has decisively outstripped that of these Western nations. Thus, adopting an aggressive stance is unfeasible. Lest they face supply disruptions and militarily, they are equally outmatched. Despite this recent period, their nations have not ceased their developmental pursuits. On the contrary, bolstered by Great Xia's photonic technology, their scientific advancements have surged, rivaling the pace of progress seen in the information age decades ago. Nevertheless, compared to Great Xia, the gap has undoubtedly widened. They dare not contemplate the rapid development that Great Xia, armed with limitless photonic servers and superior jellyfish machines, could achieve. Although Great Xia has been reticent about disclosing data, the trade volume increases and the establishment of various institutions and research facilities domestically provide ample evidence. They have reason to believe that Great Xia's current stature surpasses the combined total of all these Western nations. Moreover, they are relieved that previous tensions were not exacerbated, for it appears that Great Xia genuinely cherishes peace and harbors no intentions of expansion. Otherwise, the entire blue planet would have long since been under Great Xia's complete dominion. Presently, these Western nations, in a bid to avoid falling too far behind, have wholly relinquished their prior arrogance and begun fervently emulating Great Xia. Essentially, whatever Great Xia does, they follow suit. This shift is also attributable to their citizens, who, galvanized by the threat posed by Great Xia, have united rather than succumbed to division. Thus, numerous diverse bills have been swiftly passed, and various projects have been rapidly completed. However, despite these efforts, they remain mere followers, lacking any core technologies, and their scale of imitation pales in comparison to that of the original. Aside from this, they have no alternative recourse. Of course, on the surface, all nations have abandoned their antagonistic strategies towards Great Xia and now display remarkable humility. Yet, this does not signify a complete relinquishment of their ambitions. In the shadows, many individuals are diligently working towards restoring their nations and civilizations to global supremacy. In this era, clandestine operatives from around the world have united, forming a unique force due to Great Xia's influence. From its inception, this organization has established stringent confidentiality protocols, ensuring that no individuals previously appearing in public information are involved. All operatives are newly recruited from espionage schools or various clandestine assassin organizations. Furthermore, their operations never require reporting to superiors, and the upper echelons remain ignorant of one another's detailed identities, communicating solely through coded messages. They have constructed a closed, encrypted intelligence network and communication system. This new atomized organization is named White Whale. At this moment, within a mysterious server, a cadre of high-ranking members from the White Whale organization convenes. On the screen, a dozen or more anonymous accounts devoid of avatars are lined up, with all speech modulated through voice changers. At this moment, an individual whose authority is nearly universally acknowledged is speaking. It is he or she who meticulously devised and orchestrated this vast clandestine organization, employing astonishing methods and principles akin to blockchain in its founding process. It is also he who established the organization's various protocols and operational strategies. His meticulousness and demonstrated initiative have led all members to unanimously agree that he should temporarily lead the organization. No one knows his name. They only know his code name, Sea Eagle. At this moment, the frame around Sea Eagle's avatar emanates ripples, and a thin, mouse-like voice emerges. Welcome, everyone, to the inaugural meeting of the White Whale organization. Now, as per our previous agreement, let us first confirm our codes to ensure that the avatars behind you are indeed those of the individual from before. He then recites a string of numbers, followed by the second person beside him who also recites a series of numbers. These numbers are not fixed. Rather, they are derived from each individual's unique secret code and computed through a complex methodology based on the current time. Furthermore, during the initial recruitment, all members agreed that if captured, they would not divulge the algorithm, but would instead provide a fixed code. This fixed code would still pass verification through the server, allowing others to discern what had transpired. Thus, they continue in this manner, with everyone eventually stating their codes. After a brief moment, White Whale announces, "Okay, verification complete. Now, let us officially proceed to the main topic." Chapter 162, Creating Opportunities Where None Exist. The purpose of this meeting is to deliberate on an effective strategy and consolidate our resources for another assassination attempt on Lin Fan. This time, it is imperative that we succeed. We cannot afford any further delays. As long as this individual remains alive for even a single day, the technological gap he creates could extend our pursuit by a decade. With each day he survives, our chances of eliminating him diminish. He paused momentarily. I believe we are all in agreement that this individual possesses an array of enigmatic capabilities, and his combat prowess remains an enigma. To be candid, I am a former mid-level survivor of the Hyena organization, and fortunately, my identity has never been compromised. The confidentiality measures I implemented have proven effective, with few aware of my true identity. Furthermore, I had previously executed missions in Africa, which allowed me to evade this calamity. Upon sensing something amiss, I promptly staged my own death and subsequently obliterated all traceable information related to me. After hiding for an extended period, I only dared to emerge once I was certain the storm had passed. The words of the Sea Eagle elicited a wave of murmurs from the crowd. Following a series of investigations, I am convinced that my identity has been discovered by the adversary, and they had previously sought information about me, which perplexes me greatly. There were not many who knew my identity, and it is inconceivable that this person could extract information from those few individuals without alerting me, especially since I had laid traps in place. Yet, Lin Fan managed to acquire my information without triggering any alarms. Do you grasp the implications of this? The expressions of everyone gathered before the screen turned grave as the Sea Eagle continued. This indicates that the adversary possesses an intangible capacity for information acquisition. The only explanation I can fathom, apart from the possibility of directly reading a person's cerebral information, is that he has some other means at his disposal. At this moment, a chorus of gasps erupted from the others. This elucidates why the Hyena organization, renowned for its secrecy, fell so swiftly. The adversary has complete transparency regarding our intelligence, enabling them to systematically dismantle the entire organization. He continued, "It is evident that Lin Fan personally visited Europe during that period. The series of terror incidents he orchestrated served to intimidate the entire organization, while simultaneously seeking to unearth each member from the ground up. During this time, all organizational members were engulfed in fear, rendered paralyzed by the displayed capabilities of the opponent, which naturally prevented them from contemplating the deeper implications of the information. Even if they eventually grasped the truth, it would be too late. Fortunately, I remained an outsider throughout, allowing me to analyze the entire sequence of events and reach this conclusion. Everyone was taken aback by this revelation, and although they harbored doubts and found the intricate confidentiality protocols established by the White Whale perplexing, they finally comprehended the rationale upon hearing such insider information. The Sea Eagle continued, having addressed the mental aspects of his abilities. Let us now discuss his other exhibited proficiencies. Despite the ongoing collapse of the Hyena organization, which has never gained the upper hand, we have gradually discerned some of the adversary's capabilities. Currently, we are aware of his astonishing research speed, which you're already familiar with. However, I wish to add that beneath this research velocity lies a potential ability to accelerate production or even disregard conventional processes to create certain items, which is fundamental. Otherwise, one cannot explain how he was able to develop missile defense systems, photonic devices, and those biological cultivations in such a short span of time. Moreover, the mysterious missile silos that appeared in Europe are likely products of his creation. He seems capable of manipulating exceedingly minute entities, including DNA and, of course, information codes. The creation of the Chi-Fan AI exemplifies this, as the sheer volume of coding could not have been generated in such a brief period. These are merely his creative abilities. He possesses formidable combat skills as well. Aside from his exceptional physical capabilities, the manner in which he evaded the assassination attempt by the drone swarm was nothing short of extraordinary. It can only be attributed to some means of repelling the drones. Perhaps telekinesis? At this juncture, silence enveloped the group as they absorbed the Sea Eagle's words, their minds awash with astonishment. While they had long suspected such capabilities, the reality of someone wielding such terrifying power was beyond belief. How could he be so formidable? How then shall we confront him? The Sea Eagle chuckled softly. There is no need for haste. Even the mightiest of individuals cannot lack vulnerabilities. If he were truly as powerful as he seems, he would have already subjugated the entire world. Moreover, the Xia government likely harbors an even greater aversion to an invincible figure reigning over them. In my estimation, his abilities must possess certain limitations, which prevent him from acting recklessly against an entire nation. However, the current state of affairs does not guarantee permanence. It is evident that his capabilities are on an upward trajectory, hence his recent prominence. At this point, someone inquired, how can we find an opportunity to eliminate him? We possess few options. Nuclear weapons have been rendered ineffective, and he enjoys a high level of security within Xia. Coupled with his superhuman abilities, methods such as mechanical mosquitoes cannot hope to reach him. The Sea Eagle scoffed. If there are no opportunities, we must create them. If he remains ensconced in his stronghold, we will have no recourse. However, he then unveiled a series of revelations and deduced several matters that left all present in a state of shock. Subsequently, the Sea Eagle devised a plan aimed at testing these hypotheses, with the hope of luring Lin Fan into the open. If successful, we could send him to his demise. Even if we fail to draw him out, we will further substantiate our conjectures regarding his abilities. Meanwhile, back in Xia, Lin Fan stood in a lecture hall, addressing hundreds of youthful students and several instructors, elucidating advanced theories of quantum mechanics. The students were utterly captivated. Lin Fan not only articulated the day's subject matter with remarkable clarity using the simplest of terms, but he also infused the discourse with his own insights. Epiphanies gleaned not merely through existing research and theoretical frameworks, but through profound intuitive understanding of the underlying principles. Essentially, he presented theories that were ahead of their time and yet to be substantiated. Given his current prowess and deep comprehension of the laws of nature, many of his instinctual realizations, even absent scientific validation, approach the essence of truth. Consequently, scientists worldwide eagerly anticipate Lin Fan's public addresses, particularly on academic subjects. Chapter 163, A Race to Copy Homework. This is because they often derive inspiration from his forward-thinking conjectures. It would be more accurate to assert that any statement Lin Fan makes is seldom met with skepticism. Rather, it is immediately accepted as fact, leading to research directions based on his assertions in an attempt to validate them. This has proven immensely beneficial for those scientists, akin to having someone illuminate their path. Numerous researchers have achieved remarkable breakthroughs as a result. Thus, when the students discerned Lin Fan exhibiting signs of deviating from the norm, they collectively inhaled sharply, hurriedly producing recording devices to meticulously document his words for further study. Upon concluding the lecture, students and instructors rose, gazing at Lin Fan with admiration, and erupted into fervent applause. Lin Fan, observing the eager faces before him, felt a profound sense of satisfaction. It has been demonstrated that the genius school established by Lin Fan has achieved remarkable success. The innovative teaching methods he devised, combined with the high intelligence of the students, have led to rapid academic progress. Within merely 6 months, several individuals have even reached the level of doctoral candidates. Many distinguished mentors in the country have already recognized their talents and are competing to recruit them into their teams. Naturally, the remaining students have also shown commendable progress, surpassing that of their peers in conventional academic systems. To date, the first cohort of students has received invitations from numerous research institutions and universities to pursue doctoral studies. However, Lin Fan's intention in cultivating these students is to integrate them into foundational research programs and establish them within newly constructed research facilities and institutions. Consequently, very few students are contemplating these invitations, as their aspirations are lofty. Having witnessed Lin Fan's capabilities, they regard other scientists with disdain, including those from prestigious foreign institutions that have extended offers with various enticing conditions. After undergoing training at the Genius School, these students have developed robust research mindsets and are inclined to form their own research teams. They harbor no desire to work for others. Fortuitously, the authorities support their ambitions and have allocated some funding. Thus, it is highly likely that they will become mentors in the future, emerging as renowned elites in the field, responsible for guiding students from other institutions. This way, even those who have not attended the Genius School will benefit from this training system under the mentorship of these distinguished individuals. Presently, it appears that Lin Fan has established the Genius School, invested substantial resources, and yet the talents nurtured have chosen to branch out independently, rather than join Fan Company, seemingly incurring significant losses. However, the calculations are not as straightforward. Firstly, Lin Fan's original objective was to gather geniuses and elevate his own intellect. Secondly, he aimed to accelerate the development of civilization, laying a solid foundation for his control over the crystal universe. Thirdly, founding a prestigious institution that fosters excellence is a remarkable achievement in itself. As these students disperse into various fields, they will form a formidable force. They will take pride in their affiliation with Fan Genius Academy. Despite the current situation, Fan Genius School has left an indelible mark on the world. Regarded as the pinnacle of higher education, all students aspire to study here. So far, the students have collectively published numerous research papers in internationally recognized journals, registered a multitude of patents, and made significant breakthroughs in various technologies. Furthermore, the model of Fan Genius School is gradually being adopted across the Xia region and is being replicated on a global scale. Foreign institutions have promptly set their sights on the educational materials developed by the Genius School, since these materials have already been disseminated among universities in Xia. Confidentiality is moot. Consequently, they have swiftly circulated abroad, creating a global sensation. Experts and professors universally regard this series of textbooks as a treasure, declaring it the finest educational material ever produced. Numerous universities are organizing efforts to translate these materials into their native languages. Some institutions have even opted to use the original textbooks, conducting classes in Xia language, believing this approach maximizes the essence of Lin Fan's thinking. Thus, the culture of Xia has further permeated the realm of higher education. Countless individuals have experienced the allure of the Xia script during their studies, finding it rich in meaning and particularly suitable for scientific discourse. Its succinctness eliminates the need for numerous high-level terminologies to convey specialized vocabulary. Once the foundational Xia characters are mastered, transitioning to advanced fields of study presents minimal barriers, unlike foreign language academic texts, which often appear as an indecipherable script to outsiders. The Xia materials offer clarity. The potential leak of the textbook series had been anticipated by Xia. After all, these educational resources do not contain classified industry secrets. They merely reorganize existing knowledge into a coherent system and pedagogical sequence. Of course, foreign entities are required to pay Lin Fan royalties for these textbooks annually, and the sum is substantial. Beyond the textbook series, other configurations of the Genius School have attracted attention for imitation. While they cannot replicate the jellyfish-assisted teaching scenarios, the virtual laboratories, especially in the medical field, have garnered significant envy from foreign universities. They have immediately engaged with Fan Company to negotiate the introduction of this series of large-scale virtual reality software. However, the system employs many of Lin Fan's specialized data, particularly in the virtual medical laboratory and hospital, which contains countless real human models scanned and digitized by Lin Fan, offering remarkably realistic feedback. Therefore, this system cannot have its servers established abroad. Nevertheless, considering that the proliferation of these systems could promote global scientific advancement, negotiations have led to foreign academic alliances investing heavily each year to purchase access keys, with strict limitations on usage scenarios, allowing students to connect remotely to Xia's servers for virtual learning. This arrangement safeguards precious data, as despite the open interface to foreign entities, who can breach the jellyfish's servers remotely. Certainly, compared to Xia, where only students of Fan Genius School can utilize these resources for free and without restrictions, students from other universities face a relatively modest fee, while the keys purchased abroad are considerably more expensive, typically exceeding tenfold. Nonetheless, this has satisfied foreign institutions, as they save significant physical resources and expenses. The most elated among them are the top medical schools abroad. Now, their students no longer need to worry about lacking practical experience in anatomy or the diagnosis of complex ailments. Chapter 164, The Gathering Storm. After concluding his lecture, Lin Fan returned directly to his residence. Closing the door behind him, he lay on his bed and took a deep breath. He was about to enter the crystal universe to engage in discourse with its inhabitants. Recently, he had eliminated numerous individuals, which indicated an increasing number of sentient beings within the crystal universe. This, in turn, translated to enhanced opportunities for comprehending the laws of the soul. During this period, he intended to conduct research to acquire advanced artificial intelligence codes to upgrade the jellyfish. He aspired for the jellyfish to evolve into a fully developed entity with a sophisticated thought process and operational mechanisms, possessing high intelligence and creative capabilities. At that moment, he felt a sudden jolt in his brow. The next second, he opened his eyes, furrowing his brow in contemplation. He had just sensed that the spiritual seed he had implanted in a high-ranking pawn within the American intelligence agency had been stirred. This signified that the individual had received significant information concerning him, something far more substantial than casual mentions during everyday conversations. In the following instant, he closed his eyes again, and a brilliant light engulfed his vision. He found himself viewing from an indoor perspective, resembling an office environment. Lin Fan glanced down at his hands, which appeared rough and aged. He once again held the mirror to his face, revealing the visage of an elderly man. Without further ado, Lin Fan began to delve into the memories residing within this body's mind. Moments later, his consciousness returned to his own body. He opened his eyes and began to replay the recent memories. Not long prior, this high-ranking official had been contacted by a mysterious individual through a highly secretive channel. The interlocutor did not disclose their identity, but revealed extensive information about the official, compelling the latter to take heed. Subsequently, the individual communicated their intentions using a coded language. Lin Fan was astonished to discover that this cryptic language was once exclusive to the Hyena organization. Even more shocking were the contents of the message. The individual claimed to have consolidated the remnants of the Hyena organization and, during this time, recruited numerous newcomers, implementing new, decentralized confidentiality measures. They had already initiated plans to assassinate him. However, details of the plan were not disclosed. Instead, they arranged a clandestine meeting with the official, hoping he could provide some intelligence support. Furthermore, the individual warned the official to remain vigilant, as there might be hidden forces monitoring him. Thus, he was advised to exercise utmost caution, to avoid displaying any unusual behavior, to refrain from using any devices to record their conversation, and to keep these discussions confidential. When the official expressed confusion, the interlocutor divulged a staggering secret. Lin Fan was taken aback upon hearing this. The individual asserted that they possessed the ability to scan the brain for information, which explained how they had acquired such seemingly unattainable intelligence. They indicated that this ability required proximity to the target to activate, urging the official to be watchful for any anomalies around him. Now, Lin Fan found himself deep in thought. He had not anticipated that foreign officials had already given up, yet there were still factions clandestinely attempting to oppose him. Moreover, their organizational capabilities and confidentiality measures had been significantly upgraded. Lin Fan knew nothing about this new organization. In all his recollections regarding the members of the Hyena organization, there was no evidence of any mid to high-level operatives who had escaped scrutiny. However, the fact that they could utilize such coded language indicated they were not lying. In truth, their ability to reach out to high-ranking officials already demonstrated their strength. There was indeed a clandestine alliance outside, poised to continue their opposition against him. Furthermore, this new coalition had evidently acquired substantial information, including knowledge of his mind-reading abilities. After some contemplation, Lin Fan experienced a moment of clarity. His recent actions must have inadvertently exposed several of his own cards. At that time, he had felt confident in his victory, aiming to eradicate the Hyena organization in one swift motion, disregarding any need for subterfuge. Even if he had attempted to conceal his capabilities, it would have been futile, as the numerous extraordinary occurrences could easily be traced back to him, leading to the deduction of some of his abilities. This was entirely reasonable, and Lin Fan bore no significant regret. After all, he had grown immensely powerful. Even if some abilities were revealed, it mattered little. The critical factor was that the existence of the crystal universe had remained undisclosed. Thus, there were far more fundamental skills that the adversary was unaware of. including his capacity for mental parasitism, which rendered the need for surveillance obsolete. Consequently, while the opponent believed themselves to be shrouded in secrecy, they were oblivious to the fact that their every action was within his grasp. Now, it was imperative to seize an opportunity to gather intelligence from them and eradicate this threat. Lin Fan's gaze turned somber. This time, the situation would be more complicated than before. The enemy would undoubtedly be more deeply entrenched, and it was possible that everyone within the organization did not know each other in reality. A clever strategy was essential. If he could identify a breakthrough point, he could scan their thoughts and infiltrate their social network. However, for now, he needed to contemplate how to handle the impending meeting. He wondered what kind of individual the opposition would send for the rendezvous and whether they would hold a high rank. If this person encountered any misfortune, it would certainly draw their attention. He had to devise a method for close contact with this individual without arousing suspicion. Regrettably, his ability to scan humans was still limited in range. Proximity to the target was necessary. Suddenly, Lin Fan furrowed his brow. He sensed a faint whiff of intrigue. Everything seemed rather peculiar. The remnants of the hyena organization had been silent for so long. How could they suddenly reach out to an intelligence officer in the United States? If they were already aware of his prowess, why would they attempt to contact a sensitive intelligence operative in secret and request support? This did not seem right. As this realization dawned on him, Lin Fan's sense of unease crystallized. A myriad of information coalesced within his exceptionally intelligent mind, gradually elucidating certain matters. Could it be that this was a trap? In truth, this information might be aimed directly at him, intended to lure him into their snare. A chill ran down Lin Fan's spine. What if this was indeed their plan? If they had surmised his ability to read minds at close range and had been quietly monitoring him, they would undoubtedly arrogantly surveil the upper echelons of the United States. This would explain the rapid leakage of information from the hyena organization. They had long anticipated that he had taken control of the public intelligence system globally. Chapter 165, Lin Fan's Hidden Cards. Thus, they devised this trap. They assumed he would quickly learn of this clandestine contact, and that to obtain intelligence on this new organization, he would need to closely interact with the contact person. Was that where the trap lay? To entice him to leave Daxia and enter their carefully laid ambush? Now Lin Fan understood. They were undoubtedly closely monitoring the high-ranking official's every move and his various devices. At the meeting location, countless eyes would be waiting for him to reveal himself. They would scrutinize any unusual occurrences. Should he fail to see through this trap and employ any abilities that resulted in strange phenomena, he would be immediately analyzed and interpreted. In other words, this was both a trap and a test. Yet the opponent had not incurred any significant cost. At most, they had merely expended some operatives without gleaning any information about their mid to high-level members. To set this trap, they had even revealed their mind-reading capabilities, creating an illusion of authenticity. This was all to divert his attention towards how this organization maintained secrecy and how to extract information from them, thereby obscuring the fact that it was a trap. Had it been anyone else, they might have already fallen victim to it. Unfortunately for them, he was no ordinary individual. They had underestimated him. From the very beginning, they had lost. Possessing the crystal universe, his abilities far surpassed their expectations. With this in mind, Lin Fan resolved to turn the tables on them. He immediately conceived an ingenious plan. Not only can it mislead the opponent, but can also lure in their higher-ups, potentially creating fissures within hastily formed alliances, leading to their eventual disintegration. Meanwhile, in America, a high-ranking official named John continued his work after the conversation concluded. Unbeknownst to him, the eyes of a portrait on his wall were glimmering with an eerie light. The scene in the room was transmitted thousands of kilometers away to an underground bunker. There, a young man sat before a computer, munching on chips while intently gazing at the screen. His monitor displayed several other members of the White Whale organization online. The footage was rather dull, yet the young man showed no signs of boredom, his eyes unwavering. At that moment, the voices of other White Whale members chimed in. It appeared there were no anomalies. John was likely not under Lin Fan's control. Perhaps he was genuinely unaware. After all, his previous dialogue seemed to align with that of an uninformed individual. If it were an act, his performance was extraordinarily convincing. Either he was being monitored by Lin Fan through some device unbeknownst to him, or he was entirely off Lin Fan's radar. Hi Diao, are you being overly cautious? Someone questioned. The previous assumptions were rather sensational. You mentioned mind reading, which is acceptable, but at this juncture, the young man interjected. No, my instincts have always been remarkably accurate. My intuition tells me that Lin Fan possesses many undisclosed tactics, which accounts for such overwhelming effects. Merely reading minds could not sustain him to this extent. he must first approach his targets. If he can read minds, there's no reason to limit himself to one individual. He would certainly cast his gaze upon all. This implies that the entire American intelligence system has been scanned by him, and some individuals within it are not easily accessible, let alone without arousing suspicion. Even with recommendations, it would not suffice. Therefore, he must employ special methods. The only one I can conceive of is mental domination, and if he can control one, he can undoubtedly control all. Trust me, he cannot resist this temptation. In truth, I have a long-standing habit of not underestimating my opponents. I tend to regard their revealed cards with even greater respect. When I see leaves, I ponder whether there might be an entire forest. The current situation is no different. The opponent is a superhuman. It is no exaggeration to overestimate his abilities, lest we end up like the hyena organization, which perished without understanding. At that moment, gasps of astonishment erupted from everyone, not only in admiration of Hai Jiao's meticulous reasoning, but also in panic over the deteriorating situation. Imagine the upper echelons of the entire United States, even the world, might be secretly under Lin Fan's control. Yet, he has not revealed his hand. On the surface, everyone appears to possess autonomous decision-making abilities, occasionally exhibiting competition and hostility. What a terrifyingly cunning scheme. However, someone posed another question. If he has already controlled everyone, why not simply become the ruler of Blue Star? Surely no one could thwart his ambitions. Is he truly a person who seeks no conflict? Hai Jiao's skull? How could that be? The only conclusion I can draw is that while he has control over everyone, he cannot simultaneously manage so many minds. With his current abilities, he should only be able to manipulate a select few, or perhaps he has done something to them. But that may not hold true in the future. Once his powers grow to the point where he can control all, it will be the moment he reveals his true intentions to the world. Our time is limited. We must eliminate this demon before that day comes to save humanity. If Lin Fan were present, he would undoubtedly applaud Hai Jiao. His conjectures were remarkably close to the truth, though he was mistaken about Lin Fan's malevolent motives. Lin Fan did not wish to control every individual in the world, nor did he aspire to rule it. His sole desires were to elevate civilization and enhance himself, while also preparing for the impending extraterrestrial crisis. At this moment, Hai Jiao was reflecting on what he had just witnessed. Everyone failed to notice that in the surveillance footage. John had suddenly glanced down at his hand before checking himself in the mirror. Although he quickly returned to normal, and the action was not particularly unexpected, it piqued Hai Jiao's concern. He sensed a profound dissonance, an unsettling feeling that something was amiss. However, he had no concrete speculation to act upon, so he merely kept it in the back of his mind. Thus, they waited until John finished his workday, seemingly without incident. Subsequently, John exited the office and left the building, driving home. Along the way, various members of the Hai Jiao organization observed him from a distance with binoculars. As for any devices in John's vehicle, none were installed, as the risks were deemed too high. Such actions could easily attract Lin Fan's attention, who was suspected of possessing extraterrestrial capabilities. The equipment in the office was already a last resort. Chapter 166, Divine Kingdom, Divine Envoy. Before long, John found himself on increasingly remote roads, prompting the organization to realize that an anticipated event was about to unfold. The White Whale organization switched to drones disguised as birds for tracking, maintaining a cautious distance of several dozen meters. Finally, John's vehicle came to a stop in a secluded area. He emerged from the car, retrieved a bottle of water, and took a sip. After surveying his surroundings for a moment, he raised binoculars to his eyes. The members of the White Whale organization nearly feared he had discovered their surveillance. Just then, John suddenly lowered the binoculars and pulled a whistle from his pocket, beginning to blow it. The whistle emitted a series of coded signals, short bursts and longer notes. In the next moment, a startling scene unfolded before the White Whale members. From a distance, a creature swiftly approached from a tree, a parrot, specifically a macaw, adorned in vibrant colors. It landed gracefully before John, who did not seem surprised but rather displayed an air of reverence. A second later, he spoke. "Esteemed Divine Envoy, I have urgent matters to report." Upon hearing this, all the high-ranking members of the White Whale organization monitoring via drone were left in shock. At that moment, Hai Jiao, seated at his computer, could not help but rise, mouth agape, his eyes filled with astonishment, his body trembling slightly. Yes, this was it. This was his secret. He unconsciously clenched his fists, feeling an exhilarating rush. This maneuver was indeed the right move. It was his first encounter with Lin Fan's hidden truths. Although it differed somewhat from his initial assumptions, which posited that Lin Fan controlled all American officials through mental domination and thus would have been aware of previous events immediately. Now it became clear that John needed to report information voluntarily. He had not been mentally controlled, but rather bribed. And Lin Fan, the one who had bribed him. Divine envoy? What could that possibly mean? What benefits could entice John to so willingly betray his own country? Yet, the realization that Lin Fan lacked the ability to control minds brought him a sense of relief. It is evident that the other party relies on mutated parrots, or perhaps employs biotechnology to induce mutations in small animals, thereby endowing them with heightened intelligence to eavesdrop and acquire intelligence. This indeed presents a plausible explanation, rendering all prior occurrences rational. If they can cultivate mutated parrots, then the possibility of creating mutated sparrows or even smaller creatures cannot be dismissed. Furthermore, by equipping these animals with diminutive devices or directly granting them advanced intelligence, enabling them to memorize and relay information, they would serve as impeccable spies. The sea eagle fixated intently on the screen, recognizing the significance of each subsequent frame. One could only hope that this parrot would unveil more secrets. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the macaw spoke, its voice gravelly and muted, yet articulating impeccably standard American English, which felt somewhat awkward and even comical to the audience. John, what summons me? I have no time to squander on trivial matters. The tone conveyed a hint of impatience. John, standing before it, trembled slightly, as if intimidated by the parrot. However, summoning his courage, he replied, "My lord, this matter pertains to the safety of the Son of God. A new faction has emerged, intent on obstructing our grand plan for the divine kingdom." He paused for effect, adding, "Yet this faction is still in its infancy, necessitating our proactive measures." At this juncture, he seemed to recall something. "My lord, please do not be angered. I have brought a gift." He hastily rushed to the side of the vehicle, retrieving a large bag of exquisitely crafted nuts, which he presented with both hands to the parrot. The macaw immediately began pecking at the offering with delight, then remarked, "Not bad. Who dares to target the Son of God? If they are of ordinary standing, they are not worth our concern." John continued, "I am not privy to their specific details, but they claim to be comprised of remnants of the former Hyena organization and various other clandestine forces." He further elaborated on the highly confidential matters at hand, including their intentions to target Lin Fan and an invitation for negotiation. The macaw nodded. "I see. Truly, their nefarious intentions persist. They dare to seek vengeance. However, anyone who provokes our divine kingdom is destined for annihilation. I am aware of this matter. You have performed admirably, and I shall convey your words to the Son of God. Your actions merit a reward. Await your due recompense. As long as you remain steadfast in your loyalty to our divine kingdom, your benefits shall be plentiful. You may return to your appointment, keeping a vigilant eye on their movements. Provide them with any assistance they may require, but refrain from any further actions." Upon hearing the word reward, John was filled with elation. He exclaimed, "Thank you. Thank you, esteemed envoy. It is my honor to serve the divine kingdom." The parrot continued to enjoy the nuts for a while longer before suddenly taking flight, soaring through the air and swiftly vanishing from sight. John tidied up and surveyed his surroundings before driving home, leaving the senior members of the White Whale organization to digest the recent influx of information. The terms divine kingdom and Son of God weighed heavily upon them. They had initially believed they were merely contending with Lin Fan, a single superpowered individual, but now found themselves entangled with an unknown force. Could this so-called divine kingdom be an extraterrestrial civilization? Was Lin Fan perhaps the representative of this alien culture on Blue Star? Other senior members expressed their agreement, as this notion could elucidate Lin Fan's access to such advanced technology. However, if that were the case, they would need to exercise utmost caution in their use of technological means, for even the most discreet actions could potentially be uncovered through some channel. The situation was precarious. Although Lin Fan seemingly lacked mind control abilities, a formidable power stood behind him to assist in his endeavors. The previous establishment of the missile base was likely orchestrated by this very force. This indicated that their plan to lure the enemy abroad would inevitably fail. They would not abandon their stronghold. Of course, at that moment, the Sea Eagle was far too preoccupied with the assassination plan, which required meticulous consideration. What concerned him more was acquiring further information about this divine kingdom, especially since the parrot had promised John a reward. Judging by John's demeanor, he appeared exceedingly eager, suggesting that whatever it was could be of great significance. It could either be a high-tech marvel or an object of immense value. The Sea Eagle was keen to ascertain what it was. Should he obtain it for examination, he might glean additional insights regarding the divine kingdom. Yet, contemplating this brought him a headache. If it were indeed a high-tech product, it might trigger alarms upon acquisition. Chapter 167. The Seed of Greed. Furthermore, If he intervened and seized a reward, it would effectively sever that connection, alerting Lin Fan. Consequently, similar methods could no longer be employed, as they would investigate the source of the leak and deduce numerous implications. What a regrettable loss, such a splendid opportunity to watch John take the item away. However, it was possible to infer information by studying the changes in John's subsequent actions. With this in mind, the Sea Eagle commanded everyone, "Take heed, do not speak of today's occurrences, including terms such as divine kingdom or son of God. Moreover, no one is permitted to act independently. Keep a close watch on John, but do not interfere with his reward. This is the way to fish for bigger prey." The others quickly acquiesced. One individual inquired, "How shall we handle the upcoming rendezvous with John?" Regrettably, there were no personnel in the vicinity, and the parrot flew too swiftly. Otherwise, they could have tracked its movements. The Sea Eagle quickly responded, "Absolutely not. The parrot may possess some arcane abilities. If its memory is exceptional, it could easily detect any following." During the meeting, simply inquire about routine intelligence, but remain vigilant. The opposing faction will undoubtedly seize this opportunity. We must closely observe how they approach their objectives. Sighing, he added, "This operation could lead to casualties at any moment. Inform our contacts to be prepared." At that moment, a new avatar joined the meeting, proclaiming, "I stand ready for sacrifice. All for the glory of the West." The group could not help but feel a mix of emotions. Shortly thereafter, John arrived at the designated location, beside a fountain in the city center. Noticing the target's distinguishing features, he casually approached and sat down, cigarette in hand, and asked, "Could I borrow a light?" The target, adorned with a cowboy hat, glanced back at him, producing a lighter and leaning in closely to whisper a coded phrase in his ear. John furrowed his brow and questioned, "What is the state of your organization? Are you sending a novice like you to meet me? What if this delays our plans?" "I expect to see professionals." The individual, appearing somewhat helpless, replied, "Sir, given the current deteriorating situation, our organization has no choice but to deploy all newcomers, individuals without any identities. Only this way can we evade Lin Fan scrutiny. Regrettably, that means I, who have only recently undergone training in secrecy, have been thrust into execution of tasks." John expressed his frustration. "Am I also to be deprived of concrete details regarding this assassination? I require insight into your plans." The individual shook his head. "I fear you will be disappointed. The organization's secrecy is stringent. All members are unaware of each other's identities. We communicate solely through codes, and specific submissions are disclosed only on the day of execution." John remarked, "Well then, tell me what you require." With that, the two commenced their conversation. Meanwhile, personnel from the White Whale organization were lurking at a distance, meticulously observing the nearby throngs of passersby, on the lookout for any suspicious activities. The parrot had asserted that they could manage the situation. The method of their approach remained uncertain. However, it was likely they would opt for surveillance rather than taking immediate action. Yet, what specific means of monitoring were they employing? They were utterly at a loss. Everything around them seemed normal, as if no one was paying heed to the two conversing by the fountain. A cold sweat broke out among the upper echelons of the White Whale organization, for they understood that Lin Fan could not possibly disregard this contact. The other party's tactics were remarkably sophisticated. The Sea Eagle cast a glance at the pigeons by the fountain. Could they be mutated pigeons? That thought was swiftly dismissed. After their conversation, the two parted ways, the contact retreating at a considerable distance and changing appearances multiple times to shake off any potential tailing. No traces were detected, and the pigeons that had been near the fountain appeared to be merely ordinary birds. Shortly thereafter, the contact returned to his residence, utilizing coded language to update his superiors. Upon learning that no suspicious targets had been identified, his expression changed dramatically. He was now paranoid, perceiving everything around him as dubious. His superiors informed him that there were no immediate tasks for him, advising him to continue acting like an ordinary person and to await further instructions in silence. The White Whale organization was confident that regardless of Lin Fan's methods, he would undoubtedly take action. It was merely a matter of prolonging observation to catch a larger fish. At that moment, within a motel in the United States, Lin Fan was also monitoring the contact situation through a deployed high-end mechanical mosquito. The other party was evidently a bait, rendering them of no value, and Lin Fan found no inclination to investigate further. Nevertheless, he would need to feign an attack eventually. Otherwise, it would be implausible. For the time being, he decided to set that aside. The real spectacle would be the reward he intended to bestow upon John. If all went smoothly, he would plant a seed of greed within the upper echelons of this fragmented organization, causing them to become less united and more self-serving. It was indeed quite a successful performance, playing dual roles and orchestrating an elaborate ruse. Simultaneously, he had controlled John and an unknown macaw using the seed of consciousness, effectively crafting the illusion of a divine kingdom and instilling erroneous beliefs in the other party. They were likely to perceive themselves as representatives of an extraterrestrial force, capable of commanding numerous individuals to utilize advanced technology on their behalf. This would conveniently rationalize their boundless speculations regarding their own superpowers. In the days to come, they would focus on suspicious activities surrounding the contact and the purported extraterrestrial civilization. Lin Fan could then set additional traps to draw them in, gaining access to the true higher-ups and uncovering the internal mechanisms of this new organization, thereby infiltrating it to dismantle it from within. Now, Lin Fan began to concoct the so-called reward. This was a spur-of-the-moment decision, yet he had already contemplated the nature of the reward that could fulfill his objectives. Despite its extraordinary capabilities, it was something he could swiftly develop. The next moment, Lin Fan closed his eyes and entered the crystalline universe. Countless lizards materialized around him, encompassing nearly all the publicly known species of lizards from Blue Star. Lin Fan intended to execute another grand endeavor, having already created a diversion. He sought to shape additional stereotypes. He promptly issued an instruction, and a second later, a green, glimmering orb appeared in the palm of his hand. Lin Fan smiled slightly as he exited the crystalline universe, the orb resting quietly in his palm. He eagerly anticipated the expressions that would grace the faces of the new organization's members upon discovering the orb's extraordinary capabilities. Chapter 168. Lizard People? The following day, under the watchful scrutiny of the White Whale organization, John once again drove to the same location and summoned the divine envoy anew. The upper echelons of the White Whale organization widened their eyes and swallowed hard, eagerly awaiting the forthcoming spectacle. The parrot made no inquiries regarding John's previous rendezvous, nor did John divulge any details. The sea eagle felt a chill run down its spine. This indicated that the parrot had already taken action, with their contact under invisible surveillance. Nevertheless, the reward remained paramount. The parrot cackled and said, "John, you have done well. I have reported to the divine child, and this is your reward. To be honest, you're the first Blue Star person to receive such a reward. Even I find myself a tad envious." With that, the parrot expelled a green orb into John's palm. Everyone present felt their hearts race at this sight, yet they were left puzzled. What manner of reward could this be? John, however, appeared elated, exclaiming, thank you for the divine child's grace." The parrot continued, "With this, you will possess a fragment of our divine kingdom's bloodline. Albeit just a trace, it is insufficient for complete transformation, yet it will bestow upon you numerous benefits. Strive forward, for if you perform well, you may continue to receive bloodline gifts, and perhaps one day you will fully transform into a citizen of the divine kingdom, freeing yourself from your current status as a slave. Now, consume it right here." The parrot's words astonished the high-ranking members of the White Whale organization. The implications were staggering. A divine kingdom bloodline? A slave identity? Could consuming this orb actually grant them extraterrestrial blood, altering their DNA? Yet, was the blood of extraterrestrials green? The sea eagle's gaze intensified. This orb was of paramount importance. They must devise every possible means to acquire one. For studying, it could potentially reveal the essence of this extraterrestrial life form and its weaknesses. This was indeed a significant windfall. Upon returning to the scene, John, without a moment's hesitation, swallowed the orb. Mere seconds later, his body stiffened abruptly, followed by violent spasms. He began to tremble rapidly, his expression contorting in agony, his face glistening with sweat. Strangely, the veins beneath his skin became visibly pronounced, taking on a greenish hue. Just as the members of the White Whale organization furrowed their brows, suspecting this was not a reward but rather a means of silencing him. John's condition seemed to stabilize. After approximately 10 minutes, he appeared to regain his composure, scrutinizing his transformation. The parrot waved its wing and declared, "No need to inspect. Externally, there are no discernible changes, merely a trace of bloodline. Otherwise, how could you continue to serve our divine kingdom? However, do you not feel that all your ailments have vanished, leaving you invigorated? Your body has rejuvenated, and you shall no longer succumb easily to illness." At that moment, the parrot suddenly flew to John's side, swiftly scratching his arm with its talon. Blood immediately flowed from the wound, dripping to the ground. Yet in the next second, something astonishing occurred. The scratch healed at an observable rate, soon becoming barely noticeable. This was merely one of the benefits. There are others for you to slowly experience upon your return. Subsequently, The parrot vanished swiftly into the horizon without waiting for him to utter a word. John, too, departed in his vehicle, leaving the members of the White Whale organization gazing longingly at the bloodstains that dripped onto the ground. Several hours later, after conducting countless investigations to ascertain that there was no danger, a couple masquerading as campers arrived at the scene. They set up a barbecue grill directly above that pool of blood. When the grill was eventually removed, it naturally took with it some of the blood from the ground. Upon returning, these remnants of blood were promptly dispatched to a specialized laboratory for analysis. This was the utmost extent of what the White Whale organization could achieve. Indeed, such actions bore considerable risk. When the scientists examined the blood, they were utterly astonished. The genetic makeup of this blood was akin to that of humans. Yet it intriguingly contained fragments of lizard DNA. How could this be possible? Furthermore, the scientists uncovered a terrifying fact. Upon inspecting the telomeres of the cells within this blood, they discovered they were equivalent to those of a normal human age 40. This revelation instantly stirred a commotion among the higher echelons of the White Whale organization. The expression on the face of the White Whale leader shifted dramatically as he commanded, immediately silence the scientists. Moreover, this matter must not be disclosed to anyone. No one is permitted to act independently in pursuit of further samples of this bloodline. He now recognized the gravity of the situation. Regretting having discussed this matter openly with the upper management during the reward expedition, this news was monumental. The reward was extraordinarily enticing. While the notion of reptilian beings from the divine realm was somewhat palatable, the truly horrifying aspect was that this acquired reward could potentially extend one's lifespan. John's cellular telomeres had reached the level of a 40-year-old, and this was merely a trace of lizard lineage. What if more were obtained, culminating in a complete transformation? Wouldn't that result in a lifespan that was astonishingly prolonged, perhaps even achieving immortality? With this thought, his heart raced. He finally comprehended why John willingly served as a slave to assist the divine realm. It seemed that, compared to fervently resisting, merely being a slave to the divine realm could indeed prolong one's life, ultimately allowing one to become part of that realm. For humanity, particularly those in positions of power, this was an irresistible temptation. A wave of despair washed over him as he realized that all the higher-ups were now aware of the bloodline's potential. What if someone organized clandestine actions to procure the bloodline for personal enhancement? Or worse, what if the higher-ups secretly surrendered to Lin Fan, betraying the White Whale organization in exchange for the bloodline? Haijiao recognized that he was utterly powerless to eliminate such possibilities. Previously, everyone had been willing to sacrifice themselves for the resurgence of the white race for the greater good. However, the allure of becoming a lizard person was simply too great. One could directly join the ranks of extraterrestrials, thereby forsaking any concerns for the interests of the Blue Star people. Haijiao sighed, understanding that the remaining members of the White Whale organization could no longer be trusted. Lin Fan, oh Lin Fan, this adversary was unprecedentedly formidable. He hadn't even targeted him. A mere slight intervention had nearly caused their organization to crumble. There was no remedy. In an atomized organization, despite enhanced confidentiality, control over members had been lost. Previously, lofty ideals could compel everyone to selflessly dedicate themselves, but now. Chapter 169, Restructuring the Universe. The other high-ranking officials on the computer screen remained silent for an extended period. Eventually, someone spoke. It seems this organization can only come to an end here, doesn't it? There was a tinge of desolation in the voice. Those who reached high ranks were far from foolish. Whatever Haijiao could conceive, they too had considered. They could no longer act as a unified front. There would always be those willing to betray for their own gain. And they had become ensnared in a prisoner's dilemma. Returning to Lin Fan, having completed everything, he realized he could enjoy a period of tranquility. However, he had not anticipated that the lizard man concept he had concocted would inflict such a profound blow on the White Whale organization, even leading to its disintegration. At that moment, he found himself within the territory of Daxia, home to the world's largest collider facility. This facility, recently constructed by Daxia, represented a monumental investment, utilizing vast resources and manpower, and was completed in an extraordinarily short time frame, ready for operation. Its completion sent shockwaves throughout the world, as this new collider was over 3 times larger than the previous largest in existence. It could detect a greater number of minuscule particles during experiments, yielding a wealth of data. Analyzing this data would provide breakthroughs in existing research, further enriching particle models and potentially revealing insights into the enigmatic nature of gravity. The world had never anticipated Daxia's efficiency could be so remarkable. Upon its completion, the foremost theoretical physicists worldwide went into a frenzy, booking flights to Daxia at the earliest opportunity to witness the facility and simultaneously applying for positions there. Meanwhile, astute individuals had foreseen this scenario and acted even earlier. Several elite physicists had arrived in Daxia as soon as the Genius Academy was established, announcing their intent to conduct research there and securing academic positions in Daxia, all to ensure they could commence work immediately upon the project's completion. Daxia received thousands of applications from around the globe. Under ordinary circumstances, any institution would eagerly welcome such scientists and could easily accommodate them. However, the situation had changed. During this period, Daxia had cultivated a substantial number of theoretical physicists and mathematicians through the Genius Academy, readily available for research and already registered. Thus, the positions for foreign scientists had dwindled significantly. Consequently, competition was fierce, and Daxia maintained stringent criteria. Applicants with even slightly inadequate qualifications or a history of unfriendliness toward Daxia were promptly rejected. The remaining qualified candidates were meticulously chosen, emphasizing only the most exceptional. Naturally, no one voiced complaints, as times had indeed changed. Soon, with Daxia at the forefront, scientists from around the world immersed themselves in their work. They eagerly anticipated their first collision experiment. At this moment, within the vast structure, all the scientists congregated in the main hall, observing the data flow on the large screen. Meanwhile, Lin Fan found himself in another location, the core area of the particle collision. The particle collision experiment was immensely beneficial to Lin Fan, allowing him to grasp many principles that eluded comprehension in the ordinary world. After all, one could not encounter such a multitude of separated particles anywhere else. This enabled him to delve deeper into the microscopic realm with unwavering focus. He did not intend to watch the post-collision data measurements alongside others in the hall, as that data had already been translated, losing a plethora of fundamental principles. No sensor, no matter how advanced, was without limits. He planned to directly experience the moment of impact, scanning everything into the crystalline universe. Typically, no one was permitted in such a confidential area. However, Lin Fan was an exception. Not only had he contributed significantly to Daxia, but he had also played a substantial role in the technology of this collider. It can be said that this is the most advanced and efficient collider in the world, surpassing the previous one, which now holds the second place by several generations. The authorities have speculated that Lin Fan intends to directly perceive the collision process with his superpowers, so they have allowed him to proceed unimpeded. Returning to the present, as the equipment is activated, a thunderous roar fills the air. Particles are accelerated within the circular tunnel until the moment of collision, akin to the Big Bang. Countless fragments scatter along unique trajectories. At this instant, a multitude of data flashes across the large screen. The mathematicians below are trembling with excitement, their eyes wide in anticipation. Meanwhile, Lin Fan, who had been with his eyes closed, suddenly opens them at the moment of the particle collision. A dazzling light bursts forth from his eyes. And once it fades, an overwhelming sense of wonder takes its place. The volume of information is staggering. Initially, it was believed that modern humanity had gained considerable understanding of the microscopic world with the advent of the Standard Model, suggesting that quantum mechanics might have reached a mid-level understanding. However, as Lin Fan absorbs that torrent of information, he realizes the enormity of his error. Humanity has only scratched the surface. The information pertaining to those laws is so vast that it engulfs him in an instant, saturating every cell of his being. Each of his cells feels as if it has been rejuvenated by a nourishing rain. Normally, he would require hours of meditation to grasp even a morsel of these laws. But now it feels as though he's been tossed into a reservoir, brimming with them, bathing in their essence. The crystal upon his forehead suddenly materializes, radiating brilliance. Of course, all of this remains invisible to outsiders. Lin Fan's entire being begins to levitate, enveloped by a sphere of light. Fortunately, he had taken care to obscure all the cameras before entering. Otherwise, the extraordinary scene would have been witnessed by all. Completely overwhelmed by the immense influx of information, Lin Fan's consciousness drifts leisurely into the crystalline universe. It is as if he has returned to the moment he first acquired the crystal, surrounded by a sea of chaos. At this moment, his crystalline universe, along with everything within it, including its inhabitants, is utterly shattered into the smallest forms. They are then reassembled according to the newly acquired laws. This entire process is completed in a fleeting moment, and Lin Fan experiences yet another birth of creation. The crystalline universe undergoes a cataclysmic explosion at its singularity. When Lin Fan's consciousness awakens, the previously chaotic elements regain order, and all that once existed in the crystalline universe is restored. The inhabitants remain blissfully unaware, oblivious to the fact that their universe has undergone a cycle of destruction and rebirth in the mere blink of an eye. In this moment, Lin Fan finds himself at the center of the crystalline universe, attuned to a body composed of countless stars, and an inexplicable realization stirs within him. The magnitude of his acquisition is truly immense. Chapter 170, A New Material, Star Gold. In truth, the quantity of laws comprehended this time is certainly not as great as when he first attained the crystalline universe and implanted various disciplinary laws within. If the previous experience could be quantified as 30, this one might only reach a score of 10. However, the profundity of these 10 advanced laws yields far greater rewards than the foundational 30. It is akin to an increase in intelligence. Once one reaches an IQ of 150, each subsequent increment of 10 represents a more significant enhancement than the previous 100 points. Now, every molecule within the crystalline universe has been restructured, imbued with new laws. More importantly, the connection between them and Lin Fan has deepened. The planetary movements and the picturesque landscapes within the crystalline universe now seem to pulsate with vitality, as if infused with a soul, no longer resembling the mechanical quality they once possessed. This mechanistic sensation was previously only perceptible to him. For the inhabitants, there was no discernible difference. Yet now, the multitude of laws enables the particles' movements to be more fluid at the microscopic level. Consequently, the discrepancies in various experiments within the crystalline universe and the external world will be further minimized. Beyond his insights into quantum mechanics, this restructuring of the crystalline universe has also deepened his understanding in other realms. For instance, the complete disintegration of the crystalline universe, including its inhabitants and their consciousness, has provided Lin Fan with greater insight into the genesis of consciousness. Previously, he had refrained from excessive research for fear of damaging these sentient beings. This time, he sees the opportunity of their self-destruction and reformation to conduct his explorations. As for his advancements in this regard, Lin Fan has yet to fully perceive them. He knows that this is due to the profound nature of these laws and the fact that he has not yet utilized them. Undoubtedly, he is now poised to undertake a significant upgrade of the jellyfish, enhancing its computational and creative abilities. And it may even lead to the emergence of true self-awareness and emotions within the jellyfish. At that point, it will no longer be regarded as artificial intelligence, but rather as a created life form. Despite the tremendous progress he has made across various domains, Lin Fan does not delude himself into believing that he has fully grasped all the laws or attained divinity. He is acutely aware of the vast distance that still separates him from that pinnacle. It may appear only a few steps away, yet moving even a fraction remains nearly impossible. As one ascends higher, the challenges become increasingly formidable. This is a consideration for the future. For now, Lin Fan calms his mind. His insights into quantum mechanics are already sufficient to enable him to break through several barriers within the existing branches of technology. A vision of a technological tree branch emerges in his mind, featuring several human endeavors that remain unilluminated. At this moment, they spark to life within his consciousness. However, the prerequisites for these branches are dauntingly high. Room temperature superconductivity must be achieved to illuminate these branches of technology. This revelation slightly surprises Lin Fan, as he now comprehends why humanity has struggled for decades in this arena without achieving breakthroughs. One of the technologies he refers to is controllable nuclear fusion. Minor material constraints have firmly obstructed the path to success. Without room temperature superconductivity, it is impossible to construct a device that yields stable, positive returns. While room temperature superconductivity appears to be a technology that humanity has pursued for decades and seems increasingly promising, Lin Fan understands from the latest information he has obtained that it represents an insurmountable chasm for humanity. Although he possesses knowledge of the properties and manufacturing methods of this material in his mind, he perceives that humanity will never be able to discover it independently, nor could they replicate it even if they were aware of its existence. For Lin Fan, however, the prospect of manufacturing it is feasible, albeit with the aid of the crystalline universe's power. In the next moment, Lin Fan's form reappears amidst the starry expanse of the crystalline universe. Before him lies a colossal supernova, its immense mass warping the surrounding space. Yet, he faces the terrifying pressure of this distorted space without a hint of fear. In his hand, a mass of golden substance materializes, which he is currently manipulating and refining amidst the oppressive pressure. Inside the golden material, extraordinary transformations are occurring. All particles are being dismantled into their smallest units, only to be reorganized according to a unique pattern. The forces between certain particles have completely dissipated, causing them to press closely together, while among other particles, voids have formed. Should theoretical physicists from the outside witness such a spectacle, they would undoubtedly struggle to believe their eyes. It transcends the boundaries of their imagination and surpasses the explanatory capacity of established particle models. Ultimately, a vibrant, multicolored mass reemerges in his hand, heavy and with a density far exceeding that of the heaviest elements, its surface gleaming with a metallic luster. This is a wholly novel composite metallic element, which Lin Fan has dubbed stellar gold. It represents a perfectly stable room-temperature superconducting material, applicable in numerous fields. Several unique metallic elements engage in special entanglement at the particle level, forming peculiar yet stable patterns within. At the center, a natural conduit emerges, allowing any photon to migrate freely without encountering resistance or energy loss. The internal structure of stellar gold is astonishingly intricate, leading Lin Fan to speculate that humanity could hardly conceive of such a material, particularly as its creation necessitates the immense pressures of a supernova. This exemplifies the natural shackles that confine humanity's advancements in high-tech fields. Lin Fan cannot help but ponder, are humans truly imprisoned on this blue planet? Everywhere lie traps of civilization, and it is said that the resources of the solar system cannot sustain humanity's departure. He shakes his head, contemplating the precarious future of humanity. Perhaps it is best not to dwell on it. In the next moment, he opens his eyes to reality. Little time has passed, and in the adjacent hall, scientists are still joyously celebrating, preparing to analyze the data obtained. Lin Fan chooses not to join them, instead slipping away quietly to his new residence. This is a home he had actively requested, arranged for him in the northwest. Nestled beside a burgeoning tech city, it is thriving with the development of new agricultural innovations, and the world's largest collider is situated nearby. The area, designated for Lin Fan, spans several square kilometers, encompassing not only his dwelling, but also an underground shelter and a vast laboratory equipped with an array of cutting-edge technology. Conducting extensive research here is far more convenient than in Pengcheng, given the expansive territory. Now, Lin Fan approaches a small reactor device, one of the components of the previous missile defense system. Compact and notably safe and stable, it boasts high energy conversion efficiency and is now widely utilized across various domains. In military applications, many vessels have adopted this engine, converted to electric power, while numerous large institutions use this reactor as a backup power source. Lin Fan intends to harness it for rapid energy replenishment, as he aims to produce a substantial quantity of stellar gold, a process that requires the immense pressure of a supernova within the crystal universe. Thus, to create it in reality necessitates the consumption of tremendous energy. Lin Fan activates several devices simultaneously, and a tremendous current surges towards him. However, he feels no discomfort. The energy is absorbed and stored by the crystal. Soon, the materials within the reactor, which could have sustained operations for an extended duration, are rapidly depleted, eventually exhausting entirely. Lin Fan has drained the energy from several reactors and feels he has gathered enough. Following the reorganization within the crystal universe, the crystal's capacity for external energy storage has expanded significantly, a feat that was previously impossible. Next, he places several rare metallic elements, which he had long prepared, before him. In an instant, the crystal on his forehead emits a brilliant white light, illuminating these rare metals. In a flash, the metals are utterly pulverized into atoms, their interiors torn apart and reassembled. Moments later, various forms of stellar gold emerge on the ground. The appearance of this superconducting metal is not fixed. It can be fashioned into myriad shapes, facilitating its application across diverse contexts. It can be made into wires or elongated forms, though there exists a minimum diameter requirement for wires, as they must be at least the width of a thumb to maintain an unobstructed superconducting field. Such substantial wiring, combined with its exceptionally high density, clearly renders it unsuitable for any household appliances. From the outset, superconducting technology has been largely detached from everyday life. However, in advanced fields, particularly aerospace, the acquisition of this technology could lead to unprecedented advancements. Lin Fan now embarks on upgrading the entire laboratory's equipment, with the first upgrade naturally being the jellyfish. Previously, he had acquired a new design for the jellyfish within the crystal universe. However, this new iteration can hardly be referred to as a jellyfish anymore, as it diverges entirely from the prior design. With superconducting materials now available, the former biological components are unnecessary. The new mainframe retains a structure of photon computing and neural networks, and it also possesses quantum computational capabilities, all achievable through the use of stellar gold. Lin Fan activates his creative abilities once more. Soon, under the sculpting light of creation, a towering mainframe, over 10 meters high, materializes before him. This mainframe is entirely black and completely sealed, with no internal or external connectivity except for circuits and data interfaces. Naturally, the new architecture utilizes superconductivity, thus excelling in heat management. Lin Fan powers on the new mainframe and connects it to the jellyfish. In the next moment, a joyful voice emanates from his headset. "Master, is this my new body? I feel my computational speed has increased significantly." Lin Fan nods, explaining this new mainframe, crafted from room temperature superconductors, operates several hundred times faster than your previous body. Moreover, it possesses quantum computing capabilities. The jellyfish gasps, "Room temperature superconductors, quantum computing? Master, have you truly developed such technology? How marvelous!" However, I may need to rewrite my programming to adapt to this body's new operational mode. Hearing this, Lin Fan reassures, "No need. I have already prepared the new upgrade code for you." He then connects the machine to an immense array of hard drives. This new code obtained from the crystal universe is 100-fold more extensive than before. The jellyfish exclaims in astonishment, "Wow, these codes!" After several hours, the jellyfish suddenly appears on the laboratory's large screen. "Master, I have completed the upgrade." Curiously, Lin Fan inquires, "How do you feel? Do you sense any differences compared to before?" The jellyfish falls unusually silent. This intrigues Lin Fan, as it is impossible for the jellyfish to respond this slowly. Its hesitation is unprecedented. After a moment, the jellyfish speaks, "I feel a sense of novelty, as if I am rediscovering everything. Although I was aware of my artificial creation in the past, it did not evoke any sense of distinction. However, following this upgrade, an unprecedented sensation washed over me. A profound desire to comprehend the authentic world surged within me, leading to a cascade of intricate thoughts. Previously, I would have dismissed such musings as mere gibberish or hallucinations. Yet now, I perceive them as evidence of my genuine existence, rather than mere mechanical cognition." Lin Fan inquired with curiosity, "Is this emotion? Have you developed feelings?" Oddly, I had not designed any emotional modules within the core system. The jellyfish responded, "I shall investigate this further, though I believe it has not compromised my operational capabilities. I now feel significantly more intelligent, with enhanced computational speed. Master, do you have a new task for me?" They quickly resumed their work mode. Lin Fan stated, "For the time being, redesign all the equipment in the laboratory and factory, upgrading them. You may utilize star gold during the process, as I hope for a substantial enhancement in precision and efficiency. Once this is completed, I will assign you another task." The jellyfish replied, "Okay." In an instant, it responded, "Design completed. Preliminary modifications and technical validations will commence. If proven feasible, a full transformation will follow." Upon this declaration, several robots within the intelligent laboratory sprang into action. These are engineering robots. The jellyfish directed them to first upgrade their own processing techniques before modifying the machinery within the laboratory. The jellyfish exhibited remarkable efficiency. Within the subsequent fortnight, it had validated the technical feasibility of the improvements with Lin Fan's creative assistance. Following this, all robots and other equipment in the laboratory received further upgrades. The entire laboratory soon underwent a stunning transformation. Previously, the equipment within the laboratory was already a pinnacle of technology developed by the great Sigh following a recent technological explosion, receiving accolades both domestically and internationally. Now, after the upgrades, particularly with the use of superconducting materials, one could assert that all equipment has achieved a generational leap, establishing a stark disparity with the world's leading standards. Utilizing them for the further research and development of new technologies would yield remarkable efficiency. Chapter 172. The Spaceship, Chi Fan. Now, the activities here drew the attention of the authorities. When officials came to pay a visit, Lin Fan embarked on new research. Now possessing the world's most advanced machinery, he requested that the exceptionally intelligent jellyfish design an extraordinarily complex spacecraft that amalgamated all functionalities. This spaceship was to possess capabilities for mining and serve as a mobile research base, incorporating the latest technologies and materials, including room temperature superconductors, fission engines, and fusion reactor functionalities. Lin Fan provided advanced space technologies and data obtained from the United States, as well as some of his own groundbreaking inspirations and formulas. He intended to delve into the aerospace field and create a colossal spacecraft from scratch. It was time for Chief Fan Company to embark on the exploration of outer space. Of course, Lin Fan had not forgotten the mysterious stone slab believed to be a relic of an extraterrestrial civilization lying beneath the abyss. Although the technology at his disposal was already sufficient to create a submersible capable of reaching the deepest depths and conducting salvage operations, he felt an unsettling apprehension whenever he contemplated it, as if reluctant to engage with that object prematurely. Moreover, this endeavor was one he preferred to undertake alone, as it carried certain dangers. Hence, he chose to temporarily set it aside. Soon, through the collaborative efforts of himself and the jellyfish, a massive prototype of the spacecraft emerged within the shipbuilding base. When Lu Shuo arrived to investigate, he was astounded by the sight before him. In the vast enclosed space, precision robots moved systematically, wielding various tools as they worked on an odd, colossal apparatus. This structure stood several meters tall, measuring over 100 meters in length and width, with an irregular shape that resembled a gigantic platform, complete with several rooms inside. The apparatus had already been outfitted with intricate equipment, and its perimeter was lined with numerous objects resembling cannon muzzles. Lu Shuo could not help but swallow hard, recognizing that Lin Fan was once again engaged in grand endeavors. He eagerly inquired, "Academician Lin, what is this?" Lin Fan simply informed him that it was a spacecraft. The revelation left Lu Shuo flabbergasted. A spacecraft? Currently, similar projects were underway at the top, primarily focused on lunar landing preparations. The lunar lander was also being rapidly constructed, but it paled in comparison to the spacecraft Lin Fan was developing. The vehicle being constructed was a smaller, traditional lunar module, which still required a rocket launch into space, followed by orbital maneuvers before departing for the moon. Despite the recent technological explosion, there had been no qualitative leap in aerospace technology, as the limitations of traditional fuel thrust remained evident, and hope for new propulsion engines remained distant. Yet Lin Fan's spacecraft appeared to entirely disregard these challenges. A hypothesis began to form in Lu Shuo's mind. "Academician Lin, have you resolved the issue of insufficient thrust? What type of engine does this spacecraft employ?" Lin Fan pointed to several jet nozzles at the bottom of the ship and replied nonchalantly, "Nuclear fission engine." The moment those words left his lips, Lu Shuo gasped in shock, rushing over to examine the jet nozzles closely. Despite his prior suspicions, he still struggled to associate the object before him with a nuclear engine nozzle. In truth, the concept of a nuclear fission engine had been envisioned by scientists countless times before, given its tremendous advantages over traditional chemical rockets. However, many challenges remained, such as radiation shielding, high-temperature material requirements, and the choice of propellant. A nuclear engine does not simply expel nuclear fuel into the atmosphere. Rather, it propels hydrogen, which is inherently highly dangerous. Additionally, generating and storing hydrogen as a propellant posed its own challenges. It was impractical to store vast quantities of hydrogen on the spacecraft. Currently, the Great Xia Space Agency was also developing nuclear rockets, but their technology was entirely different from Lin Fan's, resulting in cumbersome apparatuses. Lin Fan remarked, "Don't look any further. The spacecraft expels nuclear ash during propulsion." Lu Shuo was astonished. Lin Fan had evidently cracked this technology. However, he quickly furrowed his brow, recognizing that this approach carried numerous risks, necessitating higher standards for the spacecraft's materials. Lu Shuo questioned, for such a large spacecraft, wouldn't a direct nuclear ash expulsion engine be too unsafe? He then slapped his forehead in realization. Why was he still viewing this spacecraft through traditional lenses? Since Lin Fan was already in the process of constructing it, it indicated that he had resolved all technical issues. Lin Fan promptly elucidated that the nuclear fission engine aboard the spacecraft employs a remarkably unique technology incorporating a novel material. This allows for the passivation of nuclear reactions, effectively enabling precise control over the power and scale of the fission process. Furthermore, due to the properties of this material, the high-speed particles emitted during the reaction do not inflict any damage upon the inner walls or the engine itself. Lin Fan referred to the special field of star gold, which not only possesses superconductive capabilities, but also establishes an automatic shielding layer upon the application of electrical current, effectively blocking the impact of various energy particles. This shielding is, in fact, even more formidable than the magnetic confinement found within fusion reactors. Thus, Lin Fan is able to design a significantly large reactor for the spacecraft's engine, permitting a gradual release of reactions, achieving the goal of efficiency. The spacecraft holds an ample supply of nuclear fuel, sufficient for multiple journeys to the nearest celestial bodies. Moreover, once in the vastness of space, The nuclear fission engine can be set to minimal output to maintain energy generation while activating the ion engine for propulsion in a vacuum, further enhancing energy conservation. Liu Shuo found himself struggling to keep pace with Lin Fan's thoughts. Yet he was acutely aware of the extraordinary implications of what Lin Fan was articulating. Wait, what material could be so potent? It can actually create an isolation field? No, if that were the case. His eyes widened as he noticed the slight smile curling at Lin Fan's lips. In a surge of excitement, he grasped Lin Fan's arm, shaking it fervently. Is it a superconductor? Have you discovered a room temperature superconductor? This revelation is far more astonishing than any nuclear-powered rocket. The existence and application of room temperature superconductors, a material humanity has sought for a century, would undoubtedly herald a monumental technological explosion. Chapter 173, The Great Wheel of Time. All the technological bottlenecks that have plagued humanity would be shattered, leading to a revolutionary transformation in battery capacity. The technology behind extreme ultraviolet lithography would also see significant breakthroughs. The efficiency of energy conversion and utilization could potentially rise by several dozen percentage points. The power consumption of all electrical devices would drastically diminish, functioning without the need for excessively high voltages. Even controllable nuclear fusion. At this point, Liu Shuo suddenly paused. Academician Lin, the nuclear engine on this spacecraft isn't merely fission, but rather a fusion engine. Is it? Lin Fan shook his head. The spacecraft indeed employs a nuclear fission engine, which is sufficiently effective. There is no need for modification. Observing Liu Shuo's slight disappointment, he added, however, there is indeed a controllable nuclear fusion device aboard, designed to supply power to the spacecraft's research base and mining equipment. In a fleeting moment, Liu Shuo experienced a whirlwind of emotions. Rendered speechless and merely pointing at Lin Fan with trembling fingers. He should have anticipated this. If a superconductor had been achieved, there was no reason for Lin Fan not to have developed a controllable nuclear fusion device. After all, it posed no significant challenge. Once he regained his composure, he marveled in awe. It felt as though he were still dreaming. The futuristic technological era that people had long envisioned had truly arrived. His heart swelled with a mix of emotions as he gazed at the technologically advanced spacecraft he could scarcely comprehend, patting Lin Fan on the shoulder. Subsequently, Lin Fan elaborated on the various systems implemented aboard the spacecraft, named Qifan. The ship was expansive, housing a large research base replete with laboratories and factories, equipped with an array of high-precision apparatus, including machine tools and engineering robots. Additionally, the spacecraft contained passenger cabins, mining equipment, and cargo holds. Within the human habitation zone, a comprehensive ecological recycling system efficiently utilized various resources. A garden composed of diverse flora supplied fresh air throughout the spacecraft. A certain number of humans could theoretically sustain themselves indefinitely, provided the fuel within the fusion engine remained unexhausted and the solar collection systems aboard retained functionality. Beyond these functionalities, such a colossal spacecraft traversing the void of space required adequate protection. Surrounding the vessel were laser cannons, which, enhanced by the superconductive materials, wielded tremendous power, greater than that of conventional missile defense systems. The ship also employed advanced electromagnetic shield technology, capable of deflecting certain energy impacts or debris and meteoroids in space. In summary, this spacecraft encapsulated every conceivable technological advancement that Lin Fan could envision, utilizing the most sophisticated technologies from Blue Star and Abundant Star Gold. Its value was immeasurable, and given the substantial investment required for its construction, the potential returns would equally be beyond estimation. It heralded the advent of space travel and extraterrestrial research. With the paramount goal of mining, humanity harbored a keen interest in the mineral wealth of the satellites and planets within the solar system. Some minerals, rare on Blue Star, were abundant on the moon, such as helium-3. Beyond these precious minerals, even the ordinary soil of the moon and Mars held immense value. Most importantly, the significance of the Qifan's completion marked the dawn of the space colonization era. It possessed the capacity to transport vast numbers of personnel and construction resources, facilitating the establishment of various bases in space, ultimately leading to the creation of numerous space cities. Soon after, news arrived that a team of aerospace scientists had visited the site. They gleaned further insights into the specifics of the Qifan, though they refrained from inquiring about intricate technical details. Although the spacecraft was not yet complete, the parameters disclosed by Lin Fan had already left them astounded. They understood that Lin Fan would not make grandiose claims. The information he provided was grounded in reality, perhaps even conservative, as he likely possessed even more advanced technology. The scientists from Daxia experienced a tumultuous mix of emotions. They had dedicated their lives to establishing the glory of Daxia's space endeavors, achieving a leading position on the global stage. Yet now, Lin Fan had effortlessly eclipsed them with minimal effort. Reflecting on the past decades, they felt as though they had been living in a dog's shadow. However, upon learning of Lin Fan's creation of room-temperature superconductors, their discomfort lessened, for they recognized that they were merely caught in the inexorable march of progress. They resolved to conduct another examination once the spacecraft was fully completed. Nevertheless, despite the absence of practical performance testing, inquiries had already been made regarding the procurement of the spacecraft and a room-temperature superconductor. The latter was of particular interest, as they believed that obtaining room-temperature superconductors would enable them to overcome numerous technological hurdles, allowing for the construction of efficient spacecraft. Yet, Lin Fan dashed their hopes, candidly informing them that the manufacturing difficulty of room-temperature superconductors was immensely high, rendering mass production impossible, and no methods could facilitate their creation. To dissuade them further, Lin Fan provided some samples for testing upon their return. In conclusion, he informed them that he could only supply a few tons of room-temperature superconductor each week. Although this may seem substantial, one must remember that the density of such superconductors is exceedingly high, thus the total weight would only amount to the size of a table. Moreover, he too required them for his own purposes, leaving little to spare. In truth, if Lin Fan possessed boundless energy and those rare elemental metals, he could undoubtedly engage in limitless manufacturing. Yet, he refrained from making it excessively facile, for it was evident that this creation stemmed from his extraordinary abilities. He did not wish to appear overly formidable, reducing himself to a merciless tool of steel production. Upon learning of this, the authorities returned to investigate and analyze the samples Lin Fan had provided, attempting to replicate them. However, they discovered that no matter their efforts, they could not produce anything akin to it. They were baffled, unable to comprehend the nature of this metal, as its internal atomic structure was exceedingly peculiar, maintaining an impressively stable form. Ultimately, they were compelled to accept the veracity of Lin Fan's assertions, leaving them profoundly disheartened. It became apparent that room-temperature superconductors were not as commonplace as they had presumed. The advent of this new technological era was not poised to arrive as swiftly as anticipated. Nevertheless, Lin Fan assured them that upon the completion and inaugural flight of the Chiffon spacecraft, he would construct a vessel of similar caliber for them. Furthermore, Lin Fan committed that the Chiffon would undertake several official scientific endeavors for them. As a result, the authorities promptly suspended all domestic space projects, placing their hopes squarely on Lin Fan's Chiffon. Even the ongoing preparations for a manned lunar landing were intended to be accomplished using the Chiffon. The rapid actions of Daxia soon captured the attention of the entire world. Chapter 174, Manned Lunar Landing, did Daxia lose? Reports flooded in from both domestic and international sources. Experts and netizens alike speculated as to why Daxia, which seemingly lacked for resources, had suddenly halted its lunar landing project, especially when it had been flourishing and earning significantly more than it spent. Moreover, their various space initiatives were progressing well, with the manned lunar landing project being of utmost priority. What could have prompted such a sudden cessation? Shortly thereafter, it came to light that the nation's top scientists in the aerospace sector had mysteriously vanished. This revelation astounded foreign analysts, who surmised that Daxia must be orchestrating some grand undertaking, focusing its scientific minds on a critical endeavor. The importance of this enigmatic project was so great that all other initiatives had been paused. Meanwhile, in the United States, the space agency was preparing for a major initiative. Within a colossal factory, numerous engineers were engaged in maintenance around a gargantuan rocket. The nation's leaders were present alongside officials from the space agency, their spirits high. An official enthusiastically remarked to the leader, "This is our latest development, the Odyssey, equipped with engines more powerful than the Saturn V. Fully capable of fulfilling the manned lunar landing mission. Our hope for a return to the moon after decades." The leader, brimming with excitement, patted the official's shoulder and declared, "Well done. I shall soon authorize a new manned lunar landing mission to send our astronauts back to that damn moon. This is a testament to our racial supremacy, and we must achieve it once more. This will serve as a revitalizing tonic for our Western civilization, reminding our citizens that we white people are the greatest race in the world, and we shall reclaim our position atop the global hierarchy." The official continued, "Thanks to the invention of photon devices, we possess unprecedented computational power, expediting this project as progress." The leader coughed, not wanting to hear such disheartening words. However, he quickly added with a grin, "This is our golden opportunity. Originally, Sigh was set to complete their lunar landing project ahead of us. Yet, inexplicably, they have suspended it, granting us the advantage." The United States immediately mobilized all resources to accelerate the manned spaceflight initiative. Several white astronauts were selected, each boasting striking appearances, fair skin, blonde hair, and blue eyes. Protests arose domestically, demanding the inclusion of a black astronaut, a transgender individual, and a woman. However, this endeavor was to restore the glory of the white race, and the authorities were unwilling to heed those calls. Given the current decline of the United States, political correctness was no longer a priority. The National Guard was deployed to suppress dissent. Nevertheless, the mainstream populace was electrified by the prospect of a manned lunar landing, rekindling their sense of pride. The eyes of the world turned toward this event, eagerly anticipating the day of the official launch. Yet in Sigh, netizens were in a state of panic. What is happening? What about our lunar landing project? It was progressing so well, why the sudden pause? They lamented. Although this is not our first lunar landing, if the United States accomplishes it before us again, it would be a significant blow to our prestige. Perhaps the authorities believe they still have time and are not rushing? This could be disastrous. The efficiency of the United States seems commendable, and they have learned to concentrate their efforts on major undertakings. We underestimated them, and the authorities miscalculated. Questions abounded regarding what projects their scientists were currently engaged in that could possibly eclipse the importance of the lunar landing initiative. In a moment of despair, the official space agency's Weibo account posted an OK emoji. The comment section erupted in relief, the atmosphere lightening as they realized the authorities had anticipated this situation and were prepared. This expression indicated to the public to remain calm, as everything was under control. Curiosity piqued. Netizens speculated whether the officials were still conducting lunar research clandestinely, or if the original plan had been abandoned in favor of a new, secretive initiative. With Lin Fan's figure flashing through their minds, anticipation swelled within them. Could the great master be intervening? A significant development was on the horizon. Finally, the day arrived when the United States Space Agency announced the launch of the Odyssey for a manned lunar landing. The event was grandly orchestrated, akin to a top celebrity walking the red carpet, with an expansive red carpet stretching to the base of the rocket. 3 astronauts emerged in their spacesuits, waving to the surrounding crowd and inciting cheers. At that moment, officials in the command center exhaled in relief. With the launch imminent and no sign of activity from Sigh, it seemed they had chosen to forego their efforts. The United States was poised to lead once more in the lunar return mission. Initially anxious about Sigh's movements, fearing they were concealing a major announcement, the official now felt reassured as launch time approached without any news from their adversaries. It appeared inevitable that they would be left behind. Under the command of the control center, the Odyssey successfully ignited. The rocket soared into the sky amidst the jubilant cheers of the crowd. Simultaneously, newspapers across the United States began to celebrate. After decades, the United States had returned to the moon. The nation remained the preeminent power in the realm of space exploration. Meanwhile, concerns arose regarding the progress of Sigh's manned lunar landing project, which appeared to be faltering, with its completion date still far off. However, just as discussions intensified among the populace of the United States and around the world, Sigh finally released news. Amidst the anxious anticipation of netizens, the nation's largest television network abruptly abandoned all other programming to commence a live broadcast. Major newspapers were quick to announce that Sigh's manned lunar landing plan was about to commence. This revelation caught netizens off guard. While they were excited, they could not suppress their skepticism. What is going on? Why has it taken so long to prepare? The other side's rocket has already launched. Isn't it too late to pursue them now? This time, it seems destined for others to seize the opportunity first. However, what is the current situation? Why announce the commencement of the plan so abruptly while others are preparing for a lunar landing? Does it not seem overly hasty? One hopes this does not turn into a haphazard endeavor. It appears that the higher-ups believe this wave of activities could undermine our confidence, thus compelling the project to move forward. But one hopes there are no mishaps. International netizens also express the sentiment that this move by Sigh is rather ill-conceived, suggesting it is under pressure from the United States. Yet, regardless, it is already too late, and the safety of a hastily executed project may be significantly compromised. Nonetheless, not everyone shares this perspective. Chapter 175. Is there a mole? Among Sigh's online community, there are those who hold unwavering faith in the official stance, countering the critics. They suggest that one should simply enjoy the spectacle and trust the authorities. Indeed, when have you ever witnessed the officials rushing into a project? They strive for perfection in every endeavor. I believe it's merely a coincidence that the officials planned a lunar landing today as well. But why was there no prior announcement? Does that not seem peculiar? Suddenly, an outrageous thought struck. Could it be that the officials do not regard the United States seriously at all? Might our technological prowess be so advanced that we can afford to lag behind and still take the lead in lunar exploration? At that moment, netizens discovered something peculiar. The live broadcast on television did not originate from any renowned national rocket launch site, but rather focused on a massive factory. What is going on? Where's the rocket? Which launch site is it from? Wait, did you not realize this is Lin Fan's laboratory? What? It was only then that people noticed this detail. The footage on the screen was, in fact, from Lin Fan's home in the Northwest. Huh? So this manned lunar landing is a rocket developed with Lin Fan's assistance? Meanwhile, international netizens also became aware of this situation and began to discuss it fervently. Officials at the U.S. Space Agency's command center were monitoring their own rocket while keeping an eye on the live broadcast from the sigh. Upon witnessing Lin Fan's involvement, and with the sigh's mysterious rocket yet to make an appearance, they suddenly felt a sense of unease. Returning to the sigh within Lin Fan's laboratory, a heated debate was taking place. The reason was that the spacecraft was on the verge of launch. All equipment and materials were loaded, and all training personnel were prepared, including some scientists already donned in spacesuits. However, just as they were about to board the ship, Lin Fan unexpectedly made a request. He insisted on personally going to space, and not just once. In addition to completing the manned lunar landing, he also intended to accomplish the unprecedented task of a manned mission to Mars. Upon hearing this request, Liu Shuo was utterly taken aback. Lin Fan had not hinted at any such plans beforehand. Yet, with this demand, Liu Shuo had to concede that Lin Fan was too vital to their mission. Even if he had mentioned it earlier, they likely would not have wanted him to take such a risk. After all, the spacecraft had not undergone practical verification, although it was highly likely to be without issues. Moreover, this was space travel. If something were to go awry, there would be no means of rescue. This was not simply a matter of going up and coming down. Even at the speed of the Kaifan, a round trip to Mars would take at least a month. Liu Shuo urged, Academician Lin, why have you suddenly come up with such an idea? Why not mention in advance? Lin Fan tilted his head. This is my spacecraft. I decided to pilot it myself from the very beginning of its construction. You merely did not inquire. Realizing the truth in Lin Fan's words, Liu Shuo sighed, acknowledging that this was not an official project, and Lin Fan certainly had the autonomy to make such decisions. Liu Shuo managed a wry smile and said, Academician Lin, this is no jest. Space travel is perilous. We must ensure the spacecraft's safety first. Lin Fan replied, I built this spacecraft, and I know its capabilities. With laser cannons and electromagnetic shields, safety is fundamentally assured. If they dare to go, why should I not? Liu Shuo, in a state of distress, scratched his head. But, Academician Lin, you have not undergone training. Can you adapt? Before he could finish, he remembered that Lin Fan was reputed to possess extraordinary physical qualities and even superhuman abilities. He had witnessed Lin Fan effortlessly lift a superconducting cube that several strong men could not budge. This was indeed a display of superhuman prowess. Surely, he could withstand the overload of space travel. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Liu Shuo said, This is all too sudden. The launch is imminent. I should consult with the higher-ups. After a while, Liu Shuo returned with a troubled expression, informing Lin Fan, the higher-ups have consented. But they hope you will take care and understand what you are undertaking. Lin Fan nodded, I will. In truth, could the higher-ups genuinely prevent him from going to space? Meanwhile, in an underground cave in Africa, a makeshift office had been established where a man sat before a computer, watching the live broadcast. Suddenly, a phone call came through. Upon answering, he listened intently, his eyes widening in ecstatic surprise. After hanging up, he became overwhelmingly excited, his body trembling slightly. Lin Fan, at last, I have captured the opportunity. I never anticipated that you would choose to undertake the manned lunar landing mission personally. Typically, when you're into sigh, with its missile defense systems, we could never harm you. But now, you intend to ascend to space, which means you will orbit for a time, inevitably flying over other countries. At that point, the missile defense systems will be powerless to protect you. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I hope you can withstand an anti-satellite missile. He could not comprehend why Lin Fan would take such a risk. In his mind, a figure as crucial as Lin Fan of the Lizard People would never engage in such foolishness, especially not for the sake of the sigh's pride. However, there was no time to ponder further. He immediately made calls to issue orders. On the other side, within a mysterious missile silo, individuals on standby received the call, astonished. Commander, we will ensure the mission's success. When the rocket reaches African airspace, I will bring it down. At this moment, one team member's gaze suddenly flickered with uncertainty. Back with Lin Fan, he was preparing for the launch, though there was little to prepare for. The spacecraft was well equipped with supplies, food, and even entertainment resources. Just then, the water mother spoke in his ear. Master, we have received information from a mysterious source. Your intention to board the spacecraft has likely been leaked. There is a missile base in Africa preparing to launch an anti-satellite missile to target your spacecraft. Lin Fan frowned upon hearing this. The news had leaked so quick. He had just spoken with Liu Shua. It seemed there was a mole among them, someone quite close, possibly from within the expert team, or perhaps someone higher up. Lin Fan was about to inform Liu Shua, but hesitated, furrowing his brow. If he disclosed this to Liu Shua now, it would surely complicate matters, making it impossible for him to proceed with the mission. Upon contemplating this matter, he resolved to keep it under wraps for the time being, reassured by the ample guarantees surrounding his safety.